by Peter Dan. The History of Tom Jones, a Foundling, by Henry Fielding. Author's Preface. To the Honourable George Littleton, Esquire, one of the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury. Sir, notwithstanding your constant refusal, when I have asked leave to prefix your name to this dedication, I must still insist on my right to desire your protection of this work. To you, sir, it is owing that this history was ever begun. It was by your desire that I first thought of such a composition. So many years have since passed that you have perhaps forgotten this circumstance, but your desires are to me in the nature of commands, and the impression of them is never to be erased from my memory. Again, sir, without your assistance this history had never been completed. Be not startled at the assertion. I do not intend to draw on you the suspicion of being a romance writer. I mean no more than that I partly owe to you my existence during great part of the time which I have employed in composing it. Another matter which it may be necessary to remind you of, since there are certain actions of which you are apt to be extremely forgetful. But of these I hope I shall always have a better memory than yourself. Lastly, it is owing to you that the history appears what it now is. If there be in this work, as some have pleased to say, a stronger picture of a truly benevolent mind than is to be found in any other, who that knows you, and a particular acquaintance of yours, will doubt whether that benevolence hath been copied? The world will not, I believe, make me the compliment of thinking I took it from myself. I care not. This they shall own, that the two persons from whom I have taken it, that is to say, two of the best and worthiest men in the world, are strongly and zealously my friends. I might be contented with this, and yet my vanity will add a third to the number, and him one of the greatest and noblest, not only in his rank, but in every public and private virtue. But here, whilst my gratitude for the princely benefactions of the Duke of Bedford burst from my heart, you must forgive my reminding you that it was you who first recommended me to the notice of my benefactor. And what are your objections to the allowance of the honour which I have solicited? Why, you have commended the book so warmly that you would be ashamed of reading your name before the dedication. Indeed, sir, if the book itself doth not make you ashamed of your commendations, nothing I can here write will or ought. I am not to give up my right to your protection and patronage because you have commended my book, for though I acknowledge so many obligations to you, I do not add this to the number, in which friendship, I am convinced, hath so little share, since that can neither bias your judgment nor pervert your integrity. An enemy may at any time obtain your commendation by only deserving it, and the utmost which the faults of your friends can hope for is your silence, or perhaps, if too severely accused, your gentle palliation. In short, sir, I suspect that your dislike of public praise is your true objection to granting my request. I have observed that you have, in common with my two other friends, an unwillingness to hear the least mention of your own virtues, that, as a great poet says of one of you, he might justly have said it of all three, you do good by stealth, and blush to find it fame. If men of this disposition are as careful to shun applause as others to escape censure, how just must be your apprehension of your character falling into my hands, since what would not a man have reason to dread, if attacked by an author who had received from him injuries equal to my obligations to you? And will not this dread of censure increase in proportion to the matter which a man is conscious of having afforded for it? If his whole life, for instance, should have been one continued subject of satire, he may well tremble when an incensed satirist takes him in hand. Now, sir, if we apply this to your modest aversion to panegyric, how reasonable will your fears of me appear? Yet surely you might have gratified my ambition from this single confidence, that I shall always prefer the indulgence of your inclinations to the satisfaction of my own. A very strong instance of which I shall give you in this address, in which I am determined to follow the example of all other dedicators, and will consider not what my patron really deserves to have written, but what he will be pleased to read. Without further preface, then, I here present you with the labours of some years of my life. What merit these labours have is already known to yourself. If, from your favourable judgment, I have conceived some esteem for them, it cannot be imputed to vanity, since I should have agreed as implicitly to your opinion had it been given in favour of any other man's production. Negatively, at least, I may be allowed to say that, had I been sensible of any great demerit in the work, you are the last person to whose protection I would have ventured to recommend it. From the name of my patron, indeed, I hope my reader will be convinced at his very entrance on this work that he will find in the whole course of it nothing prejudicial to the cause of religion. 1, chapters 1 to 4. Concerning as much of the birth of the Foundling as is necessary or proper to acquaint the reader with in the beginning of this history. Chapter 1. The Introduction to the Work, or Bill of Fare to the Feast. An author ought to consider himself not as a gentleman who gives a private or eleemosynary treat, but rather as one who keeps a public ordinary, at which all persons are welcome for their money. In the former case, it is well known that the entertainer provides what fare he pleases, and though this should be very indifferent, and utterly disagreeable to the taste of his company, they must not find any fault. Nay, on the contrary, good breeding forces them outwardly to approve and to commend whatever is set before them. Now the contrary of this happens to the master of an ordinary. Men who pay for what they eat will insist on gratifying their palates, however nice and whimsical these may prove, and if everything is not agreeable to their taste, will challenge a right to censure, to abuse, and to damn their dinner without control. To prevent, therefore, giving offence to their customers by any such disappointment, it hath been usual with the honest and well-meaning host to provide a bill of fare which all persons may peruse at their first entrance into the house, and having thence acquainted themselves with the entertainment which they expect, may either stay and regale with what is provided for them, or may depart to some other ordinary better accommodated to their taste. As we do not disdain to borrow wit or wisdom from any man who is capable of lending us either, we have condescended to take a hint from these honest victuallers, and shall prefix not only a general bill of fare to our whole entertainment, but shall likewise give the reader particular bills to every course which is to be served up in this and the ensuing volumes. The provision, then, which we have made here is no other than human nature. Nor do I fear that my sensible reader, though most luxurious in his taste, will start, cavil, or be offended, because I have named but one article. The tortoise, as the alderman of Bristol, well learned in eating, knows by much experience, besides the delicious calapash and calapee, contains many different kinds of food, nor can the learned reader be ignorant that in human nature, though here collected under one general name, is such prodigious variety that a cook will have sooner gone through all the several species of animal and vegetable food in the world than an author will be able to exhaust so extensive a subject. An objection may perhaps be apprehended from the more delicate, that this dish is too common and vulgar. For what else is the subject of all the romances, novels, plays, and poems with which the stalls abound? Many exquisite viands might be rejected by the epicure, if it was a sufficient cause for his contemning of them as common and vulgar, that something was to be found in the most paltry alleys under the same name. In reality, true nature is as difficult to be met with in authors as the Bayonne ham or Bologna sausage is to be found in the shops. But the whole, to continue the same metaphor, consists in the cookery of the author. For, as Mr. Pope tells us, true wit is nature to advantage dressed, what oft was thought, but ne'er so well expressed. The same animal which hath the honour to have some part of his flesh eaten at the table of a duke may perhaps be degraded in another part, and some of his limbs gibbeted, as it were, in the vilest stall in town. Where then lies the difference between the food of the nobleman and the porter, if both are at dinner on the same ox or calf, but in the seasoning, the dressing, the garnishing, and the setting forth? Hence the one provokes and incites the most languid appetite, and the other turns and palls that which is the sharpest and keenest. In like manner, the excellence of the mental entertainment consists less in the subject than in the author's skill in well dressing it up. How pleased, therefore, will the reader be to find that we have, in the following work, adhered closely to one of the highest principles of the best cook which the present age, or perhaps that of the Heliogabalus, hath produced. This great man, as is well known to all lovers of polite eating, begins at first by setting plain things before his hungry guests, rising afterwards by degrees, as their stomachs may be supposed to decrease, to the very quintessence of sauce and spices. In like manner we shall represent human nature at first to the keen appetite of our reader, in that more plain and simple manner in which it is found in the country, and shall hereafter hash and ragout it with all the high French and Italian seasoning of affectation and vice which the courts and cities afford. By these means we doubt not but our readers may be rendered desirous to read on for ever, as the great person just above mentioned is supposed to have made some persons eat. Having premised thus much, we will now detain those who like our bill of fare no longer from their diet, and shall proceed directly to serve up the first course of our history for their entertainment. Chapter 2. A short description of Squire Allworthy, and a fuller account of Miss Bridget Allworthy, his sister. In that part of the western division of this kingdom which is commonly called Somersetshire, there lately lived, and perhaps lives still, a gentleman whose name was Allworthy, and who might well be called the favourite of both nature and fortune, for both of these seem to have contended which should bless and enrich him most. In this contention nature may seem to have come off victorious, as she bestowed on him many gifts, while fortune had only one gift in her power, but in pouring forth this she was so very profuse that others perhaps may think this single endowment to have been more than equivalent to all the various blessings which he enjoyed from nature. From the former of these he derived an agreeable person, a sound constitution, a solid understanding, and a benevolent heart. By the latter he was decreed to the inheritance of one of the largest estates in the county. This gentleman had in his youth married a very worthy and beautiful woman, of whom he had been extremely fond. By her he had 3 children, all of whom died in their infancy. He had likewise had the misfortune of burying this beloved wife herself, about 5 years before the time in which this history chooses to set out. This loss, however great, he bore like a man of sense and constancy, though it must be confessed he would often talk a little whimsically on this head, for he sometimes said he looked on himself as still married, and considered his wife as only gone a little before him, a journey which he should most certainly, sooner or later, take after her, and that he had not the least doubt of meeting her again in a place where he should never part with her more, sentiments for which his sense was arraigned by one part of his neighbours, his religion by a second, and his sincerity by a third. He now lived for the most part retired in the country, with one sister, for whom he had a very tender affection. This lady was now somewhat past the age of 30, an era at which, in the opinion of the malicious, the title of old maid may with no impropriety be assumed. She was of that species of woman whom you commend rather for good qualities than beauty, and who are generally called by their own sex very good sort of women. As good a sort of woman, madam, as you would wish to know. Indeed, she was so far from regretting want of beauty that she never mentioned that perfection, if it can be called one, without contempt, and would often thank God she was not as handsome as Miss such a one, whom perhaps beauty had led into errors which she might have otherwise avoided. Miss Bridget Allworthy, for that was the name of this lady, very rightly conceived the charms of person in a woman to be no better than snares for herself as well as for others, and yet so discreet was she in her conduct that her prudence was as much on the guard as if she had all the snares to apprehend which were ever laid for her whole sex. Indeed, I have observed, though it may seem unaccountable to the reader, that this guard of prudence, like the trained bands, is always readiest to go on duty where there is the least danger. It often basely and cowardly deserts those paragons for whom the men are all wishing, sighing, dying, and spreading every net in their power, and constantly attends at the heels of that higher order of women for whom the other sex have a more distant and awful respect, and whom, from despair, I suppose, of success, they never venture to attack. Reader, I think proper, before we proceed any farther together, to acquaint thee that I intend to digress through this whole history as often as I see occasion, of which I am myself a better judge than any pitiful critic whatever. And here I must desire all those critics to mind their own business, and not to intermeddle with affairs or works which no ways concern them, for till they produce the authority by which they are constituted judges, I shall not plead to their jurisdiction. Chapter 3. An odd accident which befell Mr. Allworthy at his return home. The decent behaviour of Mrs. Deborah Wilkins, with some proper animadversions on bastards. I have told my reader in the preceding chapter that Mr. Allworthy inherited a large fortune, that he had a good heart, and no family. Hence, doubtless, it will be concluded by many that he lived like an honest man, owed no one a shilling, took nothing but what was his own, kept a good house, entertained his neighbours with a hearty welcome at his table, and was charitable to the poor, i.e. to those who had rather beg than work, by giving them the offals from it, that he died immensely rich and built an hospital. And true it is that he did many of these things, but had he done nothing more, I should have left him to have recorded his own merit on some fair freestone over the door of that hospital. Matters of a much more extraordinary kind are to be the subject of this history, or I should grossly misspend my time in writing so voluminous a work. And you, my sagacious friends, might with equal profit and pleasure travel through some pages which certain droll authors have been facetiously pleased to call the History of England. Mr. Allworthy had been absent a full quarter of a year in London on some very particular business, though I know not what it was, but judge of its importance by its having detained him so long from home, whence he had not been absent a month at a time during the space of many years. He came to his house very late in the evening, and after a short supper with his sister, retired much fatigued to his chamber. Here, having spent some minutes on his knees, a custom which he never broke through on any account, he was preparing to step into bed, when, upon opening the clothes, to his great surprise he beheld an infant wrapped up in some coarse linen, in a sweet and profound sleep, between his sheets. He stood some time lost in astonishment at this sight, but as good nature had always the ascendant in his mind, he soon began to be touched with sentiments of compassion for the little wretch before him. He then rang his bell, and ordered an elderly woman-servant to rise immediately and come to him, and in the meantime was so eager in contemplating the beauty of innocence, appearing in those lively colours with which infancy and sleep always display it, that his thoughts were too much engaged to reflect that he was in his shirt when the matron came in. She had indeed given her master sufficient time to dress himself, for, out of respect to him and regard to decency, she had spent many minutes in adjusting her hair at the looking-glass, notwithstanding all the hurry in which she had been summoned by the servant, and though her master, for aught she knew, lay expiring in an apoplexy or in some other fit. It will not be wondered at that a creature who had so strict a regard to decency in her own person should be shocked at the least deviation from it in another. She, therefore, no sooner opened the door, and saw her master standing by the bedside in his shirt, with a candle in his hand, than she started back in a most terrible fright, and might perhaps have swooned away, had he not now recollected his being undressed, and put an end to her terrors by desiring her to stay without the door till he had thrown some clothes over his back, and was become incapable of shocking the pure eyes of Mrs. Deborah Wilkins, who, though in the 52nd year of her age, vowed she had never beheld a man without his coat. Sneerers and profane wits may perhaps laugh at her first fright, yet my graver reader, when he considers the time of night, the summons from her bed, and the situation in which she found her master, will highly justify and applaud her conduct, unless the prudence which must be supposed to attend maidens at that period of life at which Mrs. Deborah had arrived should a little lessen his admiration. When Mrs. Deborah returned into the room, and was acquainted by her master with the finding the little infant, her consternation was rather greater than his had been, nor could she refrain from crying out, with great horror of accent as well as look, "My good sir, what's to be done?" Mr. Allworthy answered she must take care of the child that evening, and in the morning he would give orders to provide it a nurse. "Yes, sir," says she, "and I hope your worship will send out your warrant to take up the hussy its mother, for she must be one of the neighbourhood, and I should be glad to see her committed to Bridewell and whipped at the cart's tail. Indeed, such wicked sluts cannot be too severely punished. I'll warrant 'tis not her first by her impudence in laying it to your worship." "In laying it to me, Deborah?" answered Allworthy. "I can't think she hath any such design. I suppose she hath only taken this method to provide for her child, and truly I am glad she hath not done worse." "I don't know what is worse," cries Deborah, "than for such wicked strumpets to lay their sins at honest men's doors. And though your worship knows your own innocence, yet the world is censorious, and it hath been many an honest man's hap to pass for the father of children he never begot. And if your worship should provide for the child..." Book 1, chapters 5 to 8. Chapter 5, containing a few common matters, with a very uncommon observation upon them. When her master was departed, Mrs. Deborah stood silent, expecting her cue from Miss Bridget. For as to what had passed before her master, the prudent housekeeper by no means relied upon it, as she had often known the sentiments of the lady in her brother's absence to differ greatly from those which he had expressed in his presence. Miss Bridget did not, however, suffer her to continue long in this doubtful situation, for having looked some time earnestly at the child as it lay asleep in the lap of Mrs. Deborah, the good lady could not forbear giving it a hearty kiss, at the same time declaring herself wonderfully pleased with its beauty and innocence. Mrs. Deborah no sooner observed this than she fell to squeezing and kissing with as great rapture as sometimes inspires the sage dame of 45 towards a youthful and vigorous bridegroom, crying out in a shrill voice, "Oh, the dear little creature, the dear, sweet, pretty creature! Well, I vow it is as fine a boy as ever was seen." These exclamations continued till they were interrupted by the lady, who now proceeded to execute the commission given her by her brother, and gave orders for providing all necessaries for the child, appointing a very good room in the house for his nursery. Her orders were indeed so liberal that, had it been a child of her own, she could not have exceeded them. But, lest the virtuous reader may condemn her for showing too great regard to a base-born infant, to which all charity is condemned by law as irreligious, we think proper to observe that she concluded the whole with saying, since it was her brother's whim to adopt the little brat, she supposed little master must be treated with great tenderness. For her part, she could not help thinking it was an encouragement to vice, but that she knew too much of the obstinacy of mankind to oppose any of their ridiculous humours. With reflections of this nature, she usually, as has been hinted, accompanied every act of compliance with her brother's inclinations, and surely nothing could more contribute to heighten the merit of this compliance than a declaration that she knew, at the same time, the folly and unreasonableness of those inclinations to which she submitted. Tacit obedience implies no force upon the will, and consequently may be easily and without any pains preserved. But when a wife, a child, a relation, or a friend performs what we desire with grumbling and reluctance, with expressions of dislike and dissatisfaction, the manifest difficulty which they undergo must greatly enhance the obligation. As this is one of those deep observations which very few readers can be supposed capable of making themselves, I have thought proper to lend them my assistance. But this is a favour rarely to be expected in the course of my work. Indeed, I shall seldom or never so indulge him, unless in such instances as this, where nothing but the inspiration with which we writers are gifted can possibly enable anyone to make the discovery. Chapter 6. Mrs. Deborah is introduced into the parish with a simile. A short account of Jenny Jones, with the difficulties and discouragements which may attend young women in the pursuit of learning. Mrs. Deborah, having disposed of the child according to the will of her master, now prepared to visit those habitations which were supposed to conceal its mother. Not otherwise than when a kite, tremendous bird is beheld by the feathered generation soaring aloft and hovering over their heads, the amorous dove and every innocent little bird spread wide the alarm and fly trembling to their hiding places. He proudly beats the air, conscious of his dignity, and meditates intended mischief. So, when the approach of Mrs. Deborah was proclaimed throughout the street, all inhabitants ran trembling into their houses, each matron dreading lest the visit should fall to her lot. She, with stately steps, proudly advances over the field. Aloft she bears her towering head, filled with conceit of her own preeminence, and schemes to effect her intended discovery. The sagacious reader will not from this simile imagine these poor people had any apprehension of the design with which Mrs. Wilkins was now coming towards them. But as the great beauty of the simile may possibly sleep these 100 years till some future commentator shall take this work in hand, I think proper to lend the reader a little assistance in this place. It is my intention, therefore, to signify that, as it is the nature of a kite to devour little birds, so it is the nature of such persons as Mrs. Wilkins to insult and tyrannize over little people, this being indeed the means which they use to recompense to themselves their extreme servility and condescension to their superiors, for nothing can be more reasonable than that slaves and flatterers should exact the same taxes on all below them, which they themselves pay to all above them. When Mrs. Deborah had occasion to exert any extraordinary condescension to Mrs. Bridget, and by that means had a little soured her natural disposition, it was usual with her to walk forth among these people, in order to refine her temper by venting and, as it were, purging off all ill humours, on which account she was by no means a welcome visitant. To say the truth, she was universally dreaded and hated by them all. On her arrival in this place, she went immediately to the habitation of an elderly matron, to whom, as this matron had the good fortune to resemble herself in the comeliness of her person as well as in her age, she had generally been more favourable than to any of the rest. To this woman she imparted what had happened, and the design upon which she had come thither that morning. These two began presently to scrutinize the characters of the several young girls who lived in any of those houses, and at last fixed their strongest suspicion on one Jenny Jones, who, they both agreed, was the likeliest person to have committed this fact. This Jenny Jones was no very comely girl, either in her face or person, but nature had somewhat compensated the want of beauty with what is generally more esteemed by those ladies whose judgment is arrived at years of perfect maturity, for she had given her a very uncommon share of understanding. This gift Jenny had a good deal improved by erudition. She had lived several years a servant with a schoolmaster, who, discovering a great quickness of parts in the girl, and an extraordinary desire of learning, for every leisure hour she was always found reading in the books of the scholars, had the good nature, or folly, just as the reader pleases to call it, to instruct her so far that she obtained a competent skill in the Latin language, and was perhaps as good a scholar as most of the young men of quality of the age. This advantage, however, like most others of an extraordinary kind, was attended with some small inconveniences, for, as is not to be wondered at, that a young woman so well accomplished should have little relish for the society of those whom fortune has made her equals, but whom education had rendered so much her inferiors, so it is a matter of no greater astonishment that this superiority in Jenny, together with that behaviour which is its certain consequence, should produce among the rest some little envy and ill will towards her, and these had perhaps secretly burnt in the bosoms of her neighbours ever since her return from her service. Their envy did not, however, display itself openly, till poor Jenny, to the surprise of everybody, and to the vexation of all the young women in these parts, had publicly shone forth on a Sunday in a new silk gown, with a laced cap, and other proper appendages to these. The flame, which had before lain in embryo, now burst forth. Jenny had, by her learning, increased her own pride, which none of her neighbours were kind enough to feed with the honour which she seemed to demand. And now, instead of respect and adoration, she gained nothing but hatred and abuse by her finery. The whole parish declared she could not come honestly by such things, and parents, instead of wishing their daughters the same, felicitated themselves that their children had them not. Hence perhaps it was that the good woman first mentioned the name of this poor girl to Mrs. Wilkins. But there was another circumstance that confirmed the latter in her suspicion, for Jenny had lately been often at Mr. Allworthy's house. She had officiated as nurse to Miss Bridget in a violent fit of illness, and had sat up many nights with that lady. Besides which, he had been seen there the very day before Mr. Allworthy's return, by Mrs. Wilkins herself, though that sagacious person had not at first conceived any suspicion of her on that account, for, as she herself said, she had always esteemed Jenny as a very sober girl, though indeed she knew very little of her, and had rather suspected some of those wanton trollops who gave themselves airs, because, forsooth, they thought themselves handsome. Jenny was now summoned to appear in person before Mrs. Deborah, which she immediately did. When Mrs. Deborah, putting on the gravity of a judge, with somewhat more than his austerity, began a narration with the words, "You audacious strumpet," in which he proceeded rather to pass sentence on the prisoner than to accuse her. Though Mrs. Deborah was fully satisfied of the guilt of Jenny, for the reasons above shown, it is possible Mr. Allworthy might have required some stronger evidence to have convicted her. But she saved her accusers any such trouble by freely confessing the whole fact with which she was charged. This confession, though delivered rather in terms of contrition, as it appeared, did not at all mollify Mrs. Deborah, who now pronounced a second judgment against her in more opprobrious language than before, nor had it any better success with the bystanders, who were now grown very numerous. Many of them cried out, they thought what Madam's silk gown would end in. Others spoke sarcastically of her learning. Not a single female was present but found some means of expressing her abhorrence of poor Jenny, who bore all very patiently, except the malice of one woman, who reflected upon her person, and tossing up her nose, said, "The man must have a good stomach who would give silk gowns for such sort of trumpery." Jenny replied to this with a bitterness which might have surprised a judicious person, who had observed the tranquillity with which she bore all the affronts to her chastity. But her patience was perhaps tired out, for this is a virtue which is very apt to be fatigued by exercise. Mrs. Deborah, having succeeded beyond her hopes in her inquiry, returned with much triumph, and at the appointed hour made a faithful report to Mr. Allworthy, who was much surprised at the relation, for he had heard of the extraordinary parts and improvements of this girl, whom he intended to have given in marriage, together cry out with Thisbe in Shakespeare, "Oh, wicked, wicked wall!" For, as Mr. Allworthy was a justice of peace, certain things occurred in examinations concerning bastards and such like, which are apt to give great offence to the chaste ears of virgins, especially when they approach the age of 40, as was the case of Mrs. Bridget. However, she had on such occasions the advantage of concealing her blushes from the eyes of men, and de non apparentibus et non existentibus eadum est ratio. In English, when a woman is not seen to blush, she does not blush at all. But the good women kept strict silence during the whole scene between Mr. Allworthy and the girl. But as soon as it was ended, and that gentleman was out of hearing, Mrs. Deborah could not help exclaiming against the clemency of her master, and especially against his suffering her to conceal the father of the child, which she swore she would have out of her before the sun set. At these words Mrs. Bridget discomposed her features with a smile, a thing very unusual to her. Not that I would have my reader imagine that this was one of those wanton smiles which Homer would have you conceive came from Venus when he calls her the laughter-loving goddess, nor was it one of those smiles which Lady Seraphina shoots from the stage-box, and which Venus would quit her immortality to be able to equal. No, this was rather one of those smiles which might be supposed to have come from the dimpled cheeks of the august Tisiphone, or from one of the misses, her sisters. With such a smile, then, and with a voice sweet as the evening breeze of Boreas in the pleasant month of November, Mrs. Bridget gently reproved the curiosity of Mrs. Deborah. a vice with which it seems the latter was too much tainted, and which the former inveighed against with great bitterness, adding, that among all her faults she thanked heaven her enemies could not accuse her of prying into the affairs of other people. She then proceeded to commend the honour and spirit with which Jenny had acted. She said she could not help agreeing with her brother that there was some merit in the sincerity of her confession, and in her integrity to her lover, that she had always thought her a very good girl, and doubted not but she had been seduced by some rascal who had been infinitely more to blame than herself, and very probably had prevailed with her by a promise of marriage or some other treacherous proceeding. This behaviour of Mrs. Bridget greatly surprised Mrs. Deborah, for this well-bred woman seldom opened her lips, either to her master or his sister, till she had first sounded their inclinations, with which her sentiments were always consonant. Here, however, she thought she might have launched forth with safety, and the sagacious reader will not perhaps accuse her of want of sufficient forecast in so doing, but will rather admire with what wonderful celerity she tacked about when she found herself steering a wrong course. "Nay, madam," said this able woman, and truly great politician, "I must own I cannot help admiring the girl's spirit as well as your ladyship. And as your ladyship says, if she was deceived by some wicked man, the poor wretch is to be pitied. And to be sure, as your ladyship says, the girl hath always appeared like a good, honest, plain girl, and not vain of her face, forsooth, as some wanton hussies in the neighbourhood are." "You say true, Deborah," said Miss Bridget. "If the girl had been one of those vain trollops of which we have too many in the parish, I should have condemned my brother for his lenity towards her. I saw 2 farmers' daughters at church the other day with bare necks. I protest they shocked me. If wenches will hang out lures for fellows, it is no matter what they suffer. I detest such creatures, and it would be much better for them that their faces had been seamed with the smallpox. But I must confess I never saw any of this wanton behaviour in poor Jenny. Some artful villain, I am convinced, hath betrayed, nay, perhaps forced her, and I pity the poor wretch with all my heart." Mrs. Deborah approved all these sentiments, and the dialogue concluded with a general and bitter invective against beauty, and with many compassionate considerations for all honest plain girls, who are deluded by the wicked arts of deceitful men. End of section 2. Book 1, chapters 9 to 13. Chapter 9, containing matters which will surprise the reader. Jenny returned home well pleased with the reception she had met with from Mr. Allworthy, whose indulgence to her she industriously made public, partly perhaps as a sacrifice to her own pride, and partly from the more prudent motive of reconciling her neighbours to her, and silencing their clamours. But though this latter view, if she had indeed had it, may appear reasonable enough, yet the event did not answer her expectation. For when she was convened before the justice, and it was universally apprehended that the house of correction would have been her fate, though some of the young women cried out it was good enough for her, and diverted themselves with the thoughts of her beating hemp in a silk gown, yet there were many others who began to pity her condition. But when it was known in what manner Mr. Allworthy had behaved, the tide turned against her. One said, "I'll assure you, madam hath had good luck." A second cried, "See what it is to be a favourite." A third, "Ay, this comes of her learning." Every person made some malicious comment or other on the occasion, and reflected on the partiality of the justice. The behaviour of these people may appear impolitic and ungrateful to the reader, who considers the power and benevolence of Mr. Allworthy. But as to his power, he never used it, and as to his benevolence, he exerted so much that he had thereby disobliged all his neighbours, for it is a secret well known to great men, that by conferring an obligation they do not always procure a friend, but are certain of creating many enemies. Jenny was, however, by the care and goodness of Mr. Allworthy, soon removed out of the reach of reproach, when malice, being no longer able to vent its rage on her, began to seek another object of its bitterness, and this was no less than Mr. Allworthy himself. for a whisper soon went abroad that he himself was the father of the foundling child. This supposition so well reconciled his conduct to the general opinion that it met with universal assent, and the outcry against his lenity soon began to take another turn, and was changed into an invective against his cruelty to the poor girl. Very grave and good women exclaimed against men who begot children and then disowned them. Nor were there wanting some who, after the departure of Jenny, insinuated that she was spirited away with a design too black to be mentioned, and who gave frequent hints that a legal inquiry ought to be made into the whole matter, and that some people should be forced to produce the girl. These calumnies might have probably produced ill consequences, at the least might have occasioned some trouble, to a person of more doubtful and suspicious character than Mr. Allworthy was blessed with. But in his case they had no such effect, and being heartily despised by him, they served only to afford an innocent amusement to the good gossips of the neighbourhood. But, as we cannot possibly divine what complexion our reader may be of, and as it will be some time before he will hear any more of Jenny, we think proper to give him a very early intimation that Mr. Allworthy was, and will hereafter appear to be, absolutely innocent of any criminal intention whatever. He had, indeed, committed no other than an error in politics, by tempering justice with mercy, and by refusing to gratify the good-natured disposition of the mob with an object for their compassion to work on in the person of poor Jenny, whom, in order to pity, they desired to have seen sacrificed to ruin and infamy by a shameful correction in Bridewell. So far from complying with this their inclination, by which all hopes of reformation would have been abolished, and even the gate shut against her if her own inclinations should ever hereafter lead her to choose the road of virtue, Mr. Allworthy rather chose to encourage the girl to return thither by the only possible means. For too true I am afraid it is that many women have become abandoned and have sunk to the last degree of vice by being unable to retrieve the first slip. This will be, I am afraid, always the case while they remain among their former acquaintance. It was, therefore, wisely done by Mr. Allworthy to remove Jenny to a place where she might enjoy the pleasure of reputation after having tasted the ill consequences of losing it. To this place, therefore, wherever it was, we will wish her a good journey, and for the present take leave of her, and of the little foundling her child, having matters of much higher importance to communicate to the reader. Chapter 10. The Hospitality of Allworthy, with a short sketch of the character of two brothers, a doctor and a captain, who are entertained by that gentleman. Neither Mr. Allworthy's house nor his heart were shut against any part of mankind, but they were both more particularly open to men of merit. To say the truth, this was the only house of the kingdom where you were sure to gain a dinner by deserving it. Above all others, men of genius and learning shared the principal place in his favour, and in these he had much discernment, for though he had missed the advantage of a learned education, yet, being blessed with vast natural abilities, he had so well profited by a vigorous though late application to letters, and by much conversation with men of eminence in this way, that he was himself a very competent judge in most kinds of literature. It is no wonder that in an age when this kind of merit is so little in fashion and so slenderly provided for, persons possessed of it should very eagerly flock to a place where they were sure of being received with great complaisance. Indeed, where they might enjoy almost the same advantages of a liberal fortune as if they were entitled to it in their own right. For Mr. Allworthy was not one of those generous persons who are ready most bountifully to bestow meat, drink, and lodging on men of wit and learning, for which they expect no other return but entertainment, instruction, flattery, and subserviency. In a word, that such persons should be enrolled in the number of domestics without wearing their master's clothes or receiving wages. On the contrary, every person in this house was perfect master of his own time, and as he might at his pleasure satisfy all his appetites within the restrictions only of law, virtue, and religion, so he might, if his health required, or his inclination prompted him to temperance, or even to abstinence, absent himself from any meals, or retire from them whenever he was so disposed, without even a solicitation to the contrary. for indeed such solicitations from superiors always savour very strongly of commands. But all here were free from such impertinence, not only those whose company is in all other places esteemed a favour from their equality of fortune, but even those whose indigent circumstances make such an eleemosynary abode convenient to them, and who are themselves less welcome to a great man's table because they stand in need of it. Among others of this kind was Dr. Blifil, a gentleman who had the misfortune of losing the advantages of great talents by the obstinacy of a father who would breed him to a profession he disliked. In obedience to this obstinacy, the doctor had in his youth been obliged to study physic, or rather to say he studied it, for in reality books of this kind were almost the only ones with which he was unacquainted, and, unfortunately for him, the doctor was master of almost every other science but that by which he was to get his bread, the consequence of which was that the doctor, at the age of 40, had no bread to eat. Such a person as this was certain to find a welcome at Mr. Allworthy's table, to whom misfortunes were ever a recommendation when they were derived from the folly or villainy of others, and not of the unfortunate person himself. Besides this negative merit, the doctor had one positive recommendation. This was a great appearance of religion. Whether his religion was real, or consisted only in appearance, I shall not presume to say, as I am not possessed of any touchstone which can distinguish the true from the false. If this part of his character pleased Mr. Allworthy, it delighted Miss Bridget. She engaged him in many religious controversies, on which occasions she constantly expressed great satisfaction in the doctor's knowledge, and not much less in the compliments which he frequently bestowed on her own. To say the truth, she had read much English divinity, and had puzzled more than one of the neighbouring curates. Indeed, her conversation was so pure, her looks so sage, and her whole deportment so grave and solemn, that she seemed to deserve the name of saint equally with her namesake, or with any other female in the Roman calendar. As sympathies of all kinds are apt to beget love, so experience teaches us that none have a more direct tendency this way than those of a religious kind between persons of different sexes. The doctor found himself so agreeable to Miss Bridget that he now began to lament an unfortunate accident which had happened to him about 10 years before, namely, his marriage to another woman, who was not only still alive, but, what was worse, known to be so by Mr. Allworthy. This was a fatal bar to that happiness which he otherwise saw sufficient probability of obtaining with this young lady, for as to criminal indulgences he certainly never thought of them. This was owing either to his religion, as is most probable, or to the purity of his passion, which was fixed on those things which matrimony only, and not criminal correspondence, could put him in possession of, or could give him any title to. He had not long ruminated on these matters before it occurred to his memory that he had a brother who was under no such unhappy incapacity. This brother, he made no doubt, would succeed, for he discerned, as he thought, an inclination to marriage in the lady, and the reader, perhaps, when he hears the brother's qualifications, will not blame the confidence which he entertained of his success. This gentleman was about 35 years of age. He was of a middle size, and what is called well built. He had a scar on his forehead, which did not so much injure his beauty as it denoted his valour, for he was a half-pay officer. He had good teeth, and something affable when he pleased in his smile, though naturally his countenance, as well as his air and voice, had much of roughness in it. Yet he could at any time deposit this, and appear all gentleness and good humour. He was not ungenteel, nor entirely devoid of wit, and in his youth had abounded in sprightliness, which, though he had lately put on a more serious character, he could, when he pleased, resume. He had, as well as the doctor, an academic education, for his father had, with the same paternal authority we have mentioned before, decreed him for holy orders. But as the old gentleman died before he was ordained, he chose the church military, and preferred the king's commission to the bishop's. He had purchased the post of Lieutenant of Dragoons, and afterwards came to be a captain, but having quarrelled with his colonel, was by his interest obliged to sell, from which time he had entirely rusticated himself, had betaken himself to studying the Scriptures, and was not a little suspected of an inclination to Methodism. It seemed, therefore, not unlikely that such a person should succeed with a lady of so saint-like a disposition, and whose inclinations were no otherwise engaged than to the marriage state in general. But why the doctor, who certainly had no great friendship for his brother, should for his sake think of making so ill a return to the hospitality of Allworthy is a matter not so easy to be accounted for. Is it that some natures delight in evil, as others are thought to delight in virtue? Or is there a pleasure in being accessory to a theft when we cannot commit it ourselves? Or lastly, which experience seems to make probable, have we a satisfaction in aggrandizing our families, even though we have not the least love or respect for them? Whether any of these motives operated on the doctor, we will not determine, but so the fact was. He sent for his brother, and easily found means to introduce him at Allworthy's as a person who intended only a short visit to himself. The captain had not been in the house a week before the doctor had reason to felicitate himself on his discernment. The captain was indeed as great a master of the art of love as Ovid was formerly. He had besides received proper hints from his brother, which he failed not to improve to the best advantage. Chapter 11. Containing many rules and some examples concerning falling in love, descriptions of beauty, and other more prudential inducements to matrimony. It hath been observed by wise men or women, I forget which, that all persons are doomed to be in love once in their lives. No particular season is, as I remember, assigned for this, but the age at which Miss Bridget was arrived seems to me as proper a period as any to be fixed on for this purpose. It often, indeed, happens much earlier, but when it doth not, I have observed it seldom or never fails about this time. Moreover, we may remark that at this season love is of a more serious and steady nature than what sometimes shows itself in the younger parts of life. The love of girls is uncertain, capricious, and so foolish that we cannot always discover what the young lady would be at, nay, it may almost be doubted whether she always knows this herself. Now, we are never at a loss to discern this in women about 40, for as such grave, serious, and experienced ladies well know their own meaning, so it is always very easy for a man at the least sagacious to discover it with the utmost certainty. Miss Bridget is an example of all these observations. She had not been many times in the captain's company before she was seized with this passion, nor did she go pining and moping about the house like a puny fool. It cost him some pains to prevent, now and then, a small discomposure of his muscles. He now praised every period of what he had heard with the warmth of a young divine, who hath the honour to dine with a bishop the same day in which his lordship hath mounted the pulpit. Chapter 13. Which concludes the first book with an instance of ingratitude which we hope will appear unnatural. The reader, from what hath been said, may imagine that the reconciliation, if indeed it could be so called, was only matter of form. We shall, therefore, pass it over, and hasten to what must surely be thought matter of substance. The doctor had acquainted his brother with what had passed between Mr. Allworthy and him, and added, with a smile, "I promise you I paid you off. Nay, I absolutely desired the good gentleman not to forgive you, for you know after he had made a declaration in your favour, I might with safety venture on such a request with a person of his temper, and I was willing, as well for your sake as for my own, to prevent the least possibility of a suspicion." Captain Blifil took not the least notice of this at that time, but he afterwards made a very notable use of it. One of the maxims which the devil, in a late visit upon earth, left to his disciples is, when once you are got up, to kick the stool from under you. In plain English, when you have made your fortune by the good offices of a friend, you are advised to discard him as soon as you can. Whether the captain acted by this maxim I will not positively determine. So far we may confidently say that his actions may be fairly derived from this diabolical principle, and indeed it is difficult to assign any other motive to them, for no sooner was he possessed of Miss Bridget and reconciled to Allworthy than he began to show a coldness to his brother which increased daily, till at length it grew into rudeness and became very visible to every one. The doctor remonstrated to him privately concerning this behaviour, but could obtain no other satisfaction than the following plain declaration: "If you dislike anything in my brother's house, sir, you know you are at liberty to quit it." This strange, cruel, and almost unaccountable ingratitude in the captain absolutely broke the poor doctor's heart, for ingratitude never so thoroughly pierces the human heart as when it proceeds from those in whose behalf we have been guilty of transgressions. Reflections on great and good actions, however they are received or returned by those in whose favour they are performed, always administer some comfort to us. But what consolation shall we receive under so biting a calamity as the ungrateful behaviour of our friend, when our wounded conscience at the same time flies in our face, and upbraids us with having spotted it in the service of one so worthless? Mr. Allworthy himself spoke to the captain in his brother's behalf, and desired to know what offence the doctor had committed, when the hard-hearted villain had the baseness to say that he should never forgive him for the injury which he had endeavoured to do him in his favour, which, he said, he had pumped out of him, and was such a cruelty that it ought not to be forgiven. Allworthy spoke in very high terms upon this declaration, which, he said, became not a human creature. He expressed, indeed, so much resentment against an unforgiving temper that the captain at last pretended to be convinced by his arguments, and outwardly professed to be reconciled. As for the bride, she was now in her honeymoon, and so passionately fond of her new husband that he never appeared to her to be in the wrong, and his displeasure against any person was a sufficient reason for her dislike to the same. The captain, at Mr. Allworthy's instance, was outwardly, as we have said, reconciled to his brother. Yet the same rancour remained in his heart, and he found so many opportunities of giving him private hints of this, that the house at last grew insupportable to the poor doctor, and he chose rather to submit to any inconveniences which he might encounter in the world, than longer to bear these cruel and ungrateful insults from a brother for whom he had done so much. He once intended to acquaint Allworthy with the whole, but he could not bring himself to submit to the confession, by which he must take to his share so great a portion of guilt. Besides, by how much the worse man he represented his brother to be, so much the greater would his own offence appear to Allworthy, and so much the greater, he had reason to imagine, would be his resentment. He feigned, therefore, some excuse for business for his departure, and promised to return soon again, and took leave of his brother with so well dissembled content that, as the captain played his part to the same perfection, Allworthy remained well satisfied with the truth of the reconciliation. The doctor went directly to London, where he died soon after of a broken heart, a distemper which kills many more than is generally imagined, and would have a fair title to a place in the bill of mortality, did it not differ in one instance from all other diseases, viz., that no physician can cure it. Now, upon the most diligent inquiry into the former lives of these two brothers, I find, beside the cursed and hellish maxim of policy above mentioned, another reason for the captain's conduct. The captain, besides what we have before said of him, was a man of great pride and fierceness, and had always treated his brother, who was of a different complexion and greatly deficient in both these qualities, with the utmost air of superiority. The doctor, however, had much the larger share of learning, and was by many reputed to have the better understanding. This the captain knew, and could not bear. For though envy is at best a very malignant passion, yet is its bitterness greatly heightened by mixing with contempt towards the same object, and very much afraid I am that whenever an obligation is joined to these two, indignation and not gratitude will be the product of all three. End of section 3. Verses 1 to 5. containing scenes of matrimonial felicity in different degrees of life, and various other transactions during the first 2 years after the marriage between Captain Bliffle and Miss Bridget Allworthy. Chapter 1, showing what kind of a history this is, what it is like, and what it is not like. Though we have properly enough entitled this our work A History, and not A Life, nor An Apology for a Life, as is more in fashion, yet we intend in it rather to pursue the method of those writers who profess to disclose the revolutions of countries than to imitate the painful and voluminous historian who, to preserve the regularity of his series, thinks himself obliged to fill up as much paper with the detail of months and years in which nothing remarkable happened, as he employs upon those notable eras when the greatest scenes have been transacted on the human stage. Such histories as these do, in reality, very much resemble a newspaper, which consists of just the same number of words, whether there be any news in it or not. They may likewise be compared to a stagecoach, which performs constantly the same course, empty as well as full. The writer, indeed, seems to think himself obliged to keep even pace with time, whose amanuensis he is, and, like his master, travels as slowly through centuries of monkish dullness, when the world seems to have been asleep, as through that bright and busy age so nobly distinguished by the excellent Latin poet, ad confligendum venientibus undique poenas, omnia cum belli trepido concassa tumultu, horrida contremuere sub altis aetheris oris, indubieque fuit sub utrorum regna candendum, omnibus humanis esset terraque marique, of which we wish we could give our readers a more adequate translation than that by Mr. Creech. When dreadful Carthage frighted Rome with arms, and all the world was shook with fierce alarms, whilst undecided yet which part should fall, which nation rise, the glorious lord of all. Now it is our purpose in the ensuing pages to pursue a contrary method. When any extraordinary scene presents itself, as we trust will often be the case, we shall spare no pains nor paper to open it at large to our reader. But if whole years should pass without producing anything worthy his notice, we shall not be afraid of a chasm in our history, but shall hasten on to matters of consequence, and leave such periods of time totally unobserved. These are indeed to be considered as blanks in the grand lottery of time. We, therefore, who are the registers of that lottery, shall imitate those sagacious persons who deal in that which is drawn at Guildhall, and who never trouble the public with the many blanks they dispose of. But when a great prize happens to be drawn, the newspapers are presently filled with it, and the world is sure to be informed at whose office it was sold. Indeed, commonly 2 or 3 different officers lay claim to the honour of having disposed of it, by which, I suppose, the adventurers are given to understand that certain brokers are in the secrets of fortune, and indeed of her cabinet council. My reader, then, is not to be surprised if, in the course of this work, he shall find some chapters very short, and others altogether as long, some that contain only the time of a single day, and others that comprise years. In a word, if my history sometimes seems to stand still, and sometimes to fly. For all which I shall not look on myself as accountable to any court of critical jurisdiction whatever, for as I am in reality the founder of a new province of writing, so I am at liberty to make what laws I please therein. And these laws my readers, whom I consider as my subjects, are bound to believe in and to obey, with which, that they may readily and cheerfully comply, I do hereby assure them that I shall principally regard their ease and advantage in all such institutions, for I do not, like a jure divino tyrant, imagine that they are my slaves or my commodity. I am, indeed, set over them for their own good only, and was created for their use, and not they for mine. Nor do I doubt, while I make their interest the great rule of my writings, they will unanimously concur in supporting my dignity, and in rendering me all the honour I shall deserve or desire. Chapter 2. Religious cautions against showing too much favour to bastards, and a great discovery made by Mrs. Deborah Wilkins. 8 months after the celebration of the nuptials between Captain Bliffle and Miss Bridget Allworthy, a young lady of great beauty, merit, and fortune, was Miss Bridget, by reason of a fright, delivered of a fine boy. The child was indeed to all appearances perfect, but the midwife discovered it was born a month before its full time. Though the birth of an heir by his beloved sister was a circumstance of great joy to Mr. Allworthy, yet it did not alienate his affections from the little foundling, to whom he had been godfather, had given his own name of Thomas, and whom he had hitherto seldom failed of visiting at least once a day in his nursery. He told his sister, if she pleased, the new-born infant should be bred up together with little Tommy, to which she consented, though with some little reluctance, for she had truly a great complaisance for her brother, and hence she always behaved towards the foundling with rather more kindness than ladies of rigid virtue can sometimes bring themselves to show to these children, who, however innocent, may be truly called the living monuments of incontinence. The captain could not so easily bring himself to bear what he condemned as a fault in Mr. Allworthy. He gave him frequent hints that to adopt the fruits of sin was to give countenance to it. He quoted several texts, for he was well read in Scripture, such as, "He visits the sons of the fathers upon the children, and the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge," etc., whence he argued the legality of punishing the crime of the parent on the bastard. He said, though the law did not positively allow the destroying such base-born children, yet it held them to be the children of nobody, that the Church considered them as the children of nobody, and that, at the best, they ought to be brought up to the lowest and vilest offices of the Commonwealth. Mr. Allworthy answered to all this, and discharged the trencher on which she was eating at the head of poor Jenny, crying out, "You impudent whore, do you play tricks with my husband before my face?" and at the same instant rose from her chair with a knife in her hand, with which most probably she would have executed very tragical vengeance, had not the girl taken the advantage of being nearer the door than her mistress, and avoided her fury by running away. For as to the poor husband, whether surprise had rendered him motionless, or fear, which is full as probable, had restrained him from venturing at any opposition, he sat staring and trembling in his chair, nor did he once offer to move or speak, till his wife, returning from the pursuit of Jenny, made some defensive measures necessary for his own preservation, and he likewise was obliged to retreat, after the example of the maid. This good woman was, no more than Othello, of a disposition to make life of jealousy, and follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions, with her as well as him. To be at once in doubt was once to be resolved. She therefore ordered Jenny immediately to pack up her alls and be gone, for that she was determined she should not sleep that night within her walls. Mr. Partridge had profited too much by experience to interpose in a matter of this nature. He therefore had recourse to his usual receipt of patience, for though he was not a great adept in Latin, he remembered and well understood the advice contained in these words, "Leve fit quod benefertur onus." In English, a burden becomes lightest when it is well borne, which he had always in his mouth, and of which, to say the truth, he had often occasion to experience the truth. Jenny offered to make protestations of her innocence, but the tempest was too strong for her to be heard. She then betook herself to the business of packing, for which a small quantity of brown paper sufficed, and having received her small pittance of wages, she returned home. The schoolmaster and his consort passed their time unpleasantly enough that evening, but something or other happened before the next morning which a little abated the fury of Mrs. Partridge, and she at length admitted her husband to make his excuses, to which he gave the readier belief, as he had, instead of desiring her to recall Jenny, professed a satisfaction in her being dismissed, saying she was grown of little use as a servant, spending all her time in reading, and was become, moreover, very pert and obstinate. For indeed she and her master had lately had frequent disputes in literature, in which, as hath been said, she was become greatly his superior. This, however, he would by no means allow, and as he called her persisting in the right obstinacy, he began to hate her with no small inveteracy. Chapter 4, containing one of the most bloody battles, or rather duels, that were ever recorded in domestic history. For the reasons mentioned in the preceding chapter, and from some other matrimonial concessions well known to most husbands, and which, like the secrets of Freemasonry, should be divulged to none who are not members of that honourable fraternity, Mrs. Partridge was pretty well satisfied that she had condemned her husband without cause, and endeavoured by acts of kindness to make him amends for her false suspicion. Her passions were indeed equally violent whichever way they inclined, for as she could be extremely angry, so could she be altogether as fond. But though these passions ordinarily succeeded each other, and scarcely 24 hours ever passed in which the pedagogue was not in some degree the object of both, yet on extraordinary occasions, when the passion of anger had raged very high, the remission was unusually longer. And so was the case at present, for she continued longer in a state of affability, after this fit of jealousy was ended, than her husband had ever known before, and had it not been for some little exercises, which all the followers of Xantippe are obliged to perform daily, Mrs. Partridge would have enjoyed a perfect serenity of several months. Perfect calms at sea are always suspected by the experienced mariner to be the forerunners of a storm, and I know some persons who, without being generally the devotees of superstition, are apt to apprehend that great and unusual peace or tranquillity which will be attended with its opposite. For which reason the ancients used, on such occasions, to sacrifice to the goddess Nemesis, a deity who was thought by them to look with invidious eye on human felicity, and to have a peculiar delight in overturning it. As we are very far from believing in any such heathen goddess, or from encouraging any superstition, so we wish Mr. John F.R., or some other such philosopher, would bestir himself a little, in order to find out the real cause of this sudden transition from good to bad fortune, which hath been so often remarked, and of which we shall proceed to give an instance. For it is our province to relate facts, and we shall leave causes to persons of much higher genius. Mankind have always taken great delight in knowing and descanting on the actions of others. Hence there have been, in all ages and nations, certain places set apart for public rendezvous, where the curious might meet and satisfy their mutual curiosity. Among these the barbers' shops have justly borne the preeminence. Among the Greeks, barber's news was a proverbial expression, and Horace, in one of his epistles, makes honourable mention of the Roman barbers in the same light. Those of England are known to be nowise inferior to their Greek or Roman predecessors. You will see foreign affairs discussed in a manner little inferior to that with which they are handled in the coffee-houses, and domestic occurrences are much more largely and freely treated in the former than in the latter. But this serves only for the men. Now, whereas the females of this country, especially those of the lower order, do associate themselves much more than those of other nations, our polity would be highly deficient if they had not some place set apart likewise for the indulgence of their curiosity, seeing they are in this no way inferior to the other half of the species. In enjoying, therefore, such places of rendezvous, the British fair ought to esteem themselves more happy than any of their foreign sisters, as I do not remember either to have read in history or to have seen in my travels anything of the like kind. This place, then, is no other than the chandler's shop, the known seat of all the news, or, as it is vulgarly called, gossiping, in every parish in England. Mrs. Partridge, being one day at this assembly of females, was asked by one of her neighbours if she had heard no news lately of Jenny Jones, to which she answered in the negative. Upon this the other replied, with a smile, that the parish was very much obliged to her for having turned Jenny away as she did. Mrs. Partridge, whose jealousy, as the reader well knows, was long since cured, and who had no other quarrel to her maid, answered boldly, she did not know any obligation the parish to. Chapters 6 to 9. Chapter 6. The trial of Partridge, the schoolmaster, for incontinency. the evidence of his wife, a short reflection on the wisdom of our law, with other grave matters which those will like best who understand them most. It may be wondered that a story so well known, and which had furnished so much matter of conversation, should never have been mentioned to Mr. Allworthy himself, who was perhaps the only person in that country who had never heard of it. To account in some measure for this to the reader, I think proper to inform him that there was no one in the kingdom less interested in opposing that doctrine concerning the meaning of the word charity, which hath been seen in the preceding chapter, than our good man. Indeed, he was equally entitled to this virtue in either sense, for as no man was ever more sensible of the wants, or more ready to relieve the distresses, of others, so none could be more tender of their characters, or slower to believe anything to their disadvantage. Scandal, therefore, never found any access to his table, for as it hath been long since observed that you may know a man by his companions, so I will venture to say that by attending to the conversation at a great man's table you may satisfy yourself of his religion, his politics, his taste, and indeed of his entire disposition. For though a few odd fellows will utter their own sentiments in all places, yet much the greater part of mankind have enough of the courtier to accommodate their conversation to the taste and inclination of their superiors. But to return to Mrs. Wilkins, who, having executed her commission with great dispatch, though at 15 miles distance, brought back such a confirmation of the schoolmaster's guilt that Mr. Allworthy determined to send for the criminal and examine him viva voce. Mr. Partridge, therefore, was summoned to attend, in order to his defence, if he could make any, against this accusation. At the time appointed, before Mr. Allworthy himself, at Paradise Hall, came as well the said Partridge, with Anne his wife, as Mrs. Wilkins his accuser. And now, Mr. Allworthy being seated in the chair of justice, Mr. Partridge was brought before him. Having heard his accusation from the mouth of Mrs. Wilkins, he pleaded not guilty, making many vehement protestations of his innocence. Mrs. Partridge was then examined, who, after a modest apology for being obliged to speak the truth against her husband, related all the circumstances with which the reader hath already been acquainted, and at last concluded with her husband's confession of his guilt. Whether she had forgiven him or no, I will not venture to determine, but it is certain that she was an unwilling witness in this cause, and it is probable, from certain other reasons, would never have been brought to depose as she did, had not Mrs. Wilkins, with great art, fished all out of her at her own house, and had she not indeed made promises in Mr. Allworthy's name that the punishment of her husband should not be such as might anywise affect his family. Partridge still persisted in asserting his innocence, though he admitted he had made the above-mentioned confession, which he, however, endeavoured to account for by protesting that he was forced into it by the continued importunity she used, who vowed that, as she was sure of his guilt, she would never leave tormenting him till he had owned it, and faithfully promised that in such case she would never mention it to him more. Hence, he said, he had been induced falsely to confess himself guilty, though he was innocent, and that he believed he should have confessed a murder from the same motive. Mrs. Partridge could not bear this imputation with patience, and having no other remedy in the present place but tears, she called forth a plentiful assistance from them, and then addressing herself to Mr. Allworthy, she said, or rather cried, "May it please your worship, there never was any poor woman so injured as I am by that base man, for this is not the only instance of his falsehood to me. No, may it please your worship, he hath injured my bed many's the good time, and often I could have put up with his drunkenness and neglect of his business if he had not broke one of the sacred commandments. Besides, if it had been out of doors, I had not mattered it so much, but with my own servant, in my own house, under my own roof, to defile my own chaste bed, which to be sure he hath with his beastly stinking whores. Yes, you villain, you have defiled my own bed, you have, and then you have charged me with bullocking you into owning the truth. It is very likely, an't please your worship, that I should bullock him. I have marks enow about my body to show of his cruelty to me. If you had been a man, you villain, you would have scorned to injure a woman in that manner. But you ain't half a man, you know it, nor have you been half a husband to me. You need run after whores, you need, when I'm sure, and since he provokes me, I am ready, and please your worship, to take my bodily oath that I found them abed together. What have you forgot, I suppose, when you beat me into a fit, and made the blood run down my forehead, because I only civilly taxed you with adultery? But I can prove it by all my neighbours. You have almost broke my heart. You have, you have. Here Mr. Allworthy interrupted, and begged her to be pacified, promising her that she should have justice. Then, turning to Partridge, who stood aghast, one half of his wits being hurried away by surprise, and the other half by fear, he said he was sorry to see there was so wicked a man in the world. He assured him that his prevaricating and lying backward and forward was a great aggravation of his guilt, for which the only atonement he could make was by confession and repentance. He exhorted him, therefore, to begin by immediately confessing the fact, and not to persist in denying what was so plainly proved against him, even by his own wife. Here, reader, I beg your patience a moment, while I make a just compliment to the great wisdom and sagacity of our law, which refuses to admit the evidence of a wife for or against her husband. This, says a certain learned author, who I believe was never quoted before in any but a law book, would be the means of creating an eternal dissension between them. It would indeed be the means of much perjury, and of much whipping, fining, imprisoning, transporting, and hanging. Partridge stood a while silent, till, being bid to speak, he said he had already spoken the truth, and appealed to heaven for his innocence, and lastly to the girl herself, whom he desired his worship immediately to send for he was ignorant, or at least pretended to be so, that she had left that part of the country. Mr. Allworthy, whose natural love of justice, joined to his coolness of temper, made him always a most patient magistrate in hearing all the witnesses which an accused person could produce in his defence, agreed to defer his final determination of this matter till the arrival of Jenny, for whom he immediately dispatched a messenger. And then, having recommended peace between Partridge and his wife, though he addressed himself chiefly to the wrong person, he appointed them to attend again the third day, for he had sent Jenny a whole day's journey from his own house. At the appointed time the parties all assembled, when the messenger returning brought word that Jenny was not to be found, for that she had left her habitation a few days before, in company with a recruiting officer. Mr. Allworthy then declared that the evidence of such a slut as she appeared to be would have deserved no credit, but he said he could not help thinking that, had she been present, and would have declared the truth, she must have confirmed what so many circumstances, together with his own confession, and the declaration of his wife that she had caught her husband in the fact, did sufficiently prove. He therefore once more exhorted Partridge to confess, but he still avowing his innocence, Mr. Allworthy declared himself satisfied of his guilt, and that he was too bad a man to receive any encouragement from him. He therefore deprived him of his annuity, and recommended repentance to him on account of another world, and industry to maintain himself and his wife in this. There were not, perhaps, many more unhappy persons than poor Partridge. He had lost the best part of his income by the evidence of his wife, and yet was daily upbraided by her for having, among other things, been the occasion of depriving her of that benefit. But such was his fortune, and he was obliged to submit to it. Though I called him poor Partridge in the last paragraph, I would have the reader rather impute that epithet to the compassion in my temper than conceive it to be any declaration of his innocence. Whether he was innocent or not will perhaps appear hereafter. But if the historic muse hath entrusted me with any secrets, I will by no means be guilty of discovering them till she shall give me leave. Here, therefore, the reader must suspend his curiosity. Certain it is that, whatever was the truth of the case, there was evidence more than sufficient to convict him before Allworthy. Indeed, much less would have satisfied a bench of justices on an order of bastardy, and yet, notwithstanding the positiveness of Mrs. Partridge, who would have taken the sacrament upon the matter, there is a possibility that the schoolmaster was entirely innocent. For though it appeared clear, on comparing the time when Jenny departed from Little Baddington with that of her delivery, that she had there conceived this infant, yet it by no means followed of necessity that Partridge must have been its father. For, to omit other particulars, there was in the same house a lad near 18, between whom and Jenny there had subsisted sufficient intimacy to found a reasonable suspicion. And yet, so blind is jealousy, this circumstance never once entered into the head of the enraged wife. Whether Partridge repented or not, according to Mr. Allworthy's advice, is not so apparent. Certain it is that his wife repented heartily of the evidence she had given against him, especially when she found Mrs. Deborah had deceived her, and refused to make any application to Mr. Allworthy on her behalf. She had, however, somewhat better success with Mrs. Blifil, who was, as the reader must have perceived, a much better tempered woman, and very kindly undertook to solicit her brother to restore the annuity, in which, though good nature might have some share, yet a stronger and more natural motive will appear in the next chapter. These solicitations were nevertheless unsuccessful, for though Mr. Allworthy did not think, with some late writers, that mercy consists only in punishing offenders, yet he was as far from thinking that it is proper to this excellent quality to pardon great criminals wantonly, without any reason whatever. Any doubtfulness of the fact, or any circumstance of mitigation, was never disregarded, but the petition of an offender, or the intercessions of others, did not in the least affect him. In a word, he never pardoned because the offender himself or his friends were unwilling that he should be punished. Partridge and his wife were therefore both obliged to submit to their fate, which was indeed severe enough, for so far was he from doubling his industry on the account of his lessened income, that he did in a manner abandon himself to despair, and as he was by nature indolent, that vice now increased upon him, by which means he lost the little school he had, so that neither his wife nor himself would have had any bread to eat, had not the charity of some good Christian interposed, and provided them with what was just sufficient for their sustenance. As this support was conveyed to them by an unknown hand, they imagined, and so I doubt not will the reader, that Mr. Allworthy himself was their secret benefactor, who, though he would not openly encourage vice, could yet privately relieve the distresses of the vicious themselves, when these became too exquisite and disproportionate to their demerit. In which light their wretchedness appeared now to Fortune herself, for she at length took pity on this miserable couple, and considerably lessened the wretched state of Partridge, by putting a final end to that of his wife, who soon after caught the smallpox and died. The justice which Mr. Allworthy had executed on Partridge at first met with universal approbation, but no sooner had he felt its consequences than his neighbours began to relent, and to compassionate his cause, and presently after to blame that as rigour and severity which they before called justice. They now exclaimed against punishing in cold blood, and sang forth the praises of mercy and forgiveness. These cries were considerably increased by the death of Mrs. Partridge, which, though owing to the distemper above mentioned, which is no consequence of poverty or distress, many were not ashamed to impute to Mr. Allworthy's severity, or as they now termed it, cruelty. Partridge, having now lost his wife, his school, and his annuity, and the unknown person having now discontinued the last mentioned charity, resolved to change the scene, and left the country, where he was in danger of starving, with the universal compassion of all his neighbours. Chapter 7. A short sketch of that felicity which prudent couples may extract from hatred, with a short apology for those people who overlook imperfections in their friends. Though the captain had effectually demolished poor Partridge, yet he had not reaped the harvest which he hoped for, which was to turn the Foundling out of Mr. Allworthy's house. On the contrary, that gentleman grew every day fonder of little Tommy, as if he intended to counterbalance his severity to the father with extraordinary fondness and affection towards the son. This a good deal soured the captain's temper, as did all the other daily instances of Mr. Allworthy's generosity, for he looked on all such largesses to be diminutions of his own wealth. In this, we have said, he did not agree with his wife, nor indeed in anything else, for though an affection placed on the understanding is by many wise persons thought more durable than that which is founded on beauty, yet it happened otherwise in the present case. Nay, the understandings of this couple were their principal bone of contention, and one great cause of many quarrels, which from time to time arose between them, and which at last ended, on the side of the lady, in a sovereign contempt for her husband, and on the husband's in an utter abhorrence of his wife. As these had both exercised their talents chiefly in the study of divinity, this was, from their first acquaintance, the most common topic of conversation between them. The captain, like a well-bred man, had, before marriage, always given up his opinion to that of the lady, and this not in the clumsy, awkward manner of a conceited blockhead, who, while he civilly yields to a superior in an argument, is desirous of being still known to think himself in the right. The captain, on the contrary, though one of the proudest fellows in the world, so absolutely yielded the victory to his antagonist that she, who had not the least doubt of his sincerity, retired always from the dispute with an admiration of her own understanding, and a love for his. But though this complaisance to one whom the captain thoroughly despised was not so easy to him as it would have been had any hopes of preferment made it necessary to show the same submission to a Hoadley, or to some other of great reputation in the science, yet even this cost him too much to be endured without some motive. Matrimony, therefore, having removed all such motives, he grew weary of this condescension, and began to treat the opinions of his wife with that haughtiness and insolence which none but those who deserve some contempt themselves can bestow, and those only who deserve no contempt can bear. When the first torrent of tenderness was over, and when, in the calm and long interval between the fits, reason began to open the eyes of the lady, and she saw this alteration of behaviour in the captain, who at length answered all her arguments only with pish and pshaw, she was far from enduring the indignity with a tame submission. Indeed, it at first so highly provoked her that it might have produced some tragical event, had it not taken a more harmless turn, by filling her with the utmost contempt for her husband's understanding, which somewhat qualified her hatred towards him, though of this likewise she had a pretty moderate share. The captain's hatred to her was of a purer kind, for as to any imperfections in her knowledge or understanding, he no more despised her for them than for her not being 6 feet high. In his opinion of the female sex, he exceeded the moroseness of Aristotle himself. He looked on a woman as on an animal of domestic use, of somewhat higher consideration than a cat, since her offices were of rather more importance, but the difference between these two was, in his estimation, so small that in his marriage contract with Mr. Allworthy's lands and tenements it would have been pretty equal which of them he had taken into the bargain. And yet so tender was his pride that it felt the contempt which his wife now began to express towards him, and this, added to the surfeit he had before taken of her love, created in him a degree of disgust and abhorrence perhaps hardly to be exceeded. One situation only of the married state is excluded from pleasure, and that is a state of indifference. But as many of my readers, I hope, know what an exquisite delight there is in conveying pleasure to a beloved object, so some few, I am afraid, may have experienced the satisfaction of tormenting one we hate. It is, I apprehend, to come at this latter pleasure that we see both sexes often give up that ease in marriage which they might otherwise possess, though their mate was never so disagreeable to them. Hence the wife often puts on fits of love and jealousy, nay, even denies herself any pleasure, to disturb and prevent those of her husband, and he again, in return, puts frequent restraints on himself, and stays at home in company which he dislikes, in order to confine his wife to what she equally detests. Hence, too, must flow those tears which a widow sometimes so plentifully sheds over the ashes of a husband with whom she led a life of constant disquiet and turbulency, and whom now she can never hope to torment any more. But if ever any couple enjoyed this pleasure, it was at present experienced by the captain and his lady. It was always a sufficient reason to either of them to be obstinate in any opinion that the other had previously asserted the contrary. If the one proposed any amusement, the other constantly objected to it. They never loved or hated, commended or abused the same person. And for this reason, as the captain looked with an evil eye on the little foundling, his wife began now to caress it almost equally with her own child. The reader will be apt to conceive that this behaviour between the husband and wife did not greatly contribute to Mr. Allworthy's repose, as it tended so little to that serene happiness which he had designed for all three from this alliance. But the truth is, though he might be a little disappointed in his sanguine expectations, yet he was far from being acquainted with the whole matter. For, as the captain was, from certain obvious reasons, much on his guard before him, the lady was obliged, for fear of her brother's displeasure, to pursue the same conduct. In fact, it is possible for a third person to be very intimate, nay, even to live long in the same house with a married couple who have any tolerable discretion, and not even guess at the sour sentiments which they bear to each other. For though the whole day may be sometimes too short for hatred, as well as for love, yet the many hours which they naturally spend together, apart from all observers, furnish people of tolerable moderation with such ample opportunity for the enjoyment of either passion, that if they love, they can support being a few hours in company without toying, or if they hate, without spitting in each other's faces. It is possible, however, that Mr. Allworthy saw enough to render him a little uneasy, for we are not always to conclude that a wise man is not hurt because he doth not cry out and lament himself like those of a childish or effeminate temper. But indeed it is possible he might see some faults in the captain without any uneasiness at all, for men of true wisdom and goodness are contented to take persons and things as they are, without complaining of their imperfections or attempting to amend them. They can see a fault in a friend, a relation, or an acquaintance, without ever mentioning it to the parties themselves, or to any others, and this often without lessening their affection. Indeed, unless great discernment be tempered with this overlooking disposition, we ought never to contract friendship but with a degree of folly which we can deceive, for I hope my friends will pardon me when I declare I know none of them without a fault, and I should be sorry if I could imagine I had any friend who could not see mine. Forgiveness of this kind we give and demand in turn. It is an exercise of friendship, and perhaps none of the least pleasant. And this forgiveness we must bestow without desire of amendment. There is perhaps no surer mark of folly than an attempt to correct the natural infirmities of those we love. The finest composition of human nature, as well as the finest china, may have a flaw in it, and this, I am afraid, in either case is equally incurable, though, nevertheless, the pattern may remain of the highest value. Upon the whole, then, Mr. Allworthy certainly saw some imperfections in the captain, but as this was a very artful man, and eternally upon his guard before him, these appeared to him no more than blemishes in a good character, which his goodness made him overlook, and his wisdom prevented him from discovering to the captain himself. Very different would have been his sentiments had he discovered the whole, which perhaps would in time have been the case, had the husband and wife long continued this kind of behaviour to each other. But this kind fortune took effectual means to prevent, by forcing the captain to do that which rendered him again dear to his wife, and restored all her tenderness and affection towards him. Chapter 8. A receipt to regain the lost affections of a wife, which hath never been known to fail in the most desperate cases. The captain was made large amends for the unpleasant minutes which he passed in the conversation of his wife, and which were as few as he could contrive to make them, by the pleasant meditations he enjoyed when alone. These meditations were entirely employed on Mr. Allworthy's fortune, for first he exercised much thought in calculating, as well as he could, the exact value of the whole, which calculations he often saw occasion to alter in his own favour. And secondly, and chiefly, he pleased himself with intended alterations in the house and gardens, and in projecting many other schemes, as well for the improvement of the estate as for the grandeur of the place. For this purpose he applied himself to the studies of architecture and gardening, and read over many books on both these subjects, for these sciences indeed employed his whole time, and formed his only amusement. He at last completed a most excellent plan, and very sorry we are that it is not in our power to present it to our reader, since even the luxury of the present age, I believe, would hardly match it. It had, indeed, in a superlative degree, the two principal ingredients which serve to recommend all great and noble designs of this nature. for it required an immoderate expense to execute, and a vast length of time to bring it to any sort of perfection. The former of these, the immense wealth of which the captain supposed Mr Allworthy possessed, and which he thought himself sure of inheriting, promised very effectually to supply; and the latter, the soundness of his own constitution, and his time of life, which was only what is called middle age, removed all apprehensions of his not living to accomplish. Nothing was wanting to enable him to enter upon the immediate Book 3, chapters 1 to 5. Containing the most memorable transactions which passed in the family of Mr Allworthy, from the time when Tommy Jones arrived at the age of 14 till he attained the age of 19. In this book the reader may pick up some hints concerning the education of children. Chapter 1, containing little or nothing. The reader will be pleased to remember that, at the beginning of the second book of this history, we gave him a hint of our intention to pass over several large periods of time in which nothing happened worthy of being recorded in a chronicle of this kind. In so doing, we do not only consult our own dignity and ease, but the good and advantage of the reader. For besides that by these means we prevent him from throwing away his time in reading without either pleasure or emolument, we give him, at all such seasons, an opportunity of employing that wonderful sagacity of which he is master, by filling up these vacant periods of time with his own conjectures, for which purpose we have taken care to qualify him in the preceding pages. For instance, what reader but knows that Mr Allworthy felt at first for the loss of his friend those emotions of grief which on such occasions enter into all men whose hearts are not composed of flint, or their heads of as solid materials? Again, what reader doth not know that philosophy and religion in time moderated and at last extinguished this grief? The former of these teaching the folly and vanity of it, and the latter correcting it as unlawful, and at the same time assuaging it by raising future hopes and assurances, which enable a strong and religious mind to take leave of a friend on his deathbed with little less indifference than if he was preparing for a long journey, and indeed with little less hope of seeing him again. Nor can the judicious reader be at a greater loss on account of Mrs Bridget Blifil, who, he may be assured, conducted herself through the whole season in which grief is to make its appearance on the outside of the body with the strictest regard to all the rules of custom and decency, suiting the alterations of her countenance to the several alterations of her habit. For as this changed from weeds to black, from black to grey, from grey to white, so did her countenance change from dismal to sorrowful, from sorrowful to sad, and from sad to serious, till the day came in which she was allowed to return to her former serenity. We have mentioned these two as examples only of the task which may be imposed on readers of the lowest class. Much higher and harder exercises of judgment and penetration may reasonably be expected from the upper graduates in criticism. Many notable discoveries will, I doubt not, be made by such of the transactions which happened in the family of our worthy man during all the years which we have thought proper to pass over. For though nothing worthy of a place in this history occurred within that period, yet did several incidents happen of equal importance with those reported by the daily and weekly historians of the age, in reading which great numbers of persons consume a considerable part of their time, very little, I am afraid, to their emolument. Now, in the conjectures here proposed, some of the most excellent faculties of the mind may be employed to much advantage, since it is a more useful capacity to be able to foretell the actions of men in any circumstance from their characters, than to judge of their characters from their actions. The former, I own, requires the greater penetration, but may be accomplished by true sagacity with no less certainty than the latter. As we are sensible that much the greatest part of our readers are very eminently possessed of this quality, we have left them a space of 12 years to exert it in, and shall now bring forth our hero at about 14 years of age, not questioning that many have been long impatient to be introduced to his acquaintance. Chapter 2. The hero of this great history appears with very bad omens. A little tale of so low a kind that some men may think it not worth their notice. A word or two concerning a squire, and more relating to a gamekeeper and a schoolmaster. As we determined when we first sat down to write this history to flatter no man, but to guide our pen throughout by the directions of truth, we are obliged to bring our hero on the stage in a much more disadvantageous manner than we could wish, and to declare honestly, even at his first appearance, that it was the universal opinion of all Mr. Allworthy's family that he was certainly born to be hanged. Indeed, I am sorry to say there was too much reason for this conjecture, the lad having from his earliest years discovered a propensity to many vices, and especially to one which hath as direct a tendency as any other to that fate which we have just now observed to have been prophetically denounced against him. He had been already convicted of 3 robberies, viz., of robbing an orchard, of stealing a duck out of a farmer's yard, and of picking Master Blifil's pocket of a ball. The vices of this young man were, moreover, heightened by the disadvantageous light in which they appeared when opposed to the virtues of Master Blifil, his companion, a youth of so different a cast from little Jones that not only the family but all the neighbourhood resounded his praises. He was indeed a lad of a remarkable disposition, sober, discreet, and pious beyond his age, qualities which gained him the love of every one who knew him, while Tom Jones was universally disliked, and many expressed their wonder that Mr. Allworthy would suffer such a lad to be educated with his nephew, lest the morals of the latter should be corrupted by his example. An incident which happened about this time will set the characters of these 2 lads more fairly before the discerning reader than is in the power of the longest dissertation. Tom Jones, who, bad as he is, must serve for the hero of this history, had only one friend among all the servants of the family. For as to Mrs. Wilkins, she had long since given him up, and was perfectly reconciled to her mistress. This friend was the gamekeeper, a fellow of a loose kind of disposition, and who was thought not to entertain much stricter notions concerning the difference of meum and tuum than the young gentleman himself. And hence this friendship gave occasion to many sarcastical remarks among the domestics, most of which were either proverbs before, or at least are become so now, and indeed the wit of them all may be comprised in that short Latin proverb noscitur a socio, which I think is thus expressed in English: "You may know him by the company he keeps." To say the truth, some of that atrocious wickedness in Jones, of which we have just mentioned 3 examples, might perhaps be derived from the encouragement he had received from this fellow, who in 2 or 3 instances had been what the law calls an accessory after the fact, for the whole duck and great part of the apples were converted to the use of the gamekeeper and his family, though as Jones alone was discovered, the poor lad bore not only the whole smart but the whole blame, both which fell again to his lot on the following occasion. Contiguous to Mr. Allworthy's estate was the manor of one of those gentlemen who are called preservers of the game. This species of men, from the great severity with which they revenge the death of a hare or partridge, might be thought to cultivate the same superstition with the Banians of India, many of whom, we are told, dedicate their whole lives to the preservation and protection of certain animals. Was it not that our English Banians, while they preserve them from other enemies, will most unmercifully slaughter whole horse-loads themselves, so that they stand clearly acquitted of any such heathenish superstition? I have indeed a much better opinion of this kind of men than is entertained by some, as I take them to answer the order of nature, and the good purposes for which they were ordained, in a more ample manner than many others. Now, as Horace tells us that there are a set of human beings fruges consumere nati, born to consume the fruits of the earth, so I make no manner of doubt but that there are others feras consumere nati, born to consume the beasts of the field, or, as it is commonly called, the game. And none, I believe, will deny but that those squires fulfil this end of their creation. Little Jones went one day a-shooting with the gamekeeper, when, happening to spring a covey of partridges near the border of that manor over which fortune, to fulfil the wise purposes of nature, had planted one of the game consumers, The birds flew into it, and were marked, as it is called, by the two sportsmen in some furze bushes about 200 or 300 paces beyond Mr. Allworthy's dominions. Mr. Allworthy had given the fellows strict orders, on pain of forfeiting his place, never to trespass on any of his neighbours, no more on those who were less rigid in this matter than on the lord of this manor. With regard to others, indeed, these orders had not been always very scrupulously kept, but as the disposition of the gentleman with whom the partridges had taken sanctuary was well known, the gamekeeper had never yet attempted to invade his territories. Nor had he done it now, had not the younger sportsman, who was excessively eager to pursue the flying game, over-persuaded him. But Jones, being very importunate, the other, who was himself keen enough after the sport, yielded to his persuasions, entered the manor, and shot one of the partridges. The gentleman himself was at that time on horseback, at a little distance from them, and hearing the gun go off, he immediately made towards the place, and discovered poor Tom, for the gamekeeper had leapt into the thickest part of the furze brake, where he had happily concealed himself. The gentleman, having searched the lad, and found the partridge upon him, denounced great vengeance, swearing he would acquaint Mr. Allworthy. He was as good as his word, for he rode immediately to his house, and complained of the trespass on his manor in as high terms and as bitter language as if his house had been broken open, and the most valuable furniture stole out of it. He added that some other person was in his company, though he could not discover him, for that 2 guns had been discharged almost in the same instant. And, says he, we have found only this partridge, but the Lord knows what mischief they have done. At his return home, Tom was presently convened before Mr. Allworthy. He owned the fact, and alleged no other excuse but what was really true, viz., that the covey was originally sprung in Mr. Allworthy's own manor. Tom was then interrogated who was with him, which upon me to record the lives and actions of 2 of their false and pretended champions. A treacherous friend is the most dangerous enemy, and I will say boldly that both religion and virtue have received more real discredit from hypocrites than the wittiest profligates or infidels could ever cast upon them. Nay, farther, as these 2, in their purity, are rightly called the bands of civil society, and are indeed the greatest of blessings, so, when poisoned and corrupted with fraud, pretence, and affectation, they have become the worst of civil curses, and have enabled men to perpetrate the most cruel mischiefs to their own species. Indeed, I doubt not but this ridicule will in general be allowed. My chief apprehension is, as many true and just sentiments often came from the mouths of these persons, lest the whole should be taken together, and I should be conceived to ridicule all alike. Now the reader will be pleased to consider that, as neither of these men were fools, they could not be supposed to have holden none but wrong principles, and to have uttered nothing but absurdities. What injustice, therefore, must I have done to their characters, had I selected only what was bad? And how horribly wretched and maimed must their arguments have appeared? Upon the whole, it is not religion or virtue, but the want of them, which is here exposed. Had not Thwackum too much neglected virtue and Squire religion in the composition of their several systems, and had not both utterly discarded all natural goodness of heart, they had never been represented as the objects of derision in this history, in which we will now proceed. This matter, then, which put an end to the debate mentioned in the last chapter, was no other than a quarrel between Master Blifil and Tom Jones, the consequence of which had been a bloody nose to the former. For though Master Blifil, notwithstanding he was the youngest, was in size above the other's match, yet Tom was much his superior at the noble art of boxing. Tom, however, cautiously avoided all engagements with that youth, for besides that Tommy Jones was an inoffensive lad amidst all his roguery, and really loved Blifil, Mr. Thwackum, being always the second of the latter, would have been sufficient to deter him. But well says a certain author, no man is wise at all hours. It is therefore no wonder that a boy is not so. A difference arising at play between the 2 lads, Master Blifil called Tom a beggarly bastard, upon which the latter, who was somewhat passionate in his disposition, immediately caused that phenomenon in the face of the former which we have above remembered. Master Blifil now, with his blood running from his nose and the tears galloping after from his eyes, appeared before his uncle and the tremendous Thwackum, in which court an indictment of assault, battery, and wounding was instantly preferred against Tom, who in his excuse only pleaded the provocation, which was indeed all the matter that Master Blifil had omitted. It is indeed possible that this circumstance might have escaped his memory, for in his reply he positively insisted that he had made use of no such appellation, adding, "Heaven forbid such naughty words should ever come out of his mouth." Tom, though against all form of law, rejoined in affirmation of the words, upon which Master Blifil said, "It is no wonder. Those who will tell one fib will hardly stick at another. If I had told my master such a wicked fib as you have done, I should be ashamed to show my face." "What fib, child?" cries Thwackum pretty eagerly. "Why, he told you that nobody was with him a-shooting when he killed the partridge, but he knows," here he burst into a flood of tears, "yes, he knows, for he confessed it to me, that Black George the gamekeeper was there. Nay, he said, yes, you did, deny it if you can, that you would not have confessed the truth though master had cut you to pieces." At this the fire flashed from Thwackum's eyes, and he cried out in triumph, "Ho, ho! This is your mistaken notion of honour. This is the boy who is not to be whipped again." But Mr Allworthy, with a more gentle aspect, turned towards the lad and said, "Is this true, child? How came you to persist so obstinately in a falsehood?" Tom said, he scorned a lie as much as any one, but he thought his honour engaged him to act as he did, for he had promised the poor fellow to conceal him, which, he said, he thought himself farther obliged to, as the gamekeeper had begged him not to go into the gentleman's manor, and had at last gone himself in compliance with his persuasions. He said this was the whole truth of the matter, and he would take his oath on it, and concluded with very passionately begging Mr Allworthy to have compassion on the poor fellow's family, especially as he himself only had been guilty, and the other had been very difficultly prevailed on to do what he did. "Indeed, sir," said he, "it could hardly be called a lie that I told, for the poor fellow was entirely innocent of the whole matter. I should have gone alone after the birds. Nay, I did go at first, and he only followed me to prevent more mischief. Do, pray, sir, let me be punished. Take my little horse away again. But pray, sir, forgive poor George." Mr Allworthy hesitated a few moments, and then dismissed the boys, advising them to live more friendly and peaceably together. Chapter 5. The opinions of the divine and the philosopher concerning the two boys, with some reasons for their opinions, and other matters. It is probable that by disclosing this secret, which had been communicated in the utmost confidence to him, young Blifil preserved his companion from a good lashing, for the offence of the bloody nose would have been of itself sufficient cause for Thwackum to have proceeded to correction, but now this was totally absorbed in the consideration of the other matter. And with regard to this, Mr Allworthy declared privately he thought the boy deserved reward rather than punishment, so that Thwackum's hand was withheld by a general pardon. Thwackum, whose meditations were full of birch, exclaimed against this weak, and, as he said, he would venture to call it wicked lenity. To remit the punishment of such crimes was, he said, to encourage them. He enlarged much on the correction of children, and quoted many texts from Solomon and others, which, being to be found in so many other books, shall not be found here. He then applied himself to the vice of lying, on which head he was altogether as learned as he had been on the other. Square said he had been endeavouring to reconcile the behaviour of Tom with his idea of perfect virtue, but could not. He owned there was something which at first sight appeared like fortitude in the action, but as fortitude was a virtue, and falsehood a vice, they could by no means agree or unite together. He added that as this was in some measure to confound virtue and vice, it might be worth Mr Thwackum's consideration whether a larger castigation might not be laid on upon the account. As both these learned men concurred in censuring Jones, so they were no less unanimous in applauding Master Blifil. To bring truth to light was by the parson asserted to be the duty of every religious man, and by the philosopher this was declared to be highly conformable to the rule of right and the eternal and unalterable fitness of things. All this, however, weighed very little with Mr Allworthy. He could not be prevailed on to sign the warrant for the execution of Jones. There was something within his own breast with which the invincible fidelity which that youth had preserved corresponded much better than it had done with the religion of Thwackum or with the virtue of Square. He therefore strictly ordered the former of these gentlemen to abstain from laying violent hands on Tom for what had passed. The pedagogue was obliged to obey those orders, but not without great reluctance and frequent mutterings that the boy would be certainly spoiled. Towards the gamekeeper the good man behaved with more severity. He presently summoned that poor fellow before him, and after many bitter remonstrances paid him his wages and dismissed him from his service. For Mr. Allworthy rightly observed that there was a great difference between being guilty of a falsehood to excuse yourself and to excuse another. He likewise urged as the principal motive to his inflexible severity against this man that he had basely suffered Tom Jones to undergo so heavy a punishment for his sake, whereas he ought to have prevented it by making the discovery himself. When this story became public, many people differed from Square and Thwackum in judging the conduct of the two lads on the occasion. Master Bliffle was generally called a sneaking rascal, a poor-spirited wretch, with other epithets of the like kind, whilst Tom was honoured with the appellations of a brave lad, a jolly dog, and an honest fellow. Indeed, his behaviour to Black George much ingratiated him with all the servants, for though that fellow was before universally disliked, yet he was no sooner turned away than he was as universally pitied, and the friendship and gallantry of Tom Jones was celebrated by them all with the highest applause, and they condemned Master Bliffle as openly as they durst, without incurring the danger of offending his mother. For all this, however, poor Tom smarted in the flesh, for though Thwackum had been inhibited to exercise his arm on the foregoing account, yet, as the proverb says, it is easy to find a stick, etc. So was it easy to find a rod, and indeed the not being able to find one was the only thing which could have kept Thwackum any long time from chastising poor Jones. Had the bare delight of the sport been the only inducement to the pedagogue, it is probable Master Bliffle would likewise have had his share, but though Mr. Allworthy had given him frequent orders to make no difference between the lads, yet was Thwackum altogether as kind and gentle to this youth as he was harsh, nay, even barbarous, to the other. To say the truth, Bliffle had greatly gained his master's affections, partly by the profound respect he always showed his person, but much more by the decent reverence with which he received his doctrine, for he had got by heart and frequently repeated his phrases, and maintained all his master's religious principles with a zeal which was surprising in one so young, and which greatly endeared him to the worthy preceptor. Tom Jones, on the other hand, was not only deficient in outward tokens of respect, often forgetting to pull off his hat or to bow at his master's approach, but was altogether as unmindful both of his master's precepts and example. He was, indeed, a thoughtless, giddy youth, with little sobriety in his manners, and less in his countenance, and would often very impudently and indecently laugh at his companion for his serious behaviour. Mr. Square had the same reason for his preference of the former lad, for Tom Jones showed no more regard to the learned discourses which this gentleman would sometimes throw away upon him than to those of Thwackum. He once ventured to make a jest of the rule of right, and at another time said he believed there was no rule in the world capable of making such a man as his father, for so Mr. Allworthy suffered himself to be called. Master Bliffle, on the contrary, had address enough at 16 to recommend himself at one and the same time to both these opposites. With one he was all religion, with the other he was all virtue, and when both were present he was profoundly silent, which both interpreted in his favour and in their own. Nor was Bliffle contented with flattering both these gentlemen to their faces. He took frequent occasion of praising them behind their backs to Allworthy, before whom, when they two were alone, and his uncle recommended any religious or virtuous sentiment, for many such came constantly from him, he seldom failed to ascribe it to the good instructions he had received from either Thwackum or Square, for he knew his uncle repeated all such compliments to the persons for whose use they were meant, and he found by experience the great impressions which they made on the philosopher as well as on the divine. For, to say the truth, there was no kind of flattery so irresistible as this at second hand. The young gentleman, moreover, soon perceived how extremely grateful all those panegyrics on his instructors were to Mr Allworthy himself, as they so loudly resounded the praise of that singular plan of education which he had laid down. For this worthy man, having observed the imperfect institution of our public schools, and the many vices which boys were there liable to learn, had resolved to educate his nephew, as well as the other lad, whom he had in a manner adopted, in his own house, where he thought their morals would escape all that danger of being corrupted, to which they would be unavoidably exposed in any public school or university. Having therefore determined to commit these boys to the tuition of a private tutor, Mr Thwackum was recommended to him for that office by a very particular friend, of whose understanding Mr Allworthy had a great opinion, and in whose integrity he placed much confidence. This Thwackum was fellow of a college where he almost entirely resided, and had a great reputation for learning, religion, and sobriety of manners. And these were doubtless the qualifications by which Mr Allworthy's friend had been induced to recommend him, though indeed this friend had some obligations to Thwackum's family, who were the most considerable persons in a borough which that gentleman represented in Parliament. Thwackum, at his first arrival, was extremely agreeable to Allworthy, and indeed he perfectly answered the character which had been given of him. Upon longer acquaintance, however, and more intimate conversation, this worthy man saw infirmities in the tutor which he could have wished him to have been without, though as those seemed greatly overbalanced by his good qualities, they did not incline Mr Allworthy to part with him, nor would they indeed have justified such a proceeding, for the reader is greatly mistaken if he conceives that Thwackum appeared to Mr Allworthy in the same light as he doth to him in this history. And he is as much deceived if he imagines that the most intimate acquaintance which he himself could have had with that divine would have informed him of those things which we, from our inspiration, are enabled to open and discover. Of readers who, from such conceits as these, condemn the wisdom or penetration of Mr Allworthy, I shall not scruple to say that they make a very bad and ungrateful use of that knowledge which we have communicated to them. These apparent errors in the doctrine of Thwackum served greatly to palliate the contrary errors in that of Square, which our good man no less saw and condemned. He thought, indeed, that the different exuberancies of these gentlemen would correct their different imperfections, and that from both, especially with his assistance, the two lads would derive sufficient precepts of true religion and virtue. If the event happened contrary to his expectations, this possibly proceeded from some fault in the plan itself, which the reader hath my leave to discover, if he can, for we do not pretend to introduce any infallible characters into this history, where we hope nothing will be found which hath never yet been seen in human nature. To return, therefore, the reader will not, I think, wonder that the different behaviour of the two lads above commemorated produced the different effects of which he hath already seen some instance. And besides this, there was another reason for the conduct of the philosopher and the pedagogue, but this being matter of great importance, we shall reveal it in the next chapter. End of section 6. Book 3, chapters 6 to 10. Chapter 6, containing a better reason still for the before-mentioned opinions. It is to be known then that those two learned personages, who have lately made a considerable figure on the theatre of this history, had, from their first arrival at Mr Allworthy's house, taken so great an affection, the one to his virtue, the other to his religion, that they had meditated the closest alliance with him. For this purpose they had cast their eyes on that fair widow, whom, though we have not for some time made any mention of her, the reader, we trust, hath not forgot. Mrs Blifil was indeed the object to which they both aspired. It may seem remarkable that, of 4 persons whom we have commemorated at Mr Allworthy's house, 3 of them should fix their inclinations on a lady who was never greatly celebrated for her beauty, and who was, moreover, now a little descended into the vale of years. But in reality bosom friends and intimate acquaintances have a kind of natural propensity to particular females at the house of a friend, viz. to his grandmother, mother, sister, daughter, aunt, niece, or cousin, when they are rich, and to his wife, sister, daughter, niece, cousin, mistress, or servant maid, if they should be handsome. We would not, however, have our reader imagine that persons of such characters as were supported by Thwackum and Square would undertake a matter of this kind, which hath been a little censured by some rigid moralists, before they had thoroughly examined it, and consider whether it was, as Shakespeare phrases it, stuff for the conscience or no. Thwackum was encouraged to the undertaking by reflecting that to covet your neighbour's sister is nowhere forbidden, and he knew it was a rule in the construction of all laws that expressum facet cessare tacitum, the sense of which is, when a lawgiver sets down plainly his whole meaning, we are prevented from making him mean what we please ourselves. As some instances of women, therefore, are mentioned in the divine law, which forbids us to covet our neighbour's goods, and that of a sister omitted, he concluded it to be lawful. And as to Square, who was in his person what is called a jolly fellow, or a widow's man, he easily reconciled his choice to the eternal fitness of things. Now, as both of these gentlemen were industrious in taking every opportunity of recommending themselves to the widow, they apprehended one certain method was by giving her son the constant preference to the other lad, and as they conceived the kindness and affection which Mr. Allworthy showed the latter must be highly disagreeable to her, they doubted not but the laying hold of all occasions to degrade and vilify him would be highly pleasing to her, who, as she hated the boy, must love all those who did him any hurt. In this Thwackum had the advantage, for while Square could only scarify the poor lad's reputation, he could flay his skin, and indeed he considered every lash he gave him as a compliment paid to his mistress, so that he could, with the utmost propriety, repeat this old flogging line, Castigo te non quod odio habeam, sed quod amem. I chastise thee not out of hatred, but out of love. And this indeed he often had in his mouth, or rather, according to the old phrase, never more properly applied, at his fingers' ends. For this reason principally the two gentlemen concurred, as we have seen above, in their opinion concerning the two lads, this being indeed almost the only instance of their concurring on any point, for, beside the difference of their principles, they had both long ago strongly suspected each other's design, and hated one another with no little degree of inveteracy. This mutual animosity was a good deal increased by their alternate successes, for Mrs. Bleffel knew what they would be at long before they imagined it, or indeed intended she should, for they proceeded with great caution, lest she should be offended and acquaint Mr. Allworthy. But they had no reason for any such fear. She was well enough pleased with a passion of which she intended none should have any fruits but herself. And the only fruits she designed for herself were flattery and courtship, for which purpose she soothed them by turns, and a long time equally. She was indeed rather inclined to favour the parson's principles, but Square's person was more agreeable to her eye, for he was a comely man, whereas the pedagogue did in countenance very nearly resemble that gentleman who, in the Harlot's Progress, is seen correcting the ladies in Bridewell. Whether Mrs. Bleffel had been surfeited with the sweets of marriage, or disgusted by its bitters, or from what other cause it proceeded, I will not determine, but she could never be brought to listen to any second proposals. However, she at last conversed with Square with such a degree of intimacy that malicious tongues began to whisper things of her, to which, as well for the sake of the lady as that they were highly disagreeable to the rule of right and the fitness of things, we will give no credit, and therefore shall not blot our paper with them. The pedagogue, 'tis certain, whipped on without getting a step nearer to his journey's end. Indeed, he had committed a great error, and that Square discovered much sooner than himself. Mrs. Bleffel, as perhaps the reader may have formerly guessed, was not over and above pleased with the behaviour of her husband. Nay, to be honest, she absolutely hated him, till his death at last a little reconciled him to her affections. It will not therefore be greatly wondered at if she had not the most violent regard to the offspring she had by him. And, in fact, she had so little of this regard that in his infancy she seldom saw her son, or took any notice of him, and hence she acquiesced, after a little reluctance, in all the favours which Mr. Allworthy showered on the Foundling, Jones. The reader may remember that Mr. Allworthy gave Tom Jones a little horse as a kind of smart money for the punishment which he imagined he had suffered innocently. This horse Tom kept above half a year, and then rode him to a neighbouring fair, and sold him. At his return, being questioned by Thwackum what he had done with the money for which the horse was sold, he frankly declared he would not tell him. "Oh," says Thwackum, "you will not? You will not? Then I will have it out of your breech," that being the place to which he always applied for information on every doubtful occasion. Tom was now mounted on the back of a footman, and everything prepared for execution, when Mr. Allworthy, entering the room, gave the criminal a reprieve, and took him with him into another apartment, where, being alone with Tom, he put the same question to him which Thwackum had before asked him. Tom answered he could in duty refuse him nothing, but as for that tyrannical rascal, he would never make him any other answer than with a cudgel, with which he hoped soon to be able to pay him for all his barbarities. Mr. Allworthy very severely reprimanded the lad for his indecent and disrespectful expressions concerning his master, but much more for his avowing an intention of revenge. He threatened him with the entire loss of his favour if he ever heard such another word from his mouth, for he said he would never support or befriend a reprobate. By these and the like declarations he extorted some compunction from Tom, in which that youth was not over sincere, for he really meditated some return for all the smarting favours he had received at the hands of the pedagogue. He was, however, brought by Mr. Allworthy to express a concern for his resentment against Thwackum, and then the good man, after some wholesome admonition, permitted him to proceed, which he did as follows. "Indeed, my dear sir, I love and honour you more than all the world. I know the great obligations I have to you, and should detest myself if I thought my heart was capable of ingratitude. Could the little horse you gave me speak, I am sure he could tell you how fond I was of your present, for I had more pleasure in feeding him than in riding him. Indeed, sir, it went to my heart to part with him, nor would I have sold him upon any other account in the world than what I did. You yourself, sir, I am convinced, in my case, would have done the same, for none ever so sensibly felt the misfortunes of others. What would you feel, dear sir, if you thought yourself the occasion of them? Indeed, sir, there never was any misery like theirs." "Like whose, child?" says Allworthy. "What do you mean?" "Oh, sir," answered Tom, "your poor gamekeeper, with all his large family, ever since your discarding him, have been perishing with all the miseries of cold and hunger. I could not bear to see these poor wretches naked and starving, and at the same time know myself to have been the occasion of all their sufferings. I could not bear it, sir, upon my soul I could not." Here the tears ran down his cheeks, and he thus proceeded. "It was to save them from absolute destruction I parted with your dear present, notwithstanding all the value I had for it. I sold the horse for them, and they have every farthing of the money." Mr. Allworthy now stood silent for some moments, and before he spoke the tears started from his eyes. He at length dismissed Tom with a gentle rebuke, advising him for the future to apply to him in cases of distress, rather than to use extraordinary means of relieving them himself. This affair was afterwards the subject of much debate between Thwackum and Square. Thwackum held that this was flying in Mr. Allworthy's face, who had intended to punish the fellow for his disobedience. He said in some instances what the world called charity appeared to him to be opposing the will of the Almighty, which had marked some particular persons for destruction, and that this was in like manner acting in opposition to Mr. Allworthy, concluding, as usual, with a hearty recommendation of Birch. Square argued strongly on the other side, in opposition perhaps to Thwackum, or in compliance with Mr. Allworthy, who seemed very much to approve what Jones had done. As to what he urged on this occasion, as I am convinced most of my readers will be much abler advocates for poor Jones, it would be impertinent to relate it. Indeed, it was not difficult to reconcile to the rule of right an action which it would have been impossible to deduce from the rule of wrong. Chapter 9, containing an incident of a more heinous kind, with the comments of Thwackum and Square. It hath been observed by some man of much greater reputation for wisdom than myself, that misfortune seldom comes single. An instance of this may, I believe, be seen in those gentlemen who have the misfortune to have any of their rogueries detected, for here discovery seldom stops till the whole is come out. Thus it happened to poor Tom, who was no sooner pardoned for selling the horse than he was discovered to have some time before sold a fine Bible which Mr. Allworthy gave him, the money arising from which sale he had disposed of in the same manner. This Bible Master Blifil had purchased, though he had already such another of his own, partly out of respect for the book, and partly out of friendship to Tom, being unwilling that the Bible should be sold out of the family at half price. He therefore deposited the said half price himself, for he was a very prudent lad, and so careful of his money that he had laid up almost every penny which he had received from Mr. Allworthy. Some people have been noted to be able to read in no book but their own. On the contrary, from the time when Master Blifil was first possessed of this Bible, he never used any other. Nay, he was seen reading in it much oftener than he had before been in his own. Now, as he frequently asked Thwackum to explain difficult passages to him, that gentleman unfortunately took notice of Tom's name, which was written in many parts of the book. This brought on an inquiry, which obliged Master Blifil to discover the whole matter. Thwackum was resolved a crime of this kind, which he called sacrilege, should not go unpunished. He therefore proceeded immediately to castigation, and not contented with that, he acquainted Mr. Allworthy at their next meeting with this monstrous crime, as it appeared to him, inveighing against Tom in the most bitter terms, and likening him to the buyers and sellers who were driven out of the temple. Square saw this matter in a very different light. He said he could not perceive any higher crime in selling one book than in selling another, that to sell Bibles was strictly lawful by all laws both divine and human, and consequently there was no unfitness in it. He told Thwackum that his great concern on this occasion brought to his mind the story of a very devout woman, who out of pure regard to religion stole Tillotson's sermons from a lady of her acquaintance. This story caused a vast quantity of blood to rush into the parson's face, which of itself was none of the palest, and he was going to reply with great warmth and anger, had not Mrs. Blifil, who was present at this debate, interposed. That lady declared herself absolutely of Mr. Square's side. She argued, indeed very learnedly, in support of his opinion, and concluded with saying, if Tom had been guilty of any fault, she must confess her own son appeared to be equally culpable, for that she could see no difference between the buyer and the seller, both of whom were alike to be driven out of the temple. Mrs. Blifil, having declared her opinion, put an end to the debate. Square's triumph would almost have stopped his words had he needed them, and Thwackum, who for reasons before mentioned durst not venture at disobliging the lady, was almost choked with indignation. As to Mr. Allworthy, he said, since the boy had been already punished, he would not deliver his sentiments on the occasion, and whether he was or was not angry with the lad, I must leave to the reader's own conjecture. Soon after this, an action was brought against the gamekeeper by Squire Weston, the gentleman in whose manor the partridge was killed, for depredations of the like kind. This was a most unfortunate circumstance for the fellow, as it not only of itself threatened his ruin, but actually prevented Mr. Allworthy from restoring him to his favour, for as that gentleman was walking out one evening with Master Blifil and young Jones, the latter slyly drew him to the habitation of Black George, where the family of that poor wretch, namely his wife and children, were found in all the misery with which cold, hunger, and nakedness can affect human creatures. For as to the money they had received from Jones, former debts had consumed almost the whole. Such a scene as this could not fail of affecting the heart of Mr. Allworthy. He immediately gave the mother a couple of guineas, with which he bid her clothe her children. The poor woman burst into tears at this goodness, and while she was thanking him, could not refrain from expressing her gratitude to Tom, who had, she said, long preserved both her and hers from starving. We have not, says she, had a morsel to eat, nor have these poor children had a rag to put on, but what his goodness hath bestowed on us. For, indeed, besides the horse and the Bible, Tom had sacrificed a nightgown and other things to the use of this distressed family. On their return home, Tom made use of all his eloquence to display the wretchedness of these people and the penitence of Black George himself, and in this he succeeded so well that Mr. Allworthy said he thought the man had suffered enough for what was past, that he would forgive him and think of some means of providing for him and his family. Jones was so delighted with this news that, though it was dark when they returned home, he could not help going back a mile in a shower of rain to acquaint the poor woman with the glad tidings, but, like other hasty divulgers of news, he only brought on himself the trouble of contradicting it, for the ill fortune of Black George made use of the very opportunity of his friend's absence to overturn all again. Chapter 10, in which Master Blifil and Jones appear in different lights. Master Blifil fell very short of his companion in the amiable quality of mercy, but he has greatly exceeded him in one of a much higher kind, namely in justice, in which he followed both the precepts and example of Thwackum and Square, for though they would both make frequent use of the word mercy, yet it was plain that in reality Square held it to be inconsistent with the rule of right, and Thwackum was for doing justice and leaving mercy to heaven. The two gentlemen did indeed somewhat differ in opinion concerning the objects of this sublime virtue, by which Thwackum would probably have destroyed one half of mankind, and Square the other half. Master Blifil then, though he kept silence in the presence of Jones, yet when he had better considered the matter, could by no means endure the thought of suffering his uncle to confer favours on the undeserving. He therefore resolved himself immediately to acquaint him with the fact which we have above slightly hinted to the readers, the truth of which was as follows. The gamekeeper, about a year after he was dismissed from Mr. Allworthy's service, and before Tom's selling the horse, being in want of bread, either to fill his own mouth or those of his family, as he passed through a field belonging to Mr. Weston, espied a hare sitting in her form. This hare he had basely and barbarously knocked on the head, against the laws of the land, and no less against the laws of sportsmen. The higgler to whom the hare was sold, being unfortunately taken many months after with a quantity of game upon him, was obliged to make his peace with the squire by becoming evidence against some poacher. And now Black George was pitched upon by him, as being a person already obnoxious to Mr. Weston, and one of no good fame in the country. He was, besides, the best sacrifice the higgler could make, as he had supplied him with no game since, and by this means the witness had an opportunity of screening his better customers, for the squire, being charmed with the power of punishing Black George, whom a single transgression was sufficient to ruin, made no further inquiry. Had this fact been truly laid before Mr. Allworthy, it might probably have done the gamekeeper very little mischief. But there is no zeal blinder than that which is inspired with a love of justice against offenders. Master Blifil had forgot the distance of the time. He varied likewise in the manner of the fact, and by the hasty addition of the single letter S, he considerably altered the story, for he said that George had wired hares. These alterations might probably have been set right, had not Master Blifil unluckily insisted on a promise of secrecy from Mr. Allworthy before he revealed the matter to him, but by that means the poor gamekeeper was condemned without having an opportunity to defend himself, for as the fact of killing the hare and of the action brought was certainly true, Mr. Allworthy had no doubt concerning the rest. Short-lived then was the joy of these poor people, for Mr. Allworthy the next morning declared he had fresh reason, without assigning it, for his anger, and strictly forbade Tom to mention George any more, though as for his family, he said he would endeavour to keep them from starving, but as to the fellow himself, he would leave him to the laws, which nothing could keep him from breaking. Tom could by no means divine what had incensed Mr. Allworthy, for of Master Blifil he had not the least suspicion. However, as his friendship was to be tired out by no disappointments, he now determined to try another method of preserving the poor gamekeeper from ruin. Jones was lately grown very intimate with Mr. Weston. He had so greatly recommended himself to that gentleman by leaping over 5-barred gates and by other acts of sportsmanship, that the squire had declared Tom would certainly make a great man if he had but sufficient encouragement. He often wished he had himself a son with such parts. and one day very solemnly asserted at a drinking bout that Tom should hunt a pack of hounds for £1,000 of his money with any huntsman in the whole country. By such kind of talents he had so ingratiated himself with the squire that he was a most welcome guest at his table, and a favourite companion in his sport. Everything which the squire held most dear, to wit, his guns, dogs, and horses, were now as much at the command of Jones as if they had been his own. He resolved, therefore, to make use of this favour on behalf of his friend Black George, whom he hoped to introduce into Mr. Weston's family, in the same capacity in which he had before served Mr. Allworthy. The reader, if he considers that this fellow was already obnoxious to Mr. Weston, and if he considers farther the weighty business by which that gentleman's displeasure had been incurred, will perhaps condemn this as a foolish and desperate undertaking. But if he should totally condemn young Jones on that account, he will greatly applaud him for strengthening himself with all imaginable interest on so arduous an occasion. For this purpose, then, Tom applied to Mr. Weston's daughter, a young lady of about 17 years of age, whom her father, next after those necessary implements of sport just before mentioned, loved and esteemed above all in the world. Now, as she had some influence on the squire, so Tom had some little influence on her. But this being the intended heroine of this work, a lady with whom we ourselves are greatly in love, and with whom many of our readers will probably be in love too before we part, it is by no means proper she should make her appearance at the end of a book. End of section 7. The Time of a Year. Chapter 1, containing 5 pages of paper. As truth distinguishes our writings from those idle romances which are filled with monsters, the productions not of nature but of distempered brains, and which have been therefore recommended by an eminent critic to the sole use of the pastry cook, so, on the other hand, we would avoid any resemblance to that kind of history which a celebrated poet seems to think is no less calculated for the emolument of the brewer, as the reading it should be always attended with a tankard of good ale, while history with her comrade ale soothes the sad series of her serious tale. For as this is the liquor of modern historians, nay, perhaps their muse, if we may believe the opinion of Butler, who attributes inspiration to ale, it ought likewise to be the potation of their readers, since every book ought to be read with the same spirit and in the same manner as it is writ. Thus the famous author of Hurlo Thrumbo told a learned bishop that the reason his lordship could not taste the excellence of his piece was that he did not read it with a fiddle in his hand, which instrument he himself had always had in his own when he composed it. That our work, therefore, might be in no danger of being likened to the labours of these historians, we have taken every occasion of interspersing through the whole sundry similes, descriptions, and other kinds of poetical embellishments. These are, indeed, designed to supply the place of the said ale, and to refresh the mind whenever those slumbers which a long period of work are apt to invade the reader as well as the writer shall begin to creep upon him. Without interruption of this kind, the best narrative of plain matter-of-fact must overpower every reader, for nothing but everlasting watchfulness, which Homer has ascribed only to Jove himself, can be proof against a newspaper of many volumes. We shall leave to the reader to determine with what judgment we have chosen the several occasions for inserting these ornamental parts of our work. Surely it will be allowed that none could be more proper than the present, where we are about to introduce a considerable character on the scene, no less, indeed, than the heroine of this heroic, historical, prosaic poem. Here, therefore, we have thought proper to prepare the mind of the reader for her reception, by filling it with every pleasing image which we can draw from the face of nature. And for this method we plead many precedents. First, this is an art well known to and much practised by our tragic poets, who seldom fail to prepare their audience for the reception of their principal characters. Thus the hero is always introduced with a flourish of drums and trumpets, in order to rouse a martial spirit in the audience, and to accommodate their ears to bombast and fustian, which Mr. Locke's blind man would not have grossly erred in likening to the sound of a trumpet. Again, when lovers are coming forth, soft music often conducts them on the stage, either to soothe the audience with the softness of the tender passion, or to lull and prepare them for that gentle slumber in which they will most probably be composed by the ensuing scene. And not only the poets, but the masters of these poets, the managers of playhouses, seem to be in this secret. For besides the aforesaid kettle-drums, etc., which denote the hero's approach, he is generally ushered onto the stage by a large troop in half a dozen scene-shifters, and how necessary these are imagined to his appearance may be concluded from the following theatrical story. King Pyrrhus was at dinner at an ale-house bordering on the theatre, when he was summoned to go on the stage. The hero, being unwilling to quit his shoulder of mutton, and as unwilling to draw on himself the indignation of Mr. Wilkes, his brother manager, for making the audience wait, had bribed these his harbingers to be out of the way. While Mr. Wilkes, therefore, was thundering out, "Where are the carpenters to walk on before King Pyrrhus?" that monarch, very quietly eating his mutton, and the audience, however impatient, were obliged to entertain themselves with music in his absence. To be plain, I much question whether the politician, who hath generally a good nose, hath not scented out somewhat of the utility of this practice. I am convinced that awful magistrate, my Lord Mayor, contracts a good deal of that reverence which attends him throughout the year, by the several pageants which precede his pomp. Nay, I must confess that even I myself, who am not remarkably liable to be captivated with show, have yielded not a little to the impression of much preceding state. When I have seen a man strutting in a procession after others whose business was only to walk before him, I have conceived a higher notion of his dignity than I have felt on seeing him in a common situation. But there is one instance which comes exactly up to my purpose. This is the custom of sending on a basket-woman who is to precede the pomp at a coronation, and to strew the stage with flowers before the great personages begin their procession. The ancients would certainly have invoked the goddess Flora for this purpose, and it would have been no difficulty for their priests or politicians to have persuaded the people of the real presence of the deity, though a plain mortal had personated her and performed her office. But we have no such design of imposing on our reader, and therefore those who object to the heathen theology may, if they please, change our goddess into the above-mentioned basket-woman. Our intention, in short, is to introduce our heroine with the utmost solemnity in our power, with an elevation of style, and all other circumstances proper to raise the veneration of our reader. Indeed, we would, for certain causes, advise those of our male readers who have any hearts to read no further, were we not well assured that how amiable soever the picture of our heroine will appear, as it is really a copy from nature, many of our fair countrywomen will be found worthy to satisfy any passion, and to answer any idea of female perfection which our pencil will be able to raise. And now, without any further preface, we proceed to our next chapter. Chapter 2. A short hint of what we can do in the sublime, and a description of Miss Sophia Weston. Hushed be every ruder breath. May the heathen ruler of the winds confine in iron chains the boisterous limbs of noisy Boreas and the sharp-pointed nose of bitter-biting Eurus. Do thou, sweet Zephyrus, rising from thy fragrant bed, mount the western sky, and lead on those delicious gales, the charms of which call forth the lovely Flora from her chamber, perfumed with pearly dews, when on the 1st of June, her birthday, the blooming maid, in loose attire, gently trips it over the verdant mead, where every flower rises to do her homage, till the whole field becomes enamelled, and colours contend with sweets which shall ravish her most. So charming may she now appear, and you, the feathered choristers of nature, whose sweetest notes not even Handel can excel, tune your melodious throats to celebrate her appearance. From love proceeds your music, and to love it returns. Awaken, therefore, that gentle passion in every swain, for lo, adorned with all the charms in which nature can array her, bedecked with beauty, youth, sprightliness, innocence, modesty, and tenderness, breathing sweetness from her rosy lips, and darting brightness from her sparkling eyes, the lovely Sophia comes. Reader, perhaps thou hast seen the statue of the Venus de Medicis. Perhaps, too, thou hast seen the gallery of beauties at Hampton Court. Thou mayst remember each bright Churchill of the galaxy, and all the toasts of the Kit-Kat. Or, if their reign was before thy times, at least thou hast seen their daughters, the no less dazzling beauties of the present age, whose names, should we here insert, we apprehend they would fill the whole volume. Now, if thou hast seen all these, be not afraid of the rude answer which Lord Rochester once gave to a man who had seen many things. No, if thou hast seen all these without knowing what beauty is, thou hast no eyes; if without feeling its power, thou hast no heart. Yet it is possible, my friend, that thou mayest have seen all these without being able to form an exact idea of Sophia, for she did not exactly resemble any of them. She was most like the picture of Lady Ranelagh, and, I have heard, still more to the famous Duchess of Mazarine, but most of all she resembled one whose image never can depart from my breast, and whom, if thou dost remember, thou hast then, my dear, an adequate idea of Sophia. But lest this should not have been thy fortune, we will endeavour with our utmost skill to describe this paragon, though we are sensible that our highest abilities are very inadequate to the task. Sophia, then, the only daughter of Mr. Weston, was a middle-sized woman, but rather inclining to tall. Her shape was not only exact, but extremely delicate, and the nice proportion of her arms promised the truest symmetry in her limbs. Her hair, which was black, was so luxuriant that it reached her middle before she cut it to comply with the modern fashion, and it was now curled so gracefully in her neck that few could believe it to be her own. If envy could find any part of the face which demanded less commendation than the rest, it might possibly think her forehead might have been higher without prejudice to her. Her eyebrows were full, even, and arched beyond the power of art to imitate. Her black eyes had a lustre in them which all her softness could not extinguish. Her nose was exactly regular, and her mouth, in which were 2 rows of ivory, exactly answered Sir John Suckling's description in those lines. Her lips were red, and one was thin. Compared to that was next her chin. Some bee had stung it newly. Her cheeks were of the oval kind, and in her right she had a dimple, which the least smile discovered. Her chin had certainly its share in forming the beauty of her face, but it was difficult to say it was either large or small, though perhaps it was rather of the former kind. Her complexion had rather more of the lily than of the rose, but when exercise or modesty increased her natural colour, no vermilion could equal it. Then one might indeed cry out with the celebrated Dr. Donne, "Her pure and eloquent blood spoke in her cheeks, and so distinctly wrought that one might almost say her body thought." Her neck was long and finely turned, and here, if I was not afraid of offending her delicacy, I might justly say the highest beauties of the famous Venus de Medicis were outdone. Here was whiteness which no lilies, ivory, nor alabaster could match. The finest cambric might indeed be supposed from envy to cover that bosom which was much whiter than itself. It was indeed nitor splendens pario marmore purius, a gloss shining beyond the purest brightness of Parian marble. Such was the outside of Sophia, nor was this beautiful frame disgraced by an inhabitant unworthy of it. Her mind was every way equal to her person. Nay, the latter borrowed some charms from the former, for when she smiled, the sweetness of her temper diffused that glory over her countenance which no regularity of feature can give. But as there are no perfections of the mind which do not discover themselves in that perfect intimacy to which we intend to introduce our reader with this charming young creature, so it is needless to mention them here. Nay, it is a kind of tacit affront to our reader's understanding, and may also rob him of that pleasure which he will receive in forming his own judgment of her character. It may, however, be proper to say that whatever mental accomplishments she had derived from nature, they were somewhat improved and cultivated by art, for she had been educated under the care of an aunt who was a lady of great discretion and was thoroughly acquainted with the world, having lived in her youth about the court, when she had retired some years since into the country. By her conversation and instructions, Sophia was perfectly well bred, though perhaps she wanted a little of that ease in her behaviour which is to be acquired only by habit, and living within what is called the polite circle. But this, to say the truth, is often too dearly purchased, and though it hath charms so inexpressible that the French, perhaps, among other qualities, mean to express this when they declare they know not what it is, yet its absence is well compensated by innocence, nor can good sense and a natural gentility ever stand in need of it. Chapter 3, wherein the history goes back to commemorate a trifling incident that happened some years since, but which, trifling as it was, had some future consequences. The amiable Sophia was now in her 18th year when she is introduced into this history. Her father, as hath been said, was fonder of her than of any other human creature. To her, therefore, Tom Jones applied in order to engage her interest on the behalf of his friend, the gamekeeper. But before we proceed to this business, a short recapitulation of some previous matters may be necessary. Though the different tempers of Mr. Allworthy and of Mr. Weston did not admit of a very intimate correspondence, yet they lived upon what is called a decent footing together, by which means the young people of both families had been acquainted from their infancy, and, as they were all near of the same age, had been frequent playmates together. The gaiety of Tom's temper suited better with Sophia than the grave and sober disposition of Master Blifil, and the preference which he gave the former of these would often appear so plainly that a lad of a more passionate turn than Master Blifil was might have shown some displeasure at it. As he did not, however, outwardly express any such disgust, it would be an ill office in us to pay a visit to the innermost recesses of his mind, as some scandalous people search into the most secret affairs of their friends, and often pry into their closets and cupboards, only to discover their poverty and meanness to the world. However, as persons who suspect they have given others cause of offence are apt to conclude they are offended, so Sophia imputed an action of Master Blifil to his anger, which the superior sagacity of Thwackum and Square discerned to have arisen from a much better principle. Tom Jones, when very young, had presented Sophia with a little bird, which he had taken from the nest, had nursed up, and taught to sing. Of this bird, Sophia, then about 13 years old, was so extremely fond that her chief business was to feed and tend it, and her chief pleasure to play with it. By these means little Tommy, for so the bird was called, was become so tame that it would feed out of the hand of its mistress, would perch upon the finger, and lie contented in her bosom, where it seemed almost sensible of its own happiness, though she always kept a small string about its leg, nor would ever trust it with the liberty of flying away. One day, when Mr. Allworthy and his whole family dined at Mr. Weston's, Master Blifil, being in the garden with little Sophia, and observing the extreme fondness that she showed for her little bird, desired her to trust it for a moment in his hands. Sophia presently complied with the young gentleman's request, and after some previous caution delivered him her bird, of which he was no sooner in possession than he slipped the string from its leg and tossed it into the air. The foolish animal no sooner perceived itself at liberty than, forgetting all the favours it had received from Sophia, it flew directly from her, and perched on a bough at some distance. Sophia, seeing her bird gone, screamed out so loud that Tom Jones, who was at a little distance, immediately ran to her assistance. He was no sooner informed of what had happened than he cursed Blifil for a pitiful, malicious rascal, and then immediately stripping off his coat, he applied himself to climbing the tree to which the bird escaped. Tom had almost recovered his little namesake when the branch on which it was perched, and that hung over a canal, broke, and the poor lad plumped over head and ears into the water. Sophia's concern now changed its object, and as she apprehended the boy's life was in danger, she screamed 10 times louder than before, and indeed Master Blifil himself now seconded her with all the vociferation in his power. The company, who were sitting in a room next the garden, were instantly alarmed, and came all forth, and just as they reached the canal, Tom, for the water was luckily pretty shallow in that part, arrived safely on shore. Thwackum fell violently on poor Tom, who stood dropping and shivering before him, when Mr. Allworthy desired him to have patience, and turning to Master Blifil, said, "Pray, child, what is the reason of all this disturbance?" Master Blifil answered, "Indeed, uncle, I am very sorry for what I have done. I have been unhappily the occasion of it all. I had Miss Sophia's bird in my hand, and thinking the poor creature languished for liberty, I own I could not forbear giving it what it desired, for I always thought there was something very cruel in confining anything. It seemed to be against the law of nature, by which everything hath a right to liberty. Nay, it is even unchristian, for it is not doing what we would be done by. But if I had imagined Miss Sophia would have been so much concerned at it, I am sure I never would have done it. Nay, if I had known what would have happened to the bird itself, for when Master Jones, who climbed up that tree after it, fell into the water, the bird took a second flight, and presently a nasty hawk carried it away." Poor Sophia, who now first heard of her little Tommy's fate, for her concern for Jones had prevented her perceiving it when it happened, shed a shower of tears. These Mr. Allworthy endeavoured to assuage, promising her a much finer bird, but she declared she would never have another. Her father chid her for crying so for a foolish bird, but could not help telling young Blifil if he was a son of his backside should be well flayed. Sophia now returned to her chamber. The 2 young gentlemen were sent home, and the rest of the company returned to their bottle, where a conversation ensued on the subject of the bird, so curious that we think it deserves a chapter by itself. Chapter 4. Concerning such very deep and grave matters that some readers perhaps may not relish it. Square had no sooner lighted his pipe than, addressing himself to Allworthy, he thus began. "Sir, I cannot help congratulating you on your nephew, who at an age when few lads have any idea but of sensible objects, is arrived at a capacity of distinguishing right from wrong. To confine anything seems to me against the law of nature, by which everything hath a right to liberty. These were his words, and the impression they have made on me is never to be eradicated. Can any man have a higher notion of the rule of right and the eternal fitness of things? I cannot help promising myself from such a dawn that the meridian of this youth will be equal to that of either the elder or the younger Brutus." Here Thwackum hastily interrupted, and spilling some of his wine, and swallowing the rest with great eagerness, answered, "From another expression he made use of, I hope he will resemble much better men. The law of nature is a jargon of words which means nothing. I know not of any such law, nor of any right which can be derived from it. To do as we would be done by is indeed a Christian motive, as the boy well expressed himself, and I am glad to find my instructions have borne such good fruit. If vanity was a thing fit, says Square, I might indulge some of the same occasion, for whence only he can have learnt his notions of right or wrong, I think is pretty apparent. If there be no law of nature, there is no right nor wrong. How, says the parson, do you then banish revelation? Am I talking with a deist or an atheist? Drink about, says Weston, pox on your laws of nature. I don't know what you mean, either of you, by right and wrong. To take away my girl's bird was wrong, in my opinion, and my neighbour Allworthy may do as he pleases, but to encourage boys in such practices is to breed them up to the gallows. Allworthy answered that he was sorry for what his nephew had done, but could not consent to punish him, as he acted rather from a generous than unworthy motive. He said, if the boy had stolen the bird, none would have been more ready to vote for a severe chastisement than himself, but it was plain that was not his design, and indeed it was apparent to him that he could have no other view but what he had himself avowed. For as to that malicious purpose which Sophia suspected, it never once entered into the head of Mr. Allworthy. He at length concluded with again blaming the action as inconsiderate, and which, he said, was pardonable only in a child. Square had delivered his opinion so openly that if he was now silent he must submit to have his judgment censured. He said, therefore, with some warmth, that Mr. Allworthy had too much respect for the dirty consideration of property, that in passing our judgments on great and mighty actions all private regard should be laid aside, for by adhering to those narrow rules the younger Brutus had been condemned of ingratitude, and the elder of parricide. "And if they had been hanged too for those crimes," cried Thwackum, "they would have had no more than their deserts. A couple of heathenish villains! Heaven be praised we have no Brutuses nowadays. I wish, Mr. Square, you would desist from filling the minds of my pupils with such anti-Christian stuff, for the consequence must be, while they are under my care, its being well scourged out of them again. There is your disciple Tom, almost spoiled already. I overheard him the other day disputing with Master Blifil that there was no merit in faith without works. I know that is one of your tenets, and I suppose he had it from you." "Don't accuse me of spoiling him," said Square. "Who taught him to laugh at whatever is virtuous and decent, and fit and right in the nature of things? He is your own scholar, and I disclaim him. No, no, Master Blifil is my boy. Young as he is, that lad's notions of moral rectitude I defy you ever to eradicate." Thwackum put on a contemptuous sneer at this, and replied, "Ay, ay, I will venture him with you. He is too well grounded for all your philosophical cant to hurt. No, no, I have taken care to instil such principles into him." "And I have instilled principles into him too," cries Square. "What but the sublime idea of virtue could inspire a human mind with the generous thought of giving liberty? And I repeat to you again, if it was a fit thing to be proud, I might claim the honour of having infused that idea." "And if pride was not forbidden," said Thwackum, "I might boast of having taught him that duty which he himself assigned as his motive." "So between you both," says the squire, "the young gentleman hath been taught to rob my daughter of her bird. I find I must take care of my partridge mew. I shall have some virtuous religious man or other set all my partridges at liberty." Then, slapping a gentleman of the law who was present on the back, he cried out, "What say you to this, Mr. Counsellor? Is not this against the law?" The law, with great gravity, delivered himself as follows: "If the case be put of a partridge, there can be no doubt but an action would lie, for though this be ferae naturae, yet being reclaimed, property vests, but being the case of a singing bird, though reclaimed, as it is a thing of base nature, it must be considered as nullius in bonus. In this case, therefore, I conceive the plaintiff must be non-suited, and I should disadvise the bringing of any such." Book 4, chapters 6 to 8. Chapter 6. An apology for the insensibility of Mr. Jones to all the charms of the lovely Sophia, in which possibly we may, in a considerable degree, lower his character in the estimation of those men of wit and gallantry who approve the heroes in most of our modern comedies. There are two sorts of people who, I am afraid, have already conceived some contempt for my hero on account of his behaviour to Sophia. The former of these will blame his prudence in neglecting an opportunity to possess himself of Mr. Weston's fortune, and the latter will no less despise him for his backwardness to so fine a girl, who seemed ready to fly into his arms if he would open them to receive her. Now, though I shall not perhaps be able absolutely to acquit him of either of these charges, for want of prudence admits of no excuse, and what I shall produce against the latter charge will, I apprehend, be scarce satisfactory, yet, as evidence may sometimes be offered in mitigation, I shall set forth the plain matter of fact, and leave the whole to the reader's determination. Mr. Jones had somewhat about him, which, though I think writers are not thoroughly agreed in its name, doth certainly inhabit some human breasts, whose use is not so properly to distinguish right from wrong, as to prompt and incite them to the former, and to restrain and withhold them from the latter. This somewhat may be indeed resembled to the famous trunk-maker in the playhouse, for whenever the person who is possessed of it doth what is right, no ravished or friendly spectator is so eager or so loud in his applause. On the contrary, when he doth wrong, no critic is so apt to hiss and explode him. To give a higher idea of the principle I mean, as well as one more familiar to the present age, it may be considered as sitting on its throne in the mind, like the Lord High Chancellor of this kingdom in his court, where it presides, governs, directs, judges, acquits, and condemns according to merit and justice, with a knowledge which nothing escapes, a penetration which nothing can deceive, and an integrity which nothing can corrupt. This active principle may perhaps be said to constitute the most essential barrier between us and our neighbours the brutes, for if there be some in the human shape who are not under any such dominion, I choose rather to consider them as deserters from us to our neighbours, among whom they will have the fate of deserters, and not be placed in the first rank. Our hero, whether he derived it from Thwackum or Square I will not determine, was very strongly under the guidance of this principle, for though he did not always act rightly, yet he never did otherwise without feeling and suffering for it. It was this which taught him that to repay the civilities and little friendships of hospitality by robbing the house where you have received them is to be the basest and meanest of thieves. He did not think the baseness of this offence lessened by the height of the injury committed. On the contrary, if to steal another's plate deserved death and infamy, it seemed to him difficult to assign a punishment adequate to the robbing a man of his whole fortune, and of his child into the bargain. This principle, therefore, prevented him from any thought of making his fortune by such means, for this, as I have said, is an active principle, and doth not content itself with knowledge or belief only. Had he been greatly enamoured of Sophia, he possibly might have thought otherwise, but give me leave to say, there is a great difference between running away with a man's daughter from the motive of love, and doing the same thing from the motive of theft. Now, though this young gentleman was not insensible of the charms of Sophia, though he greatly liked her beauty, and esteemed all her other qualifications, she had made, however, no deep impression on his heart, for which, as it renders him liable to the charge of stupidity, or at least of want of taste, we shall now proceed to account. The truth then is, his heart was in the possession of another woman. Here I question not, but the reader will be surprised at our long taciturnity as to this matter, and quite at a loss to divine who this woman was, since we have hitherto not dropped a hint of any one likely to be a rival to Sophia. For as to Mrs. Blifil, though we have been obliged to mention some suspicions of her affection for Tom, we have not hitherto given the least latitude for imagining that he had any for her. And indeed, I am sorry to say it, but the youth of both sexes are too apt to be deficient in their gratitude for that regard with which persons more advanced in years are sometimes so kind to honour them. That the reader may be no longer in suspense, he will be pleased to remember that we have often mentioned the family of George Seagram, commonly called Black George, the gamekeeper, which consisted at present of a wife and 5 children. The second of these children was a daughter, whose name was Molly, and who was esteemed one of the handsomest girls in the whole country. Congreve well says there is in true beauty something which vulgar souls cannot admire, so can no dirt or rags hide this something from those souls which are not of the vulgar stamp. The beauty of this girl made, however, no impression on Tom till she grew towards the age of 16, when Tom, who was near 3 years older, began first to cast the eyes of affection upon her. And this affection he had fixed on the girl long before he could bring himself to attempt the possession of her person, for though his constitution urged him greatly to this, his principles no less forcibly restrained him. To debauch a young woman, however low her condition, appeared to him, a very heinous crime, and the good will he bore the father, with the compassion he had for his family, very strongly corroborated all such sober reflections, so that he once resolved to get the better of his inclinations, and he actually abstained 3 whole months without ever going to Seagram's house, or seeing his daughter. Now, though Molly was, as we have said, generally thought a very fine girl, and in reality she was so, yet her beauty was not of the most amiable kind. It had indeed very little of feminine in it, and would have become a man at least as well as a woman, for, to say the truth, youth and florid health had a very considerable share in the composition. nor was her mind more effeminate than her person. As this was tall and robust, so was that bold and forward. So little had she of modesty that Jones had more regard for her virtue than she herself, and as most probably she liked Tom as well as he liked her, so when she perceived his backwardness, she herself grew proportionably forward, and when she saw he had entirely deserted the house, she found means of throwing herself in his way, and behaved in such a manner that the youth must have had very much or very little of the hero if her endeavours had proved unsuccessful. In a word, she soon triumphed over all the virtuous resolutions of Jones, for though she behaved at last with all decent reluctance, yet I rather choose to attribute the triumph to her, since in fact it was her design which succeeded. In the conduct of this matter, I say, Molly so well played her part that Jones attributed the conquest entirely to himself, and considered the young woman as one who had yielded to the violent attacks of his passion. He likewise imputed her yielding to the ungovernable force of her love towards him, and this the reader will allow to have been a very natural and probable supposition, as we have more than once mentioned the uncommon comeliness of his person, and indeed he was one of the handsomest young fellows in the world. As there are some minds whose affections, like Master Blifil's, are solely placed on one single person, whose interest and indulgence alone they consider on every occasion, regarding the good and ill of all others as merely indifferent, any farther than as they contribute to the pleasure or advantage of that person, so there is a different temper of mind, which borrows a degree of virtue even from self-love. Such can never receive any kind of satisfaction from another without loving the creature to whom that satisfaction is owing, and without making its well-being in some sort necessary to their own ease. Of this latter species was our hero. He considered this poor girl as one whose happiness or misery he had caused to be dependent on himself. Her beauty was still the object of desire, though greater beauty, or a fresher object, might have been more so, but the little abatement which fruition had occasioned to this was highly overbalanced by the considerations of the affection which she visibly bore him, and of the situation into which he had brought her. The former of these created gratitude, the latter compassion, and both, together with his desire for her person, raised in him a passion which might, without any great violence to the word, be called love. Display the amorous glories of a wife, Zaccheus did, nor did his well-scratched face less denote her talents, or rather talons, of a different kind. No longer bore this Amazon the shameful flight of her party. She stopped short, and calling aloud to all who fled, spoke as follows: "Ye Somersetshire men, or rather ye Somersetshire women, are ye not ashamed thus to fly from a single woman? But if no other will oppose her, I myself and Joan Top-ear will have the honour of the victory." Having thus said, she flew at Molly Seagrim, and easily wrenched the thigh-bone from her hand, at the same time clawing off her cap from her head. Then, laying hold of the hair of Molly with her left hand, she attacked her so furiously in the face with the right that the blood soon began to trickle from her nose. Molly was not idle this while. She soon removed the clout from the head of Goody Brown, and then fastening on her hair with one hand, with the other she caused another bloody stream to issue forth from the nostrils of the enemy. When each of the combatants had borne off sufficient spoils of hair from the head of her antagonist, the next rage was against the garments. In this attack they exerted so much violence that in a very few minutes they were both naked to the middle. It is lucky for the women that the seat of fisticuff war is not the same with them as among men, but though they may seem a little to deviate from their sex, when they go forth to battle, yet I have observed they never so far forget as to assail the bosom of each other, where a few blows would be fatal to most of them. This, I know, some derive from their being of a more bloody inclination than the males, on which account they apply to the nose, as to the part whence blood may most easily be drawn, but this seems a far-fetched as well as ill-natured supposition. Goody Brown had great advantage of Molly in this particular, for the former had indeed no breasts, her bosom, if it may be so called, as well in colour as in many other properties, exactly resembling an ancient piece of parchment, upon which any one might have drummed a considerable while without doing her any great damage. Molly, beside her present unhappy condition, was differently formed in those parts, and might perhaps have tempted the envy of Brown to give her a fatal blow, had not the lucky arrival of Tom Jones at this instant put an immediate end to the bloody scene. This accident was luckily owing to Mr. Square, for he, Master Blifil, and Jones had mounted their horses after church to take the air, and had ridden about a quarter of a mile, when Square, changing his mind, not idly, but for a reason which we shall unfold as soon as we have leisure, desired the young gentlemen to ride with him another way than they had at first purposed. This motion being complied with, brought them, of necessity, back again to the churchyard. Master Blifil, who rode first, seeing such a mob assembled, and 2 women in the posture in which we left the combatants, stopped his horse to inquire what was the matter. A country fellow, scratching his head, answered him, "I don't know, master, and pleased your honour, here hath been a fight, I think, between Goody Brown and Moll Seagrim." Who? Cries Tom, but without waiting for an answer, having discovered the features of his Molly through all the discomposure in which they now were, he hastily alighted, turned his horse loose, and, leaping over the wall, ran to her. She now, first bursting into tears, told him how barbarously she had been treated. Upon which, forgetting the sex of Goody Brown, or perhaps not knowing it in his rage, for in reality she had no feminine appearance but a petticoat, which he might not observe, he gave her a lash or 2 with his horsewhip, and then flying at the mob, who were all accused by Moll, he dealt his blows so profusely on all sides that unless I would again invoke the Muse, which the good-natured reader may think a little too hard upon her, as she hath so lately been violently sweated, it would be impossible for me to recount the horsewhipping of that day. Having scoured the whole coast of the enemy, as well as any of Homer's heroes ever did, or as Don Quixote or any knight-errant in the world could have done, he returned to Molly, whom he found in a condition which must give both me and my reader pain, was it to be described here. Tom raved like a madman, beat his breast, tore his hair, stamped on the ground, and vowed the utmost vengeance on all who had been concerned. He then pulled off his coat and buttoned it round her, put his hat upon her head, wiped the blood from her face as well as he could with his handkerchief, and called out to the servant to ride as fast as possible for a side-saddle or a pillion, that he might carry her safe home. Master Blifil objected to the sending away the servant, as they had only one with them, but as Square seconded the order of Jones, he was obliged to comply. The servant returned in a very short time with the pillion, and Molly, having collected her rags as well as she could, was placed behind him, in which manner she was carried home, Square, Blifil, and Jones attending. Here Jones, having received his coat, given her a sly kiss, and whispered her that he would return in the evening, quitted his Molly, and rode on after his companions. Chapter 9. Containing matter of no very peaceable colour. Molly had no sooner apparelled herself in her accustomed rags than her sisters began to fall violently upon her, particularly her eldest sister, who told her she was well enough served. How had she the assurance to wear a gown which young Madam Weston had given to mother? If one of us was to wear it, I think, says she, I myself have the best right, but I warrant you think it belongs to your beauty. I suppose you think yourself more handsomer than any of us. Hand her down the bit of glass from over the cupboard, cries another. I'd wash the blood from my face before I talked of my beauty. You'd better have minded what the parson says, cries the eldest, and not a hearkened after menfolk. Indeed, child, and so she had, says the mother, sobbing. She hath brought a disgrace upon us all. She's the worst of the family that ever was a whore. You need not upbraid me with that, mother, cries Molly. You yourself was brought to bed a sister there within a week after you was married. Yes, hussied, answered the enraged mother, so I was, and what was the mighty matter of that? I was made an honest woman then, and if you was to be made an honest woman I should not be angry, but you must have to doing with a gentleman, you nasty slut. You will have a bastard, hussy, you will, and that I defy any one to say of me. In this situation Black George found his family when he came home for the purpose before mentioned. As his wife and 3 daughters were all of them talking together, and most of them crying, it was some time before he could get an opportunity of being heard, but as soon as such an interval occurred, he acquainted the company with what Sophia had said to him. Goody Seagrim then began to revile her daughter afresh. "Here," says she, "you have brought us into a fine quandary indeed. What will madam say to that big belly? Oh, that ever I should live to see this day!" Molly answered with great spirit, "And what is this mighty place which you have got for me, father?" For she had not well understood the phrase used by Sophia as being about her person. "I suppose it is to be under the cook, but I shan't wash dishes for anybody. My gentleman will provide better for me. See what he hath given me this afternoon. He hath promised I shall never want money, and you shan't want money neither, mother, if you will hold your tongue and know when you are well." And so saying, she pulled out several guineas and gave her mother one of them. The good woman no sooner felt the gold within her palm than her temper began, such is the efficacy of that panacea, to be mollified. "Why, husband," says she, "would any but such a blockhead as you not have inquired what place this was before he had accepted it? Perhaps, as Molly says, it may be in the kitchen, and truly I don't care my daughter should be a scullion wench, for poor as I am a gentlewoman, and though I was obliged, as my father, who was a clergyman, died worse than nothing, and so could not give me a shilling of potion, to undervalue myself by marrying a poor man, yet I would have you to know I have a spirit above all them things. Marry, come up. It would better become Madam Weston to look at home, and remember who her own grandfather was. Some of my family, for aught I know, might ride in their coaches when the grandfathers of some folk walked afoot. I warrant she fancies she did a mighty matter when she sent us that old gown. Some of my family would not have picked up such rags in the street, but poor people are always trampled upon. The parish need not have been in such a fluster with Molly. You might have told them, child, your Book 4, chapters 9 to 14. Chapter 9. The narrow escape of Molly Seagrim, with some observations for which we have been forced to dive pretty deep into nature. Tom Jones had ridden one of Mr. Weston's horses that morning in the chase, so that, having no horse of his own in the squire's stable, he was obliged to go home on foot. This he did so expeditiously that he ran upwards of 3 miles within the half hour. Just as he arrived at Mr. Allworthy's outward gate, he met the constable and company with Molly in their possession, whom they were conducting to that house where the inferior sort of people may learn one good lesson, viz., respect and deference to their superiors, since it must show them the wide distinction fortune intends between those persons who are to be corrected for their faults and those who are not. Which lesson, if they do not learn, I am afraid they very rarely learn any other good lesson, or improve their morals at the house of correction. A lawyer may perhaps think Mr. Allworthy exceeded his authority a little in this instance. And, to say the truth, I question, as here was no regular information before him, whether his conduct was strictly regular. However, as his intention was truly upright, he ought to be excused in foro conscientiae, since so many arbitrary acts are daily committed by magistrates who have not this excuse to plead for themselves. Tom was no sooner informed by the constable whither they were proceeding, indeed he pretty well guessed it of himself, than he caught Molly in his arms, and embracing her tenderly before them all, swore he would murder the first man who offered to lay hold of her. He bid her dry her eyes and be comforted, for wherever she went he would accompany her. Then, turning to the constable, who stood trembling with his hat off, he desired him, in a very mild voice, to return with him for a moment only to his father, for so he now called Allworthy, for he durst, he said, be assured that when he had alleged what he had to say in her favour, the girl would be discharged. The constable, who, I make no doubt, would have surrendered his prisoner had Tom demanded her, very readily consented to this request. So back they all went into Mr. Allworthy's hall, where Tom desired them to stay till his return, and then went himself in pursuit of the good man. As soon as he was found, Tom threw himself at his feet, and having begged a patient hearing, confessed himself to be the father of the child, of which Molly was then big. He entreated him to have compassion on the poor girl, and to consider, if there was any guilt in the case, it lay principally at his door. "If there is any guilt in the case," answered Allworthy warmly, "are you then so profligate and abandoned a libertine to doubt whether the breaking the laws of God and man, the corrupting and ruining a poor girl, be guilt? I own indeed it doth lie principally upon you, and so heavy it is that you ought to expect it should crush you." "Whatever may be my fate," says Tom, "let me succeed in my intercessions for the poor girl. I confess I have corrupted her, but whether she shall be ruined depends on you. For heaven's sake, sir, revoke your warrant, and do not send her to a place which must unavoidably prove her destruction." Allworthy bid him immediately call a servant. Tom answered there was no occasion, for he had luckily met them at the gate, and relying upon his goodness had brought them all back into his hall, where they now waited his final resolution, which upon his knees he besought him might be in favour of the girl, that she might be permitted to go home to her parents, and not be exposed to a greater degree of shame and scorn than must necessarily fall upon her. "I know," said he, "that is too much. I know I am the wicked occasion of it. I will endeavour to make amends if possible, and if you shall have hereafter the goodness to forgive me, I hope I shall deserve it." Allworthy hesitated some time, and at last said, "Well, I will discharge my mittimus. You may send the constable to me." He was instantly called, discharged, and so was the girl. It will be believed that Mr. Allworthy failed not to read Tom a very severe lecture on this occasion, but it is unnecessary to insert it here, as we have faithfully transcribed what he said to Jenny Jones in the first book, most of which may be applied to the men equally with the women. So sensible an effect had these reproofs on the young man, who was no hardened sinner, that he retired to his own room, where he passed the evening alone in much melancholy contemplation. Allworthy was sufficiently offended by this transgression of Jones, for notwithstanding the assertion of Mr. Weston, it is certain this worthy man had never indulged himself in any loose pleasures with women, and greatly condemned the vice of incontinence in others. Indeed, there is much reason to imagine that there was not the least truth in what Mr. Weston affirmed, especially as he laid the scene of those impurities at the University, where Mr. Allworthy had never been. In fact, the good squire was a little too apt to indulge that kind of pleasantry which is generally called rhodomontade, but which may, with as much propriety, be expressed by a much shorter word, and perhaps we too often supply the use of this little monosyllable by others, since very much of what frequently passes in the world for wit and humour should, in the strictest purity of language, receive that short appellation, which, in conformity to the well-bred laws of custom, I here suppress. But whatever detestation Mr. Allworthy had to this or to any other vice, he was not so blinded by it but that he could discern any virtue in the guilty person, as clearly indeed as if there had been no mixture of vice in the same character. While he was angry, therefore, with the incontinence of Jones, he was no less pleased with the honour and honesty of his self-accusation. He began now to form in his mind the same opinion of this young fellow, which we hope our reader may have conceived, and in balancing his faults with his perfections, the latter seemed rather to preponderate. It was to no purpose, therefore, that Thwackum, who was immediately charged by Mr. Blifil with the story, unbended all his rancour against poor Tom. Allworthy gave a patient hearing to their invectives, and then answered coldly that young men of Tom's complexion were too generally addicted to this vice, but he believed that youth was sincerely affected with what he had said to him on the occasion, and he hoped he would not transgress again. So that, as the days of whipping were at an end, the tutor had no other vent but his own mouth for his gall, the usual poor resource of impotent revenge. But Square, who was a less violent, was a much more artful man, and as he hated Jones more perhaps than Thwackum himself did, so he contrived to do him more mischief in the mind of Mr. Allworthy. The reader must remember the several little incidents of the partridge, the horse, and the Bible, which were recounted in the second book, by all which Jones had rather improved than injured the affection which Mr. Allworthy was inclined to entertain for him. The same, I believe, must have happened to him with every other person who hath any idea of friendship, generosity, and greatness of spirit, that is to say, who hath any traces of goodness in his mind. Square himself was not unacquainted with the true impression which those several instances of goodness had made on the excellent heart of Allworthy, for the philosopher very well knew what virtue was, though he was not always perhaps steady in its pursuit. But as for Thwackum, from what reason I will not determine, no such thoughts ever entered into his head. He saw Jones in a bad light, and he imagined Allworthy saw him in the same, but that he was resolved from pride and stubbornness of spirit not to give up the boy whom he had once cherished, since by so doing he must tacitly acknowledge that his former opinion of him had been wrong. Square, therefore, embraced this opportunity of injuring Jones in the tenderest part, by giving a very bad turn to all these before-mentioned occurrences. "I am sorry, sir," said he, "to own I have been deceived as well as yourself. I could not, I confess, help being pleased with what I ascribed to the motive of friendship, though it was carried to an excess, and all excess is faulty and vicious. But in this I made allowance for youth. Little did I suspect that the sacrifice of truth, which we both imagined to have been made to friendship, was in reality a prostitution of it to a depraved and debauched appetite. You now plainly see whence all the seeming generosity of this young man to the family of the gamekeeper proceeded. He supported the father in order to corrupt the daughter, and preserve the family from starving, to bring one of them to shame and ruin. This is friendship, this is generosity. As Sir Richard Steele says, gluttons who give high prices for delicacies are very worthy to be called generous. In short, I am resolved from this instance never to give way to the weakness of human nature more, nor to think anything virtue which doth not exactly quadrate with the unerring rule of right." The goodness of Allworthy had prevented those considerations from occurring to himself, yet were they too plausible to be absolutely and hastily rejected when laid before his eyes by another. Indeed, what Square had said sunk very deeply into his mind, and the uneasiness which it there created was very visible to the other, though the good man would not acknowledge this, but made a very slight answer, and forcibly drove off the discourse to some other subject. It was well perhaps for poor Tom that no such suggestion had been made before he was pardoned, for they certainly stamped in the mind of Allworthy the first bad impression concerning Jones. Chapter 12, containing much clearer matters, but which flowed from the same fountain with those in the preceding chapter. The reader will be pleased, I believe, to return with me to Sophia. She passed the night, after we saw her last, in no very agreeable manner. Sleep befriended her but little, and dreams less. In the morning, when Mrs. Honour, her maid, attended her at the usual hour, she was found already up and dressed. Persons who live 2 or 3 miles distant in the country are considered as next-door neighbours, and transactions at the one house fly with incredible celerity to the other. Mrs. Honour, therefore, had heard the whole story of Molly's shame, which she, being of a very communicative temper, had no sooner entered the apartment of her mistress than she began to relate in the following manner. "La, ma'am, what doth your ladyship think? The girl that your ladyship saw at church on Sunday, whom you thought so handsome, though you would not have thought her so handsome neither if you had seen her nearer, but to be sure she hath been carried before the justice for being big with child. She seemed to me to look like a confident slut, and to be sure she hath laid the child to young Mr. Jones, and all the parish says Mr. Allworthy is so angry with young Mr. Jones that he won't see him. To be sure, one can't help pitying the poor young man, and yet he doth not deserve much pity neither, for demeaning himself with such kind of trumpery. Yet he is so pretty a gentleman. I should be sorry to have him turned out of doors. I dares to swear the wench was as willing as he, for she was always a forward kind of body. And when wenches are so coming, young men are not so much to be blamed neither, for to be sure they do no more than what is natural. Indeed, it is beneath them to meddle with such dirty draggle-tails, and whatever happens to them, it is good enough for them. And yet, to be sure, the vile baggages are most in fault. I wishes with all my heart they were well to be whipped at the cart's tail, for it is pity they should be the ruin of a pretty young gentleman, and nobody can deny but that Mr. Jones is one of the most handsomest young men that ever—" She was running on this, when Sophia, with a more peevish voice than she had ever spoken to her in before, cried, "Prithee, why dost thou trouble me with all this stuff? What concern have I with what Mr. Jones doth?" I suppose you are all alike, and you seem to me to be angry it was not your own case." "Ay, madam," answered Mrs. Honour, "I am sorry your ladyship should have such an opinion of me. I am sure nobody can say such thing of me. All the young fellows in the world may go to the devil for me. Because I said he was a handsome man, everybody says it as well as I. To be sure, I never thought it was any harm to say a young man was handsome, but to be sure I shall never think him so any more, for handsome is that handsome does. A beggar wench!" "Stop thy torrent of impertinence," cries Sophia, "and see whether my father wants me at breakfast." Mrs. Honour then flung out of the room, muttering much to herself, of which "Marry, come up, I assure you," was all that could be plainly distinguished. Whether Mrs. Honour really deserved that suspicion of which her mistress gave her a hint is a matter which we cannot indulge our reader's curiosity by resolving. We will, however, make him amends in disclosing what passed in the mind of Sophia. The reader will be pleased to recollect that a secret affection for Mr. Jones had insensibly stolen into the bosom of this young lady, that it had there grown to a pretty great height before she herself had discovered it. When she first began to perceive its symptoms, the sensations were so sweet and pleasing that she had not resolution sufficient to check or repel them, and thus she went on cherishing a passion of which she never once considered the consequences. This incident relating to Molly first opened her eyes. She now first perceived the weakness of which she had been guilty, and though it caused the utmost perturbation in her mind, yet it had the effect of other nauseous physic, and for the time expelled her distemper. Its operation indeed was most wonderfully quick, and in the short interval while her maid was absent, so entirely removed all symptoms that when Mrs. Honour returned with a summons from her father, she was become perfectly easy, and had brought herself to a thorough indifference for Mr. Jones. The diseases of the mind do in almost every particular imitate those of the body, for which reason we hope that learned faculty, for whom we have so profound a respect, will pardon us the violent hands we have been necessitated to lay on several words and phrases which of right belong to them, and without which our descriptions must have been often unintelligible. Now, there is no one circumstance in which the distempers of the mind bear a more exact analogy to those which are called bodily than that aptness which both have to a relapse. This is plain in the violent diseases of ambition and avarice. I have known ambition, when cured at court by frequent disappointments, which are the only physic for it, to break out again in a contest for foreman of the grand jury at an assizes, and have heard of a man who had so far conquered avarice as to give away many a sixpence, that comforted himself at last on his deathbed by making a crafty and advantageous bargain concerning his ensuing funeral with an undertaker who had married his only child. In the affair of love, which, out of strict conformity with the Stoic philosophy, we shall here treat as a disease, this proneness to relapse is no less conspicuous. Thus it happened to poor Sophia, upon whom, the very next time she saw young Jones, all the former symptoms returned, and from that time cold and hot fits alternately seized her heart. The situation of this young lady was now very different from what it had ever been before. That passion which had formerly been so exquisitely delicious now became a scorpion in her bosom. She resisted it, therefore, with her utmost force, and summoned every argument her reason, which was surprisingly strong for her age, could suggest, to subdue and expel it. In this she so far succeeded that she began to hope from time and absence a perfect cure. She resolved, therefore, to avoid Tom Jones as much as possible, for which purpose she began to conceive a design of visiting her aunt, to which she made no doubt of obtaining her father's consent. But fortune, who had other designs in her head, put an immediate stop to any such proceeding by introducing an accident, which will be related in the next chapter. Chapter 13. A dreadful accident which befell Sophia. The gallant behaviour of Jones, and the more dreadful consequence of that behaviour to the young lady, with a short digression in favour of the female sex. Mr. Weston grew every day fonder and fonder of Sophia, insomuch that his beloved dogs themselves almost gave place to her in his affections, But as he could not prevail on himself to abandon these, he contrived very cunningly to enjoy their company, together with that of his daughter, by insisting on her riding a hunting with him. Sophia, to whom her father's word was a law, readily complied with his desires, though she had not the least delight in a sport which was of too rough and masculine a nature to suit her disposition. She had, however, another motive besides her obedience to accompany the old gentleman in the chase, for by her presence she hoped in some measure to restrain his impetuosity, and to prevent him from so frequently exposing his neck to the utmost hazard. The strongest objection was that which would have formerly been an inducement to her, namely, the frequent meeting with young Jones, whom she had determined to avoid. But as the end of the hunting season now approached, she hoped, by a short absence with her aunt, to reason herself entirely out of her unfortunate passion, and had not any doubt of being able to meet him in the field the subsequent season without the least danger. On the second day of her hunting, as she was returning from the chase, and was arrived within a little distance from Mr. Weston's house, her horse, whose mettlesome spirit required a better rider, fell suddenly to prancing and capering in such a manner that she was in the most imminent peril of falling. Tom Jones, who was at a little distance behind, saw this, and immediately galloped up to her assistance. As soon as he came up, he leapt from his own horse and caught hold of hers by the bridle. The unruly beast presently reared himself an end on his hind legs, and threw his lovely burthen from his back, and Jones caught her in his arms. She was so affected with the fright that she was not immediately able to satisfy Jones, who was very solicitous to know whether she had received any hurt. She soon after, however, recovered her spirits, assured him she was safe, and thanked him for the care he had taken of her. Jones answered, "If I have preserved you, madam, I am sufficiently repaid, for I promise you I would have secured you from the least harm at the expense of a much greater fortune to myself than I have suffered on this occasion." "What misfortune?" replied Sophia eagerly. "I hope you have come to no mischief." "Be not concerned, madam," answered Jones. "Heaven be praised you have escaped so well, considering the danger you was in. If I have broke my arm, I consider it as a trifle, in comparison of what I feared upon your account." Sophia then screamed out, "Broke your arm? Heaven forbid!" "I am afraid I have, madam," said Jones, "but I beg you will suffer me first to take care of you. I have a right hand yet at your service, to help you into the next field, whence we have but a very little walk to your father's house." Sophia, seeing his left arm dangling by his side, while he was using the other to lead her, no longer doubted of the truth. She now grew much paler than her fears for herself had made her before. All her limbs were seized with a trembling, insomuch that Jones could scarce support her, and as her thoughts were in no less agitation, she could not refrain from giving Jones a look so full of tenderness that it almost argued a stronger sensation in her mind than even gratitude and pity united can raise in the gentlest female bosom, without the assistance of a third, more powerful passion. Mr. Weston, who was advanced at some distance when this accident happened, was now returned, as were the rest of the horsemen. Sophia immediately acquainted them with what had befallen Jones, and begged them to take care of him. Upon which Weston, who had been much alarmed by meeting his daughter's horse without its rider, and was now overjoyed to find her unhurt, cried out, "I am glad it is no worse. If Tom hath broken his arm, we will get a joiner to mend un again." The squire alighted from his horse, and proceeded to his house on foot, with his daughter and Jones. An impartial spectator, who had met them on the way, would, on viewing their several countenances, have concluded Sophia alone to have been the object of compassion, for as to Jones, he exulted in having probably saved the life of the young lady at the price only of a broken bone, and Mr. Weston, though he was not unconcerned at the accident which had befallen Jones, was, however, delighted in a much higher degree with the fortunate escape of his daughter. The generosity of Sophia's temper construed this behaviour of Jones into great bravery, and it made a deep impression on her heart, for certain it is that there is no one quality which so generally recommends men to women as this, proceeding, if we believe the common opinion, from that natural timidity of the sex, which is, says Mr. Osborne, so great that a woman is the most cowardly of all the creatures God ever made, a sentiment more remarkable for its bluntness than for its truth. Aristotle, in his Politics, doth them, I believe, more justice, when he says, "The modesty and fortitude of men differ from those virtues in women, for the fortitude which becomes a woman would be cowardice in a man, and the modesty which becomes a man would be pertness in a woman." Nor is there perhaps more of truth in the opinion of those who derive the partiality which women are inclined to show to the brave from this excess of their fear. Mr. Bayle, I think in his article of Helen, imputes this, and with greater probability, to their violent love of glory, for the truth of which we have the authority of him who of all others saw farthest into human nature, and who introduced the heroine of his Odyssey, the great pattern of matrimonial love and constancy, assigning the glory of her husband as the only source of her affection towards him. However this be, certain it is that the accident operated very strongly on Sophia, and indeed, after much inquiry into the matter, I am inclined to believe that, at this very time, the charming Sophia made no less impression on the heart of Jones. To say truth, he had for some time become sensible of the irresistible power of her charms. Chapter 14. The arrival of a surgeon, his operations, and a long dialogue between Sophia and her maid. When they arrived at Mr. Weston's hall, Sophia, who had tottered along with much difficulty, sunk down in her chair, but by the assistance of hartshorn and water she was prevented from fainting away, and had pretty well recovered her spirits when the surgeon, who was sent for to Jones, appeared. Mr. Weston, who imputed these symptoms in his daughter to a fall, advised her to be presently blooded by way of prevention. In this opinion he was seconded by the surgeon, who gave so many reasons for bleeding, and quoted so many cases where persons had miscarried for want of it, that the squire became very importunate, and indeed insisted peremptorily that his daughter should be blooded. Sophia soon yielded to the commands of her father, though entirely contrary to her own inclinations, for she suspected, I believe, less danger from the fright than either the squire or the surgeon. She then stretched out her beautiful arm, and the operator began to prepare for his work. While the servants were busied in providing materials, the surgeon, who imputed the backwardness which had appeared in Sophia to her fears, began to comfort her with assurances that there was not the least danger, for no accident, he said, could ever happen in bleeding, but from the monstrous ignorance of pretenders to surgery, which he pretty plainly insinuated was not at present to be apprehended. Sophia declared she was not under the least apprehension, adding, "If you open an artery, I promise you I'll forgive you." "Will you?" cries Weston. "Damn me if I will. If he does thee the least mischief, damn me if I don't have the heart's blood of him out." The surgeon assented to bleed her upon these conditions, and then proceeded to his operation, which he performed with as much dexterity as he had promised, and with as much quickness, for he took but little blood from her, saying it was much safer to bleed again and again than to take away too much at once. Sophia, when her arm was bound up, retired, for she was not willing, nor was it perhaps strictly decent, to be present at the operation on Jones. Indeed, one objection which she had to bleeding, though she did not make it, was the delay which it would occasion to setting the broken bone. For Weston, when Sophia was concerned, had no consideration but for her, and as for Jones himself, he sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. To say the truth, when he saw the blood springing from the lovely arm of Sophia, he scarce thought of what had happened to himself. The surgeon now ordered his patient to be stripped to his shirt, and then entirely baring the arm, he began to stretch and examine it, in such a manner that the tortures he put him to caused Jones to make several wry faces, which the surgeon, observing, greatly wondered at, crying, "What is the matter, sir? I am sure it is impossible I should hurt you." And then, holding forth the broken arm, he began a long and very learned lecture of anatomy, in which simple and double fractures were most accurately considered, and the several ways in which Jones might have broken his arm were discussed, with proper annotations showing how many of these would have been better, and how many worse, than the present case. Having at length finished his laboured harangue, with which the audience, though it had greatly raised their attention and admiration, were not much edified, as they really understood not a single syllable of all he had said, he proceeded to business, which he was more expeditious in finishing than he had been in beginning. Jones was then ordered into a bed, which Mr. Weston compelled him to accept at his own house, and sentence of water gruel was passed upon him. Among the good company which had attended in the hall during the bone-setting, Mrs. Honour was one, who, being summoned to her mistress as soon as it was over, and asked by her how the young gentleman did, presently launched into extravagant praise on the magnanimity, as she called it, of his behaviour, which, she said, was so charming and so pretty a creature. She then burst forth into much warmer encomiums on the beauty of his person, enumerating many particulars, and ending with the whiteness of his skin. This discourse had an effect on Sophia's countenance, which would not perhaps have escaped the observance of the sagacious waiting-woman, had she once looked her mistress in the face all the time she was speaking. But as a looking-glass, which was most commodiously placed opposite to her, gave her an opportunity of surveying those features in which of all others she took most delight, so she had not once removed her eyes from that amiable object during her whole speech. Mrs. Honour was so entirely wrapped up in the subject on which she exercised her tongue, and the object before her eyes, that she gave her mistress time to conquer her confusion, which having done, she smiled on her maid, and told her she was certainly in love with this young fellow. "I in love, madam," answered she. "Upon my word, ma'am, I assure you, ma'am, upon my soul, ma'am, I am not." "Why, if you was," cries her mistress, "I see no reason why you should be ashamed of it, for he is certainly a pretty fellow." "Yes, ma'am," answered the other, "that he is, the most handsomest man I ever saw in my life. Yes, to be sure, that he is. And, as your ladyship says, I don't know why I should be ashamed of loving him, though he is my betters. To be sure, gentlefolks are but flesh and blood, no more than us servants. Besides, as for Book 5, chapters 1 to 4, containing a portion of time somewhat longer than half a year. Chapter 1. Of the serious in writing, and for what purpose it is introduced. Peradventure there may be no parts in this prodigious work which will give the reader less pleasure in the perusing than those which have given the author the greatest pains in composing. Among these probably may be reckoned those initial essays which we have prefixed to the historical matter contained in every book, and which we have determined to be essentially necessary to this kind of writing, of which we have set ourselves at the head. For this our determination we do not hold ourselves strictly bound to assign any reason, it being abundantly sufficient that we have laid it down as a rule necessary to be observed in all prosaic, epic writing. Whoever demanded the reasons of that nice unity of time or place which is now established to be so essential to dramatic poetry? What critic hath ever been asked why a play may not contain 2 days as well as 1? Or why the audience, provided they travel, like electors, without any expense, may not be wafted 50 miles as well as 5? Hath any commentator well accounted for the limitation which an ancient critic hath set to the drama, which he will have contain neither more nor less than 5 acts? Or hath any one living attempted to explain what the modern judges of our theatre mean by that word low, by which they have happily succeeded in banishing all humour from the stage, and have made the theatre as dull as a drawing-room? Upon all these occasions the world seems to have embraced a maxim of our law, viz., quicunque in arte sua perito credendum est. For it seems perhaps difficult to conceive that any one should have had enough of impudence to lay down dogmatical rules in any art or science without the least foundation. In such cases, therefore, we are apt to conclude there are sound and good reasons at the bottom, though we are unfortunately not able to see so far. Now, in reality, the world have paid too great a compliment to critics, and have imagined them men of much greater profundity than they really are. From this complaisance the critics have been emboldened to assume a dictatorial power, and have so far succeeded that they are now become the masters, and have the assurance to give laws to those authors from whose predecessors they originally received them. The critic, rightly considered, is no more than the clerk, whose office it is to transcribe the rules and laws laid down by those great judges whose vast strength of genius hath placed them in the light of legislators in the several sciences over which they presided. This office was all which the critics of old aspired to, nor did they ever dare to advance a sentence without supporting it by the authority of the judge from whence it was borrowed. But in process of time, and in ages of ignorance, the clerk began to invade the power and assume the dignity of his master. The laws of writing were no longer founded on the practice of the author, but on the dictates of the critic. The clerk became the legislator, and those very peremptorily gave laws whose business it was, at first, only to transcribe them. Hence arose an obvious and perhaps an unavoidable error, for these critics, being men of shallow capacities, very easily mistook mere form for substance. They acted as a judge would, who should adhere to the lifeless letter of law and reject the spirit. Little circumstances which were perhaps accidental in a great author were by these critics considered to constitute his chief merit, and transmitted as essentials to be observed by all his successors. To these encroachments, time and ignorance, the two great supporters of imposture, gave authority, and thus many rules for good writing have been established, which have not the least foundation in truth or nature, and which commonly serve for no other purpose than to curb and restrain genius, in the same manner as it would have restrained the dancing master, had the many excellent treatises on that art laid it down as an essential rule that every man must dance in chains. To avoid, therefore, all imputation of laying down a rule for posterity, founded only on the authority of ipse dixit, for which, to say the truth, we have not the profoundest veneration, we shall here waive the privilege above contended for, and proceed to lay before the reader the reasons which have induced us to intersperse these several digressive essays in the course of this work. And here we shall of necessity be led to open a new vein of knowledge, which, if it hath been discovered, hath not, to our remembrance, been wrought on by any ancient or modern writer. This vein is no other than that of contrast, which runs through all the works of the creation, and may probably have a large share in constituting in us the idea of all beauty, as well natural as artificial. For what demonstrates the beauty and excellence of anything but its reverse? Thus the beauty of day and that of summer is set off by the horrors of night and winter. And I believe, if it was possible for a man to have seen only the two former, he would have a very imperfect idea of their beauty. But to avoid too serious an air, can it be doubted but that the finest woman in the world would lose all benefit of her charms in the eye of a man who had never seen one of another caste? The ladies themselves seem so sensible of this that they are all industrious to procure foils. Nay, they will become foils to themselves, for I have observed, at Bath particularly, that they endeavour to appear as ugly as possible in the morning, in order to set off that beauty which they intend to show you in the evening. Most artists have this secret in practice, though some perhaps have not much studied the theory. The jeweller knows that the finest brilliant requires a foil, and the painter, by the contrast of his figures, often acquires great applause. A great genius among us will illustrate this matter fully. I cannot indeed range him under any general head of common artists, as he hath a title to be placed among those inventas qui vitam excoluere per artes, who by invented arts have life improved. I mean here the inventor of that most exquisite entertainment called the English pantomime. This entertainment consisted of two parts, which the inventor distinguished by the names of the serious and the comic. The serious exhibited a certain number of heathen gods and heroes, who were certainly the worst and dullest company into which an audience was ever introduced, and, which was a secret known to few, were actually intended so to be, in order to contrast the comic part of the entertainment, and to display the tricks of harlequin to the better advantage. This was perhaps no very civil use of such personages, but the contrivance was, nevertheless, ingenious enough, and had its effect. And this will now plainly appear, if, instead of serious and comic, we supply the words duller and dullest, for the comic was certainly duller than anything before shown on the stage, and could be set off only by that superlative degree of dullness which composed the seriousness. So intolerably serious, indeed, were these gods and heroes that Harlequin, though the English gentleman of that name is not at all related to the French family, for he is of a much more serious disposition, was always welcome on the stage, as he relieved the audience from worse company. Judicious writers have always practised this art of contrast with great success. I have been surprised that Horace should cavil at this art in Homer, but indeed he contradicts himself in the very next line. Indignor quandoque bonus dormitet Homerus, verum opere in longa fas est obrepere somnum. I grieve if e'er great Homer chanced to sleep, yet slumbers on long works have right to creep. For we are not here to understand, as perhaps some have, that an author actually falls asleep while he is writing. It is true that readers are too apt to be so overtaken, but if the work was as long as any of old Mixon, the author himself is too well entertained to be subject to the least drowsiness. He is, as Mr. Pope observes, sleepless himself to give his readers sleep. To say the truth, these soporific parts are so many scenes of serious, artfully interwoven, in order to contrast and set off the rest, and this is the true meaning of a late facetious writer, who told the public that whenever he was dull, they might be assured there was a design in it. In this light, then, or rather in this darkness, I would have the reader to consider these initial essays. And after this warning, if he shall be of opinion that he can find enough of serious in other parts of this history, he may pass over these, in which we profess to be laboriously dull, and to begin the following books at the second chapter. Chapter 2, in which Mr. Jones receives many friendly visits during his confinement, with some fine touches of the passion of love scarce visible to the naked eye. Tom Jones had many visitors during his confinement, though some perhaps were not very agreeable to him. Mr. Allworthy saw him almost every day, but though he pitied Tom's sufferings and greatly approved the gallant behaviour which had occasioned them, yet he thought this was a favourable opportunity to bring him to a sober sense of his indiscreet conduct, and that wholesome advice for that purpose could never be applied at a more proper season than at the present, when the mind was softened by pain and sickness, and alarmed by danger, and when its attention was unembarrassed by those turbulent passions which engage us in the pursuit of pleasure. At all seasons, therefore, when the good man was alone with the youth, especially when the latter was totally at ease, he took occasion to remind him of his former miscarriages, but in the mildest and tenderest manner, and only in order to introduce the caution which he prescribed for his future behaviour, on which alone, he assured him, would depend his own felicity, and the kindness which he might yet promise himself to receive at the hands of his father by adoption, unless he should hereafter forfeit his good opinion. For as to what had passed, he said, it should be all forgiven and forgotten. He therefore advised him to make a good use of this accident, so that in the end it might prove a visitation for his own good. Thwackum was likewise pretty assiduous in his visits, and he too considered a sick bed to be a convenient scene for lectures. His style, however, was more severe than Mr. Allworthy's. He told his pupil that he ought to look on his broken limb as a judgment from heaven on his sins, that it would become him to be daily on his knees, pouring forth thanksgivings that he had broken his arm only, and not his neck, which latter, he said, was very probably reserved for some future occasion, and that perhaps not very remote. For his part, he said, he had often wondered some judgment had not overtaken him before, but it might be perceived by this, that divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Hence, likewise, he advised him to foresee with equal certainty the greatest evils which were yet behind, and which were as sure as this of overtaking him in his state of reprobacy. These are, said he, to be averted only by such a thorough and sincere repentance as is not to be expected or hoped for from one so abandoned in his youth, and whose mind, I am afraid, is totally corrupted. It is my duty, however, to exhort you to this repentance, though I too well know all exhortations will be vain and fruitless. But liberavi animam meam, I can accuse my own conscience of no neglect, though it is at the same time with the utmost concern I see you travelling on to certain misery in this world, and to a certain damnation in the next." Square talked in a very different strain. He said such accidents as a broken bone were below the consideration of a wise man, that it was abundantly sufficient to reconcile the mind to any of these mischances, to reflect that they are liable to befall the wisest of mankind, and are undoubtedly for the good of the whole. He said it was a mere abuse of words to call those things evil in which there was no moral unfitness, that pain, which was the worst consequence of such accidents, was the most contemptible thing in the world, with more of the like sentences, extracted out of the second book of Tully's Tusculan Questions, and from the great Lord Shaftesbury. In pronouncing these he was one day so eager that he unfortunately bit his tongue, and in such a manner that it not only put an end to his discourse, but created much emotion in him, and caused him to mutter an oath or two. But what was worst of all, this accident gave Thwackum, who was present, and who held all such doctrine to be heathenish and atheistical, an opportunity to clap a judgment on his back. Now this was done with so malicious a sneer that it totally unhinged, if I may so say, the temper of the philosopher, which the bite of his tongue had somewhat ruffled, and as he was disabled from venting his wrath at his lips, he had positively found a more violent method of revenging himself, had not the surgeon, who was then luckily in the room, contrary to his own interest, interposed and preserved the peace. Mr. Blifil visited his friend Jones but seldom, and never alone. This worthy young man, however, professed much regard for him, and as great concern at his misfortune, but cautiously avoided any intimacy, lest, as he frequently hinted, it might contaminate the sobriety of his own character, for which purpose he had constantly in his mouth that proverb in which Solomon speaks against evil communication. Not that he was so bitter as Thwackum, for he always expressed some hopes of Tom's reformation, which, he said, the unparalleled goodness shown by his uncle on this occasion must certainly effect in one not absolutely abandoned, but concluded, if Mr. Jones ever offends hereafter, I shall not be able to say a syllable in his favour. As to Squire Weston, he was seldom out of the sick-room, unless when he was engaged either in the field or over his bottle. Nay, he would sometimes retire hither to take his beer, and it was not without difficulty that he was prevented from forcing Jones to take his beer too, for no quack ever held his nostrum to be a more generous panacea than he did this, which, he said, had more virtue in it than was in all the physics in an apothecary's shop. He was, however, by much entreaty, prevailed on to forbear the application of this medicine. But from serenading his patient every hunting morning with the horn under his window, it was impossible to withhold him, nor did he ever lay aside that halloo with which he entered into all companies when he visited Jones, without any regard to the sick person's being at that time either awake or asleep. This boisterous behaviour, as it meant no harm, so happily it effected none, and was abundantly compensated to Jones, as soon as he was able to sit up, by the company of Sophia, whom the squire then brought to visit him. Nor was it indeed long before Jones was able to attend her to the harpsichord, where she would kindly condescend, for hours together, to charm him with the most delicious music, unless when the squire thought proper to interrupt her by insisting on old Sir Simon or some other of his favourite pieces. Notwithstanding the nicest guard which Sophia endeavoured to set on her behaviour, she could not avoid letting some appearances now and then slip forth, for love may again be likened to a disease in this, that when it is denied a vent in one part, it will certainly break out in another. What her lips therefore concealed, her eyes, her blushes, and many little involuntary actions betrayed. One day, when Sophia was playing on the harpsichord, and Jones was attending, the squire came into the room, crying, "There, Tom, I have had a battle for thee below stairs with thick Parson Thwackum. He hath been a-telling Allworthy before my face that the broken bone was a judgment upon thee. Damn it, says I, how can that be? Did he not come by it in defence of a young woman? A judgment indeed! Pox, if he never doth anything worse, he will go to heaven sooner than all the parsons in the country. He hath more reason to glory in it than to be ashamed of it. Indeed, sir, says Jones, I have no reason for either, but if it preserved Miss Weston, I shall always think it the happiest accident of my life. And to go, said the squire, to set Allworthy against thee for it. Damn, and if the parson hadn't his petticoats on, I should have lent in the flick, for I love thee dearly, my boy, and damn me if there is anything in my power which I won't do for thee. Shan't take thy choice of all the horses in my stable to-morrow morning, except only the Chevalier and Miss Slouch. Jones thanked him, but declined accepting the offer. Nay, added the squire, shan't have the sorrel mare that Sophie rode. She cost me 50 guineas, and come 6 years old this grass. If she had cost me 1,000, cried Jones passionately, I would have given it to the dogs. Pooh, answered Weston. What? Because she broke thy arm? Shouldst forget and forgive. I thought hadst been more of a man than to bear malice against a dumb creature. Here Sophia interposed, and put an end to the conversation, by desiring her father's leave to play to him, a request which he never refused. The countenance of Sophia had undergone more than one change during the foregoing speeches, and probably she imputed the passionate resentment which Jones had expressed against the mare to a different motive from that from which her father had derived it. Her spirits were at this time in a visible flutter, and she played so intolerably ill that had not Weston soon fallen asleep, he must have remarked it. Jones, however, who was sufficiently awake, and was not without an ear any more than without eyes, made some observations, which, being joined to all which the reader may remember to have passed formerly, gave him pretty strong assurances, when he came to reflect on the whole, that all was not well in the tender bosom of Sophia, an opinion which many young gentlemen will, I doubt, not extremely wonder at his not having been well confirmed in long ago. To confess the truth, he had rather too much diffidence in himself, and was not forward enough in seeing the advances of a young lady, a misfortune which can be cured only by that early town education which is at present so generally in fashion. When these thoughts had fully taken possession of Jones, they occasioned a perturbation in his mind, which, in a constitution less pure and firm than his, might have been, at such a season, attended with very dangerous consequences. He was truly sensible of the great worth of Sophia. He extremely liked her person, no less admired her accomplishments, and tenderly loved her goodness. In reality, as he had never once entertained any thought of possessing her, nor had ever given the least voluntary indulgence to his inclinations, he had a much stronger passion for her than he himself was acquainted with. His heart now brought forth the full secret, at the same time that it assured him the adorable object returned his affection. Chapter 3, which all who have no heart will think to contain much ado about nothing. The reader will perhaps imagine the sensations which now arose in Jones to have been so sweet and delicious that they would rather tend to produce a cheerful serenity in the mind than any of those dangerous effects which we have mentioned. But in fact, sensations of this kind, however delicious, are at their first recognition of a very tumultuous nature, and have very little of the opiate in them. They were, moreover, in the present case, embittered with certain circumstances, which, being mixed with sweeter ingredients, tended altogether to compose a draught that might be termed bitter-sweet, than which, as nothing can be more disagreeable to the palate, so nothing, in the metaphorical sense, can be so injurious to the mind. For first, though he had sufficient foundation to flatter himself in what he had observed in Sophia, he was not yet free from doubt of misconstruing compassion, or at best esteem, into a warmer regard. He was far from a sanguine assurance that Sophia had any such affection towards him as might promise his inclination that harvest which, if they were encouraged and nursed, they would finally grow up to require. Besides, if he could hope to find no bar to his happiness from the daughter, he thought himself certain of meeting an effectual bar in the father, who, though he was a country squire in his diversions, was perfectly a man of the world in whatever regarded his fortune, had the most violent affection for his only daughter, and had often signified, in his cups, the pleasure he proposed in seeing her married to one of the richest men in the county. Jones was not so vain and senseless a coxcomb as to expect, from any regard which Weston had professed for him, that he would ever be induced to lay aside these views of advancing his daughter. He well knew that fortune is generally the principal, if not the sole, consideration which operates on the best of parents in these matters. For friendship makes us warmly espouse the interest of others, but it is very cold to the gratification of their passions. Indeed, to feel the happiness which may result from this, it is necessary we should possess the passion ourselves. As he had, therefore, no hopes of obtaining her father's consent, so he thought to endeavour to succeed without it, and by such means to frustrate the great point of Mr. Weston's life was to make a very ill use of his hospitality, and a very ungrateful return for the many little favours received, however roughly, at his hands. If he saw such a consequence with horror and disdain, how much more was he shocked with what regarded Mr. Allworthy, to whom, as he had more than filial obligations, so he had for him more than filial piety. He knew the nature of that good man to be so averse to any baseness or treachery that the least attempt of such a kind would make the sight of the guilty person for ever odious to his eyes, and his name a detestable sound in his ears. The appearance of such unsurmountable difficulties was sufficient to have inspired him with despair, however ardent his wishes had been. But even these were controlled by compassion for another woman. The idea of lovely Molly now intruded itself before him. He had sworn eternal constancy in her arms, and she had as often vowed never to outlive his deserting her. He now saw her in all the most shocking postures of death, a long chapter containing a very great incident. But though this victorious deity easily expelled his avowed enemies from the heart of Jones, he found it more difficult to supplant the garrison which he himself had placed there. To lay aside all allegory, the concern for what must become of poor Molly greatly disturbed and perplexed the mind of the worthy youth. The superior merit of Sophia totally eclipsed, or rather extinguished, all the beauties of the poor girl, but compassion, instead of contempt, succeeded to love. He was convinced the girl had placed all her affections and all her prospect of future happiness in him only. For this he had, he knew, given sufficient occasion by the utmost profusion of tenderness towards her, a tenderness which he had taken every means to persuade her he would always maintain. She, on her side, had assured him of her firm belief in his promise, and had with the most solemn vows declared that on his fulfilling or breaking these promises it depended whether she should be the happiest or the most miserable of womankind. And to be the author of this highest degree of misery to a human being was the thought on which he could not bear to ruminate a single moment. He considered this poor girl as having sacrificed to him everything in her little power, as having been, at her own expense, the object of his pleasure, as sighing and languishing for him even at that very instant. Shall then, says he, my recovery, for which she hath so ardently wished, shall my presence, which she hath so eagerly expected, instead of giving her that joy with which she hath flattered herself, cast her at once down into misery and despair? Can I be such a villain? Here, when the genius of poor Molly seemed triumphant, the love of Sophia towards him, which now appeared no longer dubious, rushed upon his mind, and bore away every obstacle before it. At length it occurred to him that he might possibly be able to make Molly amends another way, namely, by giving her a sum of money. This, nevertheless, he almost despaired of her accepting, when he recollected the frequent and vehement assurances he had received from her that the world, put in balance with him, would make her no amends for his loss. However, her extreme poverty, and chiefly her egregious vanity, somewhat of which hath been already hinted to the reader, gave him some little hope that, notwithstanding all her avowed tenderness, she might in time be brought to content herself with a fortune superior to her expectation, and which might indulge her vanity by setting her above all her equals. He resolved, therefore, to take the first opportunity of making a proposal of this kind. One day, accordingly, when his arm was so well recovered that he could walk easily with it slung in a sash, he stole forth at a season when the squire was engaged in his field exercises, and visited his fair one. Her mother and sisters, whom he found taking their tea, informed him first that Molly was not at home, but afterwards the eldest sister acquainted him, with a malicious smile, that she was above stairs abed. Tom had no objection to this situation of his mistress, and immediately ascended the ladder which led towards her bedchamber. But when he came to the top, he, to his great surprise, found the door fast, nor could he for some time obtain any answer from within, for Molly, as she herself afterwards informed him, was fast asleep. The extremes of grief and joy have been remarked to produce very similar effects, and when either of these rushes on us by surprise, it is apt to create such a total perturbation and confusion that we are often thereby deprived of the use of all our faculties. It cannot therefore be wondered at that the unexpected sight of Mr. Jones should so strongly operate on the mind of Molly, and should overwhelm her with such confusion, that for some minutes she was unable to express the great raptures with which the reader will suppose she was affected on this occasion. As for Jones, he was so entirely possessed, and as it were enchanted by the presence of his beloved object, that he for a while forgot Sophia, and consequently the principal purpose of his visit. This, however, soon recurred to his memory, and after the first transports of their meeting were over, he found means by degrees to introduce a discourse on the fatal consequences which must attend their amour if Mr. Allworthy, who had strictly forbidden him ever seeing her more, should discover that he still carried on this commerce. Such a discovery, which his enemies gave him reason to think would be unavoidable, must, he said, end in his ruin, and consequently in hers. Since, therefore, their hard fates had determined that they must separate, he advised her to bear it with resolution, and swore he would never omit any opportunity through the course of his life of showing her the sincerity of his affection by providing for her in a manner beyond her utmost expectation, or even beyond her wishes, if ever that should be in his power, concluding at last that she might soon find some man who would marry her, and who would make her much happier than she could be by leading a disreputable life with him. Molly remained a few moments in silence, and then, bursting into a flood of tears, she began to upbraid him in the following words: "And this is your love for me, to forsake me in this manner, now you have ruined me? How often, when I have told you that all men are false and perjury alike, and grow tired of us as soon as ever they have had their wicked wills of us, how often have you sworn you would never forsake me? And can you be such a perjury man after all? What signifies all the riches in the world to me without you, now you have gained my heart? So you have... Why do you mention another man to me? I can never love any other man as long as I live. All other men are nothing to me. If the greatest squire in all the country should come a-suiting to me to-morrow, I would not give my company to him. No, I shall always hate and despise the whole sex for your sake." She was proceeding thus, when an accident put a stop to her tongue before it had run out half its career. The room, or rather garret, in which Molly lay, being up one pair of stairs, that is to say, at the top of the house, was of a sloping figure, resembling the great delta of the Greeks. The English reader may perhaps form a better idea of it by being told that it was impossible to stand upright anywhere but in the middle. Now, as this room wanted the conveniency of a closet, Molly had, to supply that defect, nailed up an old rug against the rafters of the house, which enclosed a little hole where her best apparel, such as the remains of that sack which we have formerly mentioned, some caps, and other things with which she had lately provided herself, were hung up and secured from the dust. This enclosed place exactly fronted the foot of the bed, to which, indeed, the rug hung so near that it served in a manner to supply the want of curtains. Now, whether Molly, in the agonies of her rage, pushed this rug with her feet, or Jones might touch it, or whether the pin or nail gave way of its own accord, I am not certain, but as Molly pronounced those last words, which are recorded above, the wicked rug got loose from its fastening, and discovered everything hid behind it, where, among other female utensils, appeared, with shame I write it, and with sorrow will it be read, the philosopher Square, in a posture, for the place would not admit his standing upright, as ridiculous as can possibly be conceived. The posture, indeed, in which he stood was not greatly unlike that of a soldier who is tied neck and heels, or rather resembling the attitude in which we often see fellows in the public streets of London, who are not suffering but deserving punishment by so standing. He had a nightcap belonging to Molly on his head, and his two large eyes, the moment the rug fell, stared directly at Jones, so that when the idea of philosophy was added to the figure now discovered, it would have been very difficult for any spectator to have refrained from immoderate laughter. I question not but the surprise of the reader will be here equal to that of Jones, as the suspicions which must arise from the appearance of this wise and grave man in such a place may seem so inconsistent with that character which he hath doubtless maintained hitherto in the opinion of every one. But, to confess the truth, this inconsistency is rather imaginary than real. Philosophers are composed of flesh and blood as well as other human creatures, and however sublimated and refined the theory of these may be, a little practical frailty is as incident to them as to other mortals. It is, indeed, in theory only, and not in practice, as we have before hinted, that consists the difference. For though such great beings think much better and more wisely, they always act exactly like other men. They know very well how to subdue all appetites and passions, and to despise both pain and pleasure, and this knowledge affords much delightful contemplation, and is easily acquired, but the practice would be vexatious and troublesome, and therefore the same wisdom which teaches them to know this, teaches them to avoid carrying it into execution. Mr. Square happened to be at church on that Sunday, when, as the reader may be pleased to remember, the appearance of Molly in her sack had caused all that disturbance. Here he first observed her, and was so pleased with her beauty that he prevailed with the young gentleman to change their intended ride that evening, that he might pass by the habitation of Molly, and by that means might obtain a second chance of seeing her. This reason, however, as he did not at that time mention to any, so neither did we think proper to communicate it then to the reader. Among other particulars which constituted the unfitness of things in Mr. Square's opinion, danger and difficulty were two. The difficulty, therefore, which he apprehended there might be in corrupting this young wench, and the danger which would accrue to his character on the discovery, were such strong dissuasives that it is probable he had first intended to have contented himself with the pleasing ideas which the sight of beauty furnishes us with. These, the gravest men, after a full meal of serious meditation, often allow themselves by way of dessert, for which purpose certain books and pictures find their way into the most private recesses of their study, and a certain liquorish part of natural philosophy is often the principal subject of their conversation. But when the philosopher heard, a day or two afterwards, that the fortress of virtue had already been subdued, he began to give a larger scope to his desires. His appetite was not of that squeamish kind which cannot feed on a dainty because another hath tasted it. In short, he liked the girl the better for the want of that chastity which, if she had possessed it, must have been a bar to his pleasures. He pursued and obtained her. The reader will be mistaken if he thinks Molly gave Square the preference to her younger lover. On the contrary, had she been confined to the choice of one only, Tom Jones would undoubtedly have been, of the two, the victorious person. Nor was it solely the consideration that two are better than one, though this had its proper weight, to which Mr. Square owed his success. The absence of Jones during his confinement was an unlucky circumstance, and in that interval some well-chosen presents from the philosopher so softened and unguarded the girl's heart that a favourable opportunity became irresistible, and Square triumphed over the poor remains of virtue which subsisted in the bosom of Molly. It was now about a fortnight since this conquest, when Jones paid the above-mentioned visit to his mistress, at a time when she and Square were in bed together. This was the true reason why the mother denied her, as we have seen, for as the old woman shared in the profits arising from the iniquity of her daughter, she encouraged and protected her in it to the utmost of her power. But such was the envy and hatred which the elder sister bore towards Molly, that, notwithstanding she had some part of the booty, she would willingly have parted with this to ruin her sister and spoil her trade. Hence she had acquainted Jones with her being above stairs in bed, in hope that he might have caught her in Square's arms. This, however, Molly found means to prevent, as the door was fastened, which gave her an opportunity of conveying her lover behind that rug or blanket, where he now was, unhappily, discovered. Square no sooner made his appearance than Molly flung herself back in her bed, cried out she was undone, and abandoned herself to despair. This poor girl, who was yet but a novice in her business, had not arrived to that perfection of assurance which helps off a town lady in any extremity, and either prompts her with an excuse, or else inspires her to brazen out the matter with her husband, who, from love of quiet, or out of fear of his reputation, and sometimes perhaps from fear of the gallant, who, like Mr. Constant in the play, wears a sword, is glad to shut his eyes, and content to put his horns in his pocket. Molly, on the contrary, was silenced by this evidence, and very fairly gave up a cause which she had hitherto maintained with so many tears, and with such solemn and vehement protestations of the purest love and constancy. As to the gentleman behind the arras, he was not in much less consternation. He stood for a while motionless, and seemed equally at a loss what to say, or whither to direct his eyes. Jones, though perhaps the most astonished of the three, first found his tongue, and being immediately recovered from those uneasy sensations which Molly by her upbraidings had occasioned, he burst into a loud laughter, and then, saluting Mr. Square, advanced to take him by the hand, and to relieve him from his place of confinement. Square, being now arrived in the middle of the room, in which part only he could stand upright, looked at Jones with a very grave countenance, and said to him, "Well, sir, I see you enjoy this mighty discovery, and I dare swear take great delight in the thoughts of exposing me. But if you will consider the matter fairly, you will find you are yourself only to blame. I am not guilty of corrupting innocence. I have done nothing for which that part of the world which judges of matters by the rule of right will condemn me. Fitness is governed by the nature of things, and not by customs, forms, or municipal laws. Nothing is indeed unfit which is not unnatural." "Well reasoned, old boy," answered Jones. "But why dost thou think that I should desire to expose thee? I promise thee I was never better pleased with thee in my life, and unless thou hast a mind to discover it thyself, this affair may remain a profound secret for me." "Nay, Mr. Jones," replied Square, "I would not be thought to undervalue reputation. Good fame is a species of the Calon, and it is by no means fitting to neglect it. Besides, to murder one's own reputation is a kind of suicide, a detestable and odious vice. If you think proper, therefore, to conceal any infirmity of mine, for such I may have, since no man is perfectly perfect, I promise you I will not betray myself. Things may be fitting to be done which are not fitting to be boasted of, for by the perverse judgment of the world that often becomes the subject of censure, which is in truth not only innocent but laudable." "Right," cries Jones. "What can be more innocent than the indulgence of a natural appetite? Or what more laudable than the propagation of our species?" "To be serious with you," answered Square, "I profess they always appeared so to me." "And yet," said Jones, "you was of a different opinion when my affair with this girl was first discovered." "Why, I must confess," says Square, "as the matter was misrepresented to me by that Parson Thwackum, I might condemn the corruption of innocence. It was that, sir, it was that, and that, for you must know, Mr. Jones, in the consideration of fitness, very minute circumstances, sir, very minute circumstances cause great alteration." "Well," cries Jones, "be that as it will, it shall be your own fault, as I have promised you, if you ever hear any more of this adventure. Behave kindly to the girl, and I will never open my lips concerning the matter to any one. And, Molly, do you be faithful to your friend, and I will not only forgive your infidelity to me, but will do you all the service I can." So saying, he took a hasty leave, and slipping down the ladder, retired with much expedition. Square was rejoiced to find this adventure was likely to have no worse conclusion, And as for Molly, being recovered from her confusion, she began at first to upbraid Square with having been the occasion of her loss of Jones, but that gentleman soon found the means of mitigating her anger, partly by caresses, and partly by a small nostrum from his purse, of wonderful and approved efficacy in purging off the ill humours of the mind, and in restoring it to a good temper. She then poured forth a vast profusion of tenderness towards her new lover, turned all she had said to Jones and Jones himself into ridicule, and vowed, though he once had the possession of her person, that none but Square had ever been master of her heart. Chapter 6. By comparing which with the former, the reader may possibly correct some abuse which he hath formerly been guilty of in the application of the word love. The infidelity of Molly, which Jones had now discovered, would perhaps have vindicated a much greater degree of resentment than he expressed on the occasion, and if he had abandoned her directly from that moment, very few, I believe, would have blamed him. Certain, however, it is that he saw her in the light of compassion, and though his love to her was not of that kind which could give him any great uneasiness at her inconstancy, yet he was not a little shocked on reflecting that he had himself originally corrupted her innocence, for to this corruption he imputed all the vice into which she appeared now so likely to plunge herself. This consideration gave him no little uneasiness, till Betty, the elder sister, was so kind some time afterwards entirely to cure him by a hint that one Will Barnes, and not himself, had been the first seducer of Molly, and that the little child, which he had hitherto so certainly concluded to be his own, might very probably have an equal title, at least, to claim Barnes for its father. Jones eagerly pursued this scent when he had first received it, and in a very short time was sufficiently assured that the girl had told him truth, not only by the confession of the fellow, but at last by that of Molly herself. This Will Barnes was a country gallant, and had acquired as many trophies of this kind as any ensign or attorney's clerk in the kingdom. He had indeed reduced several women to a state of utter profligacy, had broke the hearts of some, and had the honour of occasioning the violent death of one poor girl, who had either drowned herself, or, what was rather more probable, had been drowned by him. Among other of his conquests, this fellow had triumphed over the heart of Betty Seagram. He had made love to her long before Molly was grown to be a fit object of that pastime, but had afterwards deserted her, and applied to her sister, with whom he had almost immediate success. Now Will had, in reality, the sole possession of Molly's affection, while Jones and Square were almost equally sacrifices to her interest and to her pride. Hence had grown that implacable hatred which we have before seen raging in the mind of Betty, though we did not think it necessary to assign this cause sooner, as envy itself alone was adequate to all the effects we have mentioned. Jones was become perfectly easy by possession of this secret with regard to Molly, but as to Sophia, he was far from being in a state of tranquillity. Nay, indeed, he was under the most violent perturbation. His heart was now, if I may use the metaphor, entirely evacuated, and Sophia took absolute possession of it. He loved her with an unbounded passion, and plainly saw the tender sentiments she had for him, yet could not this assurance lessen his despair of obtaining the consent of her father, nor the horrors which attended his pursuit of her by any base or treacherous method. The injury which he must thus do to Mr. Weston, and the concern which would accrue to Mr. Allworthy, were circumstances that tormented him all day, and haunted him on his pillow at night. His life was a constant struggle between honour and inclination, which alternately triumphed over each other in his mind. He often resolved, in the absence of Sophia, to leave her father's house, and to see her no more, and as often, in her presence, forgot all those resolutions, and determined to pursue her at the hazard of his life, and at the forfeiture of what was much dearer to him. This conflict began soon to produce very strong and visible effects, for he lost all his usual sprightliness and gaiety of temper, and became not only melancholy when alone, but dejected and absent in company. Nay, if ever he put on a forced mirth to comply with Mr. Weston's humour, the constraint appeared so plain that he seemed to have been giving the strongest evidence of what he endeavoured to conceal by such ostentation. It may perhaps be a question whether the art which he used to conceal his passion, or the means which honest nature employed to reveal it, betrayed him most. For while art made him more than ever reserved to Sophia, and forbade him to address any of his discourse to her, nay, to avoid meeting her eyes with the utmost caution, nature was no less busy in counterplotting him. Hence, at the approach of the young lady, he grew pale, and if this was sudden, started. If his eyes accidentally met hers, the blood rushed into his cheeks, and his countenance became all over scarlet. If common civility ever obliged him to speak to her, as to drink her health at table, his tongue was sure to falter. If he touched her, his hand, nay, his whole frame, trembled. And if any discourse tended, however remotely, to raise the idea of love, an involuntary sigh seldom failed to steal from his bosom. Most of which accidents nature was wonderfully industrious to throw daily in his way. All these symptoms escaped the notice of the squire, but not so of Sophia. She soon perceived these agitations of mind in Jones, and was at no loss to discover the cause, for indeed she recognized it in her own breast. And this recognition is, I suppose, that sympathy which hath been so often noted in lovers, and which will sufficiently account for her being so much quicker sighted than her father. But, to say the truth, there is a more simple and plain method of accounting for that prodigious superiority of penetration which we must observe in some men over the rest of the human species, and one which will serve not only in the case of lovers, but of all others. From whence is it that the knave is generally so quick-sighted to those symptoms and operations of knavery which often dupe an honest man of a much better understanding? There surely is no general sympathy among knaves, nor have they, like Freemasons, any common sign of communication. In reality, it is only because they have the same thing in their heads, and their thoughts are turned the same way. Thus, that Sophia saw, and that Weston did not see, the plain symptoms of love in Jones can be no wonder, when we consider that the idea of love never entered into the head of the father, whereas the daughter, at present, thought of nothing else. When Sophia was well satisfied of the violent passion which tormented poor Jones, and no less certain that she herself was its object, she had not the least difficulty in discovering the true cause of his present behaviour. This highly endeared him to her, and raised in her mind two of the best affections which any lover can wish to raise in a mistress. These were esteem and pity. For sure the most outrageously rigid among her sex will excuse her pitying a man whom she saw miserable on her own account, nor can they blame her for esteeming one who visibly, from the most honourable motives, endeavoured to smother a flame in his own bosom, which, like the famous Spartan theft, was preying upon and consuming his very vitals. Thus his backwardness, his shunning her, his coldness, and his silence were the forwardest, the most diligent, the warmest and most eloquent advocates, and wrought so violently on her sensible and tender heart, that she soon felt for him all those gentle sensations which are consistent with a virtuous and elevated female mind. In short, all which esteem, gratitude, and pity can inspire in such towards an agreeable man, indeed all which the nicest delicacy can allow. In a word, she was in love with him to distraction. One day this young couple accidentally met in the garden, at the end of the two walks which were both bounded by that canal in which Jones had formerly risked drowning to retrieve the little bird that Sophia had there lost. This place had been of late much frequented by Sophia. Here she used to ruminate, with a mixture of pain and pleasure, on an incident which, however trifling in itself, had possibly sown the first seeds of that affection which was now arrived to such maturity in her heart. Here, then, this young couple met. They were almost close together before either of them knew anything of the other's approach. A bystander would have discovered sufficient marks of confusion in the countenance of each, but they felt too much themselves to make any observation. As soon as Jones had a little recovered his first surprise, he accosted the young lady with some of the ordinary forms of salutation, which she in the same manner returned, and their conversation began, as usual, on the delicious beauty of the morning. Hence they passed to the beauty of the place, on which Jones launched forth very high encomiums. When they came to the tree whence he had formerly tumbled into the canal, Sophia could not help reminding him of that accident, and said, "I fancy, Mr. Jones, you have some little shuddering when you see that water." "I assure you, madam," answered Jones, "the concern you felt at the loss of your little bird will always appear to me the highest circumstance in that adventure. Poor little Tommy, there is the branch he stood upon. How could the little wretch have the folly to fly away from that state of happiness in which I had the honour to place him? His fate was a just punishment for his ingratitude." "Upon my word, Mr. Jones," said she, "your gallantry very narrowly escaped as severe a fate. Sure the remembrance must affect you." "Indeed, madam," answered he, "if I have any reason to reflect with sorrow on it, it is perhaps that the water had not been a little deeper, by which I might have escaped many bitter heartaches that fortune seems to have in store for me." "Fie, Mr. Jones," replied Sophia, "I am sure you cannot be in earnest now. This affected contempt of life is only an excess of your complaisance to me. You would endeavour to lessen the obligation of having twice ventured it for my sake. Beware the third time." She spoke these last words with a smile and a softness inexpressible. Jones answered with a sigh. He feared it was already too late for caution, and then, looking tenderly and steadfastly on her, he cried, "Oh, Miss Weston, can you desire me to live? Can you wish me so ill?" Sophia, looking down on the ground, answered with some hesitation, "Indeed, Mr. Jones, I do not wish you ill." "Oh, I know too well that heavenly temper," cries Jones, "that divine goodness which is beyond every other charm." "Nay, now," answered she, "I understand you not. I can stay no longer." I would not be understood," cries he. "Nay, I can't be understood. I know not what I say. Meeting you here so unexpectedly, I have been unguarded. For heaven's sake, pardon me. If I have said anything to offend you, I did not mean it. Indeed, I would rather have died. Nay, the very thought would kill me." "You surprise me," answered she. "How can you possibly think you have offended me?" "Fear, madam," says he, "easily runs into madness, and there is no degree of fear like that which I feel of offending you. How can I speak then? Nay, don't look angrily at me. One frown will destroy me. I mean nothing. Blame my eyes, or blame those beauties. What am I saying? Pardon me if I have said too much. My heart overflowed. I have struggled with my love to the utmost, and I have endeavoured to conceal a fever which preys on my vitals, and will, I hope, soon make it impossible for me ever to offend you more." Mr. Jones now fell a trembling, as if he had been shaken with a fit of an ague. Sophia, who was in a situation not very different from his, answered in these words, "Mr. Jones, I will not affect to misunderstand you. Indeed, I understand you too well. But for heaven's sake, if you have any affection for me, let me make the best of my way into the house. I wish I may be able to—" Book 5, chapters 8 to 12. Chapter 8, containing matter rather natural than pleasing. Besides grief for her master, there was another source for that briny stream which so plentifully rose above the two mountainous cheekbones of the housekeeper. She was no sooner retired than she began to mutter to herself in the following pleasant strain, "Sure master might have made some difference, methinks, between me and the other servants. I suppose he hath left me mourning, but I fackens, if that be all, the devil shall wear it for him for me. I'd have his worship know I am no beggar. I have saved £500 in his service, and after all to be used in this manner. It is a fine encouragement to servants to be honest, and to be sure, if I have taken a little something now and then, others have taken 10 times as much, and now we are all put in a lump together. If so be that it be so, the legacy may go to the devil with him that gave it. No, I won't give it up neither, because that will please some folks. No, I'll buy the gayest gown I can get, and dance over the old curmudgeon's grave in it. This is my reward for taking his part so often, when all the country have cried shame of him for breeding up his bastard in that manner. But he is going now where he must pay for all. It would have become him better to have repented of his sins on his deathbed than to glory in them, and give away his estate out of his own family to a misbegotten child. Found in his bed, forsooth. A pretty story! Ay, ay, those that hide know where to find. Lord forgive him! I warrant he hath many more bastards to answer for if the truth was known. One comfort is, they will all be known where he is going now. The servants will find some token to remember me by. Those were the very words. I shall never forget them if I was to live 1,000 years. I shall remember you for huddling me among the servants. One would have thought he might have mentioned my name as well as that of Square, but he is a gentleman, forsooth, though he hath not cloths on his back when he came hither first. Marry, come up with such gentlemen, though he hath lived here this many years. I don't believe there is e'er a servant in the house ever saw the colour of his money. The devil shall wait upon such a gentleman for me." Much more of the like kind she muttered to herself, but this taste shall suffice to the reader. Neither Thwackum nor Square were much better satisfied with their legacies. Though they breathed not their resentment so loud, yet from the discontent which appeared in their countenances, as well as from the following dialogue, we collect that no great pleasure reigned in their minds. About an hour after they left the sick-room, Square met Thwackum in the hall, and accosted him thus: "Well, sir, have you heard any news of your friend since we parted from him?" "If you mean Mr. Allworthy," answered Thwackum, "I think you might rather give him the appellation of your friend, for he seems to me to have deserved that title." "The title is as good on your side," replied Square, "for his bounty, such as it is, hath been equal to both." "I should not have mentioned it first," cries Thwackum, "but since you begin, I must inform you I am of a different opinion. There is a wide distinction between voluntary favours and rewards. The duty I have done in this family, and the care I have taken in the education of his 2 boys, are services for which some men might have expected a greater return. I would not have you imagine I am therefore dissatisfied, for St. Paul hath taught me to be content with the little I have. Had the modicum been less, I should have known my duty. But though the Scriptures obliges me to remain contented, it doth not enjoin me to shut my eyes to my own merit, nor restrain me from seeing when I am injured by an unjust comparison." "Since you provoke me," returned Square, "that injury is done to me, nor did I ever imagine Mr. Allworthy had held my friendship so light as to put me in balance with one who received his wages. I know to what is owing. It proceeds from those narrow principles which you have been long endeavouring to infuse into him, in contempt of everything which is great and noble. The beauty and loveliness of friendship is too strong for dim eyes, nor can it be perceived by any other medium than that unerring rule of right which you have so often endeavoured to ridicule that you have perverted your friend's understanding." "I wish," cries Thwackum in a rage, "I wish, for the sake of his soul, your damnable doctrines had not perverted his faith. It is to this I impute his present behaviour, so unbecoming a Christian. Who but an atheist could think of leaving the world without having first made up his account, without confessing his sins, and receiving that absolution which he knows he had one in the house duly authorized to give him? He will feel the want of these necessaries when it is too late, when he has arrived at that place where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. It is then he will find in what mighty stead that heathen goddess, that virtue, which you and all other deists of the age adore, will stand him. He will then summon his priest where there is none to be found, and will lament the want of that absolution, without which no sinner can be safe." "If it be so material," says Square, "why don't you present it to him of your own accord?" "It hath no virtue," cries Thwackum, "but to those who have sufficient grace to require it. But why do I talk thus to a heathen and an unbeliever? It is you that taught him this lesson, for which you have been well rewarded in this world, as I doubt not your disciple will soon be in the other." "I know not what you mean by reward," said Square, "but if you hint at that pitiful memorial of our friendship which he hath thought fit to bequeath me, I despise it, and nothing but the unfortunate situation of my circumstances should prevail on me to accept it." The physician now arrived, and began to inquire of the 2 disputants how we all did upstairs. "In a miserable way," answered Thwackum. "It is no more than I expected," cries the doctor. "But pray what symptoms have appeared since I left you?" "No good ones, I am afraid," replied Thwackum. "After what passed at our departure, I think there were little hopes." The bodily physician perhaps misunderstood the cure of souls, and before they came to an explanation, Mr. Blifil came to them with a most melancholy countenance, and acquainted them that he brought sad news, that his mother was dead at Salisbury, that she had been seized on the road home with the gout in her head and stomach, which had carried her off in a few hours. "Good lack a day," says the doctor, "one cannot answer for events, but I wish I had been at hand to be called in. The gout is a distemper which it is difficult to treat, yet I have been remarkably successful in it." Thwackum and Square both condoled with Mr. Blifil for the loss of his mother, which the one advised him to bear like a man, and the other like a Christian. The young gentleman said he knew very well we were all mortal, and he would endeavour to submit to his loss as well as he could. That he could not, however, help complaining a little against the peculiar severity of his fate, which brought the news of so great a calamity to him by surprise, and that at a time when he hourly expected the severest blow he was capable of feeling from the malice of fortune. He said the present occasion would put to the test those excellent rudiments which he had learnt from Mr. Thwackum and Mr. Square, and it would be entirely owing to them if he was enabled to survive such misfortunes. It was now debated whether Mr. Allworthy should be informed of the death of his sister. This the doctor violently opposed, in which I believe the whole college would agree with him, but Mr. Blifil said he had received such positive and repeated orders from his uncle never to keep any secret from him for fear of the disquietude which it might give him, that he durst not think of disobedience, whatever might be the consequence. He said, for his part, considering the religious and philosophic temper of his uncle, he could not agree with the doctor in his apprehensions. He was, therefore, resolved to communicate it to him, for if his uncle recovered, as he heartily prayed he might, he knew he would never forgive an endeavour to keep a secret of this kind from him. The physician was forced to submit to these resolutions, which the other two learned gentlemen very highly commended. So together moved Mr. Blifil and the doctor towards the sick room, where the physician first entered and approached the bed, in order to feel his patient's pulse, which he had no sooner done than he declared he was much better, that the last application had succeeded to a miracle, and had brought the fever to intermit, so that, he said, there appeared now to be as little danger as he had before apprehended there were hopes. To say the truth, Mr. Allworthy's situation had never been so bad as the great caution of the doctor had represented it, but as a wise general never despises his enemy, however inferior that enemy's force may be, so neither doth a wise physician ever despise a distemper, however inconsiderable. As the former preserves the same strict discipline, places the same guards, and employs the same scouts, though the enemy be never so weak, so the latter maintains the same gravity of countenance, and shakes his head with the same significant air, let the distemper be never so trifling. And both, among many other good ones, may assign this solid reason for their conduct, that by these means the greater glory redounds to them if they gain the victory, and the less disgrace if by any unlucky accident they should happen to be conquered. Mr. Allworthy had no sooner lifted up his eyes and thanked heaven for these hopes of his recovery, than Mr. Blifil drew near with a very dejected aspect, and having applied his handkerchief to his eye, either to wipe away his tears, or to do as Ovid somewhere expresses himself on another occasion, si nullus erit tamen execute nullum, if there be none, then wipe away that none, he communicated to his uncle what the reader hath been just before acquainted with. Allworthy received the news with concern, with patience, and with resignation. He dropped a tender tear, then composed his countenance, and at last cried, "The Lord's will be done in everything." He now inquired for the messenger, but Blifil told him it had been impossible to detain him a moment, for he appeared by the great hurry he was in to have some business of importance on his hands, that he complained of being hurried and driven and torn out of his life, and repeated many times that if he could divide himself into 4 quarters he knew how to dispose of every one. Allworthy then desired Blifil to take care of the funeral. He said he would have his sister deposited in his own chapel, and as to the particulars, he left them to his own discretion, only mentioning the person whom he would have employed on this occasion. Chapter 9, which among other things may serve as a comment on that saying of Aeschines, that drunkenness shows the mind of a man as a mirror reflects his person. The reader may perhaps wonder at hearing nothing of Mr. Jones in the last chapter. In fact, his behaviour was so different from that of the persons there mentioned, that we chose not to confound his name with theirs. When the good man had ended his speech, Jones was the last who deserted the room. Thence he retired to his own apartment to give vent to his concern, but the restlessness of his mind would not suffer him to remain long there. He slipped softly, therefore, to Allworthy's chamber door, where he listened a considerable time without hearing any kind of motion within, unless a violent snoring, which at last his fears misrepresented as groans. This so alarmed him that he could not forbear entering the room, where he found the good man in the bed, in a sweet, composed sleep, and his nurse snoring in the above-mentioned hearty manner at the bed's feet. He immediately took the only method of silencing this thorough bass, whose music he feared might disturb Mr. Allworthy, and then, sitting down by the nurse, he remained motionless till Blifil and the doctor came in together, and waked the sick man in order that the doctor might feel his pulse, and that the other might communicate to him that piece of news which, had Jones been apprised of it, would have had great difficulty of finding its way to Mr. Allworthy's ear at such a season. When he first heard Blifil tell his uncle this story, Jones could hardly contain the wrath which kindled in him at the other's indiscretion, especially as the doctor shook his head and declared his unwillingness to have the matter mentioned to his patient. But as his passion did not so far deprive him of all use of his understanding as to hide from him the consequences which any violent expression towards Blifil might have on the sick, this apprehension stilled his rage at the present, and he grew afterwards so satisfied with finding that this news had in fact produced no mischief, that he suffered his anger to die in his own bosom, without ever mentioning it to Blifil. The physician dined that day at Mr. Allworthy's, and having after dinner visited his patient, he returned to the company, and told them that he had now the satisfaction to say, with assurance, that his patient was out of all danger, that he had brought his fever to a perfect intermission, and doubted not by throwing in the bark to prevent its return. This account so pleased Jones, and threw him into such immoderate excess of rapture, that he might be truly said to be drunk with joy, an intoxication which greatly forwards the effects of wine, and as he was very free too with the bottle on this occasion, for he drank many bumpers to the doctor's health as well as to other toasts, he became very soon literally drunk. Jones had naturally violent animal spirits. These, being set on float and augmented by the spirit of wine, produced most extravagant effects. He kissed the doctor, and embraced him with the most passionate endearments, swearing that next to Mr. Allworthy himself he loved him of all men living. "Doctor," added he, "you deserve a statue to be erected to you at the public expense, for having preserved a man who is not only the darling of all good men who know him, but a blessing to society, the glory of his country, and an honour to human nature. Damn me if I don't love him better than my own soul." "More shame for you," cries Thwackum, "though I think you have reason to love him, for he hath provided very well for you. And perhaps it might have been better for some folks that he had not lived to see just reason of revoking his gift." Jones, now looking on Thwackum with inconceivable disdain, answered, "And doth thy mean soul imagine that any such consideration could weigh with me? Nay, let the earth open and swallow her own dirt. If I had millions of acres, I would say it, rather than swallow up my dear glorious friend. Quis desiderio sit pudor aut modus tam cari capitis. What modesty or measure can set bounds to our desire of so dear a friend? The word desiderium here cannot be easily translated. It includes our desire of enjoying our friend again, and the grief which attends that desire. The doctor now interposed, and prevented the effects of a wrath which was kindling between Jones and Thwackum. After which the former gave a loose to mirth, sang 2 or 3 amorous songs, and fell into every frantic disorder which unbridled joy is apt to inspire, but so far was he from any disposition to quarrel, that he was 10 times better humoured, if possible, than when he was sober. To say truth, nothing is more erroneous than the common observation that men who are ill-natured and quarrelsome when they are drunk are very worthy persons when they are sober. For drink in reality doth not reverse nature, or create passions in men which did not exist in them before. It takes away the guard of reason, and consequently forces us to produce those symptoms which many, when sober, have art enough to conceal. It heightens and inflames our passions, generally indeed that passion which is uppermost in our mind, so that the angry temper, the amorous, the generous, the good-humoured, the avaricious, and all other dispositions of men are in their cups heightened and exposed. And yet, as no nation produces so many drunken quarrels, especially among the lower people, as England, for indeed with them to drink and to fight together are almost synonymous terms, I would not, methinks, have it thence concluded that the English are the worst-natured people alive. Perhaps the love of glory only is at the bottom of this, so that the fair conclusion seems to be that our countrymen have more of that love and more of bravery than any other plebeians, and this the rather as there is seldom anything ungenerous, unfair, or ill-natured exercised on these occasions. Nay, it is common for the combatants to express good will for each other, even at the time of the conflict, and as their drunken mirth generally ends in a battle, so do most of their battles end in friendship. But to return to our history. Though Jones had shown no design of giving offence, yet Mr. Blifil was highly offended at a behaviour which was so inconsistent with the sober and prudent reserve of his own temper. He bore it, too, with the greater impatience, as it appeared to him very indecent at this season, when, as he said, the house was a house of mourning on the account of his dear mother, and if it had pleased Heaven to give him some prospect of Mr. Allworthy's recovery, it would become them better to express the exultations of their hearts in thanksgiving than in drunkenness and riots, which were properer methods to increase the divine wrath than to avert it. Thwackum, who had swallowed more liquor than Jones, but without any ill effects on his brain, seconded the pious harangue of Blifil, but Square, for reasons which the reader may probably guess, was totally silent. Wine had not so totally overpowered Jones as to prevent his recollecting Mr. Blifil's loss the moment it was mentioned. As no person, therefore, was more ready to confess and condemn his own errors, he offered to shake Mr. Blifil by the hand, and begged his pardon, saying his excessive joy for Mr. Allworthy's recovery had driven every other thought out of his mind. Blifil scornfully rejected his hand, and with much indignation answered, it was little to be wondered at if tragical speeches made no impression on the blind, but for his part he had the misfortune to know who his parents were, and consequently must be affected with their loss. Jones, who, notwithstanding his good humour, had some mixture of the irascible in his constitution, leapt hastily from his chair, and catching hold of Blifil's collar, cried out, "Damn you for a rascal! Do you insult me with the misfortune of my birth?" He accompanied these words with such rough actions that they soon got the better of Mr. Blifil's peaceful temper, and a scuffle immediately ensued, which might have produced mischief had it not been prevented by the interposition of Thwackum and the physician, for the philosophy of Square rendered him superior to all emotions, and he very calmly smoked his pipe, as was his custom in all broils, unless when he apprehended some danger of having it broken in his mouth. The combatants, being now prevented from executing present vengeance on each other, betook themselves to the common resources of disappointed rage, and vented their wrath in threats and defiance. In this kind of conflict, fortune, which in the personal attack seemed to incline to Jones, was now altogether as favourable to his enemy. A truce, nevertheless, was at length agreed on by the mediation of the neutral parties, and the whole company again sat down at the table, where Jones, being prevailed on to ask pardon, and Blifil to give it, peace was restored, and everything seemed in statu quo. But though the quarrel was, in all appearance, perfectly reconciled, the good humour which had been interrupted by it was by no means restored. All merriment was now at an end, and the subsequent discourse consisted only of grave relations of matters of fact, and of as grave observations upon them. A species of conversation in which, though there is much of dignity and instruction, there is but little entertainment. As we presume, therefore, to convey only this last to the reader, we shall pass by whatever was said, till the rest of the company, having by degrees dropped off, left only Square and the physician together, at which time the conversation was a little heightened by some comments on what had happened between the two young gentlemen, both of whom the doctor declared to be no better than scoundrels, to which appellation the philosopher, very sagaciously shaking his head, agreed. Chapter 10. Showing the truth of many observations of Ovid, and of other more grave writers, who have proved beyond contradiction that wine is often the forerunner of incontinency. Jones retired from the company in which we have seen him engaged into the fields, where he intended to cool himself by a walk in the open air before he attended Mr. Allworthy. There, whilst he renewed those meditations on his dear Sophia, which the dangerous illness of his friend and benefactor had for some time interrupted, an accident happened, which with sorrow we relate, and with sorrow doubtless will it be read. However, that historic truth to which we profess so inviolable an attachment obliges us to communicate it to posterity. It was now a pleasant evening in the latter end of June, when our hero was walking in a most delicious grove, where the gentle breezes fanning the leaves, together with the sweet trilling of a murmuring stream and the melodious notes of nightingales, formed altogether the most enchanting harmony. In this scene, so sweetly accommodated to love, he meditated on his dear Sophia, while his wanton fancy roamed unbounded over all her beauties, and his lively imagination painted the charming maid in various ravishing forms. His warm heart melted with tenderness, and at length, throwing himself on the ground by the side of a gently murmuring brook, he broke forth into the following ejaculation: "O Sophia, would heaven give thee to my arms, how blessed would be my condition! Cursed be that fortune which sets a distance between us. Was I but possessed of thee, only one suit of rags, thy whole estate, is there a man on earth whom I would envy? How contemptible would the brightest Circassian beauty, dressed in all the jewels of the Indies, appear to my eyes! But why do I mention another woman? Could I think my eyes capable of looking at any other with tenderness, these hands should tear them from my head. No, my Sophia, if cruel fortune separates us for ever, my soul shall dote on thee alone. The chastest constancy will I ever preserve to thy image. Though I should never have possession of thy charming person, still shalt thou alone have possession of my thoughts, my love, my soul. Oh, my fond heart is so wrapped in that tender bosom, that the brightest beauties would for me have no charms, nor would a hermit be colder in their embraces. Sophia, Sophia alone shall be mine. What raptures are in that name! I will engrave it on every tree." At these words he started up, and beheld, not his Sophia, no, nor a Circassian maid, richly and elegantly attired for the Grand Signior's seraglio. No, without a gown, in a shift that was somewhat of the coarsest and none of the cleanest, bedewed likewise with some odoriferous effluvia, the produce of the day's labour, with a pitchfork in her hand, Molly Seagrim approached. Our hero had his penknife in his hand, which he had drawn for the before-mentioned purpose of carving on the bark, when the girl, coming near him, cried out with a smile, "You don't intend to kill me, squire, I hope?" "Why should you think I would kill you?" answered Jones. "Nay," replied she, "after your cruel usage of me when I saw you last, killing me would perhaps be too great kindness for me to expect." Here ensued a parley, which, as I do not think myself obliged to relate it, I shall omit. It is sufficient that it lasted a full quarter of an hour, at the conclusion of which they retired into the thickest part of the grove. Some of my readers may be inclined to think this event unnatural. However, the fact is true, and perhaps may be sufficiently accounted for by suggesting that Jones probably thought one woman better than none, and Molly as probably imagined two men to be better than one. Besides the before-mentioned motive assigned to the present behaviour of Jones, the reader will be likewise pleased to recollect in his favour that he was not at this time perfect master of that wonderful power of reason which so well enables grave and wise men to subdue their unruly passions, and to decline any of these prohibited amusements. Wine now had totally subdued this power in Jones. He was, indeed, in a condition in which, if reason had interposed, though only to advise, she might have received the answer which one Cleostratus gave many years ago to a silly fellow who asked him if he was not ashamed to be drunk. "Are not you," said Cleostratus, "ashamed to admonish a drunken man?" To say the truth, in a court of justice, drunkenness must not be an excuse, yet in a court of conscience it is greatly so. And therefore Aristotle, who commends the laws of Pittacus, by which drunken men receive double punishments for their crimes, allows there is more of policy than justice in that law. Now, if there are any transgressions pardonable from drunkenness, they are certainly such as Mr. Jones was at present guilty of, on which head I could pour forth a vast profusion of learning, if I imagined it would either entertain my reader or teach him anything more than he knows already. For his sake, therefore, I shall keep my learning to myself, and return to my history. It hath been observed that fortune seldom doth things by halves. To say the truth, there is no end to her freaks whenever she is disposed to gratify or displease. No sooner had our hero retired with his Dido, but speluncam blifil dux et divinus eandem deveniunt. The parson and the young squire, who were taking a serious walk, arrived at the stile which leads into the grove, and the latter caught a view of the lovers just as they were sinking out of sight. Blifil knew Jones very well, though he was at above 100 yards distance, and he was as positive to the sex of his companion, though not to the individual person. He started, blessed himself, and uttered a very solemn ejaculation. Thwackum expressed some surprise at these sudden emotions, and asked the reason of them, to which Blifil answered, he was certain he had seen a fellow and wench retire among the bushes, which he doubted not was with some wicked purpose. As to the name of Jones, he thought proper to conceal it, and why he did so must be left to the judgment of the sagacious reader, for we never choose to assign motives to the actions of men when there is any possibility of our being mistaken. The parson, who was not only strictly chaste in his own person, but a great enemy to the opposite vice in all others, fired at this information. He desired Mr. Blifil to conduct him immediately to the place, which, as he approached, he breathed forth vengeance mixed with lamentations, nor did he refrain from casting some oblique reflections on Mr. Allworthy, insinuating that the wickedness of the country was principally owing to the encouragement he had given to vice, by having exerted such kindness to a bastard, and by having mitigated that just and wholesome rigour of the law which allots a very severe punishment to loose wenches. The way through which our hunters were to pass in pursuit of their game was so beset with briars that it greatly obstructed their walk, and caused besides such a rustling that Jones had sufficient warning of their arrival before they could surprise him. Nay, indeed, so incapable was Thwackum of concealing his indignation, and such vengeance did he mutter forth every step he took, that this alone must have abundantly satisfied Jones that he was, to use the language of sportsmen, found sitting. Chapter 11, in which a simile in Mr. Pope's period of a mile introduces as bloody a battle as can possibly be fought without the assistance of steel or cold iron. As in the season of rutting, an uncouth phrase by which the vulgar denote that gentle dalliance in which the well-wooded forest of Hampshire passes between lovers of the ferine kind, if, while the lofty-crested stag meditates the amorous sport, a couple of puppies, or any other beasts of hostile note, should wander so near the temple of Venus Farina that the fair hind should shrink from the place, touched with that somewhat, either of fear or frolic, of nicety or skittishness with which nature hath bedecked all females, or hath at least instructed them how to put it on, lest through the indelicacy of males the Samian mysteries should be pried into by unhallowed eyes, for at the celebration of these rites the female priestess cries out with her in Virgil, who was then probably hard at work on such celebration, Procul, o procul este profani, proclamat vates, totoque absistite luco. Far hence, be souls profane, the Sibyl cried, and from the grove abstain. Dryden. If, I say, while these sacred rites, which are in common to genus omne animantium, are in agitation between the stag and his mistress, any hostile beast should venture too near, on the first hint given by the frighted hind, fierce and tremendous rushes forth the stag to the entrance of the thicket. There stands he, sentinel over his love, stamps the ground with his foot, and with his horns brandished aloft in air, proudly provokes the apprehended foe to combat. Thus, and more terrible, when he perceived the enemy's approach, leapt forth our hero. Many a step advanced he forward, in order to conceal the trembling hind, and, if possible, to secure her retreat. And now Thwackum, having first darted some livid lightning from his fiery eyes, began to thunder forth, Fie upon it, Mr. Jones! Is it possible you should be the person? You see, answered Jones, it is possible I should be here. And who, cried Thwackum, is that wicked slut with you? If I have any wicked slut with me, cries Jones, it is possible I shall not let you know who she is. I command you to tell me immediately, says Thwackum, and I would not have you imagine, young man, that your age, though it hath somewhat abridged the purpose of tuition, hath totally taken away the authority of the master. The relation of the master and scholar is indelible, as indeed all other relations are, for they all derive their original from heaven. I would have you think yourself, therefore, as much obliged to obey me now as when I taught you your first rudiments. I believe you would, cries Jones, but that will not happen unless you had the same birchen argument to convince me. Then I must tell you plainly, said Thwackum, I am resolved to discover the wicked wretch. And I must tell you plainly, returned Jones, I am resolved you shall not. Thwackum then offered to advance, and Jones laid hold of his arms, which Mr. Blifil endeavoured to rescue, declaring he would not see his old master insulted. Jones, now finding himself engaged with two, thought it necessary to rid himself of one of his antagonists as soon as possible. He therefore applied to the weakest first, and letting the parson go, he directed a blow at the young squire's breast, which, luckily taking place, reduced him to measure his length on the ground. Thwackum was so intent on the discovery that, the moment he found himself at liberty, he stepped forward directly into the fern, without any great consideration of what might in the meantime befall his friend. But he had advanced a very few paces into the thicket before Jones, having defeated Blifil, overtook the parson and dragged him backwards by the skirt of his coat. This parson had been a champion in his youth, and had won much honour by his fist, both at school and at the university. He had now, indeed, for a great number of years, declined the practice of that noble art, yet was his courage full as strong as his faith, and his body no less strong than either. He was, moreover, as the reader may perhaps have conceived, somewhat irascible in his nature. When he looked back, therefore, and saw his friend stretched out on the ground, and found himself at the same time so roughly handled by one who had formerly been only passive in all conflicts between them, a circumstance which highly aggravated the whole, his patience at length gave way. He threw himself into a posture of offence, and collecting all his force, attacked Jones in the front with as much impetuosity as he had formerly attacked him in the rear. Our hero received the enemy's attack with the most undaunted intrepidity, and his bosom resounded with the blow. This he presently returned with no less violence, aiming likewise at the parson's breast, but he dexterously drove down the fist of Jones, so that it reached only his belly, where 2 pounds of beef and as many of pudding were then deposited, and whence consequently no hollow sound could proceed. Many lusty blows, much more pleasant as well as easy to have seen than to read or describe, were given on both sides. At last a violent fall, in which Jones had thrown his knees into Thwackham's breast, so weakened the latter that victory had been no longer dubious, had not Blifil, who had now recovered his strength, again renewed the fight, and by engaging with Jones, given the parson a moment's time to shake his ears and to regain his breath. And now both together attacked our hero, whose blows did not retain that force with which they had fallen at first, so weakened was he by his combat with Thwackum. For though the pedagogue chose rather to play solos on the human instrument, and had been lately used to those only, yet he still retained enough of his ancient knowledge to perform his parts very well in a duet. The victory, according to modern custom, was like to be decided by numbers, when, on a sudden, a 4th pair of fists appeared in the battle, and immediately paid their compliments to the parson, and the owner of them at the same time crying out, "Are you not ashamed, and be damned to you, to fall 2 of you upon one?" The battle, which is of the kind that for distinction's sake is called royal, now raged with the utmost violence during a few minutes, till Blifil being a second time laid sprawling by Jones, Thwackum condescended to apply for quarter to his new antagonist, who was now found to be Mr. Weston himself, for in the heat of the action none of the combatants had recognised him. In fact, that honest squire, happening, in his afternoon's walk with some company, to pass through the field where the bloody battle was fought, and having concluded, from seeing 3 men engaged, that 2 of them must be on a side, he hastened from his companions, and with more gallantry than policy espoused the cause of the weaker party, by which generous proceeding he very probably prevented Mr. Jones from becoming a victim to the wrath of Thwackum and to the pious friendship which Blifil bore his old master, for besides the disadvantage of such odds, Jones had not yet sufficiently recovered the former strength of his broken arm. This reinforcement, however, soon put an end to the action, and Jones with his ally obtained the victory. Chapter 12, in which is seen a more moving spectacle than all the blood in the bodies of Thwackum and Bliffle, and of 20 others such, is capable of producing. The rest of Mr. Weston's company were now come up, being just at the instant when the action was over. These were the honest clergyman, whom we have formerly seen at Mr. Weston's table, Mrs. Weston, the aunt of Sophia, and lastly the lovely Sophia herself. At this time the following was the aspect of the bloody field. In one place lay on the ground, all pale and almost breathless, the vanquished Bliffle. Near him stood the conqueror, Jones, almost covered with blood, part of which was naturally his own, and part had been lately the property of the Reverend Mr. Thwackum. In a third place stood the said Thwackum, like King Porus, sullenly submitting to the conqueror. The last figure in the piece was Weston the Great, most gloriously forbearing the vanquished foe. Bliffle, in whom there was little sign of life, was at the first the principal object of the concern of every one, and particularly of Mrs. Weston, who had drawn from her pocket a bottle of hartshorn, and was herself about to apply it to his nostrils, when, on a sudden, the attention of the whole company was diverted from poor Bliffle, whose spirit, if it had any such design, might now have taken an opportunity of stealing off to the other world without any ceremony. For now a more melancholy and a more lovely object lay motionless before them. This was no other than the charming Sophia herself, who from the sight of blood, or from fear for her father, or from some other reason, had fallen down in a swoon before anyone could get to her assistance. Mrs. Weston first saw her and screamed. Immediately 2 or 3 voices cried out, "Miss Weston is dead!" Hartshorn, water, every remedy was called for, almost at one and the same instant. The reader may remember that in our description of this grove we mentioned a murmuring brook, which brook did not come there, as such gentle streams flow through vulgar romances, with no other purpose than to murmur. No, fortune had decreed to ennoble this little brook with a higher honour than any of those which washed the plains of Arcadia ever deserved. Jones was rubbing Bliffle's temples, for he began to fear he had given him a blow too much, when the words "Miss Weston and dead" rushed at once on his ear. He started up, left Bliffle to his fate, and flew to Sophia, whom, while all the rest were running against each other, backward and forward, looking for water in the dry paths, he caught up in his arms, and then ran away with her over the field to the rivulet above mentioned, where, plunging himself into the water, he contrived to besprinkle her face, head, and neck very plentifully. Happy was it for Sophia that the same confusion which prevented her other friends from serving her prevented them likewise from obstructing Jones. He had carried her half-ways before they knew what he was doing, and he had actually restored her to life before they reached the waterside. She stretched out her arms, opened her eyes, and cried, "Oh, heavens!" just as her father, aunt, and the parson came up. Jones, who had hitherto held this lovely burthen in his arms, now relinquished his hold, but gave her at the same instant a tender caress, which, had her senses been then perfectly restored, could not have escaped her observation. As she expressed, therefore, no displeasure at this freedom, we suppose she was not sufficiently recovered from her swoon at the time. This tragical scene was now converted into a sudden scene of joy. In this our hero was certainly the principal character, for as he probably felt more ecstatic delight in having saved Sophia than she herself received from being saved, so neither were the congratulations paid to her equal to what were conferred on Jones, especially by Mr. Weston himself, who, after having once or twice embraced his daughter, fell to hugging and kissing Jones. He called him the preserver of Sophia, and declared there was nothing, except her or his estate, which he would not give him. But upon recollection he afterwards accepted his foxhounds, the Chevalier and Miss Slouch, for so he called his favourite mare. 6. Chapters 1 to 5, containing about 3 weeks. Chapter 1. Of Love. In our last book we have been obliged to deal pretty much with the passion of love, and in our succeeding book shall be forced to handle this subject still more largely. It may not therefore in this place be improper to apply ourselves to the examination of that modern doctrine by which certain philosophers, among many other wonderful discoveries, pretend to have found out that there is no such passion in the human breast. Whether these philosophers be the same with that surprising sect who are honourably mentioned by the late Dr. Swift as having, by the mere force of genius alone, without the least assistance of any kind of learning or even reading, discovered that profound and invaluable secret that there is no God, or whether they are not rather the same with those who some years since very much alarmed the world by showing that there were no such things as virtue or goodness really existing in human nature, and who deduced our best actions from pride, I will not here presume to determine. And to show our own disposition to accommodate matters peaceably between us, we shall here make them some concessions which may possibly put an end to the dispute. First, we will grant that many minds, and perhaps those of the philosophers, are entirely free from the least traces of such a passion. Secondly, that what is commonly called love, namely, the desire of satisfying a voracious appetite with a certain quantity of delicate white human flesh, is by no means that passion for which I here contend. This is indeed more properly hunger, and as no glutton is ashamed to apply the word love to his appetite, and to say he loves such and such dishes, so may the lover of this kind with equal propriety say he hungers after such and such women. Thirdly, I will grant, which I believe will be a most acceptable concession, that this love, for which I am an advocate, though it satisfies itself in a much more delicate manner, doth nevertheless seek its own satisfaction as much as the grossest of all our appetites. And lastly, that this love, when it operates towards one of a different sex, is very apt, towards its complete gratification, to call in the aid of that hunger which I have mentioned above, and which it is so far from abating that it heightens all its delights to a degree scarce imaginable by those who have never been susceptible of any other emotions than what have proceeded from appetite alone. In return to all these concessions, I desire of the philosophers to grant that there is in some, I believe in many, human breasts a kind and benevolent disposition, which is gratified by contributing to the happiness of others. That in this gratification alone, as in friendship, in parental and filial affection, as indeed in general philanthropy, there is a great and exquisite delight. That if we will not call such disposition love, we have no name for it. That though the pleasures arising from such pure love may be heightened and sweetened by the assistance of amorous desires, yet the former can subsist alone, nor are they destroyed by the intervention of the latter. Lastly, that esteem and gratitude are the proper motives to love, as youth and beauty are to desire, and therefore, though such desire may naturally cease when age or sickness overtakes its object, yet these can have no effect on love, nor ever shake or remove from a good mind that sensation or passion which hath gratitude and esteem for its basis. To deny the existence of a passion of which we often see manifest instances seems to be very strange and absurd, and can indeed proceed only from that self-admonition which we have mentioned above. But how unfair is this! Doth the man who recognizes in his own heart no traces of avarice or ambition conclude, therefore, that there are no such passions in human nature? Why will we not modestly observe the same rule in judging of the good as well as the evil of others? Or why, in any case, will we, as Shakespeare phrases it, put the world in our own person? Predominant vanity is, I am afraid, too much concerned here. There is one instance of that adulation which we bestow on our own minds, and this almost universally. For there is scarce any man, how much soever he may despise the character of a flatterer, but will condescend in the meanest manner to flatter himself. To those, therefore, I apply for the truth of the above observations, whose own minds can bear testimony to what I have advanced. Examine your heart, my good reader, and resolve whether you do believe these matters with me. If you do, you may now proceed to their exemplification in the following pages. If you do not, you have, I assure you, already read more than you have understood, and it would be wiser to pursue your business, or your pleasures, such as they are, than to throw away any more of your time in reading what you can neither taste nor comprehend. To treat of the effects of love to you must be as absurd as to discourse on colours to a man born blind, since possibly your idea of love may be as absurd as that which we are told such blind man once entertained of the colour scarlet. That colour seemed to him to be very much like the sound of a trumpet, and love probably may, in your opinion, very greatly resemble a dish of soup or a sirloin of roast beef. Chapter 2. The character of Mrs. Weston, her great learning and knowledge of the world, and an instance of the deep penetration which she derived from those advantages. The reader hath seen Mr. Weston, his sister and daughter, with young Jones, and the parson, going together to Mr. Weston's house, where the greater part of the company spent the evening with much joy and festivity. Sophia was indeed the only grave person. For as to Jones, though love had now gotten entire possession of his heart, yet the pleasing reflection on Mr. Allworthy's recovery and the presence of his mistress, joined to some tender looks which he now and then could not refrain from giving him, so elevated our hero that he joined the mirth of the other three, who were perhaps as good-humoured people as any in the world. Sophia retained the same gravity of countenance the next morning at breakfast, whence she retired likewise earlier than usual, leaving her father and aunt together. The squire took no notice of this change in his daughter's disposition. To say the truth, though he was somewhat of a politician, and had been twice a candidate in the country interest at an election, he was a man of no great observation. His sister was a lady of a different turn. She had lived about the court, and had seen the world. Hence she had acquired all that knowledge which the said world usually communicates, and was a perfect mistress of manners, customs, ceremonies, and fashions. Nor did her erudition stop here. She had considerably improved her mind by study. She had not only read all the modern plays, operas, oratorios, poems, and romances, in all which she was a critic, but had gone through Rapin's History of England, Eachard's Roman History, and many French Mémoires pour servir à l'histoire. To these she had added most of the political pamphlets and journals published within the last 20 years, from which she had attained a very competent skill in politics, and could discourse very learnedly on the affairs of Europe. She was, moreover, excellently well skilled in the doctrine of amour, and knew better than anybody who and who were together, a knowledge which she the more easily attained, as her pursuit of it was never diverted by any affairs of her own, for either she had no inclinations, or they had never been solicited, which last is indeed very probable, for her masculine person, which was near 6 foot high, added to her manner and learning, possibly prevented the other sex from regarding her, notwithstanding her petticoats, in the light of a woman. However, as she had considered the matter scientifically, she perfectly well knew, though she had never practised them, all the arts which fine ladies use when they desire to give encouragement, or to conceal liking, with all the long appendage of smiles, ogles, glances, etc., as they are at present practised in the beau monde. To sum the whole, no species of disguise or affectation had escaped her notice. But as to the plain simple workings of honest nature, as she had never seen any such, she could know but little of them. By means of this wonderful sagacity, Mrs. Weston had now, as she thought, made a discovery of something in the mind of Sophia. The first hint of this she took from the behaviour of the young lady in the field of battle, and the suspicion which she then conceived was greatly corroborated by some observations which she had made that evening and the next morning. However, being greatly cautious to avoid being found in a mistake, she carried the secret a whole fortnight in her bosom, giving only some oblique hints, by simpering, winks, nods, and now and then dropping an obscure word, which indeed sufficiently alarmed Sophia, but did not at all affect her brother. Being at length, however, thoroughly satisfied of the truth of her observation, she took an opportunity one morning, when she was alone with her brother, to interrupt one of his whistles in the following manner. "Pray, brother, have you not observed something very extraordinary in my niece lately?" "No, not I," answered Weston. "Is anything the matter with the girl?" "I think there is," replied she, "and something of much consequence too." "Why, she does not complain of anything," cries Weston, "and she hath had the smallpox." "Brother," returned she, "girls are liable to other distempers beside the smallpox, and sometimes possibly to much worse." Here Weston interrupted her with much earnestness, and begged her, if anything ailed his daughter, to acquaint him immediately, adding, she knew he loved her more than his own soul, and that he would send to the world's end for the best physician to her. "Nay, nay," answered she, smiling, "the distemper is not so terrible, but I believe, brother, you are convinced I know the world, and I promise you I was never more deceived in my life, if my niece be not the most desperately in love." "How in love?" cries Weston in a passion. "In love without acquainting me? I'll disinherit her. I'll turn her out of doors stark naked, without a farthing. Is all my kindness for her and fondness all come to this, to fall in love without asking me leave?" "But you will not," answered Mrs. Weston, "turn this daughter, whom you love better than your own soul, out of doors before you know whether you shall approve her choice. Suppose she should have fixed on the very person whom you yourself would wish, I hope you would not be angry then." "No, no," cries Weston, "that would make a difference. If she marries the man I would have her, she may love whom she pleases. I shan't trouble my head about that." "That is spoken," answered the sister, "like a sensible man. But I believe the very person she hath chosen would be the very person you would choose for her. I will disclaim all knowledge of the world if it is not so, and I believe, brother, you will allow I have some." "Why, look'ee, sister," said Weston, "I do believe you have as much as any woman, and to be sure those are women's matters. I know I don't love to hear you talk about politics. They belong to us, and petticoats should not meddle. But come, who is the man?" "Marry," said she, "you may find him out yourself if you please. You, who are so great a politician, can be at no great loss. The judgment which can penetrate into the cabinets of princes and discover the secret springs which move the great state wheels in all the political machines of Europe must surely, with very little difficulty, find out what passes in the rude, uninformed mind of a girl." "Sister," cries the squire, "I have often warned you not to talk the court gibberish to me. I tell you I don't understand the lingo, but I can read a journal or the London Evening Post. Perhaps, indeed, there may be now and then a verse which I can't make out of, because half the letters are left out, yet I know very well what is meant by that, and that our affairs don't go so well as they should do, because of bribery and corruption." "I pity your country ignorance from my heart," cries the lady. "Do you?" answered Weston, "and I pity your town learning. I had rather be anything than a courtier, and a Presbyterian, and a Hanoverian too, as some people, I believe, are." "If you mean me," said she, "you know I am a woman, brother, and it signifies nothing what I am. Besides—" "I do know you are a woman," cries the squire, "and it's well for thee that art one. If hadst been a man, I promise thee I had lent thee a flick long ago." "Ay, there," said she, "in that flick lies your fancied superiority. Your bodies and not your brains are stronger than ours. Believe me, it is well for you that you are able to beat us, or such is the superiority of our understanding, we should make all of you what the brave and wise and witty and polite are already, our slaves." "I am glad I know your mind," answered the squire, "but we'll talk more of this matter another time. At present do tell me what man it is you mean about my daughter." "Hold a moment," said she, "while I digest that sovereign contempt I have for your sex, or else I ought to be angry too with you. There, I have made a shift to gulp it down. And now, good politic sir, what think you of Mr. Blifil? Did she not faint away on seeing him lie breathless on the ground? Did she not, after he was recovered, turn pale again the moment we came up to that part of the field where he stood? And pray, what else should be the occasion of all her melancholy that night at supper, the next morning, and indeed ever since?" "'Fore George," cries the squire, "now you mind me on't, I remember it all. It is certainly so, and I am glad on't with all my heart. I knew Sophy was a good girl, and would not fall in love to make me angry. I was never more rejoiced in my life, for nothing can lie so handy together as our two estates. I had this matter in my head some time ago, for certainly the two estates are in a manner joined together in matrimony already, and it would be 1,000 pities to part them. It is true, indeed, there be larger estates in the kingdom, but not in this county, and I had rather bate something than marry my daughter among strangers and foreigners. Besides, most of such great estates be in the hands of lords, and I hate the very name of them." "Well, but sister, what would you advise me to do? For I tell you, women know these matters better than we do." "Oh, your humble servant, sir," answered the lady. "We are obliged to you for allowing us a capacity in anything. Since you are pleased, then, most politic sir, to ask my advice, I think you may propose the match to Allworthy yourself. There is no indecorum in the proposal's coming from the parent of either side. King Alcinous, in Mr. Pope's Odyssey, offers his daughter to Ulysses. I need not caution so politic a person not to say your daughter is in love. That would indeed be against all rules." "Well," said the squire, "I will propose it, but I shall certainly lend in a flick if he should refuse me." "Fear not," cries Mrs. Weston, "the match is too advantageous to be refused." "I don't know that," answered the squire. "Allworthy is a queer bitch, and money hath no effect on him." "Brother," said the lady, "your politics astonish me. Are you really to be imposed on by professions? Do you think Mr. Allworthy hath more contempt for money than other men because he professes more? Such credulity would better become one of us weak women than that wise sex which heaven hath formed for politicians. Indeed, brother, you would make a fine plenipote to negotiate with the French. They would soon persuade you that they take towns out of mere defensive principles." "Sister," answered the squire with much scorn, "let your friends at court answer for the towns taken. As you are a woman, I shall lay no blame upon you, for I suppose they are wiser than to trust women with secrets." He accompanied this with so sarcastical a laugh that Mrs. Weston could bear no longer. She had been all this time fretted in a tender part, for she was indeed very deeply skilled in these matters, and very violent in them, and therefore burst forth in a rage, declared her brother to be both a clown and a blockhead, and that she would stay no longer in his house. The squire, though perhaps he had never read Machiavel, was, however, in many points a perfect politician. He strongly held all those wise tenets which are so well inculcated in that politico-peripatetic school of Exchange Alley. He knew the just value and only use of money, viz., to lay it up. He was likewise well skilled in the exact value of reversions, expectations, etc., and had often considered the amount of his sister's fortune, and the chance which he or his posterity had of inheriting it. This he was infinitely too wise to sacrifice to a trifling resentment. When he found, therefore, he had carried matters too far, he began to think of reconciling them, which was no very difficult task, as the lady had great affection for her brother, and still greater for her niece, and though too susceptible to an affront offered to her skill in politics, on which she much valued herself, was a woman of a very extraordinary good and sweet disposition. Having first, therefore, laid violent hands on the horses, for whose escape from the stable no place but the window was left open, he next applied himself to his sister, softened and soothed her by unsaying all he had said, and by assertions directly contrary to those which had incensed her. Lastly, he summons the eloquence of Sophia to his assistance, who, besides a most graceful and winning address, had the advantage of being heard with great favour and partiality by her aunt. The result of the whole was a kind of smile from Mrs. Weston, who said, "Brother, you are absolutely a perfect Croat, but as those have their use in the army of the Empress Queen, so you likewise have some good in you. I will therefore once more sign a treaty of peace with you, and see that you do not infringe it on your side. At least, as you are so excellent a politician, I may expect you will keep your leagues, like the French, till your interest calls upon you to break them." Chapter 3, containing 2 defiances to the critics. The squire, having settled matters with his sister, as we have seen in the last chapter, was so greatly impatient to communicate the proposal to Allworthy, that Mrs. Weston had the utmost difficulty to prevent him from visiting that gentleman in his sickness for this purpose. Mr. Allworthy had been engaged to dine with Mr. Weston at the time when he was taken ill. He was, therefore, no sooner discharged out of the custody of physic, but he thought, as was usual with him on all occasions, both the highest and the lowest, of fulfilling his engagement. In the interval between the time of the dialogue in the last chapter and this day of public entertainment, Sophia had, from certain obscure hints thrown out by her aunt, collected some apprehension that the sagacious lady suspected her passion for Jones. She now resolved to take this opportunity of wiping out all such suspicion, and for that purpose to put an entire constraint on her behaviour. First, she endeavoured to conceal a throbbing melancholy heart with the utmost sprightliness in her countenance and the highest gaiety in her manner. Secondly, she addressed her whole discourse to Mr. Blifil, and took not the least notice of poor Jones the whole day. The squire was so delighted with this conduct of his daughter that he scarce ate any dinner, and spent almost his whole time in watching opportunities of conveying signs of his approbation by winks and nods to his sister, who was not at first altogether so pleased with what she saw as was her brother. In short, Sophia so greatly overacted her part that her aunt was at first staggered, and began to suspect some affectation in her niece. But as she was herself a woman of great art, so she soon attributed this to extreme art in Sophia. She remembered the many hints she had given her niece concerning her being in love, and imagined the young lady had taken this way to rally her out of her opinion by an overacted civility, a notion that was greatly corroborated by the excessive gaiety with which the whole was accompanied. We cannot here avoid remarking that this conjuncture would have been better founded had Sophia lived 10 years in the air of Grosvenor Square, where young ladies do learn a wonderful knack of rallying and playing with that passion, which is a mighty serious thing in woods and groves 100 miles distant from London. To say the truth, in discovering the deceit of others, it matters much that our own art be wound up, if I may use the expression, in the same key with theirs. For very artful men sometimes miscarry by fancying others wiser, or in other words, greater knaves than they really are. As this observation is pretty deep, I will illustrate it by the following short story. 3 countrymen were pursuing a Wiltshire thief through Brentford. The simplest of them, seeing the Wiltshire House written under a sign, advised his companions to enter it, for there most probably they would find their countryman. The second, who was wiser, laughed at this simplicity, but the third, who was wiser still, answered, "Let us go in, however, for he may think we should not suspect him of going amongst his own countrymen." They accordingly went in and searched the house, and by that means missed overtaking the thief, who was at that time but a little way before them, and who, as they all knew, but had never once reflected, could not read. The reader will pardon a digression in which so invaluable a secret is communicated, since every gamester will agree how necessary it is to know exactly the play of another in order to countermine him. This will, moreover, afford a reason why the wiser man, as is often seen, is the bubble of the weaker, and why so many simple and innocent characters are so generally misunderstood and misrepresented. But what is most material, this will account for the deceit which Sophia put on her politic aunt. Dinner being ended, and the company retired into the garden, Mr. Weston, who was thoroughly convinced of the certainty of what his sister had told him, took Mr. Allworthy aside, and very bluntly proposed a match between Sophia and young Mr. Blifil. Mr. Allworthy was not one of those men whose hearts flutter at any unexpected and sudden tidings of worldly profit. His mind was, indeed, tempered with that philosophy which becomes a man and a Christian. He affected no absolute superiority to all pleasure and pain, to all joy and grief, but was not at the same time to be discomposed and ruffled by every accidental blast, by every smile or frown of fortune. He received, therefore, Mr. Weston's proposal without any visible emotion, or without any alteration of countenance. He said the alliance was such as he sincerely wished, then launched forth into a very just encomium on the young lady's merit, acknowledged the offer to be advantageous in point of fortune, and after thanking Mr. Weston for the good opinion he had professed of his nephew, concluded that if the young people liked each other, he should be very desirous to complete the affair. Weston was a little disappointed at Mr. Allworthy's answer, which was not so warm as he expected. He treated the doubt whether the young people might like one another with great contempt, saying that parents were the best judges of proper matches for their children, that for his part he should insist on the most resigned obedience from his daughter, and if any young fellow could refuse such a bedfellow, he was his humble servant, and hoped there was no harm done. Allworthy endeavoured to soften this resentment by many eulogiums on Sophia, declaring he had no doubt but that Mr. Blifil would very gladly receive the offer. But all was ineffectual. He could obtain no other answer from the squire but, "I say no more. I humbly hope there's no harm done. That's all." Which words he repeated at least 100 times before they parted. Allworthy was too well acquainted with his neighbour to be offended at this behaviour, and though he was so averse to the rigour which some parents exercise on their children in the article of marriage, that he had resolved never to force his nephew's inclinations, he was nevertheless much pleased with the prospect of this union, for the whole country resounded the praises of Sophia, and he had himself greatly admired the uncommon endowments of both her mind and person. To which I believe we may add the consideration of her vast fortune, which, though he was too sober to be intoxicated with it, he was too sensible to despise. And here, in defiance of all the barking critics in the world, I must and will introduce a digression concerning true wisdom, of which Mr. Allworthy was in reality as great a pattern as he was of goodness. True wisdom, then, notwithstanding all which Mr. Hogarth's poor poet may have writ against riches, and in spite of all which any rich, well-fed divine may have preached against pleasure, consists not in the contempt of either of these. A man may have as much wisdom in the possession of an affluent fortune as any beggar in the streets, or may enjoy a handsome wife or a hearty friend, and still remain as wise as any sour popish recluse, who buries all his social faculties, and starves his belly while he lashes his back. To say truth, the wisest man is the likeliest to possess all worldly blessings in an eminent degree, for as that moderation which wisdom prescribes is the surest way to useful wealth, so can it alone qualify us to taste many pleasures. The wise man gratifies every appetite and every passion, while the fool sacrifices all the rest to poll and satiate one. It may be objected that very wise men have been notoriously avaricious. I answer, not wise in that instance. It may likewise be said that the wisest men have been in their youth immoderately fond of pleasure. I answer, they were not wise then. Wisdom, in short, whose lessons have been represented as so hard to learn by those who never were at her school, only teaches us to extend a simple maxim universally known and followed even in the lowest life a little farther than that life carries it, and this is, not to buy at too dear a price. Now, whoever takes this maxim abroad with him into the grand market of the world, and constantly applies it to honours, to riches, to pleasures, and to every other commodity which that market affords, is, I will venture to affirm, a wise man, and must be so acknowledged in the worldly sense of the word, for he makes the best of bargains, since in reality he purchases everything at the price only of a little trouble, and carries home all the good things I have mentioned, while he keeps his health, his innocence, and his reputation, the common prices which are paid for them by others, entire and to himself. From this moderation, likewise, he learns 2 other lessons which complete his character. First, never to be intoxicated when he hath made the best bargain. Book 6, chapters 6 to 9. Chapter 6, containing a dialogue between Sophia and Mrs. Honour, which may a little relieve those tender affections which the foregoing scene may have raised in the mind of a good-natured reader. Mrs. Weston, having obtained that promise from her niece which we have seen in the last chapter, withdrew, and presently after arrived Mrs. Honour. She was at work in a neighbouring apartment, and had been summoned to the keyhole by some vociferation in the preceding dialogue, where she had continued during the remaining part of it. At her entry into the room, she found Sophia standing motionless, with the tears trickling from her eyes. Upon which she immediately ordered a proper quantity of tears into her own eyes, and then began, "Oh, Gemini, my dear lady, what is the matter?" "Nothing," cries Sophia, "nothing." "Oh, dear madam," answers Honour, "you must not tell me that when your ladyship is in this taking, and when there hath been such a preamble between your ladyship and Madam Weston." "Don't tease me," cries Sophia. "I tell you nothing is the matter. Good heavens, why was I born? Nay, madam, said Mrs. Honour, you shall never persuade me that your ladyship can lament yourself so for nothing. To be sure I am but a servant, but to be sure I have been always faithful to your ladyship, and to be sure I would serve your ladyship with my life. My dear Honour, says Sophia, 'tis not in thy power to be of any service to me. I am irretrievably undone. Heaven forbid, answered the waiting woman, but if I can't be of any service to you, pray tell me, madam, it will be some comfort to me to know. Pray, dear ma'am, tell me, what's the matter? My father, cries Sophia, is going to marry me to a man I both despise and hate. Oh, dear madam, answered the other, who is this wicked man? For to be sure he is very bad, or your ladyship would not despise him. His name is poison to my tongue, replied Sophia. Thou wilt know it too soon. Indeed, to confess the truth, she knew it already, and therefore was not very inquisitive as to that point. She then proceeded thus. I don't pretend to give your ladyship advice, whereof your ladyship knows much better than I can pretend to, being but a servant. But I fackens no father in England should marry me against my consent. And to be sure the squire is so good that if he did but know your ladyship despises and hates the young man, to be sure he would not desire you to marry him. And if your ladyship would but give me leave to tell my master so, to be sure it would be more proper to come from your own mouth, but as your ladyship doth not care to foul your tongue with his nasty name— You are mistaken, Honour, says Sophia. My father was determined before he ever thought fit to mention it to me. More shame for him, cries Honour. You're to go to bed to him, and not master, and though a man may be a very proper man, yet every woman may not think him handsome alike. I am sure my master would never act in this manner of his own head. I wish some people would trouble themselves only with what belongs to them. They would not, I believe, like to be served so, if it was their own case, for though I am a maid, I can easily believe as how all men are not equally agreeable. And what signifies your ladyship having so great a fortune, if you can't please yourself with the man you think most handsomest? Well, I say nothing, but to be sure it is a pity some folks had not been better born. Nay, as for that matter, I should not mind it myself, but then there is not so much money, and what of that? Your ladyship hath money enough for both, and where can your ladyship bestow your fortune better? For to be sure every one must allow that he is the most handsomest, charmingest, finest, tallest, properest man in the world. What do you mean by running on in this manner to me? Cries Sophia, with a very grave countenance. Have I ever given any encouragement to these liberties? Nay, madam, I ask pardon. I meant no harm, answered she. But to be sure the poor gentleman hath run in my head ever since I saw him this morning. To be sure, if your ladyship had but seen him just now, you must have pitied him. Poor gentleman, I wish some misfortune hath not happened to him, for he hath been walking about with his arms across, and looking so melancholy all this morning. I vow and protest it made me almost cry to see him. To see whom? says Sophia. Poor Mr. Jones, answered Honour. See him? Why, where did you see him? cries Sophia. By the canal, ma'am, says Honour. There he hath been walking all this morning, and at last there he laid himself down. I believe he lies there still. To be sure, if it had not been for my modesty, being a maid, as I am, I should have gone and spoke to him. Do, ma'am, let me go and see, only for a fancy, whether he is there still. Pah, says Sophia, there. No, no, what should he do there? He has gone before this time, to be sure. Besides, why would you go to see? Besides, I want you for something else. Go, fetch my hat and gloves. I shall walk with my aunt in the grove before dinner. Honour did immediately as she was bid, and Sophia put her hat on, when, looking in the glass, she fancied the ribbon with which her hat was tied did not become her, and so sent her maid back again for a ribbon of a different colour. And then, giving Mrs. Honour repeated charges not to leave her work on any account, as she said it was in violent haste and must be finished that very day, she muttered something more about going to the grove, and then sallied out the contrary way, and walked, as fast as her tender trembling limbs could carry her, directly towards the canal. Jones had been there, as Mrs. Honour had told her. He had indeed spent 2 hours there that morning in melancholy contemplation of his Sophia, and had gone out from the garden at one door the moment she entered it at another. so that those unlucky minutes which had been spent in changing the ribbons had prevented the lovers from meeting at this time, a most unfortunate accident, from which my fair readers will not fail to draw a very wholesome lesson. And here I strictly forbid all male critics to intermeddle with a circumstance which I have recounted only for the sake of the ladies, and upon which they only are at liberty to comment. Chapter 7. A picture of formal courtship in miniature, as it always ought to be drawn, and a scene of a tenderer kind painted at full length. It was well remarked by one, and perhaps by more, that misfortunes do not come single. This wise maxim was now verified by Sophia, who was not only disappointed of seeing the man she loved, but had the vexation of being obliged to dress herself out in order to receive a visit from the man she hated. That afternoon Mr. Weston, for the first time, acquainted his daughter with his intention, telling her he knew very well that she had heard it before from her aunt. Sophia looked very grave upon this, nor could she prevent a few pearls from stealing into her eyes. "Come, come," says Weston, "none of your maidenish airs. I know all. I assure you sister hath told me all." "Is it possible," says Sophia, "that my aunt can have betrayed me already?" "Ay, ay," says Weston, "betrayed you. Ay, why, you betrayed yourself yesterday at dinner. You showed your fancy very plainly, I think. But you young girls never know what you would be at. So you cry because I am going to marry you to the man you are in love with. Your mother, I remember, whimpered and whined just in the same manner, but it was all over within 24 hours after we were married. Mr. Blifil is a brisk young man, and will soon put an end to your squeamishness. Come, cheer up, cheer up. I expect him every minute." Sophia was now convinced that her aunt had behaved honourably to her, and she determined to go through that disagreeable afternoon with as much resolution as possible, and without giving the least suspicion in the world to her father. Mr. Blifil soon arrived, and Mr. Weston, soon after withdrawing, left the young couple together. Here a long silence of near a quarter of an hour ensued, for the gentleman who was to begin the conversation had all the unbecoming modesty which consists in bashfulness. He often attempted to speak, and as often suppressed his words just at the very point of utterance. At last out they broke in a torrent of far-fetched and high-strained compliments, which were answered on her side by downcast looks, half-bows, and civil monosyllables. Blifil, from his inexperience in the ways of women, and from his conceit of himself, took this behaviour for a modest assent to his courtship, and when, to shorten a scene which she could no longer support, Sophia rose up and left the room, he imputed that too merely to bashfulness, and comforted himself that he should soon have enough of her company. He was, indeed, perfectly well satisfied with his prospect of success, for as to that entire and absolute possession of the heart of his mistress which romantic lovers require, the very idea of it never entered his head. Her fortune and her person were the sole objects of his wishes, of which he made no doubt soon to obtain the absolute property, as Mr. Weston's mind was so earnestly bent on the match, and as he well knew the strict obedience which Sophia was always ready to pay to her father's will, and the greatest still which her father would exact if there was occasion. This authority, therefore, together with the charms which he fancied in his own person and conversation, could not fail, he thought, of succeeding with a young lady whose inclinations were, he doubted not, entirely disengaged. Of Jones he certainly had not even the least jealousy, and I have often thought it wonderful that he had not. Perhaps he imagined the character which Jones bore all over the country, how justly, let the reader determine, of being one of the wildest fellows in England, might render him odious to a lady of the most exemplary modesty. Perhaps his suspicions might be laid asleep by the behaviour of Sophia, and of Jones himself, when they were all in company together. Lastly, and indeed principally, he was well assured that there was not another self in the case. He fancied that he knew Jones to the bottom, and had in reality a great contempt for his understanding, for not being more attached to his own interest. He had no apprehension that Jones was in love with Sophia, and as for any lucrative motives, he imagined they would sway very little with so silly a fellow. Blifil, moreover, thought the affair of Molly Seagrim still went on, and indeed believed it would end in marriage, for Jones really loved him from his childhood, and had kept no secret from him, till his behaviour on the sickness of Mr. Allworthy had entirely alienated his heart. And it was by no means of the quarrel which had ensued on this occasion, and which was not yet reconciled, that Mr. Blifil knew nothing of the alteration which had happened in the affection which Jones had formerly borne towards Molly. From these reasons, therefore, Mr. Blifil saw no bar to his success with Sophia. He concluded her behaviour was like that of all other young ladies on a first visit from a lover, and it had indeed entirely answered his expectations. Mr. Weston took care to waylay the lover at his exit from his mistress. He found him so elevated with his success, so enamoured with his daughter, and so satisfied with her reception of him, that the old gentleman began to caper and dance about his hall, and by many other antic actions to express the extravagance of his joy, for he had not the least command over any of his passions, and that which had at any time the ascendant in his mind hurried him to the wildest excesses. As soon as Blifil was departed, which was not till after many hearty kisses and embraces bestowed on him by Weston, the good squire went instantly in quest of his daughter, whom he no sooner found than he poured forth the most extravagant raptures, bidding her choose what clothes and jewels she pleased, and declaring that he had no other use for fortune but to make her happy. He then caressed her again and again with the utmost profusion of fondness, called her by the most endearing names, and protested she was his only joy on earth. Sophia, perceiving her father in this fit of affection, which she did not absolutely know the reason of, for fits of fondness were not unusual to him, though this was rather more violent than ordinary, thought she should never have a better opportunity of disclosing herself than at present, as far at least as regards Mr. Blifil, and she too well foresaw the necessity which she should soon be under of coming to a full explanation. After having thanked the squire, therefore, for all his professions of kindness, she added, with a look full of inexpressible softness, "And is it possible my papa can be so good to place all his joy in his Sophie's happiness?" Which Weston, having confirmed by a great oath and a kiss, she then laid hold of his hand, and, falling on her knees, after many warm and passionate declarations of affection and duty, she begged him not to make her the most miserable creature on earth by forcing her to marry a man whom she detested. "This I entreat of you, dear sir," said she, "for your sake as well as my own, since you are so very kind to tell me your happiness depends on mine." "How? What?" says Weston, staring wildly. "Oh, sir," continues she, "not only your poor Sophie's happiness, her very life, her being, depends upon your granting her request. I cannot live with Mr. Blifil. To force me into this marriage would be killing me." "You can't live with Mr. Blifil?" says Weston. "No, upon my head I can't," answered Sophia. "Then die and be damned," cries he, spurning her from him. "Oh, sir," cries Sophia, catching hold of the skirt of his coat, "take pity on me, I beseech you. Don't look and say such cruel. Can you be unmoved while you see your Sophie in this dreadful condition? Can the best of fathers break my heart? Will he kill me by the most painful, cruel, lingering death?" "Pooh, pooh," cries the squire, "all stuff and nonsense, all maidenish tricks. Kill you, indeed! Will marriage kill you?" "Oh, sir," answered Sophia, "such a marriage is worse than death. He is not even indifferent. I hate and detest him." "If you detest him never so much," cries Weston, "you shall have him." This he bound by an oath too shocking to repeat, and after many violent asseverations concluded in these words: "I am resolved upon the match, and unless you consent to it, I will not give you a groat, not a single farthing. No, though I saw you expiring with famine in the street, I would not relieve you with a morsel of bread. This is my fixed resolution, and so I leave you to consider on it." He then broke from her with such violence that her face dashed against the floor, and he burst directly out of the room, leaving poor Sophia prostrate on the ground. When Weston came into the hall, he there found Jones, who, seeing his friend looking wild, pale, and almost breathless, could not forbear inquiring the reason of all these melancholy appearances. Upon which the squire immediately acquainted him with the whole matter, concluding with bitter denunciations against Sophia, and very pathetic lamentations of the misery of all fathers who are so unfortunate to have daughters. Jones, to whom all the resolutions which had been taken in favour of Blifil were yet a secret, was at first almost struck dead with this relation, but recovering his spirits a little, mere despair, as he afterwards said, inspired him to mention a matter to Mr. Weston which seemed to require more impudence than a human forehead was ever gifted with. He desired leave to go to Sophia, that he might endeavour to obtain her concurrence with her father's inclinations. If the squire had been as quick-sighted as he was remarkable for the contrary, passion might at present very well have blinded him. He thanked Jones for offering to undertake the office, and said, "Go, go, prithee, try what thou canst do," and then swore many execrable oaths that he would turn her out of doors unless she consented to the match. Chapter 8. The meeting between Jones and Sophia. Jones departed instantly in quest of Sophia, whom he found just risen from the ground where her father had left her, with the tears trickling from her eyes and the blood running from her lips. He presently ran to her, and with a voice full at once of tenderness and terror, cried, "Oh, my Sophia, what means this dreadful sight?" She looked softly at him for a moment before she spoke, and then said, "Mr. Jones, for heaven's sake, how came you here? Leave me, I beseech you, this moment." "Do not," says he, "impose so harsh a command upon me. My heart bleeds faster than those lips. Oh, Sophia, how easily could I drain my veins to preserve one drop of that dear blood!" "I have too many obligations to you already," answered she, "for sure you meant them such." Here she looked at him tenderly, almost a minute, and then bursting into an agony, cried, "Oh, Mr. Jones, why did you save my life? My death would have been happier for us both." "Happier for us both!" cried he. "Could racks or wheels kill me so painfully as Sophia's? I cannot bear the dreadful sound. Do I live but for her?" Both his voice and looks were full of inexpressible tenderness when he spoke these words, and at the same time he laid gently hold on her hand, which she did not withdraw from him. To say the truth, she hardly knew what she did or suffered. A few moments now passed in silence between these lovers, while his eyes were eagerly fixed on Sophia, and hers declining towards the ground. At last she recovered strength enough to desire him again to leave her, for that her certain ruin would be the consequence of their being found together, adding, "Oh, Mr. Jones, you know not what hath passed this cruel afternoon." "I know all, my Sophia," answered he. "Your cruel father hath told me all, and he himself hath sent me hither to you." "My father sent you to me?" replied she. "Sure you dream." "Would to heaven," cries he, "it was but a dream." "Oh, Sophia, your father hath sent me to you to be an advocate for my odious rival, to solicit you in his favour. I took any means to get access to you. Oh, speak to me, Sophia, comfort my bleeding heart. Sure no one ever loved, ever doted like me. Do not unkindly withhold this dear, this soft, this gentle hand. One moment, perhaps, tears you for ever from me. Nothing less than this cruel occasion could, I believe, ever have conquered the respect and awe with which you have inspired me." She stood a moment silent and covered with confusion. Then lifting up her eyes gently towards him, she cried, "What would Mr. Jones have me say?" "Oh, do but promise," cries he, "that you never will give yourself to Blifil." "Name not," answered she, "the detested sound. Be assured I never will give him what is in my power to withhold from him." "Now then," cries he, "while you are so perfectly kind, go a little farther, and add that I may hope." "Alas," says she, "Mr. Jones, whither will you drive me? What hope have I to bestow? You know my father's intentions." "But I know," answered he, "your compliance with them cannot be compelled." "What," says she, "must be the dreadful consequence of my disobedience? My own ruin is my least concern. I cannot bear the thoughts of being the cause of my father's misery." "He is himself the cause," cries Jones, "by exacting a power over you which nature hath not given him. Think on the misery which I am to suffer if I am to lose you, and see on which side pity will turn the balance." "Think of it," replied she. "Can you imagine I do not feel the ruin which I must bring on you should I comply with your desire? It is that thought which gives me resolution to bid you fly from me for ever, and avoid your own destruction." "I fear no destruction," cries he, "but the loss of Sophia. If you would save me from the most bitter agonies, recall that cruel sentence. Indeed, I can never part with you. Indeed, I cannot." The lovers now stood both silent and trembling, Sophia being unable to withdraw her hand from Jones, and he almost as unable to hold it, when the scene, which I believe some of my readers will think had lasted long enough, was interrupted by one of so different a nature that we shall reserve the relation of it for a different chapter. Chapter 9, being of a much more tempestuous kind than the former. Before we proceed with what now happened to our lovers, it may be proper to recount what had passed in the hall during their tender interview. Soon after Jones had left Mr. Weston in the manner above mentioned, his sister came to him, and was presently informed of all that had passed between her brother and Sophia relating to Blifil. This behaviour in her niece the good lady construed to be an absolute breach of the condition on which she had engaged to keep her love for Mr. Jones a secret. She considered herself, therefore, at full liberty to reveal all she knew to the squire, which she immediately did in the most explicit terms, and without any ceremony or preface. The idea of a marriage between Jones and his daughter had never once entered into the squire's head, either in the warmest minutes of his affection towards that young man, or from suspicion, or on any other occasion. He did, indeed, consider a parity of fortune and circumstances to be physically as necessary an ingredient in marriage as difference of sexes, or any other essential, and had no more apprehension of his daughter's falling in love with a poor man than with any animal of a different species. He became, therefore, like one thunderstruck at his sister's relation. He was, at first, incapable of making any answer, having been almost deprived of his breath by the violence of the surprise. This, however, soon returned, and, as is usual in other cases, after an intermission, with redoubled force and fury. The first use he made of the power of speech, after his recovery from the sudden effects of his astonishment, was to discharge a round volley of oaths and imprecations. After which he proceeded hastily to the apartment, where he expected to find the lovers, and murmured, or rather indeed roared forth, intentions of revenge every step he went. As when two doves or two wood-pigeons, or as when Strephon and Phyllis, for that comes nearest to the mark, are retired into some pleasant solitary grove to enjoy the delightful conversation of love, that bashful boy who cannot speak in public, and is never a good companion to more than two at a time. Here, while every object is serene, should hoarse thunder burst suddenly through the shattered clouds, and rumbling roll along the sky, the frightened maid starts from the mossy bank, or verdant turf. The pale livery of death succeeds the red regimentals in which love had before dressed her cheeks. Fear shakes her whole frame, and her lover scarce supports her trembling, tottering limbs. Or as when two gentlemen, strangers to the wondrous wit of the place, are cracking a bottle together at some inn or tavern at Salisbury, if the great Dowdy, who acts the part of a madman as well as some of his setters-on do that of a fool, should rattle his chains and dreadfully hum forth a grumbling catch along the gallery, the frighted strangers stand aghast, scared at the horrid sound. They seek some place of shelter from the approaching danger, and if the well-barred windows did admit their exit, would venture their necks to escape the threatening fury now coming upon them. So trembled poor Sophia, so turned she pale at the noise of her father, who, in a voice most dreadful to hear, came on swearing, cursing, and vowing the destruction of Jones. To say the truth, I believe the youth himself would, from some prudent considerations, have preferred another place of abode at this time, had his terror on Sophia's account given him liberty to reflect a moment on what otherwise concerned himself than as his love made him partake whatever affected her. And now the squire, having burst open the door, beheld an object which instantly suspended all his fury against Jones. This was the ghastly appearance of Sophia, who had fainted away in her lover's arms. This tragical sight Mr. Weston no sooner beheld than all his rage forsook him. He roared for help with his utmost violence, ran first to his daughter, then back to the door, calling for water, and then back again to Sophia, never considering in whose arms she then was, nor perhaps once recollecting that there was such a person in the world as Jones, for indeed I believe the present circumstances of his daughter were now the sole consideration which employed his thoughts. Mrs. Weston and a great number of servants soon came to the assistance of Sophia with water, cordials, and everything necessary on those occasions. These were applied with such success that Sophia, in a very few minutes, began to recover, and all the symptoms of life to return, upon which she was presently led off by her own maid and Mrs. Weston, nor did that good lady depart without leaving some wholesome admonitions with her brother on the dreadful effects of his passion, or, as she pleased to call it, madness. The squire perhaps did not understand this good advice, as it was delivered in obscure hints, shrugs, and notes of admiration. At least, if he did understand it, he profited very little by it, for no sooner was he cured of his immediate fears for his daughter than he relapsed into his former frenzy, which must have produced an immediate battle with Jones, had not Parson Supple, who was a very strong man, been present, and by mere force restrained the squire from acts of hostility. The moment Sophia was departed, Jones advanced in a very suppliant manner to Mr. Weston, whom the parson held in his arms, and begged him to be pacified, for that, while he continued in such a passion, it would be impossible to give him any satisfaction. "I will have satisfaction of thee," answered the squire, "so doff thy clothes, and not half a man, and I'll lick thee as well as wast ever licked in thy life." He then bespattered the youth with abundance of that language which passes between country gentlemen who embrace opposite sides of the question, with frequent applications to him to salute that part which is generally introduced into all controversies that arise among the lower orders of the English gentry at horse races, cock matches, and other public places. Allusions to this part are likewise often made for the sake of the jest, and here I believe the wit is generally misunderstood. In reality it lies in desiring another to kiss your for having just before threatened to kick his, for I have observed very accurately that no one ever desires you to kick that which belongs to himself, nor offer to kiss this part in another. It may likewise seem surprising that in the many thousand kind invitations of this sort, which every one who hath conversed with country gentlemen must have heard, no one, I believe, hath ever seen a single instance where the desire hath been complied with, a great instance of their want of politeness, for in town nothing can be more common than for the finest gentlemen to perform this ceremony every day to their superiors, without having that favour once requested of them. To all such wit, Jones very calmly answered, "Sir, this usage may perhaps cancel every other obligation you have conferred on me, but there is one you can never cancel, nor will I be provoked by your abuse to lift my hand against the father of Sophia." At these words the squire grew still more outrageous than before, so that the parson begged Jones to retire, saying, "You behold, sir, how he waxeth wroth at your abode here. Therefore let me pray you not to tarry any longer. His anger is too much kindled for you to commune with him at present. You had better therefore conclude your visit, and refer what matters you have to urge in your behalf to some other opportunity." Jones accepted this advice with thanks, and immediately departed. The squire now regained the liberty of his hands, and so much temper as to express some satisfaction in the restraint which had been laid upon him, declaring that he should certainly have beat his brains out, and adding, "It would have vexed one confoundedly to have been hanged for such a rascal." The parson now began to triumph in the success of his peace-making endeavours, and proceeded to read a lecture against anger, which might perhaps rather have tended to raise than to quiet that passion in some hasty minds. This lecture he enriched with many valuable quotations from the ancients, particularly from Seneca, who hath indeed so well handled this passion that none but a very angry man can read him without great pleasure and profit. The doctor concluded this harangue with the famous story of Alexandra and Cletus, but as I find that entered in my commonplace under title Drunkenness, I shall not insert it here. The squire took no notice of this story, nor perhaps of anything he said, for he interrupted him before he had finished, by calling for a tankard of beer, observing, which is perhaps as true as any observation on this fever of the mind, that anger makes a man dry. No sooner had the squire swallowed a large draught than he renewed the discourse on Jones, and declared a resolution of going the next morning early to acquaint Mr. Allworthy. His friend would have dissuaded him from this, from the mere motive of good nature, but his dissuasion had no other effect than to produce a large volley of oaths and curses, which greatly shocked the pious ears of Supple. But he did not dare to remonstrate against a privilege which the squire claimed as a free-born Englishman. To say truth, the parson submitted to please his palate at the squire's table, at the expense of suffering, now and then, this violence to his ears. He contented himself with thinking he did not promote this evil practice, and that the squire would not swear an oath the less if he never entered within his gates. However, though he was not guilty of ill manners by rebuking a gentleman in his own house, he paid him off obliquely in the pulpit, which had not, indeed, the good effect of working a reformation in the squire himself, yet it so far operated on his conscience that he put the laws very severely in execution against others, and the magistrate was the only person in the parish who could swear with impunity. End of section 15. Book 6, chapters 10 to 14. Chapter 10, in which Mr. Weston visits Mr. Allworthy. Mr. Allworthy was now retired from breakfast with his nephew, well satisfied with the report of the young gentleman's successful visit to Seville, for he greatly desired the match more on account of the young lady's character than of her riches, when Mr. Weston broke abruptly in upon them, and without any ceremony began as follows. "There, you've done a fine piece of work, truly. You've brought up your bastard to a fine purpose. Not that I believe you have had any hand in it neither, that is, as a man may say, designedly, but there is a fine kettle of fish made on it up at our house." "What can be the matter, Mr. Weston?" said Allworthy. "Oh, matter enough for all conscience. My daughter hath fallen in love with your bastard, that's all. But I won't give her a halfpenny, not a 20th part of a brass farden. I always thought what would come of breeding up a bastard like a gentleman and letting him come about to folks' houses. It's well for un I could not get at un. I'd ha' licked un, I'd ha' spoiled his caterwauling, I'd ha' taught the son of a whore to meddle with meat for his master. He shan't ever have a morsel of meat of mine, or a varden to buy it, and if she will have un, one smock shall be her portion. I'd sooner get my estate to the zinking fund, that it may be sent to Hanover to corrupt our nation with." "I am heartily sorry," cries Allworthy. "Pox o' your sorrow," says Weston. "It will do me abundance of good when I have lost my only child, my poor Sophy, that was the joy of my heart and all the hope and comfort of my age. But I am resolved I will turn her out of doors. She shall beg and starve and rot in the streets. Not one halfpenny, not a halfpenny shall she ever have of mine. The son of a bitch was always good at finding a hare sitting and be rotten to un. I little thought what puss he was looking after, and it should be the worst he ever found in his life. She should be no better than carrion. The skin of her is all he shall have, and Zoom may tell un." "I am in amazement," cries Allworthy, "at what you tell me, after what has passed between my nephew and the young lady no longer ago than yesterday." "Yes, sir," answered Weston, "it was after what passed between your nephew and she that the whole matter came out. Mr. Blifil there was no sooner gone than the son of a whore came lurching about the house. Little did I think, when I used to love him for a sportsman, that he was all the while a poaching after my daughter." "Why, truly," says Allworthy, "I could wish you had not given him so many opportunities with her, and you will do me the justice to acknowledge that I have always been averse to his staying so much at your house, though I own I had no suspicion of this kind." "Why, zounds," cries Weston, "who could have thought it? What the devil had she to do with him? He did not come there a-courting to her. He came there a-hunting with me." "But was it possible," says Allworthy, "that you should never discern any symptoms of love between them, when you have seen them so often together?" "Never in my life, as I hope to be saved," cries Weston. "I never so much as seed him kiss her in all my life, and so far from courting her, he used rather to be more silent when she was in company than at any other time, and as for the girl, she was always less civil to him than any young man that came to the house. As to that matter, I am not more easy to be deceived than another. I would not have you think I am, neighbour." Allworthy could scarce refrain laughter at this, but he resolved to do a violence to himself, for he perfectly well knew mankind, and had too much good breeding and good nature to offend the squire in his present circumstances. He then asked Weston what he would have him do upon this occasion. To which the other answered that he would have him keep the rascal away from his house, and that he would go and lock up the wench, for he was resolved to make her marry Mr. Blifil in spite of her teeth. He then shook Blifil by the hand, and swore he would have no other son-in-law. Presently after which he took his leave, saying his house was in such disorder that it was necessary for him to make haste home, to take care his daughter did not give him the slip. And as for Jones, he swore if he caught him at his house, he would qualify him to run for the gelding's plate. When Allworthy and Blifil were again left together, a long silence ensued between them, all which interval the young gentleman filled up with sighs, which proceeded partly from disappointment, but more from hatred, for the success of Jones was much more grievous to him than the loss of Sophia. At length his uncle asked him what he was determined to do, and he answered in the following words: "Alas, sir, can it be a question what step a lover will take when reason and passion point different ways? I am afraid it is too certain he will, in that dilemma, always follow the latter. Reason dictates to me to quit all thoughts of a woman who places her affection on another. My passion bids me hope she may in time change her inclinations in my favour. Here, however, I conceive an objection may be raised, which, if it could not fully be answered, would totally deter me from any further pursuit. I mean the injustice of endeavouring to supplant another in a heart of which he seems already in possession. But the determined resolution of Mr. Weston shows that, in this case, I shall, by so doing, promote the happiness of every party, not only that of the parent, who will thus be preserved from the highest degree of misery, but of both the others, who must be undone by this match. The lady, I am sure, will be undone in every sense, for besides the loss of the most part of her fortune, she will be not only married to a beggar, but the little fortune which her father cannot withhold from her will be squandered on that wench with whom I know he yet converses. Nay, that is a trifle, for I know him to be one of the worst men in the world, for had my dear uncle known what I have hitherto endeavoured to conceal, he must have long since abandoned so profligate a wretch." "How?" said Allworthy. "Hath he done anything worse than I already know? Tell me, I beseech you." "No," replied Blifil. "It is now past, and perhaps he may have repented of it." "I command you, on your duty," said Allworthy, "to tell me what you mean." "You know, sir," says Blifil, "I never disobeyed you, but I am sorry I mentioned it, since it may now look like revenge, whereas, I thank heaven, no such motive ever entered my heart, and if you oblige me to discover it, I must be his petitioner to you for your forgiveness." "I will have no conditions," answered Allworthy. "I think I have shown tenderness enough towards him, and more perhaps than you ought to thank me for." "More indeed, I fear, than he deserved," cries Blifil, "for in the very day of your utmost danger, when myself and all the family were in tears, he filled the house with riot and debauchery. He drank and sang and roared, and when I gave him a gentle hint of the indecency of his actions, he fell into a violent passion, swore many oaths, called me rascal, and struck me." "How?" cries Allworthy. "Did he dare to strike you?" "I am sure," cries Blifil, "I have forgiven him that long ago. I wish I could so easily forget his ingratitude to the best of benefactors, and yet even that I hope you will forgive him, since he must have certainly been possessed with the devil, for that very evening, as Mr. Thwackum and myself were taking the air in the fields, and exulting in the good symptoms which then first began to discover themselves, we unluckily saw him engaged with a wench in a manner not fit to be mentioned. Mr. Thwackum, with more boldness than prudence, advanced to rebuke him, when, I am sorry to say it, he fell upon the worthy man, and beat him so outrageously that I wish he may have yet recovered the bruises. Nor was I without my share of the effects of his malice, while I endeavoured to protect my tutor, but that I have long forgiven. Nay, I prevailed with Mr. Thwackum to forgive him too, and not to inform you of a secret which I feared might be fatal to him. And now, sir, since I have unadvisedly dropped a hint of this matter, and your commands have obliged me to discover the whole, let me intercede with you for him." "Oh, child," said Allworthy, "I know not whether I should blame or applaud your goodness in concealing such villainy a moment. But where is Mr. Thwackum? Not that I want any confirmation of what you say, but I will examine all the evidence of this matter, to justify to the world the example I am resolved to make of such a monster." Thwackum was now sent for, and presently appeared. He corroborated every circumstance which the other had deposed. Nay, he produced the record upon his breast, where the handwriting of Mr. Jones remained very legible in black and blue. He concluded with declaring to Mr. Allworthy that he should have long since informed him of this matter, had not Mr. Blifil, by the most earnest interpositions, prevented him. He is, says he, an excellent youth, though such forgiveness of enemies is carrying the matter too far. In reality, Blifil had taken some pains to prevail with the parson, and to prevent the discovery at that time, for which he had many reasons. He knew that the minds of men are apt to be softened and relaxed from their usual severity by sickness. Besides, he imagined that if the story was told when the fact was so recent, and the physician about the house, who might have unravelled the real truth, he should never be able to give it the malicious turn which he intended. Again, he resolved to hoard up this business, till the indiscretion of Jones should afford some additional complaints, for he thought the joint weight of many facts falling upon him together would be the most likely to crush him, and he watched therefore some such opportunity as that with which fortune had now kindly presented him. Lastly, by prevailing with Thwackum to conceal the matter for a time, he knew he should confirm an opinion of his friendship to Jones, which he had greatly laboured to establish in Mr. Allworthy. Chapter 11. A short chapter, but which contains sufficient matter to affect the good-natured reader. It was Mr. Allworthy's custom never to punish anyone, not even to turn away a servant, in a passion. He resolved therefore to delay passing sentence on Jones till the afternoon. The poor young man attended at dinner, as usual, but his heart was too much loaded to suffer him to eat. His grief, too, was a good deal aggravated by the unkind looks of Mr. Allworthy, whence he concluded that Weston had discovered the whole affair between him and Sophia. But as to Mr. Blifil's story, he had not the least apprehension, for of much the greater part he was entirely innocent, and for the residue, as he had forgiven and forgotten it himself, so he suspected no remembrance on the other side. When dinner was over and the servants departed, Mr. Allworthy began to harangue. He set forth in a long speech the many iniquities of which Jones had been guilty, particularly those which this day had brought to light, and concluded by telling him that unless he could clear himself of the charges, he was resolved to banish him his sight for ever. Many disadvantages attended poor Jones in making his defence. Nay, indeed, he hardly knew his accusation, for as Mr. Allworthy, in recounting the drunkenness, etc., while he lay ill, out of modesty sunk everything that related particularly to himself, which indeed principally constituted the crime, Jones could not deny the charge. His heart was, besides, almost broken already, and his spirits were so sunk that he could say nothing for himself, but acknowledged the whole, and, like a criminal in despair, threw himself upon mercy, concluding that though he must own himself guilty of many follies and inadvertencies, he hoped he had done nothing to deserve what would be to him the greatest punishment in the world. Allworthy answered that he had forgiven him too often already, in compassion to his youth, and in hopes of his amendment, that he now found he was an abandoned reprobate, and such as it would be criminal in any one to support and encourage. Nay, said Mr. Allworthy to him, your audacious attempt to steal away the young lady calls upon me to justify my own character in punishing you. The world, who have already censured the regard I have shown for you, may think, with some colour at least of justice, that I connive at so base and barbarous an action of which you must have known my abhorrence, and which, had you had any concern for my ease and honour, as well as for my friendship, you would never have thought of undertaking. Fire upon it, young man. Indeed, there is scarce any punishment equal to your crime. The one, a comparison between the world and the stage. The world hath been often compared to the theatre, and many grave writers, as well as the poets, have considered human life as a great drama, resembling in almost every particular those scenical representations which Thespis is first reported to have invented, and which have been since received with so much approbation and delight in all polite countries. This thought hath been carried so far, and is become so general, that some words proper to the theatre, and which were at first metaphorically applied to the world, are now indiscriminately and literally spoken of both. Thus stage and scene are by common use grown as familiar to us when we speak of life in general as when we confine ourselves to dramatic performances, and when transactions behind the curtain are mentioned, St. James's is more likely to occur to our thoughts than Drury Lane. It may seem easy enough to account for all this by reflecting that the theatrical stage is nothing more than a representation, or, as Aristotle calls it, an imitation of what really exists, and hence perhaps we might fairly pay a very high compliment to those who, by their writings or actions, have been so capable of imitating life as to have their pictures in a manner confounded with, or mistaken for, the originals. But in reality we are not so fond of paying compliments to these people, whom we use as children frequently do the instruments of their amusement, and have much more pleasure in hissing and buffeting them than in admiring their excellence. There are many other reasons which have induced us to see this analogy between the world and the stage. Some have considered the larger part of mankind in the light of actors, as personating characters no more their own, and to which in fact they have no better title than the player hath to be in earnest thought the king or emperor whom he represents. Thus the hypocrite may be said to be a player, and indeed the Greeks called them both by one and the same name. The brevity of life hath likewise given occasion to this comparison. So the immortal Shakespeare: "Life's a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more." For which hackneyed quotation I will make the reader amends by a very noble one, which few, I believe, have read. It is taken from a poem called The Deity, published about 9 years ago, and long since buried in oblivion, a proof that good books, no more than good men, do always survive the bad. From thee all human actions take their springs, the rise of empires and the fall of kings. See the vast theatre of time displayed, while o'er the scene succeeding heroes tread. With pomp the shining images succeed. What leaders triumph, and what monarchs bleed! Perform the parts thy providence assigned. Their pride, their passions, to thy ends inclined. Awhile they glitter in the face of day, then at thy nod the phantoms pass away. No trace is left of all the busy scene, but that remembrance says the things have been. In all these, however, and in every other similitude of life to the theatre, the resemblance hath been always taken from the stage only. None, as I remember, have at all considered the audience at this great drama. But as nature often exhibits some of her best performances to a very full house, so will the behaviour of her spectators no less admit the above-mentioned comparison than that of her actors. In this vast theatre of time are seated the friend and the critic. Here are claps and shouts, hisses and groans, in short everything which was ever seen or heard at the Theatre Royal. Let us examine this in one example. For instance, in the behaviour of the great audience on that scene which nature was pleased to exhibit in the 12th chapter of the preceding book, where she introduced Black George running away with the £500 from his friend and benefactor. Those who sat in the world's upper gallery treated that incident, I am well convinced, with their usual vociferation, and every term of scurrilous reproach was most probably vented on that occasion. If we had descended to the next order of spectators, we should have found an equal degree of abhorrence, though less of noise and scurrility. Yet here the good women gave Black George to the devil, and many of them expected every minute that the cloven-footed gentleman would fetch his own. The pit, as usual, was no doubt divided. Those who delight in heroic virtue and perfect character objected to the producing such instances of villainy without punishing them very severely for the sake of example. Some of the author's friends cried, "Look ye, gentlemen, the man is a villain, but it is nature for all that." And all the young critics of the age, the clerks, apprentices, etc., called it low, and fell a-groaning. As for the boxers, they behaved with their accustomed politeness. Most of them were attending to something else. Some of those few who regarded the scene at all declared he was a bad kind of man, while others refused to give their opinion till they had heard that of the best judges. Now we, who are admitted behind the scenes of this great theatre of nature, and no author ought to write anything besides dictionaries and spelling books who hath not this privilege, can censure the action without conceiving any absolute detestation of the person, whom perhaps nature may not have designed to act an ill part in all her dramas, for in this instance life most exactly resembles the stage, since it is often the same person who represents the villain and the hero. And he who engages your admiration today will probably attract your contempt tomorrow. As Garrick, whom I regard in tragedy to be the greatest genius the world hath ever produced, sometimes condescends to play the fool, so did Scipio the Great and Laelius the Wise, according to Horace, many years ago. Nay, Cicero reports them to have been incredibly childish. These, it is true, played the fool, like my friend Garrick, in jest only, but several eminent characters have, in numberless instances of their lives, played the fool egregiously in earnest, so far as to render it a matter of some doubt whether their wisdom or folly was predominant, and whether they were better entitled to the applause or censure, the admiration or contempt, the love or hatred of mankind. Those persons, indeed, who have passed any time behind the scenes of this great theatre, and are thoroughly acquainted not only with the several disguises which are there put on, but also with the fantastic and capricious behaviour of the passions, who are the managers and directors of this theatre, for as to Reason, the patentee, he is known to be a very idle fellow, and seldom to exert himself, may most probably have learned to understand the famous nil admirari of Horace, or, in the English phrase, to stare at nothing. A single bad act no more constitutes a villain in life than a single bad part on the stage. The passions, like the managers of a playhouse, often force men upon parts without consulting their judgment, and sometimes without any regard to their talents. Thus the man, as well as the player, may condemn what he himself acts. Nay, it is common to see vice sit as awkwardly on some men as the character of Iago would on the honest face of Mr. William Mills. Upon the whole, then, the man of candour and of true understanding is never hasty to condemn. He can censure an imperfection, or even a vice, without rage against the guilty party. In a word, they are the same folly, the same childishness, the same ill-breeding, and the same ill-nature, which raise all the clamours and uproars both in life and on the stage. The worst of men generally have the words rogue and villain most in their mouths, as the lowest of all wretches are the aptest to cry out lo in the pit. Chapter 2. Containing a conversation which Mr. Jones had with himself. Jones received his effects from Mr. Allworthy's early in the morning, with the following answer to his letter. Sir, I am commanded by my uncle to acquaint you that he did not proceed to those measures he had taken with you without the greatest deliberation, and after the fullest evidence of your unworthiness. So will it be always out of your power to cause the least alteration in his resolution. He expresses great surprise at your presumption in saying you have resigned all pretensions to a young lady to whom it is impossible you should ever have had any, her birth and fortune having made her so infinitely your superior. Lastly, I am commanded to tell you that the only instance of your compliance with my uncle's inclinations which he requires is your immediately quitting this country. I cannot conclude this without offering you my advice, as a Christian, that you would seriously think of amending your life. That you may be assisted with grace so to do will be always the prayer of your humble servant, W. Bliffle. Many contending passions were raised in our hero's mind by this letter, but the tender prevailed at last over the indignant and irascible, and a flood of tears came seasonably to his assistance, and possibly prevented his misfortunes from either turning his head or bursting his heart. He grew, however, soon ashamed of indulging this remedy, and starting up, he cried, "Well, then, I will give Mr. Allworthy the only instance he requires of my obedience. I will go this moment, but whither? Why, let fortune direct. Since there is no other who thinks it of any consequence what becomes of this wretched person, it shall be a matter of equal indifference to myself. Shall I alone regard what no other? Have I not reason to think there is another, one whose value is above that of the whole world? I must imagine my Sophia is not indifferent to what becomes of me. Shall I then leave this only friend, and such a friend? Shall I not stay with her? Where? How can I stay with her? Have I any hopes of ever seeing her, though she was as desirous as myself, without exposing her to the wrath of her father? And to what purpose? Can I think of soliciting such a creature to consent to her own ruin? Shall I indulge any passion of mine at such a price? Shall I lurk about this country like a thief, with such intentions? No, I detest the thought. Farewell, Sophia. Farewell, most lovely, most beloved." Here passion stopped his mouth, and found a vent at his eyes. And now, having taken a resolution to leave the country, he began to debate with himself whither he should go. The world, as Milton phrases it, lay all before him, and Jones no more than Adam had any man to whom he might resort for comfort or assistance. All his acquaintance were the acquaintance of Mr. Allworthy, and he had no reason to expect any countenance from them, as that gentleman had withdrawn his favour from him. Men of great and good character should indeed be very cautious how they discard their dependents, for the consequence to the unhappy sufferer is being discarded by all others. What course of life to pursue, or to what business to apply himself, was a second consideration, and here the prospect was all a melancholy void. Every profession and every trade required length of time, and what was worse, money, for matters are so constituted that nothing out of nothing is not a truer maxim in physics than in politics, and every man who is greatly destitute of money is on that account entirely excluded from all means of acquiring it. At last the ocean, that hospitable friend to the wretched, opened her capacious arms to receive him, and he instantly resolved to accept her kind invitation. To express myself less figuratively, he determined to go to sea. This thought, indeed, no sooner suggested itself than he eagerly embraced it, and having presently hired horses, he set out for Bristol to put it in execution. But before we attend him on this expedition, we shall resort awhile to Mr. Weston's, and see what further happened to the charming Sophia. Chapter 3, containing several dialogues. The morning in which Mr. Jones departed, Mrs. Weston summoned Sophia into her apartment, and having first acquainted her that she had obtained her liberty of her father, she proceeded to read her a long lecture on the subject of matrimony, which she treated not as a romantic scheme of happiness arising from love, as it hath been described by the poets, nor did she mention any of these purposes for which we are taught by divines to regard it as instituted by sacred authority. She considered it rather as a fund in which prudent women deposited their fortunes to the best advantage, in order to receive a larger interest for them than they could have elsewhere. When Mrs. Weston had finished, Sophia answered that she was very incapable of arguing with a lady of her aunt's superior knowledge and experience, especially on a subject which she had so very little considered as this of matrimony. "Argue with me, child," replied the other. "I do not indeed expect it. I should have seen the world to very little purpose truly, if I am to argue with one of your years. I have taken this trouble in order to instruct you. The ancient philosophers, such as Socrates, Alcibiades, and others, did not choose to argue with their scholars. You are to consider me, child, as Socrates, not asking your opinion, but only informing you of mine." From which last words the reader may possibly imagine that this lady had read no more of the philosophy of Socrates than she had of that of Alcibiades, and indeed we cannot resolve his curiosity as to this point. "Madam," cries Sophia, "I have never presumed to controvert any opinion of yours, and this subject, as I said, I have never yet thought of, and perhaps never may." "Indeed, Sophie," replied the aunt, "this dissimulation with me is very foolish. The French shall as soon persuade me that they take foreign towns in defence only of their own country, as you can impose on me to believe you have never yet thought seriously of matrimony. How can you, child, affect to deny that you have considered of contracting an alliance, when you so well know I am acquainted with the party with whom you desire to contract it? An alliance as unnatural and contrary to your interest as a separate league with the French would be to the interest of the Dutch. But, however, if you have not hitherto considered of this matter, I promise you it is now high time, for my brother is resolved immediately to conclude the treaty with Mr. Blifil, and indeed I am a sort of guarantee in the affair, and have promised your concurrence." "Indeed, madam," cries Sophia, "this is the only instance in which I must disobey both yourself and my father, for this is a match which requires very little consideration in me to refuse." "If I was not as great a philosopher as Socrates himself," returned Mrs. Weston, "you would overcome my patience. What objection can you have to the young gentleman?" "A very solid objection, in my opinion," says Sophia. "I hate him." "Will you never learn a proper use of words?" answered the aunt. "Indeed, child, you should consult Bailey's dictionary. It is impossible you should hate a man from whom you have received no injury. By hatred, therefore, you mean no more than dislike, which is no sufficient objection against your marrying of him. I have known many couples who have entirely disliked each other, lead very comfortable, genteel lives. Believe me, child, I know these things better than you. You will allow me, I think, to have seen the world, in which I have not an acquaintance who would not rather be thought to dislike her husband than to like him. The contrary is such out-of-fashion romantic nonsense that the very imagination of it is shocking." "Indeed, madam," replied Sophia, "I shall never marry a man I dislike. If I promise my father never to consent to any marriage contrary to his inclinations, I think I may hope he will never force me into that state contrary to my own." "Inclinations!" cries the aunt with some warmth. "Inclinations! I am astonished at your assurance. A young woman of your age and unmarried to talk of inclinations! But whatever your inclinations may be, my brother is resolved. Nay, since you talk of inclinations, I shall advise him to hasten the treaty. Inclinations!" Sophia then flung herself upon her knees, and tears began to trickle from her shining eyes. She entreated her aunt to have mercy upon her, and not to resent so cruelly her unwillingness to make herself miserable, often urging that she alone was concerned, and that her happiness only was at stake. As a bailiff, when well authorized by his writ, having possessed himself of the person of some unhappy debtor, views all these tears without concern, in vain the wretched captive attempts to raise compassion. In vain the tender wife, bereft of her companion, the little prattling boy or frightened girl, are mentioned as inducements to reluctance. The noble Burntrap, blind and deaf to every circumstance of distress, greatly rises above all the motives to humanity, and into the hands of the gaoler resolves to deliver his miserable prey. No less blind to the tears, or less deaf to every entreaty of Sophia, was the politic aunt, nor less determined was she to deliver over the trembling maid into the arms of the gaoler Blifil. She answered with great impetuosity, "So far, madam, from your being concerned alone, your concern is the least, or surely the least important. It is the honour of your family which is concerned in this alliance. You are only the instrument. Do you conceive, mistress, that in an intermarriage between kingdoms, as when a daughter of France is married into Spain, the princess herself is alone considered in the match? No, it is a match between two kingdoms rather than between two persons. The same happens in great families such as ours. The alliance between the families is the principal matter. You ought to have a greater regard for the honour of your family than for your own person, and if the example of a princess cannot inspire you with these noble thoughts, you cannot surely complain at being used no worse than all princesses are used." "I hope, madam," cries Sophia, with a little elevation of voice, "I shall never do anything to dishonour my family. But as for Mr. Blifil, whatever may be the consequence, I am resolved against him, and no force shall prevail in his favour." Weston, who had been within hearing during the greater part of the preceding dialogue, had now exhausted all his patience. He therefore entered the room in a violent passion, crying, "Damn me then if Shatant hadn't! Damn me if Shatant! That's all, damn me if Shatant!" Mrs. Weston had collected a sufficient quantity of wrath for the use of Sophia, but she now transferred it all to the squire. "Brother," said she, "it is astonishing that you will interfere in a matter which you had totally left to my negotiation. Regard to my family hath made me take upon myself to be the mediating power, in order to rectify those mistakes in policy which you have committed in your daughter's education. For, brother, it is your preposterous conduct which hath eradicated all the seeds that I had formerly sown in her tender mind. It is you yourself who have taught her disobedience." "Blood!" cries the squire, foaming at the mouth, "you are enough to conquer the patience of the devil. Have I ever taught my daughter disobedience? Here she stands. Speak honestly, girl. Did I ever bid you be disobedient to me? Have not I done everything to humour and to gratify you, and to make you obedient to me? and very obedient to me she was when a little child, before you took her in hand and spoiled her by filling her head with a pack of court notions. Why, did I not overhear you telling her she must behave like a princess? You have made a Whig of the girl, and how should her father or anybody else expect any obedience from her?" "Brother," answered Mrs. Weston, with an air of great disdain, "I cannot express the contempt I have for your politics of all kinds, but I will appeal likewise to the young lady herself, whether I have ever taught her any principles of disobedience. On the contrary, niece, have I not endeavoured to inspire you with a true idea of the several relations in which a human creature stands in society? Have I not taken infinite pains to show you that the law of nature hath enjoined a duty on children to their parents? Have I not told you what Plato says on that subject, a subject on which you were so notoriously ignorant when you first came under my care, that I verily believe you did not know the relation between a daughter and a father?" "'Tis a lie," answered Weston. "The girl is no such fool as to live to 11 years old without knowing that she was her father's relation." "Oh, more than Gothic ignorance," answered the lady. "As for your manners, brother, I must tell you they deserve a cane." "Why, then you may give it me, if you think you are able," cries the squire. "Nay, I suppose your niece there will be ready enough to help you." "Brother," said Mrs. Weston, "though I despise you beyond expression, yet I shall endure your insolence no longer, so I desire my coach may be got ready immediately, for I am resolved to leave your house this very morning." "And a good riddance too," answered he. "I can bear your insolence no longer, and you come to that. Blood, it is almost enough of itself to make my daughter undervalue my sense when she hears you telling me every minute you despise me." "It is impossible, it is impossible," cries the aunt. "No one can undervalue such a boor." "Boor?" answered the squire. "I am no boor, no, nor ass, no, nor rat neither, madam. Remember that. I am no rat. I am a true English, and not of your Hanover breed that have eaten up the nation." "Thou art one of those wise men," cries she, "whose nonsensical principles have undone the nation, by weakening the hands of our government at home, and by discouraging our friends and encouraging our enemies abroad." "Oh, are you come back to your politics?" cries the squire. "As for those, I despise them as much as I do a fart." Which last words he accompanied and graced with the very action which of all others was the most proper to it. And whether it was this word or the contempt expressed for her politics which most affected Mrs. Weston, I will not determine, but she flew into the most violent rage, uttered phrases improper to be here related, and instantly burst out of the house. Nor did her brother or her niece think proper either to stop or to follow her, for the one was so much possessed by concern, and the other by anger, that they were rendered almost motionless. The squire, however, sent after his sister the same hallo which attends the department of a hare when she is first started before the hounds. He was indeed a great master of this kind of vociferation, and had a holla proper to most occasions in life. Women who, like Mrs. Weston, know the world, and have applied themselves to philosophy and politics, would have immediately availed themselves of the present disposition of Mr. Weston's mind, by throwing in a few artful compliments to his understanding at the expense of his absent adversary, but poor Sophia was all simplicity, by which word we do not intend to insinuate to the reader that she was silly, which is generally understood as a synonymous term with simple, for she was indeed a most sensible girl, and her understanding was of the first rate. But she wanted all that useful art which females convert to so many good purposes in life, and which, as it rather arises from the heart than from the head, is often the property of the silliest of women. Chapter 4. A picture of a country gentlewoman, taken from the life. Mr. Weston, having finished his holla and taken a little breath, began to lament in very pathetic terms the unfortunate condition of men, who are, says he, always whipped in by the humours of some damned bitch or other. I think I was hard run enough by your mother for one man, but after giving her a dodge, here's another bitch follows me upon the foil, and curse my jacket if I will be run down in this manner by any of 'em. Sophia never had a single dispute with her father till this unlucky affair of Blifil, on any account, except in defence of her mother, whom she had loved most tenderly, though she lost her in the 11th year of her age. The squire, to whom that poor woman had been a faithful upper servant all the time of their marriage, had returned that behaviour by making what the world calls a good husband. He very seldom swore at her, perhaps not above once a week, and never beat her. She had not the least occasion for jealousy, and was perfect mistress of her time, for she was never interrupted by her husband, who was engaged all the morning in his field exercises, and all the evening with bottle companions. She scarce, indeed, ever saw him but at meals, where she had the pleasure of carving those dishes which she had before attended at the dressing. From these meals she retired about 5 minutes after the other servants, having only stayed to drink the king over the water. Such were, it seems, Mr. Weston's orders, for it was a maxim with him that women should come in with the first dish and go out after the first glass. Obedience to these orders was perhaps no difficult task, for the conversation, if it may be called so, was seldom such as could entertain a lady. It consisted chiefly of halloing, singing, relations of sporting adventures, bawdry, and abuse of women and of the government. These, however, were the only seasons when Mr. Weston saw his wife, for when he repaired to her bed he was generally so drunk that he could not see, and in the Sport 7, chapters 6 to 9. Chapter 6, containing great variety of matter. The squire overtook his sister just as she was stepping into the coach, and, partly by force and partly by solicitations, prevailed upon her to order her horses back into their quarters. He succeeded in this attempt without much difficulty, for the lady was, as we have already hinted, of a most placable disposition, and greatly loved her brother, though she despised his parts, or rather his little knowledge of the world. Poor Sophia, who had first set on foot this reconciliation, was now made the sacrifice to it. They both concurred in their censure of her conduct, jointly declared war against her, and directly proceeded to counsel how to carry it on in the most vigorous manner. For this purpose Mrs. Weston proposed not only an immediate conclusion of the treaty with Allworthy, but as immediately to carry it into execution, saying that there was no other way to succeed with her niece but by violent methods, which she was convinced Sophia had not sufficient resolution to resist. By violent, says she, I mean rather hasty measures, for as to confinement or absolute force, no such thing must or can be attempted. Our plan must be concerted for a surprise, and not for a storm. These matters were resolved on when Mr. Blifil came to pay a visit to his mistress. The squire no sooner heard of his arrival than he stepped aside, by his sister's advice, to give his daughter orders for the proper reception of her lover, which he did with the most bitter execrations and denunciations of judgment on her refusal. The impetuosity of the squire bore down all before him, and Sophia, as her aunt very wisely foresaw, was not able to resist him. She agreed therefore to see Blifil, though she had scarce spirits or strength sufficient to utter her assent. Indeed, to give a peremptory denial to a father whom she so tenderly loved was no easy task. Had this circumstance been out of the case, much less resolution than what she was really mistress of would perhaps have served her. But it is no unusual thing to ascribe those actions entirely to fear, which are, in a great measure, produced by love. In will permit. But if, by your interest, sir, she might be induced to dispense with any formalities— "Formalities with a pox," answered the squire. "Pooh, all stuff and nonsense. I tell thee she shall have thee to-morrow. You will know the world better hereafter when you come to my age. Women never give their consent, man, if they can help it. 'Tis not the fashion. If I had stayed for a mother's consent, I might have been a bachelor to this day. To her, go to her. That's it, you jolly dog. I tell thee shalt have her to-morrow morning." Blifil suffered himself to be overpowered by the forcible rhetoric of the squire, and it being agreed that Weston should close with Allworthy that very afternoon, the lover departed home, having first earnestly begged that no violence might be offered to the lady by this haste, in the same manner as a popish inquisitor begs the lay power to do no violence to the heretic delivered over to it, and against whom the church hath passed sentence. And, to say the truth, Blifil had passed sentence against Sophia, for, however pleased he had declared himself to Weston with his reception, he was by no means satisfied, unless it was that he was convinced of the hatred and scorn of his mistress, and this had produced no less reciprocal hatred and scorn in him. It may perhaps be asked, why then did he not put an immediate end to all further courtship? I answer, for that very reason, as well as for several others equally good, which we shall now proceed to open to the reader. Though Mr. Blifil was not of the complexion of Jones, nor ready to eat every woman he saw, yet he was far from being destitute of that appetite which is said to be the common property of all animals. With this he had likewise that distinguishing taste which serves to direct men in their choice of the object of food of their several appetites, and this taught him to consider Sophia as a most delicious morsel, indeed to regard her with the same desires which an ortolan inspires in the soul of an epicure. Now the agonies which affected the mind of Sophia rather augmented than impaired her beauty, for her tears added brightness to her eyes, and her breasts rose higher with her sighs. Indeed, no one hath seen beauty in its highest lustre who hath never seen it in distress. Blifil therefore looked on this human ortolan with greater desire than when he viewed her last, nor was his desire at all lessened by the aversion which he discovered in her to himself. On the contrary, this served rather to heighten the pleasure he proposed in rifling her charms, as it added triumph to lust. Nay, he had some further views, from obtaining the absolute possession of her person, which we detest too much even to mention, and revenge itself was not without its share in the gratification which he promised himself. The rivalling poor Jones, and supplanting him in her affections, added another spur to his pursuit, and promised another additional rapture to his enjoyment. Besides all these views, which to some scrupulous person may seem to savour too much of malevolence, he had one prospect which few readers will regard with any great abhorrence, and this was the estate of Mr. Weston, which was all to be settled on his daughter and her issue, for so extravagant was the affection of that fond parent that, provided his child would but consent to be miserable with the husband he chose, he cared not at what price he purchased him. For these reasons Mr. Blifil was so desirous of the match that he intended to deceive Sophia by pretending love to her, and to deceive her father and his own uncle by pretending he was beloved by her. In doing this he availed himself of the piety of Thwackum, who held that if the end proposed was religious, as surely matrimony is, it mattered not how wicked were the means. As to other occasions, he used to apply the philosophy of square, which taught that the end was immaterial, so that the means were fair and consistent with moral rectitude. To say truth, there were few occurrences in life on which he could not draw advantage from the precepts of one or other of those great masters. Little deceit was indeed necessary to be practised on Mr. Weston, who thought the inclinations of his daughter of as little consequence as Blifil himself conceived them to be. But as the sentiments of Mr. Allworthy were of a very different kind, so it was absolutely necessary to impose on him. In this, however, Blifil was so well assisted by Weston that he succeeded without difficulty, for as Mr. Allworthy had been assured by her father that Sophia had a proper affection for Blifil, and that all which he had suspected concerning Jones was entirely false, Blifil had nothing more to do than to confirm these assertions, which he did with such equivocations that he preserved a salvo for his conscience, and had the satisfaction of conveying a lie to his uncle without the guilt of telling one. When he was examined touching the inclinations of Sophia by Allworthy, who said he would on no account be accessory to forcing a young lady into a marriage contrary to her own will, he answered that the real sentiments of young ladies were very difficult to be understood, that her behaviour to him was full as forward as he wished it, and that if he could believe her father, she had all the affection for him which any lover could desire. As for Jones, said he, who I am loath to call villain, though his behaviour to you, sir, sufficiently justifies the appellation, his own vanity, or perhaps some wicked views, might make him boast of a falsehood, for if there had been any reality in Miss Weston's love to him, the greatness of her fortune would never have suffered him to desert her, as you are well informed he hath. Lastly, sir, I promise you I would not myself, for any consideration, no, not for the whole world, consent to marry this young lady, if I was not persuaded she had all the passion for me which I desire she should have. This excellent method of conveying a falsehood with the heart only, without making the tongue guilty of an untruth, by the means of equivocation and imposture, hath quieted the conscience of many a notable deceiver. And yet, when we consider that it is omniscience on which these endeavour to impose, it may possibly seem capable of affording only a very superficial comfort, and that this artful and refined distinction between communicating a lie and telling one is hardly worth the pains it costs them. Allworthy was pretty well satisfied with what Mr. Weston and Mr. Blifil told him, and the treaty was now, at the end of 2 days, concluded. Nothing then remained previous to the office of the priest but the office of the lawyers, which threatened to take up so much time that Weston offered to bind himself by all manner of covenants rather than defer the happiness of the young couple. Indeed, he was so very earnest and pressing that an indifferent person might have concluded he was more a principal in this match than he really was. But this eagerness was natural to him on all occasions, and he conducted every scheme he undertook in such a manner, as if the success of that alone was sufficient to constitute the whole happiness of his life. The joint importunities of both father and son-in-law would probably have prevailed on Mr. Allworthy, who brooked but ill any delay of giving happiness to others, had not Sophia herself prevented it, and taken measures to put a final end to the whole treaty, and to rob both church and law of those taxes which these wise bodies have thought proper to receive from the propagation of the human species in a lawful manner, of which in the next chapter. Chapter 7. A strange resolution of Sophia, and a more strange stratagem of Mrs. Honour. Though Mrs. Honour was principally attached to her own interest, she was not without some little attachment to Sophia. To say truth, it was very difficult for anyone to know that young lady without loving her. She no sooner, therefore, heard a piece of news which she imagined to be of great importance to her mistress, than, quite forgetting the anger which she had conceived 2 days before at her unpleasant dismission from Sophia's presence, she ran hastily to inform her of the news. The beginning of her discourse was as abrupt as her entrance into the room. "Oh, dear, ma'am," says she, "what doth your ladyship think? To be sure I am frightened out of my wits, and yet I thought it my duty to tell your ladyship, though perhaps it may make you angry, for we servants don't always know what will make our ladies angry, for, to be sure, everything is always laid to the charge of a servant. When our ladies are out of humour, to be sure we must be scolded, and to be sure I should not wonder if your ladyship should be out of humour. Nay, it must surprise you, certainly, ay, and shock you too." "Good honour, let me know it without any longer preface," says Sophia. "There are few things, I promise you, which will surprise, and fewer which will shock me." "Dear ma'am," answered Honour, "to be sure I overheard my master talking to Parson Supple about getting a licence this very afternoon, and to be sure I heard him say your ladyship should be married to-morrow morning." Sophia turned pale at these words, and repeated eagerly, "To-morrow morning?" "Yes, ma'am," replied the trusty waiting woman. "I will take my oath I heard my master say so." "Honour," says Sophia, "you have both surprised and shocked me to such a degree that I have scarce any breath or spirits left. What is to be done in my dreadful situation?" "I wish I was able to advise your ladyship," says she. "Do advise me," cries Sophia. "Pray, dear Honour, advise me. Think what you would attempt if it was your own case." "Indeed, ma'am," cries Honour, "I wish your ladyship and I could change situations, that is, I mean, without hurting your ladyship, for to be sure I don't wish you so bad as to be a servant, but because that if so be it was my case, I should find no manner of difficulty in it, for in my poor opinion young Squire Blifil is a charming, sweet, handsome man." "Don't mention such stuff," cries Sophia. "Such stuff!" repeated Honour. "Why, there, well, to be sure, what's one man's meat is another man's poison, and the same is altogether as true of women." "Honour," says Sophia, "rather than submit to be the wife of that contemptible wretch, I should plunge a dagger into my heart." "Oh, lud, ma'am," answered the other, "I am sure you frighten me out of my wits now. Let me beseech your ladyship not to suffer such wicked thoughts to come into your head. Oh, lud, to be sure I tremble every inch of me. Dear ma'am, consider that to be denied Christian burial, and to have your corpse buried in the highway, and a stake drove through you, as Farmer Halfpenny was served at Ox Cross, and to be sure his ghost hath walked there ever since, for several people have seen him. To be sure it can be nothing but the devil which can put such wicked thoughts into the head of anybody, for certainly it is less wicked to hurt all the world than one's own dear self, and so I have heard say by more parsons than one. If your ladyship hath such a violent aversion, and hates the young gentleman so very bad that you can't bear to think of going into bed with him, for to be sure there may be such antipathies in nature, and one had liefer touch a toad than the flesh of some people. Sophia had been too much wrapped in contemplation to pay any great attention to the foregoing excellent discourse of her maid. Interrupting her, therefore, without making any answer to it, she said, "Honour, I am come to a resolution. I am determined to leave my father's house this very night, and if you have the friendship for me which you have often professed, you will keep me company." "That I will, ma'am, to the world's end," answered Honour, "but I beg your ladyship to consider the consequences before you undertake any rash action. Where can your ladyship possibly go?" "There is," replied Sophia, "a lady of quality in London, a relation of mine, who spent several months with my aunt in the country, during all which time she treated me with great kindness, and expressed so much pleasure in my company that she earnestly desired my aunt to suffer me to go with her to London. As she is a woman of very great note, I shall easily find her out, and I make no doubt of being very well and kindly received by her." "I would not have your ladyship too confident of that," cries Honour, "for the first lady I lived with used to invite people very earnestly to her house, but if she heard afterwards they were coming, she used to get out of the way. Besides, though this lady would be very glad to see your ladyship, as to be sure anybody would be glad to see your ladyship, yet when she hears your ladyship is run away from my master—" "You are mistaken, Honour," says Sophia. "She looks upon the authority of her father in a much lower light than I do, for she pressed me violently to go to London with her, and when I refused to go without my father's consent, she laughed me to scorn, called me silly country girl, and said I should make a pure loving wife, since I could be so dutiful a daughter. So I have no doubt but she will both receive me and protect me too, till my father, finding me out of his power, can be brought to some reason." "Well, but, ma'am," answered Honour, "how doth your ladyship think of making your escape? Where will you get any horses or conveyance? For as for your own horse, as all the servants know a little how matters stand between my master and your ladyship, Robin will be hanged before he will suffer it to go out of the stable without my master's express orders." "I intend to escape," said Sophia, "by walking out of the doors when they are open. I thank heaven my legs are very able to carry me. They have supported me many a long evening." "Yes, to be sure," cries Honour, "I will follow your ladyship through the world, but your ladyship had almost as good be alone, for I should not be able to defend you if any robbers or other villains should meet with you. Nay, I should be in as horrible a fright as your ladyship, for to be certain they would ravish us both. Besides, ma'am, consider how cold the nights are. We should be frozen to death." "A good brisk pace," answered Sophia, "will preserve us from the cold, and if you cannot defend me from a villain, Honour, I will defend you, for I will take a pistol with me. There are two always charged in the hall." "Dear ma'am, you frighten me more and more," cries Honour. "Sure your ladyship would not venture to fire it off. I had rather run any chance than your ladyship should do that." "Why so?" says Sophia, smiling. "Would not you, Honour, fire a pistol at any one who would attack your virtue?" "To be sure, ma'am," cries Honour, "one's virtue is a dear thing, especially to us poor servants, for it is our livelihood, as a body may say. Yet I mortally hate firearms, for so many accidents happen by them." "Well, well," says Sophia, "I believe I may insure your virtue at a very cheap rate, without carrying any arms for us, for I intend to take horses at the very first town we come to, and we shall hardly be attacked in our way thither. Look'ee, Honour, I am resolved to go, and if you will attend me, I promise you I will reward you to the very utmost of my power." This last argument had a stronger effect on Honour than all the preceding, and since she saw her mistress so determined, she desisted from any further dissuasions. They then entered into a debate on ways and means of executing their project. Here a very stubborn difficulty occurred, and this was the removal of their effects, which was much more easily got over by the mistress than by the maid, for when a lady hath once taken a resolution to run to a lover, or to run from him, all obstacles are considered as trifles. But Honour was inspired by no such motive. She had no raptures to expect, nor any terrors to shun, and besides the real value of her clothes, in which consisted a great part of her fortune, she had a capricious fondness for several gowns and other things, either because they became her, or because they were given her by such a particular person, because she had brought them lately, or because she had had them long, or for some other reason equally good, so that she could not endure the thoughts of leaving the poor things behind her exposed to the mercy of Weston, who, she doubted not, would in his rage make them suffer martyrdom. The ingenious Mrs. Honour, having applied all her oratory to dissuade her mistress from her purpose, when she found her positively determined, at last started the following expedient to remove her clothes, viz., to get herself turned out of doors that very evening. Sophia highly approved this method, but doubted how it might be brought about. "Oh, ma'am," cries Honour, "your ladyship may trust that to me. We servants very well know how to obtain this favour of our masters and mistresses, though sometimes, indeed, where they owe us more wages than they can readily pay, they will put up with all our affronts, and will hardly take any warning we can give them. But the squire is none of those, and since your ladyship is resolved upon setting out to-night, I warrant I get discharged this afternoon." It was then resolved that she should pack up some linen and a nightgown for Sophia with her own things, and as for all her other clothes, the young lady abandoned them with no more remorse than the sailor feels when he throws over the goods of others in order to save his own life. Chapter 8, containing scenes of altercation of no very uncommon kind. Mrs. Honour had scarce sooner parted from her young lady than something, for I would not, like the old woman in Quevedo, injure the devil by any false accusation, and possibly he might have no hand in it, but something, I say, suggested itself to her, that by sacrificing Sophia and all her secrets to Mr. Weston, she might probably make her fortune. Many considerations urged this discovery. The fair prospect of a handsome reward for so great and acceptable a service to the squire tempted her avarice, and again the danger of the enterprise she had undertaken, the uncertainty of its success, night, cold, robbers, ravishers, all alarmed her fears. So forcibly did all these operate upon her that she was almost determined to go directly to the squire and to lay open the whole affair. She was, however, too upright a judge to decree on one side before she had heard the other. And here, first, a journey to London appeared very strongly in support of Sophia. She eagerly longed to see a place in which she fancied charms short only of those which a raptured saint imagines in heaven. In the next place, as she knew Sophia to have much more generosity than her master, so her fidelity promised her a greater reward than she could gain by treachery. She then cross-examined all the articles which had raised her fears on the other side, and found, on fairly sifting the matter, that there was very little in them. And now, both scales being reduced to a pretty even balance, her love to her mistress being thrown into the scale of her integrity, made that rather preponderate, when a circumstance struck upon her imagination which might have had a dangerous effect had its whole weight been fairly put into the other scale. This was the length of time which must intervene before Sophia would be able to fulfil her promises. For though she was entitled to her mother's fortune at the death of her father, and to the sum of £3,000 left her by an uncle when she came of age, yet these were distant days, and many accidents might prevent the intended generosity of the young lady, whereas the reward she might expect from Mr. Weston were immediate. But while she was pursuing this thought, the good genius of Sophia, or that which presided over the integrity of Mrs. Honour, or perhaps mere chance, sent an accident in her way which at once preserved her fidelity and even facilitated the intended business. Mrs. Weston's maid claimed great superiority over Mrs. Honour on several accounts. First, her birth was higher, for her great-grandmother by the mother's side was a cousin not far removed to an Irish peer. Secondly, her wages were greater. And lastly, she had been at London, and had of consequence seen more of the world. She had always behaved, therefore, to Mrs. Honour with that reserve, and had always exacted of her those marks of distinction which every order of females preserves and requires in conversation with those of an inferior order. Now, as Honour did not at all times agree with this doctrine, but would frequently break in upon the respect which the other demanded, Mrs. Weston's maid was not at all pleased with her company. Indeed, she earnestly longed to return home to the house of her mistress, where she domineered at will over all the other servants. She had been greatly, therefore, disappointed in the morning, when Mrs. Weston had changed her mind on the very point of departure, and had been in what is vulgarly called a gloating humour ever since. In this humour, which was none of the sweetest, she came into the room where Honour was debating with herself in the manner we have above related. Honour no sooner saw her than she addressed her in the following obliging phrase: So, madam, I find we are to have the pleasure of your company longer, which I was afraid the quarrel between my master and your lady would have robbed us of. I don't know, madam, answered the other, what you mean by we and us. I assure you I do not look on any of the servants in this house to be proper company for me. I am company, I hope, for their betters every day in the week. I do not speak on your account, Mrs. Honour, for you are a civilized young woman, and when you have seen a little more of the world, I would not be ashamed to walk with you in St. James's Park. Hoity-toity, cries Honour, madam is in her airs, I protest. Mrs. Honour, forsooth. Sure, madam, you might call me by my surname, for though my lady calls me Honour, I have a surname as well as other folks. Ashamed to walk with me, quotha? Marry, as good as yourself, I hope. Since you make such a return to my civility, said the other, I must acquaint you, Mrs. Honour, that you are not so good as me. In the country, indeed, one is obliged to take up with all kinds of trumpery, but in town I visit none but the women of quality. Indeed, Mrs. Honour, there is some difference, I hope, between you and me. I hope so too, answered Honour. There is some difference in our ages, and I think in our persons. Upon speaking which last words, she strutted by Mr. Weston's maid with the most provoking air of contempt, turning up her nose, tossing her head, and violently brushing the hoop of her competitor with her own. The other lady put on one of her most malicious sneers, and said, Creature, you are below my anger, and it is beneath me to give ill words to such an audacious, saucy trollop. What, hussy, I must tell you, your breeding shows the meanness of your birth as well as of your education, and both very properly qualify you to be the mean serving woman of a country girl. Don't abuse my lady, cries Honour. I won't take that of you. She's as much better than yours as she is younger, and 10,000 times more handsomer. Here ill luck, or rather good luck, sent Mrs. Weston to see her maid in tears, which began to flow plentifully at her approach, and of which, being asked the reason by her mistress, she presently acquainted her that her tears were occasioned by the rude treatment of that creature there, meaning Honour. And, madam, continued she, I could have despised all she said to me, but she hath had the audacity to affront your ladyship, and to call you ugly. Yes, madam, she called you ugly old cat to my face. I could not bear to hear your ladyship called ugly. Why do you repeat her impudence so often? Said Mrs. Weston. And then turning to Mrs. Honour, she asked her how she had the assurance to mention her name with disrespect. Disrespect, madam, answered Honour. I never mentioned your name at all. I said somebody was not as handsome as my mistress, and to be sure you know that as well as I. Hussy, replied the lady, I will make such a saucy trollop as yourself know that I am not a proper subject of your discourse. And if my brother doth not discharge you this moment, I will never sleep in his house again. I will find him out, and have you discharged this moment. Discharged, cries Honour, and suppose I am. There are more places in the world than one. Thank heaven, good servants need not want places. And if you turn away all who do not think you handsome, you will want servants very soon, let me tell you that. Mrs. Weston spoke, or rather thundered, in an answer, but as she was hardly articulate, we cannot be very certain of the identical words. We shall therefore omit inserting a speech which at best would not greatly redound to her honour. She then departed in search of her brother, with a countenance so full of rage that she resembled one of the Furies rather than a human creature. The two chambermaids, being again left alone, began a second bout at altercation, which soon produced a combat of a more active kind. In this the victory belonged to the lady of inferior rank, but not without some loss of blood, of hair, and of lawn and muslin. Chapter 9. The wise demeanour of Mr. Weston in the character of a magistrate. A hint to justices of the peace concerning the necessary qualifications of a clerk, with extraordinary instances of paternal madness and filial affection. Logicians sometimes prove too much by an argument, and politicians overreach themselves in a scheme. Thus had it like to have happened to Mrs. Honour, who, instead of recovering the rest of her clothes, had like to have stopped even though she had on her back from escaping, for the squire no sooner heard of her having abused his sister than he swore 20 oaths he would send her to Bridewell. Mrs. Weston was a very good-natured woman, and ordinarily of a forgiving temper. She had lately remitted the trespass of a stage-coachman who had overturned her post-chaise into a ditch. Nay, she had even broken the law in refusing to prosecute a highwayman who had robbed her not only of a sum of money, but of her earrings, at the same time damning her and saying, "Such handsome bitches as you don't want jewels to set them off, and be damned to you." But now, so uncertain are our tempers, and so much do we at different times differ from ourselves, she would hear of no mitigation, nor could all the affected penitence of honour, nor all the entreaties of Sophia for her own servant, prevail with her to desist from earnestly desiring her brother to execute justiceship, for it was indeed a syllable more than justice, on the wench. But luckily the clerk had a qualification which no clerk to a justice of peace ever ought to be without, namely, some understanding in the law of this realm. He therefore whispered in the ear of the justice that he would exceed his authority by committing the girl to Bridewell, as there had been no attempt to break the peace. "For I am afraid, sir," says he, "you cannot legally commit anyone to Bridewell only for ill breeding." In matters of high importance, particularly in cases relating to the game, the justice was not always attentive to these admonitions of his clerk, for indeed, in executing the laws under that head, many justices of peace suppose they have a large discretionary power, by virtue of which, under the notion of searching for and taking away engines for the destruction of the game, they often commit trespasses, and sometimes felony, at their pleasure. But this offence was not of quite so high a nature, nor so dangerous to the society. Here, therefore, the justice behaved with some attention to the advice of his clerk, for in fact he had already had 2 informations exhibited against him in the King's Bench, and had no curiosity to try a third. The squire, therefore, putting on a most wise and significant countenance, after a preface of several hums and ha's, told his sister that upon more mature deliberation he was of opinion that, as there was no breaking up of the peace such as the law, says he, calls breaking open a door, or breaking a hedge, or breaking a head, or any such sort of breaking, the matter did not amount to a felonious kind of thing, nor trespasses, nor damages, and therefore there was no punishment in the law for it. Mrs. Weston said she knew the law much better, that she had known servants very severely punished for affronting their masters, and then named a certain justice of the peace in London, who, she said, would commit a servant to Bridewell at any time when a master or mistress desired it. "Like enough," cries the squire, "it may be so in London, but the law is different in the country." Here followed a very learned dispute between the brother and sister concerning the law, which we would insert if we imagined many of our readers could understand it. This was, however, at length referred by both parties to the clerk, who decided it in favour of the magistrate, and Mrs. Weston was, in the end, obliged to content herself with the satisfaction of having honour turned away, to which Sophia herself very readily and cheerfully consented. Thus Fortune, after having diverted herself, according to custom, with 2 or 3 frolics, at last disposed all matters to the advantage of our heroine, who indeed succeeded admirably well in her deceit, considering it was the first she had ever practised. And, to say the truth, I have often concluded that the honest part of mankind would be much too hard for the knavish if they could bring themselves to incur the guilt, or thought it worth their while to take the trouble. Honour acted her part to the utmost perfection. She no sooner saw herself secure from all danger of Bridewell, a word which had raised most horrible ideas in her mind, than she resumed those airs which her terrors before had a little abated, and laid down her place with as much affection of content, and indeed of contempt, as was ever practised at the resignation of places of much greater importance. If the reader pleases, therefore, we choose rather to say she resigned, which hath, indeed, been always held a synonymous expression with being turned out or turned away. Mr. Weston ordered her to be very expeditious in packing, for his sister declared she would not sleep another night under the same roof with so impudent a slut. To work, therefore, she went, and that so earnestly that everything was ready early in the evening, when, having received her wages, away packed bags and baggage to the great satisfaction of every one, but of none more than of Sophia, who, having appointed her maid to meet her at a certain place not far from the house, exactly at the dreadful and ghostly hour of 12, began to prepare for her own departure. But first she was obliged to give 2 painful audiences, the one to her aunt and the other to her father. In these Mrs. Weston herself began to talk to her in a more peremptory style than before, but her father treated her in so violent and outrageous a manner that he frightened her into an affected compliance with his will, which so highly pleased the good squire that he changed his frowns into smiles and his menaces into promises. He vowed his whole soul was wrapped in hers, that her consent, for so he construed the words, "You know, sir, I must not nor can refuse to obey any absolute command of yours," had made him the happiest of mankind. He then gave her a large bank bill to dispose of in any trinket she pleased, and kissed and embraced her in the fondest manner, while tears of joy trickled from those eyes which a few moments before had darted fire and rage against the dear object of all his affection. Instances of this behaviour in parents are so common that the reader, I doubt not, will be very little astonished at the whole conduct of Mr. Weston. If he should, I own I am not able to account for it, since that he loved his daughter most tenderly is, I think, beyond dispute. So indeed have many others who have rendered their children most completely miserable by the same conduct, which, though it is almost universal in parents, hath always appeared to me to be the most unaccountable of all the absurdities which ever entered into the brain of that strange prodigious creature man. The latter part of Mr. Weston's behaviour had so strong an effect on the tender heart of Sophia that it suggested a thought to her, which not all the sophistry of her politic aunt, nor all the menaces of her father, had ever once brought into her head. She reverenced her father so piously, and loved him so passionately, that she had scarce ever felt more pleasing sensations than what arose from the share she frequently had of contributing to his amusement, and sometimes, perhaps, to higher gratifications. For he never could contain the delight of hearing her commended, which he had the satisfaction of hearing almost every day of her life. The idea, therefore, of the immense happiness she should convey to her father by her consent to this match made a strong impression on her mind. Again, the extreme piety of such an act of obedience worked very forcibly, as she had a very deep sense of religion. Lastly, when she reflected how much she herself was to suffer, being indeed to become little less than a sacrifice or a martyr to filial love and duty, she felt an agreeable tickling in a certain little passion, which, though it bears no immediate affinity either to religion or virtue, is often so kind as to lend great assistance in executing the purposes of both. Sophia was charmed with the contemplation of so heroic an action, and began to compliment herself with much premature flattery, when Cupid, who lay hid in her muff, suddenly crept out, and like Punchinello in a puppet show, kicked all out before him. In truth, for we scorn to deceive our reader, or to vindicate the character of our heroine by ascribing her actions to supernatural impulse, the thoughts of her beloved Jones, and some hopes, however distant, in which he was very particularly concerned, immediately destroyed all which filial love, piety, and pride had, with their joint endeavours, been labouring to bring about. But before we proceed any farther with Sophia, we must now look back to Mr. Jones. End of section 18. 7. Chapters 10 to 12. Chapter 10, containing several matters, natural enough perhaps, but low. The reader will be pleased to remember that we left Mr. Jones, in the beginning of this book, on his road to Bristol, being determined to seek his fortune at sea, or rather, indeed, to fly away from his fortune on shore. It happened, a thing not very unusual, that the guide who undertook to conduct him on his way was unluckily unacquainted with the road, so that, having missed his right track, and being ashamed to ask information, he rambled about backwards and forwards till night came on, and it began to grow dark. Jones, suspecting what had happened, acquainted the guide with his apprehensions, but he insisted on it that they were in the right road, and added it would be very strange if he should not know the road to Bristol, though in reality it would have been much stranger if he had known it, having never passed through it in his life before. Jones had not such implicit faith in his guide, but that, on their arrival at a village, he inquired of the first fellow he saw whether they were in the road to Bristol. "Whence did you come?" cries the fellow. "No matter," says Jones a little hastily, "I want to know if this be the road to Bristol." "The road to Bristol!" cries the fellow, scratching his head. "Why, master, I believe you will hardly get to Bristol this way to-night." "Prithee, friend, then," answered Jones, "do tell us which is the way." "Why, measter," cries the fellow, "you must be come out of your road, the Lord knows whither, for that way goes to Gloucester." "Well, and which way goes to Bristol?" said Jones. "Why, you be going away from Bristol," answered the fellow. Then said Jones, "We must go back again?" "Ay, you must," said the fellow. "Well, and when we come back to the top of the hill, which way must we take?" "Why, you must keep the straight road." "But I remember there are two roads, one to the right and the other to the left." "Why, you must keep the right-hand road, and then go straight forward. Only remember to turn first to your right, and then to your left again, and then to your right, and that brings you to the squire's, and then you must keep straight forward and turn to the left." Another fellow now came up and asked which way the gentlemen were going, of which being informed by Jones, he first scratched his head, and then, leaning upon a pole he had in his hand, began to tell them that he must keep the right-hand road for about a mile, or a mile and a half, or such a matter, and then he must turn short to the left, which would bring him round by Mr. John Barnes's. "But which is Mr. John Barnes's?" says Jones. "Oh, Lord!" cries the fellow, "why, don't you know Mr. John Barnes's? Whence then did you come?" These two fellows had almost conquered the patience of Jones, when a plain, well-looking man, who was indeed a Quaker, accosted him thus: "Friend, I perceive thou hast lost thy way, and if thou wilt take my advice, thou wilt not attempt to find it tonight. It is almost dark, and the road is difficult to hit. Besides, there have been several robberies committed lately between this and Bristol. Here is a very creditable good house just by, where thou mayst find good entertainment for thyself and thy cattle till morning." Jones, after a little persuasion, agreed to stay in this place till the morning, and was conducted by his friend to the public house. The landlord, who was a very civil fellow, told Jones he hoped he would excuse the badness of his accommodation, for that his wife was gone from home, and had locked up almost everything, and carried the keys along with her. Indeed, the fact was that a favourite daughter of hers was just married, and gone that morning home with her husband, and that she and her mother together had almost stripped the poor man of all his goods as well as money, for though he had several children, this daughter only, who was the mother's favourite, was the object of her consideration, and to the humour of this one child she would with pleasure have sacrificed all the rest, and her husband into the bargain. Though Jones was very unfit for any kind of company, and would have preferred being alone, yet he could not resist the importunities of the honest Quaker, who was the more desirous of sitting with him from having remarked the melancholy which appeared both in his countenance and behaviour, and which the poor Quaker thought his conversation might in some measure relieve. After they had passed some time together, in such a manner that my honest friend might have thought himself at one of his silent meetings, the Quaker began to be moved by some spirit or other, probably that of curiosity, and said, "Friend, I perceive some sad disaster hath befallen thee, but pray be of comfort. Perhaps thou hast lost a friend. If so, thou must consider we are all mortal. And why shouldst thou grieve when thou knowest thy grief will do thy friend no good? We are all born to affliction. I myself have my sorrows as well as thee, and most probably greater sorrows. Though I have a clear estate of £100 a year, which is as much as I want, and I have a conscience, I thank the Lord, void of offence, my constitution is sound and strong, and there is no man can demand a debt of me, nor accuse me of an injury, yet, friend, I should be concerned to think thee as miserable as myself." Here the Quaker ended with a deep sigh, and Jones presently answered, "I am very sorry, sir, for your unhappiness. Whatever is the occasion of it?" "Ah, friend," replied the Quaker, "one only daughter is the occasion, one who is my greatest delight upon earth, and who within this week is run away from me, and is married against my consent. I had provided her with a proper match, a sober man and one of substance, but she, forsooth, would choose for herself, and away she is gone with a young fellow not worth a groat. If she had been dead, as I suppose thy friend is, I should have been happy." "That is very strange, sir," said Jones. "Why, would it not be better for her to be dead than to be a beggar?" replied the Quaker. "For, as I told you, the fellow is not worth a groat, and surely she cannot expect that I shall ever give her a shilling. No, as she hath married for love, let her live on love if she can. Let her carry her love to market, and see whether anyone will change it into silver, or even into halfpence." "You know your own concerns best, sir," said Jones. It must have been, continued the Quaker, a long premeditated scheme to cheat me, for they have known one another from their infancy, and I always preached to her against love, and told her 1,000 times over it was all folly and wickedness. Nay, the cunning slut pretended to hearken to me, and to despise all wantonness of the flesh, and yet at last broke out at a window 2 pair of stairs, for I began indeed a little to suspect her, and had locked her up carefully, intending the very next morning to have married her up to my liking. But she disappointed me within a few hours, and escaped away to the lover of her own choosing, who lost no time, for they were married and bedded and all within an hour. But it shall be the worst hour's work for them both that ever they did, for they may starve or beg or steal together for me. I will never give either of them a farthing." Here Jones, starting up, cried, "I really must be excused. I wish you would leave me." "Come, come, friend," said the Quaker, "don't give way to concern. You see there are other people miserable besides yourself." "I see there are madmen and fools and villains in the world," cries Jones. "But let me give you a piece of advice. Send for your daughter and son-in-law home, and don't be yourself the only cause of misery to one you pretend to love." "Send for her and her husband home," cries the Quaker loudly. "I would sooner send for the 2 greatest enemies I have in the world." "Well, go home yourself, or where you please," said Jones, "for I will sit no longer in such company." "Nay, friend," answered the Quaker, "I scorn to impose my company on any one." He then offered to pull money from his pocket, but Jones pushed him with some violence out of the room. The subject of the Quaker's discourse had so deeply affected Jones that he stared very wildly all the time he was speaking. This the Quaker had observed, and this, added to the rest of his behaviour, inspired honest Broadbrim with a conceit that his companion was in reality out of his senses. Instead of resenting the affront, therefore, the Quaker was moved with compassion for his unhappy circumstances, and having communicated his opinion to the landlord, he desired him to take great care of his guest, and to treat him with the highest civility. "Indeed," says the landlord, "I shall use no such civility towards him, for it seems, for all his laced waistcoat there, he is no more a gentleman than myself, but a poor parish bastard, bred up at a great squire's about 30 miles off, and now turned out of doors, not for any good, to be sure. I shall get him out of my house as soon as possible. If I do lose my reckoning, the first loss is always the best. It is not above a year ago that I lost a silver spoon." "What dost thou talk of a parish bastard, Robin?" answered the Quaker. "Thou must certainly be mistaken in thy man." "Not at all," replied Robin. "The guide, who knows him very well, told it me." For indeed the guide had no sooner taken his place at the kitchen fire than he acquainted the whole company with all he knew or had ever heard concerning Jones. The Quaker was no sooner assured by this fellow of the birth and low fortune of Jones than all compassion for him vanished, and the honest plain man went home fired with no less indignation than a duke would have felt at receiving an affront from such a person. The landlord himself conceived an equal disdain for his guest, so that when Jones rung the bell in order to retire to bed, he was acquainted that he could have no bed there. Besides disdain of the mean condition of his guest, Robin entertained violent suspicion of his intentions, which were, he supposed, to watch some favourable opportunity of robbing the household. In reality, he might have been very well eased of these apprehensions by the prudent precautions of his wife and daughter, who had already removed everything which was not fixed to the freehold. But he was by nature suspicious, and had been more particularly so since the loss of his spoon. In short, the dread of being robbed totally absorbed the... "I don't know, gentlemen," said Jones, "what may be your opinion, but I think no man can engage in a nobler cause than that of his religion, and I have observed, in the little I have read of history, that no soldiers have fought so bravely as those who have been inspired with a religious zeal. For my own part, though I love my king and country, I hope, as well as any man in it, yet the Protestant interest is no small motive to my becoming a volunteer in the cause." Northerton now winked on Adderley, and whispered to him slyly, "Smoke the prig, Adderley, smoke him." 13 to 15. Chapter 13, containing the great address of the landlady, the great learning of a surgeon, and the solid skill in casuistry of the worthy lieutenant. When the wounded man was carried to his bed, and the house began again to clear up from the hurry which this accident had occasioned, the landlady thus addressed the commanding officer. "I am afraid, sir," said she, "this young man did not behave himself as well as ye should do to your honours, and if he had been killed, I suppose he had but his deserts. To be sure, when gentlemen admit inferior persons into their company, they oft to keep their distance, but, as my first husband used to say, few of 'em know how to do it. For my own part, I am sure I should not have suffered any fellows to include themselves into gentlemen's company, but I thought he had been an officer himself till the sergeant told me he was but a recruit." "Landlady," answered the lieutenant, "you mistake the whole matter. The young man behaved himself extremely well, and is, I believe, a much better gentleman than the ensign who abused him. If the young fellow dies, the man who struck him will have most reason to be sorry for it, for the regiment will get rid of a very troublesome fellow, who is a scandal to the army, and if he escapes from the hands of justice, blame me, madam, that's all." "Ay, ay, good lack a day," said the landlady. "Who could have thought it? Ay, 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 I am satisfied your honour will see justice done, and to be sure it oft to be thought of every one. Gentlemen oft not to kill poor folks without answering for it. A poor man hath a soul to be saved as well as his betters." "Indeed, madam," said the lieutenant, "you do the volunteer wrong. I dare swear he is more of a gentleman than the officer." "Ay," cries the landlady, "why, look you there now. Well, my first husband was a wise man. He used to say, you can't always know the inside by the outside. Nay, that might have been well enough too, for I never saw him till he was all over blood. Who would have thought it? Maybe some young gentleman crossed in love. Good lack a day, if he should die, what a concern it will be to his parents. Why, sure the devil must possess the wicked wretch to do such an act. To be sure, he is a scandal to the army, as your honour says, for most of the gentlemen of the army that ever I saw are quite different sort of people, and look as if they would scorn to spill any Christian blood as much as any men. I mean, that is, in a civil way, as my first husband used to say. To be sure, when they come into the wars, there must be bloodshed, but that they are not to be blamed for. The more of our enemies they kill there, the better, and I wish with all my heart they could kill every mother's son of them." "Oh, fie, madam," said the lieutenant, smiling. "All is rather too bloody-minded a wish." "Not at all, sir," answered she. "I am not at all bloody-minded, only to our enemies, and there is no harm in that. To be sure, it is natural for us to wish our enemies dead, that the wars may be at an end, and our taxes be lowered, for it is a dreadful thing to pay as we do. Why, now there is above 40 shillings for window lights, and yet we have stopped up all we could. We have almost blinded the house, I am sure. Says I to the excise man, says I think you ought to favour us. I am sure we are very good friends to the government, and so we are for certain, for we pay a mint of money to 'em. And yet I often think to myself, the government doth not imagine itself more obliged to us than to those that don't pay 'em a farthing. Ay, ay, it is the way of the world." She was proceeding in this manner when the surgeon entered the room. The lieutenant immediately asked how his patient did, but he resolved him only by saying, "Better, I believe, than he would have been by this time if I had not been called, and even as it is, perhaps it would have been lucky if I could have been called sooner." "I hope, sir," said the lieutenant, "the skull is not fractured." Cries the voice of the surgeon that Mr. Jones was in great danger, gave orders for keeping Mr. Northerton under a very strict guard, designing in the morning to attend him to a justice of peace, and to commit the conducting the troops to Gloucester to the French lieutenant, who, though he could neither read, write, nor speak any language, was, however, a good officer. In the evening our commander sent a message to Mr. Jones, that if a visit would not be troublesome, he would wait on him. This civility was very kindly and thankfully received by Jones, and the lieutenant accordingly went up to his room, where he found the wounded man much better than he expected. Nay, Jones assured his friend that if he had not received express orders to the contrary from the surgeon, he should have got up long ago, for he appeared to himself to be as well as ever, and felt no other inconvenience from his wound but an extreme soreness on that side of his head. "I should be very glad," quoth the lieutenant, "if you was as well as you fancy yourself, for then you could be able to do yourself justice immediately. For when a matter can't be made up, as in case of a blow, the sooner you take him out the better. But I am afraid you think yourself better than you are, and he would have too much advantage over you." "I'll try, however," answered Jones, "if you please, and will be so kind to lend me a sword, for I have none here of my own." "My sword is heartily at your service, my dear boy," cries the lieutenant, kissing him. You are a brave lad, and I love your spirit, but I fear your strength. For such a blow, and so much loss of blood, must have very much weakened you, and though you feel no want of strength in your bed, yet you most probably would after a thrust or two. I can't consent to your taking him out tonight, but I hope you will be able to come up with us before we get many days' march advance, and I give you my honour you shall have satisfaction, or the man who hath injured you shan't stay in our regiment." "I wish," said Jones, "it was possible to decide this matter tonight. Now you have mentioned it to me, I shall not be able to rest." "Oh, never think of it," returned the other. "A few days will make no difference. The wounds of honour are not like those in your body. They suffer nothing by the delay of cure. It will be altogether as well for you to receive satisfaction a week hence as now." "But suppose," says Jones, "I should grow worse and die of the consequences of my present wound?" "Then your honour," answered the lieutenant, "will require no reparation at all. I myself will do justice to your character, and testify to the world your intention to have acted properly if you had recovered." "Still," replied Jones, "I am concerned at the delay. I am almost afraid to mention it to you who are a soldier, but although I have been a very wild young fellow, still in my most serious moments, and at the bottom, I am really a Christian." "So am I too, I assure you," said the officer, "and so zealous a one that I was pleased with you at dinner for taking up the cause of your religion, and I am a little offended with you now, young gentleman, that you should express a fear of declaring your faith before any one." "But how terrible must it be," cries Jones, "to any one who is really a Christian, to cherish malice in his breast in opposition to the command of him who hath expressly forbid it. How can I bear to do this on a sick bed? Or how shall I make up my account with such an article as this in my bosom against me?" "Why, I believe there is such a command," cries the lieutenant, "but a man of honour can't keep it, and you must be a man of honour if you will be in the army. I remember I once put the case to our chaplain over a bowl of punch, and he confessed there was much difficulty in it, but he said he hoped there might be a latitude granted to soldiers in this one instance, and to be sure it is our duty to hope so, for who would bear to live without his honour? No, no, my dear boy, be a good Christian as long as you live, but be a man of honour too, and never put up an affront, nor all the books nor all the parsons in the world shall ever persuade me to that. I love my religion very well, but I love my honour more. There must be some mistake in the wording the text, or in the translation, or in the understanding of it, or somewhere or other. But however that be, a man must run the risk, for he must preserve his honour. So compose yourself tonight, and I promise you shall have an opportunity of doing yourself justice." Here he gave Jones a hearty buss, shook him by the hand, and took his leave. But though the lieutenant's reasoning was very satisfactory to himself, it was not entirely so to his friend. Jones, therefore, having revolved this matter much in his thoughts, at last came to a resolution, which the reader will find in the next chapter. Chapter 14. A most dreadful chapter indeed, and which few readers ought to venture upon in an evening, especially when alone. Jones swallowed a large mess of chicken, or rather cock, broth, with a very good appetite, as indeed he would have done the cock it was made of, with a pound of bacon into the bargain. And now, finding in himself no deficiency of either health or spirit, he resolved to get up and seek his enemy. But first he sent for the sergeant, who was his first acquaintance among these military gentlemen. Unluckily, that worthy officer, having, in a literal sense, taken his fill of liquor, had been some time retired to his bolster, where he was snoring so loud that it was not easy to convey a noise in at his ears capable of drowning that which issued from his nostrils. However, as Jones persisted in his desire of seeing him, a vociferous drawer at length found means to disturb his slumbers, and to acquaint him with the message, of which the sergeant was no sooner made sensible than he arose from his bed, and having his clothes already on, immediately attended. Jones did not think fit to acquaint the sergeant with his design, though he might have done it with great safety, for the halberdier was himself a man of honour, and had killed his man. He would therefore have faithfully kept this secret, or indeed any other which no reward was published for discovering. But as Jones knew not those virtues in so short an acquaintance, his caution was perhaps prudent and commendable enough. He began therefore by acquainting the sergeant that, as he was now entered into the army, he was ashamed of being without what was perhaps the most necessary implement of a soldier, namely a sword, adding that he should be infinitely obliged to him if he could procure one. For which, says he, I will give you any reasonable price, nor do I insist upon its being silver-hilted, only a good blade, and such as may become a soldier's thigh. The sergeant, who knew well what had happened, and had heard that Jones was in a very dangerous condition, immediately concluded from such a message, at such a time of night, and from a man in such a situation, that he was light-headed. Now, as he had his wit, to use that word in its common signification, always ready, he bethought himself of making his advantage of this humour in the sick man. "Sir," says he, "I believe I can fit you. I have a most excellent piece of stuff by me. It is not, indeed, silver-hilted, which, as you say, doth not become a soldier, but the handle is decent enough, and the blade one of the best in Europe. It is a blade that... In short, I will fetch it you this instant, and you shall see it and handle it. I am glad to see your honour so well, with all my heart." Being instantly returned with the sword, he delivered it to Jones, who took it and drew it, and then told the sergeant it would do very well, and bid him name his price. The sergeant now began to harangue in praise of his goods. He said, nay, he swore very heartily, that the blade was taken from a French officer of very high rank at the battle of Dettingen. "I took it myself," says he, "from his side, after I had knocked him on the head. The hilt was a golden one. That I sold to one of our fine gentlemen, for there are some of them, and please your honour, who value the hilt of a sword more than the blade." Here the other stopped him and begged him to name a price. The sergeant, who thought Jones absolutely out of his senses and very near his end, was afraid lest he should injure his family by asking too little. However, after a moment's hesitation, he consented himself with naming 20 guineas, and swore he would not sell it for less to his own brother. 20 guineas, said Jones, in the utmost surprise. "Sure you think I am mad, or that I never saw a sword in my life. 20 guineas, indeed! I did not imagine you would endeavour to impose upon me. Here, take the sword. No, now I think on it, I will keep it myself, and show it your officer in the morning, acquainting him at the same time what a price you asked me for it." The sergeant, as we have said, had always his wit, in sensu praedicto, about him, and now plainly saw that Jones was not in the condition he had apprehended him to be. He now, therefore, counterfeited as great surprise as the other had shown, and said, "I am certain, sir, I have not asked you so much out of the way. Besides, you are to consider, it is the only sword I have, and I must run after the risk of my officer's displeasure by going without one myself. And truly, putting all this together, I don't think 20 shillings so much out of the way." 20 shillings, cries Jones. "Why, you just now asked me 20 guineas. "How?" cries the sergeant. "Sure, your honour must have mistaken me, or else I mistook myself, and indeed I am but half awake. 20 guineas, indeed! No wonder your honour flew into such a passion. I say 20 guineas too. No, I mean 20 shillings, I assure you. And when your honour comes to consider everything, I hope you will not think that so extravagant a price. It is indeed true you may buy a weapon which looks as well for less money, but—" Here Jones interrupted him, saying, "I will be so far from making any words with you that I will give you a shilling more than you demand." He then gave him a guinea, bid him return to his bed, and wished him a good march, adding he hoped to overtake them before the division reached Worcester. The sergeant very civilly took his leave, fully satisfied with his merchandise, and not a little pleased with his dexterous recovery from that false step into which his opinion of the sick man's light-headedness had betrayed him. As soon as the sergeant was departed, Jones rose from his bed and dressed himself entirely, putting on even his coat, which, as its colour was white, showed very visibly the streams of blood which had flowed down it. And now, having grasped his new-purchased sword in his hand, he was going to issue forth, when the thought of what he was about to undertake laid suddenly hold of him, and he began to reflect that in a few minutes he might possibly deprive a human being of life, or might lose his own. "Very well," said he, "and in what cause do I venture my life?" "Why, in that of my honour." "And who is this human being?" "A rascal who hath injured and insulted me without provocation." "But is not revenge forbidden by heaven?" "Yes, but it is enjoined by the world." "Well, but shall I obey the world in opposition to the express commands of heaven? Shall I incur the divine displeasure rather than be called, coward, scoundrel? I'll think no more. I am resolved, and must fight him." The clock had now struck 12, and everyone in the house were in their beds, except the sentinel who stood to guard Northerton, when Jones, softly opening his door, issued forth in pursuit of his enemy, of whose place of confinement he had received a perfect description from the drawer. It is not easy to conceive a much more tremendous figure than he now exhibited. He had on, as we have said, a light-coloured coat, covered with streams of blood. His face, which missed that very blood, as well as 20 ounces more drawn from him by the surgeon, was pallid. Round his head was a quantity of bandage, not unlike a turban. In the right hand he carried a sword, and in the left a candle, so that the bloody Banquo was not worthy to be compared to him. In fact, I believe a more dreadful apparition was never raised in a churchyard, nor in the imagination of any good people met in a winter evening over a Christmas fire in Somersetshire. When the sentinel first saw our hero approach, his hair began gently to lift up his grenadier's cap, and in the same instant his knees fell to blows with each other. Presently his whole body was seized with worse than an ague fit. He then fired his piece, and fell flat on his face. Whether fear or courage was the occasion of his firing, or whether he took aim at the object of his terror, I cannot say. If he did, however, he had the good fortune to miss his man. Jones, seeing the fellow fall, guessed the cause of his fright, at which he could not forbear smiling, not in the least reflecting on the danger from which he had just escaped. He then passed by the fellow, who still continued in the posture in which he fell, and entered the room where Northerton, as he had heard, was confined. Here, in a solitary situation, he found an empty quart-pot standing on the table, on which, some beer being spilt, it looked as if the room had lately been inhabited, but at present it was entirely vacant. Jones then apprehended it might lead to some other apartment, but upon searching all round it, he could perceive no other door than that at which he entered, and where the sentinel had been posted. He then proceeded to call Northerton several times by his name, but no one answered, nor did this serve to any other purpose than to confirm the sentinel in his terrors, who was now convinced that the volunteer was dead of his wounds, and that his ghost was come in search of the murderer. He now lay in all the agonies of horror, and I wish with all my heart some of those actors who are hereafter to represent a man frighted out of his wits had seen him, that they might be taught to copy nature, instead of performing several antic tricks and gestures for the entertainment and applause of the galleries. Perceiving the bird was flown, at least despairing to find him, and rightly apprehending that the report of the firelock would alarm the whole house, our hero now blew out his candle, and gently stole back again to his chamber and to his bed, whither he would not have been able to have gotten undiscovered had any other person been on the same staircase, save only one gentleman who was confined to his bed by the gout, for before he could reach the door to his chamber, the hall where the sentinel had been posted was half full of people, some in their shirts and others not half dressed, all very earnestly inquiring of each other what was the matter. The soldier was now found lying in the same place and posture in which we just now left him. Book 8, chapters 1 to 4, containing about 2 days. Chapter 1, a wonderful long chapter concerning the marvellous, being much the longest of all our introductory chapters. As we are now entering upon a book in which the course of our history will oblige us to relate some matters of a more strange and surprising kind than any which have hitherto occurred, it may not be amiss in the prolegomenous or introductory chapter to say something of that species of writing which is called the marvellous. To this we shall, as well for the sake of ourselves as of others, endeavour to set some certain bounds, and indeed nothing can be more necessary, as critics of different complexions are here apt to run into very different extremes, for while some are, with M. Dacier, ready to allow that the same thing which is impossible may be yet probable, others have so little historic or poetic faith that they believe nothing to be either possible or probable, the like to which hath not occurred to their own observation. First, then, I think it may very reasonably be required of every writer that he keeps within the bounds of possibility, and still remembers that what is not possible for man to perform, it is scarce possible for man to believe he did perform. This conviction perhaps gave birth to many stories of the ancient heathen deities, for most of them are of poetical original. The poet, being desirous to indulge a wanton and extravagant imagination, took refuge in that power, of the extent of which his readers were no judges, or rather which they imagined to be infinite, and consequently they could not be shocked at any prodigies related of it. This hath been strongly urged in defence of Homer's miracles, and it is perhaps a defence, not as Mr. Pope would have it, because Ulysses told a set of foolish lies to the Phaeacians, who were a very dull nation, but because the poet himself wrote to heathens, to whom poetical fables were articles of faith. For my own part, I must confess, so compassionate is my temper, I wish Polypheme had confined himself to his milk diet and preserved his eye. Nor could Ulysses be much more concerned than myself when his companions were turned into swine by Circe, who showed, I think, afterwards too much regard for man's flesh to be supposed capable of converting it into bacon. I wish likewise with all my heart that Homer could have known the rule prescribed by Horace to introduce supernatural agents as seldom as possible. We should not then have seen his gods coming on trivial errands, and often behaving themselves so as not only to forfeit all title to respect, but to become the object of scorn and derision. A conduct which must have shocked the credulity of a pious and sagacious heathen, and which could never have been defended, unless by agreeing with a supposition to which I have been sometimes almost inclined, that this most glorious poet, as he certainly was, had an intent to burlesque the superstitious faith of his own age and country. But I have rested too long on a doctrine which can be of no use to a Christian writer, whereas he cannot introduce into his works any of that heavenly host which make a part of his creed, so it is horrid puerility to search the heathen theology for any of those deities who have been long since dethroned from their immortality. Lord Shaftesbury observes that nothing is more cold than the invocation of a muse by a modern. He might have added that nothing can be more absurd. A modern may with much more elegance invoke a ballad, as some have thought Homer did, or a mug of ale with the author of Hudibras, which later may perhaps have inspired much more poetry, as well as prose, than all the liquors of Hippocrene or Helicon. The only supernatural agents which can in any manner be allowed to us moderns are ghosts, but of these I would advise an author to be extremely sparing. These are, indeed, like arsenic and other dangerous drugs in physic, to be used with the utmost caution, nor would I advise the introduction of them at all in those works, or by those authors, to which, or to whom, a horse-laugh in the reader would be any great prejudice or mortification. As for elves and fairies and other such mummery, I purposely omit the mention of them, as I should be very unwilling to confine within any bounds those surprising imaginations, for whose vast capacity the limits of human nature are too narrow, whose works are to be considered as a new creation, and who have consequently just right to do what they will with their own. Man, therefore, is the highest subject, unless on very extraordinary occasions indeed, which presents itself to the pen of our historian or our poet, and in relating his actions great care is to be taken that we do not exceed the capacity of the agent we describe. Nor is possibility alone sufficient to justify us. We must keep likewise within the rules of probability. It is, I think, the opinion of Aristotle, or if not, it is the opinion of some wise man, whose authority will be as weighty when it is as old, that it is no excuse for a poet who relates what is incredible that the thing related is really matter of fact. This may perhaps be allowed true with regard to poetry, but it may be thought impracticable to extend it to the historian, for he is obliged to record matters as he finds them, though they may be of so extraordinary a nature as will require no small degree of historical faith to swallow them. Such was the successless armament of Xerxes described by Herodotus, or the successful expedition of Alexander related by Arrian. Such of later years was the victory of Agincourt obtained by Harry V, or that of Narva won by Charles XII of Sweden. All which instances, the more we reflect on them, appear still more the astonishing. Such facts, however, as they occur in the thread of the story, nay, indeed, as they constitute the essential parts of it, the historian is not only justifiable in recording as they really happened, but indeed would be unpardonable should he omit or alter them. But there are other facts not of such consequence, nor so necessary, which, though ever so well attested, may nevertheless be sacrificed to oblivion in complaisance to the scepticism of a reader. Such is the memorable story of the ghost of George Villiers, which might with more propriety have been made a present of to Dr. Drelincourt, to have kept the ghost of Mrs. Veal company at the head of his Discourse upon Death, than have been introduced into so solemn a work as the History of the Rebellion. To say the truth, if the historian will confine himself to what really happened, and utterly reject any circumstance, which, though never so well attested, he must be well assured is false, it will sometimes fall into the marvellous, but never into the incredible. He will often raise the wonder and surprise of his readers, but never that incredulous hatred mentioned by Horace. It is by falling into fiction, therefore, that we generally offend against this rule of deserting probability, which the historian seldom, if ever, quits till he forsakes his character and commences a writer of romance. In this, however, those historians who relate public transactions have the advantage of us who confine ourselves to scenes of private life. The credit of the former is by common notoriety supported for a long time, and public records, with the concurrent testimony of many authors, bear evidence to their truth in future ages. Thus a Trajan and an Antoninus, a Nero and a Caligula, have all met with the belief of posterity, and no one doubts but that men so very good and so very bad were once the masters of mankind. The unanimous voice of a very large assembly of clerks and apprentices, though it had the previous suffrages of many ladies of the first rank, one of whom, very eminent for her understanding, declared it was the picture of half the young people of her acquaintance. Chapter 2, in which the landlady pays a visit to Mr. Jones. When Jones had taken leave of his friend the lieutenant, he endeavoured to close his eyes, but all in vain. His spirits were too lively and wakeful to be lulled to sleep. So, having amused, or rather tormented himself with the thoughts of his Sophia till it was open daylight, he called for some tea, upon which occasion my landlady herself vouchsafed to pay him a visit. This was, indeed, the first time she had seen him, or at least had taken any notice of him. But as the lieutenant had assured her that he was certainly some young gentleman of fashion, she now determined to show him all the respect in her power. For, to speak truly, this was one of those houses where gentlemen, to use the language of advertisements, meet with civil treatment for their money. She had no sooner begun to make his tea than she likewise began to discourse. "La, sir," said she, "I think it is a great pity that such a pretty young gentleman should undervalue himself so as to go about with these soldier fellows. They call themselves gentlemen, I warrant you, but as my first husband used to say, they should remember it is we that pay them. And to be sure it is very hard upon us to be obliged to pay them, and to keep them too, as we publicans are. I had 20 of them last night, besides officers. Nay, for matter of that, I had rather have the soldiers than officers, for nothing is ever good enough for those sparks, and I'm sure if you was to see the bills, la, sir, 'tis nothing. I have had less trouble, I warrant you, with a good squire's family, where we take 40 or 50 shillings of a night, besides horses. And yet, I warrants me, there is narrow a one of those officer fellows but looks upon himself to be as good as arrow a squire of £500 a year. To be sure, it doth me good to hear their men run about after 'em, crying, 'Your honour, and your honour.' Marry, come up with such honour, and an ordinary at a shilling a head. Then there's such swearing among 'em, to be sure it frightens me out of my wits. I think nothing can ever prosper with such wicked people. And here one of 'em has used you in so barbarous a manner, I thought indeed how well the rest would secure him. They all hang together. For if you had been in danger of death, which I am glad to see you are not, it would have been all as one to such wicked people. They would have let the murderer go. Lord have mercy upon 'em, I would not have such a sin to answer for the whole world. But though you are likely, with the blessing, to recover, there is law for him yet, and if you will employ Lawyer Small, I darest be sworn he'll make the fellow fly the country for him, though perhaps he'll have fled the country before, for it is here to-day and gone to-morrow with such chaps. I hope, however, you will learn more wit for the future, and return back to your friends. I warrant they are all miserable for your loss, and if they was but to know what had happened, my seeming, I would not for the world they should. Come, come, we know very well what all the matter is, but if one won't, another will. So pretty a gentleman need never want a lady. I am sure if I was you, I would see the finest she that ever wore a head hanged before I would go for a soldier for her. Nay, don't blush so, for indeed he did to a violent degree. Why, you thought, sir, I knew nothing of the matter, I warrant you, about Madam Sophia. How, says Jones, starting up, do you know my Sophia? Do I? Ay, marry, cries the landlady, many's the time she hath lain in this house. With her aunt, I suppose, says Jones. Why, there it is now, cries the landlady. Ay, 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 I know the old lady very well, and a sweet young creature is Madam Sophia, that's the truth on't. A sweet creature, cries Jones. Oh, heavens! Angels are painted fair to look like her. There's in her all that we believe of heaven, amazing brightness, purity and truth, eternal joy and everlasting love. And could I ever have imagined that you had known my Sophia? I wish, says the landlady, you knew half so much of her. What would you have given to have sat by her bedside? What a delicious neck she hath! Her lovely limbs have stretched themselves in that very bed you now lie in. Here, cries Joan, hath Sophia ever laid here? Ay, ay, here, there, in that very bed, says the landlady, where I wish you had her this moment, and she may wish so too, for anything I know to the contrary, for she hath mentioned your name to me. Ha! cries he, did she ever mention her poor Jones? You flatter me now, I can never believe so much. Why then, answered she, as I hope to be saved, and may the devil fetch me if I speak a syllable more than the truth, I have heard her mention Mr. Jones, but in a civil and modest way, I confess, yet I could perceive she thought a great deal more than she said. Oh, my dear woman, cries Jones, her thoughts of me I shall never be worthy of. Oh, she is all gentleness, kindness, goodness. Why was such a rascal as I born ever to give her soft bosom a moment's uneasiness? Why am I cursed? I who would undergo all the plagues and miseries which any demon ever invented for mankind to procure her any good. Nay, torture itself could not be misery to me, did I but know that she was happy. Why, look you there now, says the landlady. I told her you was a constant lover. But pray, madam, tell me when or where you knew anything of me, for I never was here before, nor do I remember ever to have seen you. Nor is it possible you should, answered she, for you was a little thing when I had you in my lap at the squire's. How, the squire's, says Jones. What, do you know that great and good Mr. Allworthy, then? Yes, marry, do I, says she, who in the country doth not? The fame of his goodness, indeed, answered Jones, must have extended farther than this, but heaven only can know him, can know that benevolence which it copied from itself, and sent upon earth as its own pattern. Mankind are as ignorant of such divine goodness as they are unworthy of it, but none so unworthy of it as myself. I, who was raised by him to such a height, taken in, as you must well know, a poor base-born child, adopted by him and treated as his own son, to dare by my follies to disoblige him, to draw his vengeance upon me. Yes, I deserve it all, for I will never be so ungrateful as ever to think he hath done an act of injustice by me. No, I deserve to be turned out of doors, as I am. And now, madam, says he, I believe you will not blame me for turning soldier, especially with such a fortune as this in my pocket. At which words he shook a purse, which had but very little in it, and which still appeared to the landlady to have less. My good landlady was, according to vulgar phrase, struck all of a heap by this relation. She answered coldly, that to be sure people were the best judges what was most proper for their circumstances. But hark, says she, I think I hear somebody call. Coming, coming! The devil's on all our folk. Nobody hath any ears. I must go downstairs. If you want any more breakfast, the maid will come up. Coming! At which words, without taking any leave, she flung out of the room, for the lower sort of people are very tenacious of respect, and though they are contented to give this gratis to persons of quality, yet they never confer it on those of their own order without taking care to be well paid for their pains. Chapter 3, in which the surgeon makes his second appearance. Before we proceed any farther, that the reader may not be mistaken in imagining the landlady knew more than she did, nor surprised that she knew so much, it may be necessary to inform him that the lieutenant had acquainted her that the name of Sophia had been the occasion of the quarrel, And as for the rest of her knowledge, the sagacious reader will observe how she came by it in the preceding scene. Great curiosity was indeed mixed with her virtues, and she never willingly suffered anyone to depart from her house without inquiring as much as possible into their names, families, and fortunes. She was no sooner gone than Jones, instead of animadverting on her behaviour, reflected that he was in the same bed which he was informed had held his dear Sophia. This occasioned 1,000 fond and tender thoughts, which we would dwell longer upon, did we not consider that such kind of lovers will make a very inconsiderable part of our readers. In this situation the surgeon found him, when he came to dress his wound. The doctor, perceiving upon examination that his pulse was disordered, and hearing that he had not slept, declared that he was in great danger, for he apprehended a fever was coming on, which he would have prevented by bleeding. But Jones would not submit, declaring he would lose no more blood. And, doctor, says he, if you will be so kind only to dress my head, I have no doubt of being well in a day or two. I wish, answered the surgeon, I could assure you of being well in a month or two. Well, indeed. No, people are not so soon well of such contusions. But, sir, I am not at this time of day to be instructed in my operations by a patient, and I insist on making a revulsion before I dress you. Jones persisted obstinately in his refusal, and the doctor at last yielded, telling him at the same time that he would not be answerable for the ill consequence, and hoped he would do him the justice to acknowledge that he had given him a contrary advice, which the patient promised he would. The doctor retired into the kitchen, where, addressing himself to the landlady, he complained bitterly of the undutiful behaviour of his patient, who would not be blooded, though he was in a fever. It is an eating fever, then, says the landlady, for he hath devoured 2 swingeing buttered toasts this morning for breakfast. Very likely, says the doctor. I have known people eat in a fever, and it is very easily accounted for, because the acidity occasioned by the febrile matter may stimulate the nerves of the diaphragm, and thereby occasion a craving which will not be easily distinguishable from a natural appetite. But the aliment will not be concreted, nor assimilated into chyle, and so will corrode the vascular orifices, and thus will aggravate the febrific symptoms. Indeed, I think the gentleman in a very dangerous way, and if he is not blooded, I am afraid he will die. Every man must die some time or other, answered the good woman. It is no business of mine. I hope, doctor, you would not have me hold him while you bleed him. But, harkye, a word in your ear. I would advise you, before you proceed too far, to take care who is to be your paymaster. Paymaster? Said the doctor, staring. Why, I've a gentleman under my hands, have I not? I imagine so as well as you, said the landlady. But, as my first husband used to say, everything is not what it looks to be. He is an arrant scrub, I assure you. However, take no notice that I mentioned anything to you of the matter, but I think people in business oft always to let one another know such things. And have I suffered such a fellow as this, cries the doctor in a passion, to instruct me? Shall I hear my practice insulted by one who will not pay me? I am glad I have made this discovery in time. I will see now whether he will be blooded or no. He then immediately went upstairs, and flinging open the door of the chamber with much violence, awaked poor Jones from a very sound nap into which he was fallen, and, what was still worse, from a delicious dream concerning Sophia. Will you be blooded or no? Cries the doctor in a rage. I have told you my resolution already, answered Jones, and I wish with all my heart you had taken my answer, for you have awaked me out of the sweetest sleep which I ever had in my life. Ay, cries the doctor, many a man hath dozed away his life. Sleep is not always good, no more than food. But remember, I demand of you for the last time, will you be blooded? I answer you for the last time, said Jones, I will not. Then I wash my hands of you, cries the doctor, and I desire you to pay me for the trouble I have had already. 2 journeys at 5 shillings each, 2 dressings at 5 shillings more, and half a crown for phlebotomy. I hope, said Jones, you don't intend to leave me in this condition. Indeed, but I shall, said the other. Then, said Jones, you have used me rascally, and I will not pay you a farthing. Very well, cries the doctor, the first loss is the best. What a pox did my landlady mean by sending for me to such vagabonds? At which words he flung out of the room, and his patient, turning himself about, soon recovered his sleep, but his dream was unfortunately gone. Chapter 4, in which is introduced one of the pleasantest barbers that was ever recorded in history, the barber of Baghdad, or he and Don Quixote not excepted. The clock had now struck 5 when Jones awaked from a nap of 7 hours, so much refreshed and in such perfect health and spirits that he resolved to get up and dress himself, for which purpose he unlocked his portmanteau and took out clean linen and a suit of clothes. But first he slipped on a frock and went down into the kitchen to bespeak something that might pacify certain tumults he found rising within his stomach. Meeting the landlady, he accosted her with great civility and asked, "What could he have for dinner?" "For dinner," says she, "it is an odd time of day to think about dinner, for there is nothing dressed in the house, and the fire is almost out." "Well, but," says he, "I must have something to eat, and it is almost indifferent to me what, for, to tell you the truth, I was never more hungry in my life." "Then," says she, "I believe there is a piece of cold buttock and carrot which will fit you." "Nothing better," answered Jones, "but I should be obliged to you if you would let it be fried." To which the landlady consented, and said, smiling, she was glad to see him so well recovered, for the sweetness of our hero's temper was almost irresistible. Besides, she was really no ill-humoured woman at the bottom, but she loved money so much that she hated everything which had the semblance of poverty. Jones now returned in order to dress himself while his dinner was preparing, and was, according to his orders, attended by the barber. This barber, who went by the name of Little Benjamin, was a fellow of great oddity and humour, which had frequently let him into small inconveniences, such as slaps in the face, kicks in the breech, broken bones, etc. For every one doth not understand a jest, and those who do are often displeased with being themselves the subjects of it. This vice was, however, incurable in him, and though he had often smarted for it, yet if ever he conceived a joke, he was certain to be delivered of it without the least respect of persons, time, or place. He had a great many other particularities in his character which I shall not mention, as the reader will himself very easily perceive them on his farther acquaintance with this extraordinary person. Jones, being impatient to be dressed, for a reason which may be easily imagined, thought the shaver was very tedious in preparing his suds, and begged him to make haste, to which the other answered with much gravity, for he never discomposed his muscles on any account, "Festina lente is a proverb which I learned long before I ever touched a razor." "I find, friend, you are a scholar," replied Jones. "A poor one," said the barber. "Non omnia possumus omnes." "Again," said Jones, "I fancy you are good at capping verses." "Excuse me, sir," said the barber, "non tanto me digno honore." And then proceeding to his operation, "Sir," said he, "since I have dealt in suds, I could never discover more than 2 reasons for shaving. The one is to get a beard, and the other to get rid of one. I conjecture, sir, it may not be long since you shaved from the former of these motives. Upon my word, you have had good success, for one may say of your beard that it is tondente gravior." "I conjecture," said Jones, "that thou art a very comical fellow." "You mistake me widely, sir," said the barber. "I am too much addicted to the study of philosophy. Hinc illae lachrymae, sir, that's my misfortune. Too much learning hath been my ruin." "Indeed," says Jones, "I confess, friend, you have more learning than generally belongs to your trade, but I can't see how it can have injured you." "Alas, sir," answered the shaver, "my father disinherited me for it. He was a dancing master, and because I could read before I could dance, he took an aversion to me, and left every farthing among his other children. Will you please to have your temples? Oh, la, ask your pardon. I fancy there is hiatus in manuscriptus. I heard you was going to the wars, but I find it was a mistake." "Why do you conclude so?" says Jones. "Sir, answered the barber, "you are too wise a man to carry a broken head thither, for that would be carrying coals to Newcastle." "Upon my word," cries Jones, "thou art a very odd fellow, and I like thy humour extremely. I shall be very glad if thou wilt come to me after dinner and drink a glass of wine with me. I long to be better acquainted with thee." "Oh dear, sir," said the barber, "I can do you 20 times as great a favour, if you will accept of it." "What is that, my friend?" cries Jones. "Why, I will drink a bottle with you, if you please, for I dearly love good nature, and as you have found me out to be a comical fellow, so I have no skill in physiognomy if you are not one of the best natured gentlemen in the universe." Jones now walked downstairs, neatly dressed, and perhaps the fair Adonis was not a lovelier figure, and yet he had no charms for my landlady, for as that good woman did not resemble Venus at all in her person, so neither did she in her taste. Happy had it been for Nanny the chambermaid, as she had seen with the eyes of her mistress, for that poor girl fell so violently in love with Jones in 5 minutes that her passion afterwards cost her many a sigh. This Nanny was extremely pretty, and altogether as coy, for she had refused a drawer and 1 or 2 young farmers in the neighbourhood, but the bright eyes of our hero thawed all her ice in a moment. When Jones returned to the kitchen, his cloth was not yet laid, nor indeed was there any occasion it should, his dinner remaining in statu quo, as did the fire which was to dress it. This disappointment might have put many a philosophical temper into a passion, but it had no such effect on Jones. He only gave the landlady a gentle rebuke, saying, since it was so difficult to get it heated, he would eat the beef cold. But now the good woman, whether moved by compassion, or by shame, or by whatever other motive I cannot tell, first gave her servants a round scold for disobeying the orders which she had never given, and then bidding the drawer lay a napkin in the sun, she set about the matter in good earnest, and soon accomplished it. This sun, into which Jones was now conducted, was truly named as lucus a non lucendo, for it was an apartment into which the sun had scarce ever looked. It was indeed the worst room in the house, and happy was it for Jones that it was so. However, he was now too hungry to find any fault, but having once satisfied his appetite, he ordered the drawer to carry a bottle of wine into a better room, and expressed some resentment at having been shown into a dungeon. The drawer having obeyed his commands, he was, after some time, attended by the barber, who would not indeed have suffered him to wait so long for his company, had he not been listening in the kitchen to the landlady, who was entertaining a circle that she had gathered round her with the history of poor Jones, part of which he had extracted from his own lips, and the other part was her own ingenious composition. For she said, he was a poor parish boy, taken into the house of Squire Allworthy, where he was bred up as an apprentice, and now turned out of doors for his misdeeds, particularly for making love to his young mistress, and probably for robbing the house, for how else should he have come by the little money he hath? And this, says she, is your gentleman, forsooth. A servant of Squire Allworthy, says the barber. What's his name? Why, he told me his name was Jones, says she. Perhaps he goes by a wrong name. Nay, and he told me too that the squire had maintained him as his own son, though he had quarrelled with him now. And if his name be Jones, he told you the truth, said the barber, for I have relations who live in that country. Nay, and some people say he is his son. Why doth he not go by the name of his father? I can't tell that, said the barber. Many people's sons don't go by the name of their father. Nay, said the landlady, if I thought he was a gentleman's son, though he was a bye-blow, I should behave to him in another guess manner, for many of these bye-blows come to be great men, and as my poor first husband used to say, never affront any customer that's a gentleman. End of section 21. 5 to 8. Chapter 5. A dialogue between Mr. Jones and the barber. This conversation passed partly while Jones was at dinner in his dungeon, and partly while he was expecting the barber in the parlour. And as soon as it was ended, Mr. Benjamin, as we have said, attended him, and was very kindly desired to sit down. Jones, then filling out a glass of wine, drank his health by the appellation of Doctissime Tonsorum. Ago tibi gratias, Domine, said the barber, and then looking very steadfastly at Jones, he said with great gravity, and with a seeming surprise, as if he had recollected a face he had seen before, Sir, may I crave the favour to know if your name is not Jones? To which the other answered, that it was. Pro Deum atque hominum fidem, says the barber, how strangely things come to pass. Mr. Jones, I am your most obedient servant. I find you do not know me, which indeed is no wonder, since you never saw me but once, and then you was very young. Pray, sir, how doth the good squire Allworthy? How doth ille optimus omnium patronus? I find, said Jones, you do indeed know me, but I have not the like happiness of recollecting you. "I do not wonder at that," cries Benjamin, "but I am surprised I did not know you sooner, for you are not in the least altered. And pray, sir, may I, without offence, inquire whither you are travelling this way?" "Fill the glass, Mr. Barber," said Jones, "and ask no more questions." "Nay, sir," answered Benjamin, "I would not be troublesome, and I hope you don't think me a man of impertinent curiosity, for that is a vice which nobody can lay to my charge. But I ask pardon, for when a gentleman of your figure travels without his servants, we may suppose him to be, as we say, in casu incognito, and perhaps I ought not to have mentioned your name." "I own," says Jones, "I did not expect to have been so well known in this country as I find I am. Yet, for particular reasons, I shall be obliged to you if you will not mention my name to any other person till I am gone from hence." "Parca verba," answered the barber, "and I wish no other here knew you but myself, for some people have tongues. But I promise you I can keep a secret. My enemies will allow me that virtue." "And yet that is not the characteristic of your profession, Mr. Barber," answered Jones. "Alas, sir," replied Benjamin, "non si male nunc et olim sec erit. I was not born nor bred a barber, I assure you. I have spent most of my time among gentlemen, and though I say it, I understand something of gentility. And if you had thought me as worthy of your confidence as you have some other people, I should have shown you I could have kept a secret better. I should not have degraded your name in a public kitchen, for indeed, sir, some people have not used you well. For besides making a public proclamation of what you told them of a quarrel between yourself and Squire Allworthy, they added lies of their own, things which I knew to be lies." "You surprise me greatly," cries Jones. "Upon my word, sir," answered Benjamin, "I tell the truth, and I need not tell you my landlady was the person. I am sure it moved me to hear the story, and I hope it is all false, for I have a great respect for you. I do assure you I have, and have had ever since the good nature you showed to Black George, which was talked of all over the country, and I received more than one letter about it. Indeed, it made you beloved by everybody. You will pardon me, therefore, for it was real concern at what I heard made me ask many questions, for I have no impertinent curiosity about me, but I love good nature, and thence became amoris abuntia erga te." Every profession of friendship easily gains credit with the miserable. It is no wonder, therefore, if Jones, who, besides his being miserable, was extremely open-hearted, very readily believed all the professions of Benjamin, and received him into his bosom. The scraps of Latin, some of which Benjamin applied properly enough, though it did not savour of profound literature, seemed yet to indicate something superior to a common barber, and so indeed did his whole behaviour. Jones therefore believed the truth of what he had said as to his original and education, and at length, after much entreaty, he said, "Since you have heard, my friend, so much of my affairs, and seem so desirous to know the truth, if you will have patience to hear it, I will inform you of the whole." "Patience!" cries Benjamin, "that I will, if the chapter was never so long, and I am very much obliged to you for the honour you do me." Jones now began and related the whole history, forgetting only a circumstance or two, namely, everything which passed on that day in which he had fought with Thwackum, and ended with his resolution to go to sea, till the rebellion in the north had made him change his purpose, and had brought him to the place where he then was. Little Benjamin, who had been all attention, never once interrupted the narrative, but when it was ended he could not help observing that there must be surely something more invented by his enemies, and told Mr. Allworthy against him, or so good a man would never have dismissed one he had loved so tenderly in such a manner. To which Jones answered, he doubted not but such villainous arts had been made use of to destroy him. And surely it was scarce possible for any one to have avoided making the same remark with the barber, who had not indeed heard from Jones one single circumstance upon which he was condemned, for his actions were not now placed in those injurious lights in which they had been misrepresented to Allworthy, nor could he mention those many false accusations which had been from time to time preferred against him to Allworthy, for with none of these he was himself acquainted. He had likewise, as we have observed, omitted many material facts in his present relation. Upon the whole, indeed, everything now appeared in such favourable colours to Jones, that malice itself would have found it no easy matter to fix any blame upon him. Not that Jones desired to conceal or to disguise the truth. Nay, he would have been more unwilling to have suffered any censure to fall on Mr. Allworthy for punishing him than on his own actions for deserving it. But in reality so it happened, and so it always will happen, for let a man be never so honest, the account of his own conduct will, in spite of himself, be so very favourable that his vices will come purified through his lips, and like foul liquors well strained, will leave all their foulness behind. For though the facts themselves may appear, yet so different will be the motives, circumstances, and consequences, when a man tells his own story, and when his enemy tells it, that we scarce can recognise the facts to be one and the same. Though the barber had drunk down this story with greedy ears, he was not yet satisfied. There was a circumstance behind which his curiosity, cold as it was, most eagerly longed for. Jones had mentioned the fact of his amour, and of his being the rival of Blifil, but had cautiously concealed the name of the young lady. The barber, therefore, after some hesitation and many hums and ha's, at last begged leave to crave the name of the lady, who appeared to be the principal cause of all this mischief. Jones paused a moment, and then said, "Since I have trusted you with so much, and since I am afraid her name is become too public already on this occasion, I will not conceal it from you. Her name is Sophia Weston." "Pro Deum atque hominum fidem! Squire Weston hath a daughter grown a woman?" "Ay, and such a woman," cries Jones, "that the world cannot match. No eye ever saw anything so beautiful, and that is her least excellence. Such sense, such goodness! Oh, I could praise her for ever, and yet should omit half her virtues." "Mr. Weston, a daughter grown up!" cries the barber. "I remember the father a boy. Well, tempus edax rerum." The wine being now at an end, the barber pressed very eagerly to be his bottle, but Jones absolutely refused, saying he had already drank more than he ought, and that he now chose to retire to his room, where he wished he could procure himself a book. "A book!" cries Benjamin. "What book would you have, Latin or English? I have some curious books in both languages, such as Erasmi Colloquia, Ovid de Tristibus, Gradus ad Panusum, and in English I have several of the best books, though some of them are a little torn. But I have a great part of Stowe's Chronicle, the 6th volume of Pope's Homer, the 3rd volume of the Spectator, the 2nd volume of Echard's Roman History, the Craftsman, Robinson Crusoe, Thomas à Kempis, and 2 volumes of Tom Brown's works." "Those last," cries Jones, "are books I never saw, so if you please, lend me one of those volumes." The barber assured him he would be highly entertained, for he looked upon the author to have been one of the greatest wits that ever the nation produced. He then stepped to his house, which was hard by, and immediately returned, after which, the barber having received very strict injunctions of secrecy from Jones, and having sworn inviolably to maintain it, they separated. The barber went home, and Jones retired to his chamber. Chapter 6, in which more of the talents of Mr. Benjamin will appear, as well as who this extraordinary person was. In the morning Jones grew a little uneasy at the desertion of his surgeon, as he apprehended some inconvenience, or even danger, might attend the not dressing his wound. He inquired of the drawer what other surgeons were to be met with in that neighbourhood. The drawer told him there was one not far off, but he had known him often refuse to be concerned after another had been sent before him. "But, sir," says he, "if you will take my advice, there is not a man in the kingdom can do your business better than the barber who was with you last night. We look upon him to be one of the ablest men at a cut in all this neighbourhood, for though he hath not been here above 3 months, he hath done several great cures." The drawer was presently dispatched for little Benjamin, who, being acquainted in what capacity he was wanted, prepared himself accordingly, and attended, but with so different an air and aspect from that which he wore when his basin was under his arm, that he could scarce be known to be the same person. "So, tonsor," says Jones, "I find you have—" Jones spent most part of the day in the company of a new acquaintance. This was no other than the landlord of the house, or rather the husband of the landlady. He had but lately made his descent downstairs after a long fit of the gout, in which distemper he was generally confined to his room during 1/2 of the year, and during the rest he walked about the house, smoked his pipe, and drank his bottle with his friends, without concerning himself in the least with any kind of business. He had been bred, as they call it, a gentleman, that is, bred up to do nothing, and had spent a very small fortune, which he inherited from an industrious farmer, his uncle, in hunting, horse-racing, and cock-fighting, and had been married by my landlady for certain purposes which he had long since desisted from answering, for which she hated him heartily. But as he was a surly kind of fellow, so she contented herself with frequently upbraiding him by disadvantageous comparisons with her first husband, whose praise she had eternally in her mouth, and as she was for the most part mistress of the profit, so she was satisfied to take upon herself the care and government of the family, and after a long successless struggle to suffer her husband to be master of himself. In the evening, when Jones retired to his room, a small dispute arose between this fond couple concerning him. "What," says the wife, "you have been tippling with the gentleman, I see." "Yes," answered the husband, "we have cracked a bottle together, and a very gentlemanlike man he is, and hath a very pretty notion of horse-flesh. Indeed, he is young, and hath not seen much of the world, for I believe he hath been at very few horse-races." "Oh, he is one of your order, is he?" replies the landlady. "He must be a gentleman, to be sure, if he is a horse-racer. The devil fetch such gentry! I am sure I wish I had never seen any of them. I have reason to love horse-races, truly." "That you have," says the husband, "for I was one, you know." "Yes," answered she, "you are a pure one indeed. As my first husband used to say, I may put all the good I have ever got by you in my eyes, and never see the worse." "Damn your first husband," cries he. "Don't damn a better man than yourself," answered the wife. "If he had been alive, you durst not have done it." "Then you think," says he, "I have not so much courage as yourself, for you have damned him often enough in my hearing." "If I did," says she, "I have repented of it many's the good time and oft, and if he was so good to forgive me a word spoken in haste or so, it doth not become such a one as you to twitter me. He was a husband to me, he was, and if ever I did make use of an ill word or so in a passion, I never called him rascal. I should have told a lie if I had called him rascal." Much more she said, but not in his hearing, for having lighted his pipe, he staggered off as fast as he could. We shall therefore transcribe no more of her speech, as it approached still nearer and nearer to a subject too indelicate to find any place in this history. Early in the morning, Partridge appeared at the bedside of Jones, ready equipped for the journey, with his knapsack at his back. This was his own workmanship, for besides his other trades, he was no indifferent tailor. He had already put up his whole stock of linen in it, consisting of 4 shirts, to which he now added 8 for Mr. Jones, and then, packing up the portmanteau, he was departing with it towards his own house, but was stopped in his way by the landlady, who refused to suffer any removals till after the payment of the reckoning. The landlady was, as we have said, absolute governess in these regions. It was therefore necessary to comply with her rules. So the bill was presently written out, which amounted to a much larger sum than might have been expected from the entertainment which Jones had met with. But here we are obliged to disclose some maxims which publicans hold to be the grand mysteries of their trade. The first is, if they have anything good in their house, which indeed very seldom happens, to produce it only to persons who travel with great equipages. Secondly, to charge the same for the very worst provisions as if they were the best. And lastly, if any of their guests call but for little, to make them pay a double price for everything they have, so that the amount by the head may be much the same. The bill being made and discharged, Jones set forward with Partridge, carrying his knapsack. Nor did the landlady condescend to wish him a good journey, for this was, it seems, an inn frequented by people of fashion, and I know not whence it is, but all those who get their livelihood by people of fashion contract as much insolence to the rest of mankind as if they really belonged to that rank themselves. Chapter 8. Jones arrives at Gloucester, and goes to the Bell, the character of that house, and of a pettifogger which he there meets with. Mr. Jones and Partridge, or Little Benjamin, which epithet of little was perhaps given him ironically, his being in reality near 6 feet high, having left their last quarters in the manner before described, travelled on to Gloucester without meeting any adventures worth relating. Being arrived here, they chose for their house of entertainment the sign of the Bell, an excellent house indeed, and which I do most seriously recommend to every reader who shall visit this ancient city. The master of it is brother to the great preacher Whitefield, but is absolutely untainted with the pernicious principles of Methodism or of any other heretical sect. He is indeed a very honest plain man, and in my opinion not likely to create any disturbance either in church or state. His wife hath, I believe, had much pretension to beauty, and is still a very fine woman. Her person and deportment might have made a shining figure in the politest assemblies, but though she must be conscious of this and many other perfections, she seems perfectly contented with and resigned to that state of life in which she is called, and this resignation is entirely owing to the prudence and wisdom of her temper, for she is at present as free from any methodistical notions as her husband. I say at present, for she freely confesses that her brother's documents made at first some impression upon her, and that she had put herself to the expense of a long hood in order to attend the extraordinary emotions of the spirit. But having found, during an experiment of 3 weeks, no emotions, she says, worth a farthing, she very wisely laid by her hood and abandoned the sect. To be concise, she is a very friendly, good-natured woman, and so industrious to oblige that the guests must be of a very morose disposition who are not extremely well satisfied in her house. Mrs. Whitefield happened to be in the yard when Jones and his attendant marched in. Her sagacity soon discovered in the air of our hero something which distinguished him from the vulgar. She ordered her servants, therefore, immediately show him into a room, and presently afterwards invited him to dinner with herself, which invitation he very thankfully accepted, for indeed much less agreeable company than that of Mrs. Whitefield, and a much worse entertainment than she had provided, would have been welcome after so long fasting and so long a walk. Besides Mr. Jones and the good governess of the mansion, there sat down at table an attorney of Salisbury, indeed the very same who had brought the news of Mrs. Blifil's death to Mr. Allworthy, and whose name, which I think we did not before mention, was Dowling. There was likewise present another person, who styled himself a lawyer, and who lived somewhere near Linlitch in Somersetshire. This fellow, I say, styled himself a lawyer, but was indeed a most vile pettifogger, without sense or knowledge of any kind, one of those who may be termed train-bearers to the law, a sort of supernumeraries in the profession, who are the hackneys of attorneys, and will ride more miles for half a crown than a post-boy. During the time of dinner, the Somersetshire lawyer recollected the face of Jones, which he had seen at Mr. Allworthy's, for he had often visited in that gentleman's kitchen. He therefore took occasion to inquire after the good family there, with that familiarity which would have become an intimate friend or acquaintance of Mr. Allworthy. And indeed he did all in his power to insinuate himself to be such, though he had never had the honour of speaking to any person in that family higher than the butler. Jones answered all his questions with much civility, though he never remembered to have seen the pettifogger before, and though he concluded, from the outward appearance and behaviour of the man, that he usurped a freedom with his betters to which he was by no means entitled. As the conversation of fellows of this kind is of all others the most detestable to men of any sense, the cloth was no sooner removed than Mr. Jones withdrew, and a little barbarously left poor Mrs. Whitefield to do a penance, which I have often heard Mr. Timothy Harris and other publicans of good taste deny, containing several dialogues between Jones and Partridge concerning love, cold, hunger, and other matters, with the lucky and narrow escape of Partridge, as he was on the very brink of making a fatal discovery to his friend. The shadows began now to descend larger from the high mountains. The feathered creation had betaken themselves to their rest. Now the highest order of mortals were sitting down to their dinners, and the lowest order to their suppers. In a word, the clock struck 5, just as Mr. Jones took his leave of Gloucester, an hour at which, as it was now midwinter, the dirty finger of night would have drawn her sable curtain over the universe, had not the moon forbid her, who now, with a face as broad and as red as those of some jolly mortals, who, like her, turn night into day, began to rise from her bed, where she had slumbered away the day, in order to sit up all night. Jones had not travelled far before he paid his compliments to that beautiful planet, and, turning to his companion, asked him if he had ever beheld so delicious an evening. Partridge making no ready answer to his question, he proceeded to comment on the beauty of the moon, and repeated some passages from Milton, who hath certainly excelled all other poets in his description of the heavenly luminaries. He then told Partridge the story from the Spectator of two lovers who had agreed to entertain themselves when they were at a great distance from each other, by repairing at a certain fixed hour to look at the moon, thus pleasing themselves with the thought that they were both employed in contemplating the same object at the same time. Those lovers, added he, must have had souls truly capable of feeling all the tenderness of the sublimest of all human passions. Very probably, cries Partridge, but I envy them more if they had bodies incapable of feeling cold, for I am almost frozen to death, and am very much afraid I shall lose a piece of my nose before we get to another house of entertainment. Nay, truly, we may expect some judgment should happen to us for our folly in running away so by night from one of the most excellent inns I ever set my foot into. I am sure I never saw more good things susceptible of love in thy life, or hath time worn away all the traces of it from thy memory. Alack a day, cries Partridge, well would it have been for me if I had never known what love was. Infandum regina jubes renovare dolorum. I am sure I have tasted all the tenderness and sublimities and bitternesses of the passion. Was your mistress unkind then? Says Jones. Very unkind indeed, sir, answered Partridge, for she married me, and made me one of the most confounded wives in the world. However, heaven be praised, she's gone, and if I believed she was in the moon, according to a book I once read, which teaches that to be the receptacle of departed spirits, I would never look at it for fear of seeing her. But I wish, sir, that the moon was a looking-glass for your sake, and that Miss Sophia Weston was now placed before it. My dear Partridge, cries Jones, what a thought was there! A thought which I am certain could never have entered into any mind but that of a lover. Oh, Partridge, could I hope once again to see that face! But alas, all those golden dreams are vanished for ever, and my only refuge from future misery is to forget the object of all my former happiness. And do you really despair of ever seeing Miss Weston again? Answered Partridge. If you will follow my advice, I will engage you shall not only see her, but have her in your arms. Ah, do not awaken a thought of that nature, cries Jones. I have struggled sufficiently to conquer all such wishes already. Nay, answered Partridge, if you do not wish to have your mistress in your arms, you are a most extraordinary lover indeed. Well, well, says Jones, let us avoid this subject. But pray, what is your advice? To give it you in the military phrase, then, says Partridge, as we are soldiers, to the right about. Let us return the way we came. We may reach Gloucester to-night, though late, whereas, if we proceed, we are likely, for aught I see, to ramble about for ever without coming either to house or home. I have already told you my resolution is to go on, answered Jones, but I would have you go back. I am obliged to you for your company hither, and I beg you to accept a guinea as a small instance of my gratitude. Nay, it would be cruel in me to suffer you to go any further, for, to deal plainly with you, my chief end and desire is a glorious death in the service of my king and country. As for your money, replied Partridge, I beg, sir, you will put it up. I will receive none of you at this time, for at present I am, I believe, the richer man of the two. And as your resolution is to go on, so mine is to follow you if you do. Nay, now my presence appears absolutely necessary to take care of you, since your intentions are so desperate, for I promise you my views are much more prudent. As you are resolved to fall in battle if you can, so I am resolved as firmly to come to no hurt if I can help it. And indeed I have the comfort to think there will be but little danger, for a popish priest told me the other day the business would soon be over, and he believed without a battle. A popish priest, cries Jones, I have heard, is not always to be believed when he speaks in behalf of his religion. Yes, but so far, answered the other, from speaking in behalf of his religion, he assured me the Catholics did not expect to be any gainers by the change, for that Prince Charles was as good a Protestant as any in England, and that nothing but regard to right made him and the rest of the popish party to be Jacobites. I believe him to be as much a Protestant as I believe he hath any right, says Jones, and I make no doubt of our success, but not without a battle, so that I am not so sanguine as your friend the popish priest. "Nay, to be sure, sir," answered Partridge, "all the prophecies I have ever read speak of a great deal of blood to be spilt in the quarrel, and the miller with 3 thumbs, who is now alive, is to hold the horses of 3 kings, up to his knees in blood. Lord have mercy upon us all, and send better times." "With what stuff and nonsense hast thou filled thy head?" answered Jones. "This too, I suppose, comes from the popish priest. Monsters and prodigies are the proper arguments to support monstrous and absurd doctrines. The cause of King George is the cause of liberty and true religion. In other words, it is the cause of common sense, my boy, and I warrant you will succeed, though Briareus himself was to rise again with his 300 thumbs and to turn miller." Partridge made no reply to this. He was indeed cast into the utmost confusion by this declaration of Jones. For, to inform the reader of a secret, which he had no proper opportunity of revealing before, Partridge was in truth a Jacobite, and had concluded that Jones was of the same party, and was now proceeding to join the rebels. An opinion which was not without foundation, for the tall, long-sided dame mentioned by Hudibras, that many-eyed, many-tongued, many-mouthed, many-eared monster of Virgil, had related the story of the quarrel between Jones and the officer with the usual regard to truth. She had indeed changed the name of Sophia into that of the Pretender, and had reported that drinking his health was the cause for which Jones was knocked down. This Partridge had heard and most firmly believed. 'Tis no wonder, therefore, that he had thence entertained the above-mentioned opinion of Jones, and which he had almost discovered to him before he found out his own mistake. And at this the reader will be less inclined to wonder, if he pleases to recollect the doubtful phrase in which Jones first communicated his resolution to Mr. Partridge, and indeed, "Alack a day," said she, "he is a strange man, not at all like other people. He keeps no company with anybody, and seldom walks out but by night, for he doth not care to be seen, and all the country people are as much afraid of meeting him, for his dress is enough to frighten those who are not used to it. They call him the Man of the Hill, for there he walks by night, and the country people are not, I believe, more afraid of the devil himself. He would be terribly angry if he found you here." "Pray, sir," says Partridge, "don't let us offend the gentleman. I am ready to walk, and was never warmer in my life. Do, pray, sir, let us go. Here are pistols over the chimney. Who knows whether they be charged or no, or what he may do with them?" "Fear nothing, Partridge," cries Jones. "I will secure thee from danger." "Nay, for matter of that, he never doth any mischief," said the woman. "But to be sure it is necessary he should keep some arms for his own safety, for his house hath been beset more than once, and it is not many nights ago that we thought we heard thieves about it. For my own part, I have often wondered that he is not murdered by some villain or other as he walks out by himself at such hours. But then, as I said, the people are afraid of him, and besides, they think, I suppose, he hath nothing about him worth taking." "I should imagine by this collection of rarities," cries Jones, "that your master had been a traveller." "Yes, sir," answered she, "he hath been a very great one. There be few gentlemen that know more of all matters than he. I fancy he hath been crossed in love, or whatever it is, I know not, but I have lived with him above these 30 years, and in all that time he hath hardly spoke to 6 living people." She then again solicited their departure, in which he was backed by Partridge, but Jones purposely protracted the time, for his curiosity was greatly raised to see this extraordinary person. Though the old woman therefore concluded every one of her answers with desiring him to be gone, and Partridge proceeded so far as to pull him by the sleeve, he still continued to invent new questions, till the old woman, with an affrighted countenance, declared she heard her master's signal, and at the same instant more than one voice was heard without the door, crying, "Damn your blood! Show us your money this instant! Your money, you villain, or we will blow your brains about your ears!" "Oh, good heavens!" cries the old woman, "some villains to be sure have attacked my master. Oh, la! What shall I do? What shall I do?" "How?" cries Jones. "How? Are these pistols loaded?" "Oh, good sir, there is nothing in them, indeed. Oh, pray don't murder us, gentlemen." For in reality she now had the same opinion of those within as she had of those without. Jones made her no answer, but snatching an old broadsword which hung in the room, he instantly sallied out, where he found the old gentleman struggling with 2 ruffians, and begging for mercy. Jones asked no questions, but fell so briskly to work with his broadsword that the fellows immediately quitted their hold, and without offering to attack our hero, betook themselves to their heels and made their escape, for he did not attempt to pursue them, being contented with having delivered the old gentleman. And indeed he concluded he had pretty well done their business, for both of them, as they ran off, cried out with bitter oaths that they were dead men. Jones presently ran to lift up the old gentleman, who had been thrown down in the scuffle, expressing at the same time great concern lest he should have received any harm from the villains. The old man stared a moment at Jones, and then cried, "No, sir, no, I have very little harm, I thank you. Lord have mercy upon me." "I see, sir," said Jones, "you are not free from apprehensions even of those who have had the happiness to be your deliverers, nor can I blame any suspicions which you may have. But indeed you have no real occasion for any. Here are none but your friends present. Having missed our way this cold night, we took the liberty of warming ourselves at your fire, whence we were just departing when we heard you call for assistance, which, I must say, Providence alone seems to have sent you." "Providence, indeed," cries the old gentleman, "if it be so." "So it is, I assure you," cries Jones. "Here is your own sword, sir. I have used it in your defence, and I now return it into your hand." The old man, having received the sword, which was stained with the blood of his enemies, looked steadfastly at Jones during some moments, and then with a cry sighed out, "You will pardon me, young gentleman. I was not always of a suspicious temper, nor am I a friend to ingratitude." "Be thankful, then," cries Jones, "to that Providence to which you owe your deliverance. As to my part, I have only discharged the common duties of humanity, and what I would have done for any fellow creature in your situation." "Let me look at you a little longer," cries the old gentleman. "You are a human creature, then? Well, perhaps you are. Come, pray walk into my little hut. You have been my deliverer indeed." The old woman was distracted between the fears which she had of her master and for him, and Partridge was, if possible, in a greater fright. The former of these, however, when she heard her master speak kindly to Jones, and perceived what had happened, came again to herself. But Partridge no sooner saw the gentleman than the strangeness of his dress infused greater terrors into that poor fellow than he had felt before, either from the strange description which he had heard, or from the uproar which had happened at the door. To say the truth, it was an appearance which might have affected a more constant mind than that of Mr. Partridge. This person was of the tallest size, with a long beard as white as snow. His body was clothed with the skin of an ass, made something into the form of a coat. He wore likewise boots on his legs and a cap on his head, both composed of the skin of some other animals. As soon as the old gentleman came into his house, the old woman began her congratulations on his happy escape from the ruffians. "Yes," cries he, "I have escaped indeed, thanks to my preserver." "Oh, the blessing on him," answered she. "He is a good gentleman, I warrant him. I was afraid your worship would have been angry with me for letting him in, and to be certain I should not have done it had I not seen by the moonlight that he was a gentleman, and almost frozen to death. And to be certain it must have been some good angel that sent him hither and tempted me to do it." "I am afraid, sir," said the old gentleman to Jones, "that I have nothing in this house which you can either eat or drink, unless you will accept a dram of brandy, of which I can give you some most excellent, and which I have had by me these 30 years. Jones declined this offer in a very civil and proper speech, and then the other asked him whither he was travelling when he missed his way, saying, "I must own myself surprised to see such a person as you appear to be journeying on foot at this time of night. I suppose, sir, you are a gentleman of these parts, for you do not look like one who is used to travel far without horses." "Appearances," cried Jones, "are often deceitful. Men sometimes look what they are not. I assure you I am not of this country, and whether I am travelling in reality I scarce know myself." "Whoever you are, or whithersoever you are going," answered the old man, "I have obligations to you which I can never return." "I once more," replied Jones, "affirm that you have none, for there can be no merit in having hazarded that in your service on which I set no value, and nothing is so contemptible in my eyes as life." "I am sorry, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "that you have any reason to be so unhappy at your years." "Indeed I am, sir," answered Jones, "the most unhappy of mankind." "Perhaps you have had a friend or a mistress," replied the other. "How could you," cried Jones, "mention 2 words sufficient to drive me to distraction?" "Either of them are enough to drive any man to—" Book 8, chapters 11 to 12. Chapter 11, in which the man of the hill begins to relate his history. I was born in a village of Somersetshire called Mark in the year 1657. My father was one of those whom they called gentlemen farmers. He had a little estate of about £300 a year of his own, and rented another estate of near the same value. He was prudent and industrious, and so good a husbandman that he might have led a very easy and comfortable life, had not an arrant vixen of a wife soured his domestic quiet. But though this circumstance perhaps made him miserable, it did not make him poor, for he confined her almost entirely at home, and rather chose to bear eternal upbraidings in his own house than to injure his fortune by indulging her in the extravagancies she desired abroad. By this Xanthippe, so was the wife of Socrates called, said Partridge, by this Xanthippe he had 2 sons, of which I was the younger. He designed to give us both good education, but my elder brother, who, unhappily for him, was the favourite of my mother, utterly neglected his learning, insomuch that, after having been 5 or 6 years at school, with little or no improvement, my father, being told by his master that it would be to no purpose to keep him longer there, at last complied with my mother in taking him home from the hands of that tyrant, as she called his master, though indeed he gave the lad much less correction than his idleness deserved, but much more, it seems, than the young gentleman liked, who constantly complained to his mother of his severe treatment, and she as constantly gave him a hearing. "Yes, yes," cries Partridge, "I have seen such mothers. I have been abused myself by them, and very unjustly. Such parents deserve correction as much as their children." Jones chid the pedagogue for his interruption, and then the stranger proceeded. "My brother now, at the age of 15, bade adieu to all learning, and to everything else but to his dog and gun, with which latter he became so expert that, though perhaps you may think it incredible, he could not only hit a standing mark with great certainty, but hath actually shot a crow as it was flying in the air. He was likewise excellent at finding a hare sitting, and was soon reputed one of the best sportsmen in the country, a reputation which both he and his mother enjoyed as much as if he had been thought the finest scholar. The situation of my brother made me at first think my lot the harder in being continued at school, but I soon changed my opinion, for as I advanced pretty fast in learning, my labours became easy, and my exercise so delightful that holidays were my most unpleasant time, for my mother, who never loved me, now apprehending that I had the greater share of my father's affection, and finding, or at least thinking, that I was more taken notice of by some gentlemen of learning, and particularly by the parson of the parish, than my brother, she now hated my sight, and made home so disagreeable to me, that what is called by schoolboys Black Monday was to me the whitest in the whole year. Having at length gone through the school at Taunton, I was thence removed to Exeter College in Oxford, where I remained 4 years, at the end of which an accident took me off entirely from my studies, and hence I may truly date the rise of all which happened to me afterwards in life. There was at the same college with myself one Sir George Gresham, a young fellow who was entitled to a very considerable fortune, which he was not, by the will of his father, to come into full possession of till he arrived at the age of 25. However, the liberality of his guardians gave him little cause to regret the abundant caution of his father, for they allowed him £500 a year while he remained at the university, where he kept his horses and his whore, and lived as wicked and as profligate a life as he could have done had he been never so entirely master of his fortune, for besides the 500 a year which he received from his guardians, he found means to spend 1,000 more. He was above the age of 21, and had no difficulty in gaining what credit he pleased. This young fellow, among many other tolerable bad qualities, had one very diabolical. He had a great delight in destroying and ruining the youth of inferior fortune, by drawing them into expenses which they could not afford so well as himself, and the better and worthier and soberer any young man was, the greater pleasure and triumph had he in his destruction, thus acting the character which is recorded of the devil, and going about seeking whom he might devour. It was my misfortune to fall into an acquaintance and intimacy with this gentleman. My reputation of diligence in my studies made me a desirable object of his mischievous intention, and my own inclination made it sufficiently easy for him to effect his purpose. For though I had applied myself with much industry to books, in which I took great delight, there were other pleasures in which I was capable of taking much greater, for I was high-mettled, had a violent flow of animal spirits, was a little ambitious, and extremely amorous. I had not long contracted an intimacy with Sir George before I became a partaker of all his pleasures, and when I was once entered on that scene, neither my inclination nor my spirit would suffer me to play an under part. I was second to none of the company in any acts of debauchery. Nay, I soon distinguished myself so notably in all riots and disorders that my name generally stood first in the roll of delinquents, and instead of being lamented as the unfortunate pupil of Sir George, I was now accused as the person who had misled and debauched that hopeful young gentleman, for though he was the ringleader and promoter of all the mischief, he was never so considered. I fell at last under the censure of the Vice-Chancellor, and very narrowly escaped expulsion. You will easily believe, sir, that such a life as I am now describing must be incompatible with my further progress in learning, and that, in proportion as I addicted myself more and more to loose pleasure, I must grow more and more remiss in application to my studies. This was truly the consequence, but this was not all. My expenses now greatly exceeded not only my former income, but those additions which I extorted from my poor generous father on pretence of sums being necessary for preparing for my approaching degree of Bachelor of Arts. These demands, however, grew at last so frequent and exorbitant that my father, by slow degrees, opened his ears to the accounts which he received from many quarters of my present behaviour, and which my mother failed not to echo very faithfully and loudly, adding, "Ay, this is the fine gentleman, the scholar who does so much honour to his family, and is to be the making of it. I thought what all this learning would come to. He is to be the ruin of us all, I find, after his elder brother hath been denied necessaries for his sake, to perfect his education, forsooth, for which he was to pay us such interest. I thought what the interest would come to, with much more of the same kind. But I have, I believe, satisfied you with this taste." My father, therefore, began now to return remonstrances instead of money to my demands, which brought my affairs perhaps a little sooner to a crisis. But had he remitted me his whole income, you will imagine it could have sufficed a very short time to support one who kept pace with the expenses of Sir George Gresham. It is more than possible that the distress I was now in for money, and the impracticability of going on in this manner, might have restored me at once to my senses and to my studies, had I opened my eyes before I became involved in debts from which I saw no hopes of ever extricating myself. This was indeed the great art of Sir George, and by which he accomplished the ruin of many, whom he afterwards laughed at as fools and coxcombs, for vying, as he called it, with a man of his fortune. To bring this about, he would now and then advance a little money himself, in order to support the credit of the unfortunate youth with other people, till, by means of that very credit, he was irretrievably undone. My mind being by these means grown as desperate as my fortune, there was scarce a wickedness which I did not meditate in order for my relief. Self-murder itself became the subject of my serious deliberation, and I had certainly resolved on it, had not a more shameful, though perhaps less sinful, thought expelled it from my head. Here he hesitated a moment, and then cried out, "I protest so many years have not washed away the shame of this act, and I shall blush while I relate it." Jones desired him to pass over anything that might give him pain in the relation, but Partridge eagerly cried out, "Oh, pray, sir, let us hear this. I had rather hear this than all the rest. As I hope to be saved, I will never mention a word of it." Jones was going to rebuke him, but the stranger prevented it by proceeding thus. "I had a chum, a very prudent, frugal young lad, who, though he had no very large allowance, had, by his parsimony, heaped up upwards of 40 guineas, which I knew he kept in his escritoire. I took therefore an opportunity of purloining his key from his breeches pocket while he was asleep, and thus made myself master of all his riches. after which I again conveyed his key into his pocket, and counterfeiting sleep, though I never once closed my eyes, lay in bed till after he arose and went to prayers, an exercise to which I had long been unaccustomed. Timorous thieves, by extreme caution, often subject themselves to discoveries which those of a bolder kind escape. Thus it happened to me, for had I boldly broke open his escritoire, I had, perhaps, escaped even his suspicion, but as it was plain that the person who robbed him had possessed himself of his key, he had no doubt, when he first missed his money, but that his chum was certainly the thief. Now, as he was of a fearful disposition, and much my inferior in strength, and I believe in courage, he did not dare to confront me with my guilt, for fear of worse bodily consequences which might happen to him. He repaired, therefore, immediately to the Vice-Chancellor, and upon swearing to the robbery and to the circumstances of it, very easily obtained a warrant against one who had now so bad a character through the whole university. Luckily for me, I lay out of the college the next evening, for that day I attended a young lady in a chaise to Whitney, where we stayed all night, and in our return the next morning to Oxford, I met one of my cronies, who acquainted me with sufficient news concerning myself to make me turn my horse another way. "Pray, sir, did he mention anything of the warrant?" said Partridge. But Jones begged the gentleman to proceed without regarding any impertinent questions, which he did as follows. Having now abandoned all thoughts of returning to Oxford, the next thing which offered itself was a journey to London. I imparted this intention to my female companion, who at first remonstrated against it, but upon producing my wealth she immediately consented. We then struck across the country into the great Cirencester road, and made such haste that we spent the next evening, save one, in London. When you consider the place where I now was, and the company with whom I was, you will, I fancy, conceive that a very short time brought me to an end of that sum of which I had so iniquitously possessed myself. I was now reduced to a much higher degree of distress than before. The necessaries of life began to be numbered among my wants, and what made my case still the more grievous was that my paramour, of whom I was now grown immoderately fond, shared the same distress with myself. To see a woman you love in distress, to be unable to relieve her, and at the same time to reflect that you have brought her into this situation, is perhaps a curse of which no imagination can represent the horrors to those who have not felt it. "I believe it from my soul," cries Jones, "and I pity you from the bottom of my heart." He then took 2 or 3 disorderly turns about the room, and at last begged pardon, and flung himself into his chair, crying, "I thank heaven I have escaped that." This circumstance, continued the gentleman, so severely aggravated the horrors of my present situation that they became absolutely intolerable. I could with less pain endure the raging in my own natural unsatisfied appetites, even hunger or thirst, than I could submit to leave ungratified the most whimsical desires of a woman on whom I so extravagantly doted that, though I knew she had been the mistress of half my acquaintance, I firmly intended to marry her. But the good creature was unwilling to consent to an action which the world might think so much to my disadvantage, and as possibly she compassionated the daily anxieties which she must have perceived me suffer on her account, she resolved to put an end to my distress. She soon indeed found means to relieve me from my troublesome and perplexed situation, for while I was distracted with various inventions to supply her with pleasures, she very kindly betrayed me to one of her former lovers at Oxford, by whose care and diligence I was immediately apprehended and committed to jail. Here I first began seriously to reflect on the miscarriages of my former life, on the errors I had been guilty of, on the misfortunes which I had brought on myself, and on the grief which I must have occasioned to one of the best of fathers. When I added to all these the perfidy of my mistress, such was the horror of my mind, that life, instead of being no longer desirable, grew the object of my abhorrence, and I could have gladly embraced death as my dearest friend, if it had offered itself to my choice, unattended by shame. The time of the assizes soon came, and I was removed by habeas corpus to Oxford, where I expected certain conviction and condemnation. But, to my great surprise, none appeared against me, and I was, at the end of the sessions, discharged for want of prosecution. In short, my chum had left Oxford, and whether from indolence or from what other motive I am ignorant, had declined concerning himself any farther in the affair. Perhaps, cries Partridge, he did not care to have your blood upon his hands, and he was in the right on't. If any person was to be hanged upon my evidence, I should never be able to lie alone afterwards, for fear of seeing his ghost. I shall shortly doubt, Partridge, says Jones, whether thou art more brave or wise. You may laugh at me, sir, if you please, answered Partridge, but if you will hear a very short story which I can tell, and which is most certainly true, perhaps you may change your opinion. In the parish where I was born—" Here Jones would have silenced him, but the stranger interceded that he might be permitted to tell his story, and in the meantime promised to recollect the remainder of his own. Partridge then proceeded thus. In the parish where I was born there lived a farmer whose name was Bridle, and he had a son named Francis, a good hopeful young fellow. I was at the grammar school with him, where I remember he was got into Ovid's epistles, and he could construe you 3 lines together sometimes without looking into a dictionary. Besides all this, he was a very good lad, never missed church o' Sundays, and was reckoned one of the best psalm singers in the whole parish. He would indeed now and then take a cup too much, and that was the only fault he had. "Well, but come to the ghost," cries Jones. "Never fear, sir, I shall come to him soon enough," answered Partridge. "You must know, then, that Farmer Bridle lost a mare, a sorrel one, to the best of my remembrance, and so it fell out that this young Francis, shortly afterwards, being at a fair at Hindon, and as I think it was on, I can't remember the day, and being as he was, what should he happen to meet but a man upon his father's mare? Frank called out presently, 'Stop, thief!' and it being the middle of the fair, it was impossible, you know, for the man to make his escape. So they apprehended him and carried him before the justice. I remember it was Justice Willoughby of Noyle, a very worthy good gentleman, and he committed him to prison, and bound Frank in a reconnaissance, I think they call it, a hard word compounded of remand cognosco, but it differs in its meaning from the use of the simple, as many other compounds do. Well, at last down came my Lord Justice Page to hold the assizes, and so the fellow was had up, and Frank was had up for a witness. To be sure, I shall never forget the face of the judge when he began to ask him what he had to say against the prisoner. He made poor Frank tremble and shake in his shoes. "Well, you fellow," says my lord, "what have you to say? Don't stand humming and hawing, but speak out." But, however, he soon turned altogether as civil to Frank, and began to thunder at the fellow, and when he asked him if he had anything to say for himself, the fellow said he had found the horse. "Ay," answered the judge, "thou art a lucky fellow. I have travelled the circuit these 40 years, and never found a horse in my life. But I'll tell thee what, friend, thou wast more lucky than thou didst know of, for thou did not only find a horse, but a halter too, I promise thee." To be sure, I shall never forget the word. Upon which everybody fell a-laughing, as how could they help it? Nay, and 20 other jests he made, which I can't remember now. There was something about his skill in horseflesh which made all the folks laugh. To be certain, the judge must have been a very brave man, as well as a man of much learning. It is indeed charming sport to hear trials upon life and death. One thing, I own, I thought a little hard, that the prisoner's counsel was not suffered to speak for him, though he desired only to be heard one very short word, but my lord would not hearken to him, though he suffered a counsellor to talk against him for above half an hour. I thought it hard, I own, that there should be so many of them, my lord and the court and the jury and the counsellors and the witnesses, all upon one poor man, and he too in chains. Well, the fellow was hanged, as to be sure it could be no otherwise, and poor Frank could never be easy about it. He never was in the dark alone, but he fancied he saw the fellow's spirit. "Well, and is this thy story?" cries Jones. "No, no," answered Partridge. "O Lord, have mercy upon me! I am just now coming to the matter. For one night, coming from the ale-house in a long, narrow, dark lane, there he ran directly up against him, and the spirit was all in white, and fell upon Frank, and Frank, who was a sturdy lad, fell upon the spirit again, and there they had a tussle together, and poor Frank was dreadfully beat. Indeed, he made a shift at last to crawl home, but what with the beating, and what with the fright, he lay ill above a fortnight, and all this is most certainly true, and the whole parish will bear witness to it." The stranger smiled at this story, and Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter, upon which Partridge cried, "Ay, you may laugh, sir, and so did some others, particularly a squire, who is thought to be no better than an atheist, who, forsooth, because there was a calf with a white face found dead in the same lane the next morning, would fain have it that the battle was between Frank and that, as if a calf would set upon a man. Besides, Frank told me he knew it to be a spirit, and could swear to him in any court in Christendom, and he had not drank above a quart or two, or such a matter of liquor at the time. Lord have mercy upon us, and keep us all from dipping our hands in blood, I say." "Well, sir," said Jones to the stranger, "Mr. Partridge hath finished his story, and I hope will give you no future interruption, if you will be so kind to proceed." He then resumed his narration, but as he hath taken breath for a while, we think proper to give it to our reader, and shall therefore put an end to this chapter. Chapter 12, in which the man of the hill continues his history. "I had now regained my liberty," said the stranger, "but I had lost my reputation. For there is a wide difference between the case of a man who is barely acquitted of a crime in a court of justice, and of him who is acquitted in his own heart and in the opinion of the people. I was conscious of my guilt, and ashamed to look anyone in the face, so resolved to leave Oxford the next morning, before the daylight discovered me to the eyes of any beholders. When I had got clear of the city, it first entered into my head to return home to my father, and endeavour to obtain his forgiveness. But as I had no reason to doubt his knowledge of all which had passed, and as I was well assured of his great aversion to all acts of dishonesty, I could entertain no hopes of being received by him, especially since I was too certain of all the good offices in the power of my mother. Nay, had my father's pardon been as sure as I conceived his resentment to be, I yet question whether I could have had the assurance to behold him, or whether I could upon any terms have submitted to live and converse with those who, I was convinced, knew me to have been guilty of so base an action. I hastened therefore back to London, the best retirement of either grief or shame, unless for persons of a very public character. For here you have the advantage of solitude without its disadvantage, since you may be alone and in company at the same time, and while you walk or sit unobserved, noise, hurry, and a constant succession of objects entertain the mind, and prevent the spirits from preying on themselves, or rather on grief or shame, which are the most unwholesome diet in the world, and on which, though there are many who never taste either but in public, there are some who can feed very plentifully and very fatally when alone. But as there is scarce any human good without its concomitant evil, so there are people who find an inconvenience in this unobserving temper of mankind. I mean persons who have no money. For as you are not put out of countenance, so neither are you clothed or fed by those who do not know you. And a man may be as easily starved in Leadenhall Market as in the deserts of Arabia. It was at present my fortune to be destitute of that great evil, as it is apprehended to be by several writers, who I suppose were overburthened with it, namely money. "With submission, sir," said Partridge, "I do not remember any writers who have called it malorum, but irritamenta malorum, effodiuntur opes irritamenta malorum." "Well, sir," continued the stranger, "whether it be an evil or only the cause of evil, I was entirely void of it, and at the same time of friends, and, as I thought, of acquaintance. When, one evening, as I was passing through the inner temple, very hungry and very miserable, I heard a voice on a sudden hailing me with great familiarity by my Christian name, and upon turning about, I presently recollected the person who so saluted me to have been my fellow collegiate, one who had left the university above a year, and long since before any of my misfortunes had befallen me. This gentleman, whose name was Watson, shook me heartily by the hand, and expressing great joy at meeting me, proposed our immediately drinking a bottle together. I first declined the proposal, and pretended business, but as he was very earnest and pressing, hunger at last overcame my pride, and I fairly confessed to him I had no money in my pocket, yet not without framing a lie for an excuse, and imputing it to my having changed my breeches that morning. Mr. Watson answered, "I thought, Jack, you and I had been too old acquaintance for you to mention such a matter." He then took me by the arm and was pulling me along, but I gave him very little trouble, for my own inclinations pulled me much stronger than he could do. We then went into the Friars, which you know is the scene of all mirth and jollity. Here, when we arrived at the tavern, Mr. Watson applied himself to the drawer only, without taking the least notice of the cook, for he had no suspicion but that I had dined long since. However, as the case was really otherwise, I forged another falsehood, and told my companion I had been at the further end of the city on business of consequence, and had snapped up a mutton chop in haste, so that I was again hungry, and wished he would add a beef steak to his bottle. "Some people," cries Partridge, "ought to have good memories, or did you find just money enough in your breeches to pay for the mutton chop?" "Your observation is right," answered the stranger, "and I believe such blunders are inseparable from all dealings in untruth. But to proceed. I now began to feel myself extremely happy. The meat and wine soon revived my spirits to a high pitch, and I enjoyed much pleasure in the conversation of my old acquaintance, the rather as I thought him entirely ignorant of what had happened at the university since his leaving it. But he did not suffer me to remain long in this agreeable delusion, for taking a bumper in one hand and holding me by the other, "Here, my boy," cries he, "here's wishing you joy of your being so honourably acquitted of that affair laid to your charge." I was thunderstruck with confusion at these words, which Watson observing, proceeded thus: "Nay, never be ashamed, man. Thou hast been acquitted, and no one now dare calls thee guilty. But prithee do tell me, who am thy friend, I hope thou didst really rob him, for rat me if it was not a meritorious action to strip such a sneaking, pitiful rascal, and instead of the 200 guineas, I wish you had taken as many 1,000. Come, come, my boy, don't be shy of confessing to me. You are not now brought before one of the pimps. Damn me if I don't honour you for it, for as I hope for salvation, I would have made no manner of scruples of doing the same thing." This declaration a little relieved my abasement, and as wine had now somewhat opened my heart, I very freely acknowledged the robbery, but acquainted him that he had been misinformed as to the sum taken, which was little more than a 5th part of what he had mentioned. "I am sorry for it with all my heart," quoth he, "and I wish thee better success another time, though, if you will take my advice, you shall have no occasion to run any such risk. Here," said he, taking some dice out of his pocket, "here's the stuff. Here are the implements. Here are the little doctors which cure the distempers of the purse. Follow but my counsel, and I will show you a way to empty the pocket of a queer cull without any danger of the nubbing cheat." "Nubbing cheat?" cries Partridge. "Pray, sir, what is that?" "Why, that, sir," says the stranger, "is a cant phrase for the gallows. For as gamesters differ little from highwaymen in their morals, so do they very much resemble them in their language." We had now each drank our bottle, when Mr. Watson said the board was sitting, and that he must attend, earnestly pressing me at the same time to go with him and try my fortune. I answered he knew that was at present out of my power, as I had informed him of the emptiness of my pocket. To say the truth, I doubted not from his many strong expressions of friendship, but that he would offer to lend me a small sum for that purpose, but he answered, "Never mind that, man. Him boldly run a levant." Partridge was going to inquire the meaning of that word, but Jones stopped his mouth. "But be circumspect as to the man. I will tip you the proper person, which may be necessary, as you do not know the town, nor can distinguish a rum cull from a queer one." The bill was now brought, when Watson paid his share and was departing. I reminded him, not without blushing, of my having no money. He answered, "That signifies nothing. Score it behind the door, or make a bold brush, and take no notice. Or stay," says he, "I will go downstairs first, and then you do take up my money and score the whole reckoning at the bar, and I will wait for you at the corner." I expressed some dislike at this, and hinted my expectations that he would have deposited the whole, but he swore he had not another 6pence in his pocket. He then went down, and I was prevailed on to take up the money and follow him, which I did close enough to hear him tell the drawer the reckoning was upon the table. The drawer passed by me upstairs, but I made such haste into the street that I heard nothing of his disappointment, nor did I mention a syllable at the bar, according to my instructions. We now went directly to the gaming table, where Mr. Watson, to my surprise, pulled out a large sum of money and placed it before him, as did many others, all of them, no doubt, considering their own heaps as so many decoy birds which were to entice and draw over the heaps of their neighbours. Here it would be tedious to relate all the freaks which fortune, or rather the dice, played in this her temple. Mountains of gold were in a few moments reduced to nothing at one part of the table, and rose as suddenly in another. The rich grew in a moment poor, and the poor as suddenly became rich, so that it seemed a philosopher could nowhere have so well instructed his pupils in the contempt of riches. At least he could nowhere have better inculcated the uncertainty of their duration. For my own part, after having considerably improved my small estate, I at last entirely demolished it. Mr. Watson, too, after much variety of luck, rose from the table in some heat, and declared he had lost a cool 100, and would play no longer. Then, coming up to me, he asked me to return with him to the tavern, but I positively refused, saying I would not bring myself a second time into such a dilemma, and especially as he had lost all his money, and was now in my own condition. "Boo," says he, "I've just borrowed a couple of guineas of a friend, and one of them is at your service." He immediately put one of them into my hand, and I no longer resisted his inclination. I was at first a little shocked at returning to the same house whence we had departed in so unhandsome a manner, but when the drawer, with very civil address, told us he believed we had forgot to pay our reckoning, I became perfectly easy, and very readily gave him a guinea, bid him pay himself, and acquiesced in the unjust charge which had been laid on my memory. Mr. Watson now bespoke the most extravagant supper he could well think of, and though he had contented himself with simple claret before, nothing now but the most precious Burgundy would serve his purpose. Our company was soon increased by the addition of several gentlemen from the gaming table, most of whom, as I afterwards found, came not to the tavern to drink, but in the way of business, for the true gamesters pretended to be ill and refused their glass, while they plied heavily two young fellows who were to be afterwards pillaged, as indeed they were, without mercy. Of this plunder I had the good fortune to be a sharer, though I was not yet let into the secret. There was one remarkable accident attended this tavern play, for the money by degrees totally disappeared, so that though at the beginning the table was half covered with gold, yet before the play ended, which it did not till the next day, being Sunday at noon, there was scarce a single guinea to be seen on the table, and this was the stranger, as every person present, except myself, declared he had lost, and what was become of the money, unless the devil himself carried it away, is difficult to determine. "Most certainly he did," says Partridge, "for evil spirits can carry away anything without being seen, though there were never so many folk in the room, and I should not have been surprised if he had carried away all the company of a set of wicked wretches who were at play in sermon time. And I could tell you a true story, if I would, where the devil took a man out of bed from another man's wife, and carried him away through the keyhole of the door. I've seen the very house where it was done, and nobody hath lived in it these 30 years. Though Jones was a little offended by the impertinence of Partridge, he could not, however, avoid smiling at his simplicity. The stranger did the same, and then proceeded with his story, as will be seen in the next chapter. End of section 24. Book 8, chapters 13 to 15. Chapter 13, in which the foregoing story is farther continued. My fellow collegiate had now entered me in a new scene of life. I soon became acquainted with the whole fraternity of sharpers, and was let into their secrets. I mean, into the knowledge of those gross cheats which are proper to impose upon the raw and unexperienced, for there are some tricks of a finer kind which are known only to a few of the gang who are at the head of their profession. A degree of honour beyond my expectation, for drink, to which I was immoderately addicted, and the natural warmth of my passions, prevented me from arriving at any great success in an art which requires as much coolness as the most austere school of philosophy. Mr. Watson, with whom I now lived in the closest amity, had unluckily the former failing to a very great excess, so that instead of making a fortune by his profession, as some others did, he was alternately rich and poor, and was often obliged to surrender to his cooler friends, over a bottle which they never tasted, that plunder that he had taken from culls at the public table. However, we both made a shift to pick up an uncomfortable livelihood, and for 2 years I continued of the calling, during which time I tasted all the varieties of fortune, sometimes flourishing in affluence, and at others being obliged to struggle with almost incredible difficulties. Today wallowing in luxury, and tomorrow reduced to the coarsest and most homely fare, my fine clothes being often on my back in the evening and at the pawn-shop the next morning. One night, as I was returning penniless from the gaming table, I observed a very great disturbance, and a large mob gathered together in the street. As I was in no danger from pickpockets, I ventured into the crowd, where, upon inquiry, I found that a man had been robbed and very ill used by some ruffians. The wounded man appeared very bloody, and seemed scarce able to support himself on his legs. As I had not therefore been deprived of my humanity by my present life and conversation, though they had left me very little of either honesty or shame, I immediately offered my assistance to the unhappy person, who thankfully accepted it, and putting himself under my conduct, begged me to convey him to some tavern where he might send for a surgeon, being, as he said, faint with loss of blood. He seemed indeed highly pleased at finding one who appeared in the dress of a gentleman, for as to all the rest of the company present, their outside was such that he could not wisely place any confidence in them. I took the poor man by the arm and led him to the tavern where we kept our rendezvous, as it happened to be the nearest at hand. A surgeon, happening luckily to be in the house, immediately attended, and applied himself to dressing his wounds, which I had the pleasure to hear were not likely to be mortal. The surgeon, having very expeditiously and dexterously finished his business, began to inquire in what part of the town the wounded man lodged, who answered that he was come to town that very morning, that his horse was at an inn in Piccadilly, and that he had no other lodging, and very little or no acquaintance in town. This surgeon, whose name I have forgot, though I remember it began with an R, had the first character in his profession, and was sergeant surgeon to the king. He had, moreover, many good qualities, and was a very generous, good-natured man, and ready to do any service to his fellow creatures. He offered his patient the use of his chariot to carry him to his inn, and at the same time whispered in his ear that if he wanted any money he would furnish him. The poor man was not now capable of returning thanks for this generous offer, for having had his eyes for some time steadfastly on me, he threw himself back in his chair, crying, "Oh, my son, and then fainted away. Many of the people present imagined this accident had happened through his loss of blood, but I, who at the same time began to recollect the features of my father, was now confirmed in my suspicion, and satisfied that it was he himself who appeared before me. I presently ran to him, raised him in my arms, and kissed his cold lips with the utmost eagerness. Here I must draw a curtain over a scene which I cannot describe, for though I did not lose my being, as my father for a while did, my senses were, however, so overpowered with affright and surprise that I am a stranger to what passed during some minutes, and indeed till my father had again recovered from his swoon, and I found myself in his arms, both tenderly embracing each other, while the tears trickled apace down the cheeks of each of us. Most of those present seemed affected by this scene, which we, who might be considered as the actors in it, were desirous of removing from the eyes of all spectators as fast as we could. My father therefore accepted the kind offer of the surgeon's chariot, and I attended him in it to his inn. When we were alone together, he gently upbraided me with having neglected to write to him during so long a time, so desperate an act, and to prevent, as far as I was able, his pursuing such wicked intentions for the future. I was no sooner admitted into his chamber than we both instantly knew each other, for who should this person be but my good friend Mr. Watson? Here I will not trouble you with what passed at our first interview, for I would avoid prolixity as much as possible. "Pray let us hear all," cries Partridge. "I want mightily to know what brought him to Bath." "You shall hear everything material," answered the stranger, and then proceeded to relate what we shall proceed to write, after we have given a short breathing time to both ourselves and the reader. Chapter 14, in which the Man of the Hill concludes his history. Mr. Watson, continued the stranger, very freely acquainted me that the unhappy situation of his circumstance, occasioned by a tide of ill luck, had in a manner forced him to a resolution of destroying himself. I now began to argue very seriously with him in opposition to this heathenish, or indeed diabolical, principle of the lawfulness of self-murder, and said everything which occurred to me on the subject. But, to my great concern, it seemed to have very little effect on him. He seemed not at all to repent of what he had done, and gave me reason to fear he would soon make a second attempt of the like horrible kind. When I had finished my discourse, instead of endeavouring to answer my arguments, he looked me steadfastly in the face, and with a smile said, "You are strangely altered, my good friend, since I remember you. I question whether any of our bishops could make a better argument against suicide than you have entertained me with. But unless you can find somebody who will lend me a cool 100, I must either hang or drown or starve, and in my opinion the last death is the most terrible of the three." I answered him very gravely that I was indeed altered since I had seen him last, that I had found leisure to look into my follies and to repent of them. I then advised him to pursue the same steps, and at last concluded with an assurance that I myself would lend him £100 if it would be of any service to his affairs, and he would not put it into the power of a die to deprive him of it. Mr. Watson, who seemed almost composed in slumber by the former part of my discourse, was roused by the latter. He seized my hand eagerly, gave me 1,000 thanks, and declared I was a friend indeed, adding that he hoped I had a better opinion of him than to imagine he had profited so little by experience as to put any confidence in those damned dice which had so often deceived him. "No, no," cries he, "let me but once handsomely be set up again, and if ever fortune makes a broken merchant of me afterwards, I will forgive her." I very well understood the language of setting up and broken merchant. I therefore said to him with a very grave face, "Mr. Watson, you must endeavour to find out some business or employment by which you may procure yourself a livelihood, and I promise you, could I see any probability of being repaid hereafter, I would advance a much larger sum than what you have mentioned, to equip you in any fair and honourable calling. But as to gaming, besides the baseness and wickedness of making it a profession, you are really, to my own knowledge, unfit for it, and it will end in your certain ruin." "Why now, that's strange," answered he. "Neither you nor any of my friends would ever allow me to know anything of the matter, and yet I believe I am as good a hand at every game as any of you all, and I heartily wish I was to play with you only for your whole fortune. I should desire no better sport, and I would let you name your game into the bargain. But come, my dear boy, have you the 100 in your pocket?" I answered I had only a bill for £50, which I delivered him, and promised him to bring the rest next morning, and after giving him a little more advice, took my leave. I was indeed better than my word, for I returned to him that very afternoon. When I entered the room, I found him sitting up in his bed at cards with a notorious gamester. This sight, you will imagine, shocked me not a little, to which I may add the mortification of seeing my bill delivered by him to his antagonist, and 30 guineas only given in exchange for it. The other gamester presently quitted the room, and then Watson declared he was ashamed to see me. "But," says he, "I find luck run so damnably against me that I will resolve to leave off play for ever. I have thought of the kind proposal you made me ever since, and I promise you there shall be no fault in me if I do not put it in execution." Though I had no great faith in his promises, I produced him the remainder of the 100 in consequence of my own, for which he gave me a note, which was all I ever expected to see in return for my money. We were prevented from any further discourse at present by the arrival of the apothecary, who, with much joy in his countenance, and without even asking his patient how he did, proclaimed there was great news arrived in a letter to himself, which he said would shortly be public. That the Duke of Monmouth was landed in the west with a vast army of Dutch, and that another vast fleet hovered over the coast of Norfolk, and was to make a descent there, in order to favour the Duke's enterprise with a diversion on that side. This apothecary was one of the greatest politicians of his time. He was more delighted with the most paltry packet than with the best patient, and the highest joy he was capable of he received from having a piece of news in his possession an hour or two sooner than any other person in the town. His advices, however, were seldom authentic, for he would swallow almost anything as a truth, a humour which many made use of to impose upon him. Thus it happened with what he at present communicated, for it was known within a short time afterwards that the Duke was really landed, but that his army consisted only of a few attendants, and as to the diversion in Norfolk, it was entirely false. The apothecary stayed no longer in the room than while he acquainted us with his news, and then, without saying a syllable to his patient on any other subject, departed to spread his advices all over the town. Events of this nature in the public are generally apt to eclipse all private concerns. Our discourse, therefore, now became entirely political. For my own part, I had been for some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed under a popish prince, and thought the apprehension of it alone sufficient to justify that insurrection, for no real security can ever be found against the persecuting spirit of popery when armed with power, except the depriving it of that power, as woeful experience presently showed. You know how King James behaved after getting the better of this attempt, how little he valued either his royal word or coronation oath, or the liberties and rights of his people. But all had not the sense to foresee this at first, and therefore the Duke of Monmouth was weakly supported, yet all could feel when the evil came upon them, and therefore all united at last to drive out that king, against whose exclusion a great party amongst us had so warmly contended during the reign of his brother, and for whom they now fought with such zeal and affection. What you say, interrupted Jones, is very true, and it has often struck me as the most wonderful thing I ever read of in history, that so soon after this convincing experience, which brought our whole nation to join so unanimously in expelling King James for the preservation of our religion and liberties, there should be a party among us mad enough to desire the placing his family again on the throne. You are not in earnest, answered the old man. There can be no such party. As bad an opinion as I have of mankind, I cannot believe them infatuated to such a degree. There may be some hot-headed papists led by their priests to engage in this desperate cause, and I think it a holy war, but that Protestants, that are members of the Church of England, should be such apostates, such fellows to say, I cannot believe it. No, no, young man, unacquainted as I am with what has passed in the world for these last 30 years, I cannot be so imposed upon as to credit so foolish a tale, but I see you have a mind to sport with my ignorance. Can it be possible, replied Jones, that you have lived so much out of the world as not to know that during that time there have been 2 rebellions in favour of the son of King James, one of which is now actually raging in the very heart of the kingdom? At these words the old gentleman started up, and in a most solemn tone of voice conjured Jones by his Maker to tell him if what he said was really true, which the other, as solemnly affirming, he walked several turns about the room in a profound silence, then cried, then laughed, and at last fell down on his knees, and blessed God in a loud thanksgiving prayer for having delivered him from all society with human nature which could be capable of such monstrous extravagances. After which, being reminded by Jones that he had broke off his story, he resumed it again in this manner. As mankind in the days I was speaking of was not yet arrived at that pitch of madness which I find they are capable of now, and which, to be sure, I have only escaped by living alone and at a distance from the contagion, there was a considerable rising in favour of Monmouth, and my principles strongly inclining me to take the same part, I determined to join him, and Mr. Watson, from different motives, concurring in the same resolution, for the spirit of a gamester will carry a man as far upon such an occasion as the spirit of patriotism, we soon provided ourselves with all necessaries, and went to the Duke at Bridgewater. The unfortunate event of this enterprise you are, I conclude, as well acquainted with as myself. I escaped, together with Mr. Watson, from the battle at Sedgemoor, in which action I received a slight wound. We rode near 40 miles together on the Exeter road, and then, abandoning our horses, scrambled as well as we could through the fields and by-roads, till we arrived at a little wild hut on a common, where a poor old woman took all the care of us she could, and dressed my wound with salve, which quickly healed it. "Pray, sir, where was the wound?" says Partridge. The stranger satisfied him it was in his arm, and then continued his narrative. "Yes, sir," said he, "Mr. Watson left me the next morning, in order, as he pretended, to get us some provision from the town of Columpton. But can I relate it, or can you believe it? This Mr. Watson, this friend, this base, barbarous, treacherous villain, betrayed me to a party of horse belonging to King James, and at his return delivered me into their hands. The soldiers, being 6 in number, had now seized me, and were conducting me to Taunton jail, but neither my present situation, nor the apprehensions of what might happen to me, were half so irksome to my mind as the company of my false friend, who, having surrendered himself, was likewise considered as a prisoner, though he was better treated, as being to make his peace at my expense. He at first endeavoured to excuse his treachery, but when he received nothing but scorn and upbraiding from me, he soon changed his note, abused me as the most atrocious and malicious rebel, and laid all his own guilt to my charge, who, as he declared, had solicited and even threatened him to make him take up arms against his gracious as well as lawful sovereign. This false evidence, for in reality he had been much the forwarder of the two, stung me to the quick, and raised an indignation scarce conceivable by those who have not felt it. However, fortune at length took pity on me, for as we were got a little beyond Wellington, in a narrow lane, my guards received a false alarm that near 50 of the enemy were at hand, upon which they shifted for themselves, and left me and my betrayer to do the same. That villain immediately ran from me, and I am glad he did, or I should have certainly endeavoured, though I had no arms, to have executed vengeance on his baseness. I was now once more at liberty, and immediately withdrawing from the highway into the fields, I travelled on, scarce knowing which way I went, and making it my chief care to avoid all public roads and all towns, nay, even the most homely houses, for I imagined every human creature whom I saw desirous of betraying me. At last, after rambling several days about the country, during which the fields afforded me the same bed and the same food which nature bestows on our savage brothers of the creation, I at length arrived at this place, where the solitude and wildness of the country invited me to fix my abode. The first person with whom I took up my habitation was the mother of this old woman, with whom I remained concealed till the news of the glorious Revolution put an end to all my apprehensions of danger, and gave me an opportunity of once more visiting my own home, and of inquiring a little into my affairs, which I soon settled as agreeably to my brother as to myself, having resigned everything to him, for which he paid me the sum of £1,000, and settled on me an annuity for life. His behaviour in this last instance, as in all others, was selfish and ungenerous. I could not look on him as my friend, nor indeed did he desire that I should. So I presently took my leave of him, as well as of my other acquaintance, and from that day to this my history is little better than a blank. "And is it possible, sir," said Jones, "that you can have resided here from that day to this?" "Oh, no, sir," answered the gentleman. "I have been a great traveller, and there are few parts of Europe with which I am not acquainted." "I have not, sir," cried Jones, "the assurance to ask it of you now. Indeed, it would be cruel, after so much breath as you have already spent. But you will give me leave to wish for some further opportunity of hearing the excellent observations which a man of your sense and knowledge of the world must have made in so long a course of travels." "Indeed, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "I will endeavour to satisfy your curiosity on this head likewise, as far as I am able." Jones attempted fresh apologies, but was prevented, and while he and Partridge sat with greedy and impatient ears, the stranger proceeded, as in the next chapter. Note: the rest of this paragraph and the 2 following paragraphs in the first edition were as follows. For my own part, I had been some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed, that nothing but the immediate interposition of Providence seemed capable of preserving it, for King James had indeed declared war against the Protestant cause. He had brought known papists into the army, and attempted to bring them into the church and into the university. Popish priests, Book 9, chapters 1 to 4, containing 12 hours. Chapter 1. Of those who lawfully may, and of those who may not, write such histories as this. Among other good uses for which I have thought proper to institute these several introductory chapters, I have considered them as a kind of mark or stamp, which may hereafter enable a very indifferent reader to distinguish what is true and genuine in this historic kind of writing from what is false and counterfeit. Indeed, it seems likely that some such mark may shortly become necessary, since the favourable reception which 2 or 3 authors have lately procured for their works of this nature from the public will probably serve as an encouragement to many others to undertake the like. Thus a swarm of foolish novels and monstrous romances will be produced, either to the great impoverishing of booksellers or to the great loss of time and deprivation of morals in the reader, nay, often to the spreading of scandal and calumny, and to the prejudice of the characters of many worthy and honest people. I question not but the ingenious author of The Spectator was principally induced to prefix Greek and Latin mottos to every paper, from the same consideration of guarding against the pursuit of those scribblers, who, having no talents of a writer but what is taught by the writing master, are yet nowise afraid nor ashamed to assume the same titles with the greatest genius than their good brother in the fable was of braying in the lion's skin. By the device, therefore, of his motto, it became impracticable for any man to presume to imitate the spectators without understanding at least one sentence in the learned languages. In the same manner, I have now secured myself from the imitation of those who are utterly incapable of any degree of reflection, and whose learning is not equal to an essay. I would not be here understood to insinuate that the greatest merit of such historical productions can ever lie in these introductory chapters, but in fact those parts which contain mere narrative only afford much more encouragement to the pen of an imitator than those which are composed of observation and reflection. Here I mean such imitators as Rowe was of Shakespeare, or as Horace hints some of the Romans were of Cato, by bare feet and sour faces. To invent good stories, and to tell them well, are possibly very rare talents, and yet I have observed few persons who have scrupled to aim at both. And if we examine the romances and novels with which the world abounds, I think we may fairly conclude that most of the authors would not have attempted to show their teeth, if the expression may be allowed me, in any other way of writing, nor could indeed have strung together a dozen sentences on any other subject whatever. Scribemus indocti doctique passim. Each desperate blockhead dares to write. Verse is the trade of every living wight. Francis. May be more truly said of the historian and biographer than of any other species of writing, for all the arts and sciences, even criticism itself, require some little degree of learning and knowledge. Poetry, indeed, may perhaps be thought an exception, but then it demands numbers, or something like numbers, whereas to the composition of novels and romances nothing is necessary but paper, pens, and ink, with the manual capacity of using them. This, I conceive, their productions show to be the opinion of the authors themselves, and this must be the opinion of their readers, if indeed there be any such. Hence we are to derive that universal contempt which the world, who always dominate the whole of the majority, have cast on all historical writers who do not draw their materials from records. And it is to the apprehension of this contempt that hath made us so cautiously avoid the term romance, a name with which we might otherwise have been well enough contented. Though, as we have good authority for all our characters, no less indeed than the vast authentic Doomsday Book of Nature, as is elsewhere hinted, our labours have sufficient title to the name of history. Certainly they deserve some distinction from those works which one of the wittiest of men regarded only as proceeding from a pruritus, or indeed rather from a looseness of the brain. But besides the dishonour which is thus cast on one of the most useful as well as entertaining of all kinds of writing, there is just reason to apprehend that by encouraging such authors we shall propagate much dishonour of another kind, I mean to the characters of many good and valuable members of society. For the dullest writers, no more than the dullest companions, are always inoffensive. They have both enough of language to be indecent and abusive. And surely, if the opinion just above cited be true, we cannot wonder that works so nastily derived should be nasty themselves, or have a tendency to make others so. To prevent, therefore, for the future, such intemperate abuses of leisure, of letters, and of the liberty of the press, especially as the world seems at present to be more than usually threatened with them, I shall here venture to mention some qualifications, every one of which are in pretty high degree necessary to this order of historians. The first is genius, without a full vein of which no study, says Horace, can avail us. By genius I would understand that power, or rather those powers, of the mind which are capable of penetrating into all things within our reach and knowledge, and of distinguishing their essential differences. These are no other than invention and judgment, and they are both called by the collective name of genius, as they are of those gifts of nature which we bring with us into the world. Concerning each of which many seem to have fallen into very great errors. For by invention, I believe, is generally understood a creative faculty, which would indeed prove most romance writers to have the highest pretensions to it. Whereas by invention is really meant no more, and so the word signifies, than discovery, or finding out, or, to explain it at large, a quick and sagacious penetration into the true essence of all the objects of our contemplation. This, I think, can rarely exist without the concomitancy of judgment, for how we can be said to have discovered the true essence of two things without discerning their difference seems to me hard to conceive. Now this last is the undisputed province of judgment, and yet some few men of wit have agreed with all the dull fellows in the world in representing these two to have been seldom or never the property of one and the same person. But though they should be so, they are not sufficient for our purpose without a good share of learning, for which I could again cite the authority of Horace and of many others, if any was necessary, to prove that tools are of no service to a workman when they are not sharpened by art, or when he wants rules to direct him in his work, or hath no matter to work upon. All these uses are supplied by learning, for nature can only furnish us with capacity, or, as I have chose to illustrate it, with the tools of our profession. Learning must fit them for use, must direct them in it, and lastly must contribute part at least of the materials. A competent knowledge of history and of the belles lettres is here absolutely necessary, and without this share of knowledge at least, to affect the character of an historian is as vain as to endeavour at building a house without timber or mortar, or brick or stone. Homer and Milton, who, though they added the ornament of numbers to their works, were both historians of our order, were masters of all the learning of their times. Again, there is another sort of knowledge beyond the power of learning to bestow, and this is to be had by conversation. So necessary is this to the understanding the characters of men, that none are more ignorant of them than those learned pedants whose lives have been entirely consumed in colleges and among books. For however exquisitely human nature may have been described by writers, the true practical system can be learnt only in the world. Indeed, the like happens in every other kind of knowledge. Neither physic nor law are to be practically known from books. Nay, the farmer, the planter, the gardener must perfect by experience what he hath acquired the rudiments of by reading. How accurately soever the ingenious Mr. Miller may have described the plant, he himself would advise his disciple to see it in the garden. As we must perceive that after the nicest strokes of a Shakespeare or a Johnson, of a Wycherley or an Otway, some touches of nature will escape the reader, which the judicious action of a Garrick, of a Cibber, of a Clive can convey to him, so on the real stage the character shows himself in a stronger and bolder light than he can be described. And if this be the case in those fine and nervous descriptions which great authors themselves have taken from life, how much more strongly will it hold when the writer himself takes his lines not from nature but from books? Such characters are only a faint copy of a copy, and can have neither the justness nor spirit of an original. Now this conversation in our historian must be universal, that is, with all ranks and degrees of men, for the knowledge of what is called high life will not instruct him in low, nor, e converso, will his being acquainted with the inferior part of mankind teach him the manners of the superior. and though it may be thought that the knowledge of either may sufficiently enable him to describe at least that in which he hath been conversant, yet he will even here fall greatly short of perfection, for the follies of either rank do in reality illustrate each other. For instance, the affectation of high life appears more glaring and ridiculous from the simplicity of the low, and again the rudeness and barbarity of this latter strikes with much stronger ideas of absurdity when contrasted with and opposed to the politeness which controls the former. Besides, to say the truth, the manners of our historian will be improved by both these conversations, for in the one he will easily find examples of plainness, honesty, and sincerity, in the other of refinement, elegance, and a liberality of spirit, which last quality I myself have scarce ever seen in men of low birth and education. Nor will all the qualities I have hitherto given my historian avail him, unless he have what is generally meant by a good heart, and be capable of feeling. The author who will make me weep, says Horace, must first weep himself. In reality, no man can paint a distress well which he doth not feel while he is painting it, nor do I doubt but that the most pathetic and affecting scenes have been written with tears. In the same manner it is with the ridiculous. I am convinced I never make my reader laugh heartily but when I have laughed before him, unless it should happen at any time that instead of laughing with me he should be inclined to laugh at me. Perhaps this may have been the case at some passage in this chapter, from which apprehension I will here put an end to it. Chapter 2, containing a very surprising adventure indeed, which Mr. Jones met with in his walk with the man of the hill. Aurora now first opened her casement. Anglice, the day began to break, when Jones walked forth in company with a stranger, and mounted Mazard Hill, of which they had no sooner gained the summit than one of the most noble prospects in the world presented itself to their view, and which we would likewise present to the reader, but for two reasons. First, we despair of making those who have seen this prospect admire our description. Secondly, we very much doubt whether those who have not seen it would understand it. Jones stood for some minutes fixed in one posture, and directing his eyes towards the south, upon which the old gentleman asked what he was looking at with so much attention. Alas, sir, we regard these efforts as insults on our understanding, and to such the pride of man is very difficultly brought to submit. My landlady, though a very good-tempered woman, had, I suppose, some of this pride in her composition, for Jones had scarce ended his request when she fell upon him with a certain weapon, which, though it be neither long, nor sharp, nor hard, nor indeed threatens from its appearance with either death or wound, hath been, however, held in great dread and abhorrence by many wise men, nay, by many brave ones, insomuch that some who have dared to look into the mouth of a loaded cannon have not dared to look into a mouth where this weapon was brandished, and, rather than run the hazard of its execution, have contented themselves with making a most pitiful and sneaking figure in the eyes of all their acquaintance. To confess the truth, I am afraid Mr. Jones was one of these, for though he was attacked and violently belaboured with the aforesaid weapon, he could not be provoked to make any resistance, but in a most cowardly manner applied, with many entreaties, to his antagonist to desist from pursuing her blows. In plain English, he only begged her with the utmost earnestness to hear him. But before he could obtain his request, my landlord himself entered into the fray, and embraced that side of the cause which seemed to stand very little in need of assistance. There are a sort of heroes who are supposed to be determined in their choosing or avoiding a conflict by the character and behaviour of the person whom they are to engage. These are said to know their men, and Jones, I believe, knew his woman, for though he had been so submissive to leave her, he was no sooner attacked by her husband than he demonstrated an immediate spirit of resentment, and enjoined him silence under a very severe penalty, no less than that, I think, of being converted into fuel for his own fire. The husband, with great indignation, but with a mixture of pity, answered, "You must pray first to be made able. I believe I am a better man than yourself. Ay, in every way, that I am," and presently proceeded to discharge half a dozen haws at the lady above stairs, the last of which had scarce issued from his lips when a swingeing blow from the cudgel that Jones carried in his hand assaulted him over the shoulders. It is a question whether the landlord or the landlady was the most expeditious in returning this blow. My landlord, whose hands were empty, fell to with his fist, and the good wife, uplifting her broom and aiming at the head of Jones, had probably put an immediate end to the fray, and to Jones likewise, had not the descent of this broom been prevented, not by the miraculous intervention of any heathen deity, but by a very natural though fortunate accident, viz. By the arrival of Partridge, who entered the house at that instant, for fear had caused him to run every step from the hill, and who, seeing the danger which threatened his master or companion, which you choose to call him, prevented so sad a catastrophe by catching hold of the landlady's arm as it was brandished aloft in the air. The landlady soon perceived the impediment which prevented her blow, and being unable to rescue her arm from the hands of Partridge, she let fall the broom, and then leaving Jones to the discipline of her husband, she fell with the utmost fury on that poor fellow, who had already given some intimation of himself by crying, "Zounds, do you intend to kill my friend?" Partridge, though not much addicted to battle, would not, however, stand still when his friend was attacked, nor was he much displeased with that part of the combat which fell to his share. He therefore returned my landlady's blows as soon as he received them, and now the fight was obstinately maintained on all parts, and it seemed doubtful to which side fortune would incline, when the naked lady, who had listened at the top of the stairs to the dialogue which preceded the engagement, descended suddenly from above, and without weighing the unfair inequality of 2 to 1, fell upon the good woman who was boxing with Partridge. Nor did that great champion desist, but rather redoubled his fury when he found fresh succours were arrived to his assistance. Victory must now have fallen to the side of the travellers, for the bravest troops must yield to numbers, had not Susan, the chambermaid, come luckily to support her mistress. This Susan was as two-handed a wench, according to the phrase, as any in the country, and would, I believe, have beat the famed Thalestris herself, or any of her subject Amazons, for her form was robust and manlike, and every way made for such encounters. As her hands and arms were formed to give blows with great mischief to an enemy, so was her face as well contrived to receive blows without any great injury to herself, her nose being already flat to her face. Her lips were so large that no swelling could be perceived in them, and moreover they were so hard that a fist could hardly make any impression on them. Lastly, her cheekbones stood out as if nature had intended them for 2 bastions to defend. Book 9, chapters 5 to 7. Chapter 5. An apology for all heroes who have good stomachs, with a description of a battle of the amorous kind. Heroes, notwithstanding the high ideas which, by the means of flatterers, they may entertain of themselves, or the world may conceive of them, have certainly more of mortal than divine about them. However elevated their minds may be, their bodies at least, which is much the major part of most, are liable to the worst infirmities, and subject to the vilest offices of human nature. Among these latter the act of eating, which hath by several wise men been considered as extremely mean and derogatory from the philosophic dignity, must be in some measure performed by the greatest prince, hero, or philosopher upon earth. Nay, sometimes nature hath been so frolicsome as to exact of these dignified characters a much more exorbitant share of this office than she has obliged those of the lowest order to perform. To say the truth, as no known inhabitant of this globe is really more than man, so none need be ashamed of submitting to what the necessities of man demand. And when those great personages I have just mentioned condescend to aim at confirming such low offices to themselves, as when, by hoarding or destroying, they seem desirous to prevent any others from eating, then they surely become very low and despicable. Now, after this short preface, we think it no disparagement to our hero to mention the immoderate ardour with which he laid about him at this season. Indeed, it may be doubted whether Ulysses, who, by the way, seems to have had the best stomach of all the heroes in that eating poem of the Odyssey, ever made a better meal. 3 pounds at least of that flesh which formerly had contributed to the composition of an ox was now honoured with becoming part of the individual Mr. Jones. This particular we thought ourselves obliged to mention, as it may account for our hero's temporary neglect of his fair companion, who ate but very little, and was indeed employed in considerations of a very different nature, which passed unobserved by Jones, till he had entirely satisfied that appetite which a fast of 24 hours had procured him. But his dinner was no sooner ended than his attention to other matters revived. With these matters, therefore, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader. Mr. Jones, of whose personal accomplishments we have hitherto said very little, was in reality one of the handsomest young fellows in the world. His face, besides being the picture of health, had in it the most apparent marks of sweetness and good nature. These qualities were indeed so characteristical in his countenance that, while the spirit and sensibility in his eyes, though they must have been perceived by an accurate observer, might have escaped the notice of the less discerning, so strongly was this good nature painted in his look that it was remarked by almost every one who saw him. It was perhaps as much owing to this as to a very fine complexion that his face had a delicacy in it almost inexpressible, and which might have given him an air rather too effeminate, had it not been joined to a most masculine person and mien, which latter had as much in them of the Hercules as the former had of the Adonis. He was, besides, active, genteel, gay, and good-humoured, and had a flow of animal spirits which enlivened every conversation where he was present. When the reader hath duly reflected on these many charms which all centred in our hero, and considers at the same time the fresh obligations which Mrs. Waters had to him, it will be a mark more of prudery than candour to entertain a bad opinion of her because she conceived a very good opinion of him. But whatever censure may be passed upon her, it is my business to relate matters of fact with veracity. Mrs. Waters had, in truth, not only a good opinion of our hero, but a very great affection for him. To speak out boldly at once, she was in love, according to the present universally received sense of that phrase, by which love is applied indiscriminately to the desirable objects of all our passions, appetites, and senses, and is understood to be that preference which we give to one kind of food rather than to another. But though the love to these several objects may possibly be one and the same in all cases, its operations, however, must be allowed to be different. For, how much soever we may be in love with an excellent sirloin of beef or bottle of Burgundy, with a damask rose or Cremone fiddle, yet do we never smile, nor ogle, nor dress, nor flatter, nor endeavour by any arts or tricks to gain the affection of the said beef, etc. Sigh, indeed, we sometimes may, but it is generally in the absence, not in the presence of the beloved object. For otherwise we might possibly complain of their ingratitude and deafness, with the same reason as Pasiphae doth of her bull, whom she endeavoured to engage by all the coquetry practised with good success in the drawing-room on the much more sensible as well as tender hearts of the fine gentlemen there. The contrary happens in that love which operates between persons of the same species but of different sexes. Here we are no sooner in love than it becomes our principal care to engage the affection of the object beloved. For what other purpose, indeed, are our youth instructed in all the arts of rendering themselves agreeable? If it was not with a view to this love, I question whether any of those trades which deal in setting off and adorning the human person would procure a livelihood. Nay, those great polishers of our manners, who are by some thought to teach what principally distinguishes us from the brute creation, even dancing masters themselves, might possibly find no place in society. In short, all the graces which young ladies and young gentlemen too learn from others, and the many improvements which, by the help of a looking-glass, they add to their own, are in reality those very spicula et facies amoris so often mentioned by Ovid, or, as they are sometimes called in our own language, the whole artillery of love. Now, Mrs. Waters and our hero had no sooner sat down together than the former began to play this artillery upon the latter. But here, as we are about to attempt a description hitherto unassayed either in prose or verse, we think proper to invoke the assistance of certain aerial beings, who will, we doubt not, come kindly to our aid on this occasion. Say then, ye graces, you that inhabit the heavenly mansions of Seraphina's countenance, for you are truly divine, are always in her presence, and well know all the arts of charming. Say, what were the weapons now used to captivate the heart of Mr. Jones? First, from two lovely blue eyes, whose bright orbs flashed lightning at their discharge, flew forth two pointed ogles, but, happily for our hero, hit only a vast piece of beef which he was then conveying into his plate, and harmless spent their force. The fair warrior perceived their miscarriage, and immediately from her fair bosom drew forth a deadly sigh. A sigh which none could have heard unmoved, and which was sufficient at once to have swept off a dozen beaux, so soft, so sweet, so tender, that the insinuating air must have found its subtle way to the heart of our hero, had it not luckily been driven from his ears by the coarse bubbling of some bottled ale, which at that time he was pouring forth. Many other weapons did she essay, but the god of eating, if there be any such deity, for I do not confidently assert it, preserved his votary. Or perhaps it may not be dignus vindice nodus, and the present security of Jones may be accounted for by natural means, for as love frequently preserves from the attacks of hunger, so may hunger, possibly, in some cases, defend us against love. The fair one, enraged at her frequent disappointments, determined on a short cessation of arms, which interval she employed in making ready every engine of amorous warfare for the renewing of the attack when dinner should be over. No sooner, then, was the cloth removed than she again began her operations. First, having planted her right eye sidewise against Mr. Jones, she shot from its corner a most penetrating glance, which, though great part of its force was spent before it reached our hero, did not vent itself absolutely without effect. Thus the fair one, perceiving, hastily withdrew her eyes, and levelled them downwards, as if she was concerned for what she had done, though by this means she designed only to draw him from his guard, and indeed to open his eyes, through which she intended to surprise his heart. And now, gently lifting up those two bright orbs which had already begun to make an impression on poor Jones, she discharged a volley of small charms at once from her whole countenance in a smile, not a smile of mirth, not of joy, but a smile of affection, which most ladies have always ready at their command, and which serves them to show at once their good humour, their pretty dimples, and their white teeth. This smile our hero received full in his eye, and was immediately staggered with its force. He then began to see the designs of the enemy, and indeed to feel their success. A parley now was set on foot between the parties, during which the artful fair so slyly and imperceptibly carried on her attack that she had almost subdued the heart of our hero before she again repaired to acts of hostility. To confess the truth, I am afraid Mr. Jones maintained a kind of Dutch defence, and treacherously delivered up the garrison, without duly weighing his allegiance to the fair Sophia. In short, no sooner had the amorous parley ended, and the lady had unmasked the royal battery by carelessly letting her handkerchief drop from her neck, than the heart of Mr. Jones was entirely taken, and the fair conqueror enjoyed the usual fruits of her victory. Here the Graces think proper to end their description, and here we think proper to end the chapter. Chapter 6. A friendly conversation in the kitchen, which had a very common, though not very friendly, conclusion. While our lovers were entertaining themselves in the manner which is partly described in the foregoing chapter, they were likewise furnishing out an entertainment for their good friends in the kitchen, and this in a double sense, by affording them matter for their conversation, and at the same time drink to enliven their spirits. They were now assembled round the kitchen fire, besides my landlord and landlady, who occasionally went backwards and forward, Mr. Partridge, the sergeant, and the coachman who drove the young lady and her maid. Partridge, having acquainted the company with what he had learnt from the man of the hill concerning the situation in which Mrs. Waters had been found by Jones, the sergeant proceeded to that part of her history which was known to him. He said she was the wife of Mr. Waters, who was a captain in their regiment, and had often been with him at quarters. Some folks, said he, used indeed to doubt whether they were lawfully married in a church or no, but for my part, that's no business of mine. I must own, if I was put to my corporal oath, I believe she is little better than one of us, and I fancy the captain may go to heaven when the sun shines upon a rainy day. But if he does, that is neither here nor there, for he won't want company. And the lady, to give the devil his due, is a very good sort of lady, and loves the cloth, and is always desirous to do strict justice to it, for she hath begged off many a poor soldier, and by her good will would never have any of them punished. But yet, to be sure, Ensign Northerton and she were very well acquainted together at our last quarters. That is the very right and truth of the matter. But the captain, he knows nothing about it, and as long as there is enough for him too, what does it signify? He loves her not a bit the worse, and I am certain would run any man through the body that was to abuse her. Therefore I won't abuse her, for my part. I only repeat what other folks say, and to be certain what everybody says there must be some truth in. Ay, ay, a great deal of truth, I warrant you, cries Partridge. Veritas odium parit. All a parcel of scandalous stuff, answered the mistress of the house. I am sure now she is dressed she looks like a very good sort of lady, and she behaves herself like one, for she gave me a guinea for the use of my clothes. A very good lady indeed, cries the landlord, and if you had not been a little too hasty, you would not have quarrelled with her as you did at first. You need mention that with my truly, answered she. If it had not been for your nonsense, nothing had happened. You must be meddling with what did not belong to you, and throw in your fool's discourse. Well, well, answered he, what's past cannot be mended, so there's an end of the matter. Yes, cries she, for this once, but will it be mended ever the more hereafter? This is not the first time I have suffered for your numbskull's pate. I wish you would always hold your tongue in the house, and meddle only in matters without doors which concern you. Don't you remember what happened about 7 years ago? Nay, my dear, returned he, don't rip up old stories. Come, come, all's well, and I am sorry for what I have done. The landlady was going to reply, but was prevented by the peacemaking sergeant, sorely to the displeasure of Partridge, who was a great lover of what is called fun, and a great promoter of those harmless quarrels which tend rather to the production of comical than tragical incidents. The sergeant asked Partridge whither he and his master were travelling. None of your magisters, answered Partridge. I am no man's servant, I assure you, for though I have had misfortune in the world, I write gentleman after my name, and, as poor and simple as I may appear now, I have taught grammar school in my time, said hey me, non sum quod fui. No offence, I hope, sir, said the sergeant. Where then, if I may venture to be so bold, may you and your friend be travelling? You have now denominated us right, says Partridge. Amici sumus. And I promise you my friend is one of the greatest gentlemen in the kingdom. At which words both landlord and lady pricked up their ears. He is the heir of Squire Allworthy. What, the squire that doth so much good all over the country, cries my landlady. Even he, answered Partridge. Then I warrant, says she, he'll have a swinging great estate hereafter. Most certainly, answered Partridge. Well, replied the landlady, I thought the first moment I saw him he looked like a good sort of gentleman, but my husband here, to be sure, is wiser than anybody. I own, my dear, cries he, it was a mistake. A mistake indeed, answered she, but when did you ever know me to make such mistakes? But how comes it, sir, cries the landlord, that such a great gentleman walks about the country afoot? I don't know, returned Partridge. Great gentlemen have humours sometimes. He hath now a dozen horses and servants at Gloucester, but nothing would serve him but last night, it being very hot weather, he must cool himself with a walk to yon high hill, whither I likewise walked with him to bear him company. But if ever you catch me there again, for I was never so frightened in all my life, we met with the strangest man there. I'll be hanged, cries the landlord, if it was not the man of the hill, as they call him, if indeed he be a man. But I know several people who believe it is the devil that lives there. Nay, nay, like enough, says Partridge, and now you put me in the head of it, I verily and sincerely believe it was the devil, though I could not perceive his cloven foot. but perhaps he might have the power given him to hide that, since evil spirits can appear in what shapes they please. And pray, sir, says the sergeant, no offence, I hope, but pray, what sort of a gentleman is the devil? For I have heard some of our officers say there is no such person, and that it is only a trick of the parsons to prevent their being broke. For if it was publicly known that there was no devil, the parsons would be of no more use than we are in time of peace. Those officers, said Partridge, are very great scholars, I suppose. Not so much of scholars neither, answered the sergeant. They have not half your learning, sir, I believe. And to be sure, I thought there must be a devil, notwithstanding what they said, though one of them was a captain. For methought, thinks I to myself, if there be no devil, how can wicked people be sent to him? And I have read all that upon a book. Some of your officers, quoth the landlord, will find there is a devil, to their shame, I believe. I don't question but he'll pay off some old scores upon my account. Here was one quartered upon me half a year, who had the conscience to take up one of my best beds, though he hardly spent a shilling a day in the house, and suffered his men to roast cabbage at the kitchen fire, because I would not give them a dinner on a Sunday. Every good Christian must desire there should be a devil for the punishment of such wretches. Harkee, landlord, said the sergeant, don't abuse the cloth, for I won't take it. Damn the cloth, answered the landlord, I have suffered enough by them. Bear witness, gentlemen, says the sergeant, he curses the king, and that's high treason. I curse the king? You villain, said the landlord. Yes, you did, cried the sergeant. You cursed the cloth, and that's cursing the king. It's all one and the same, for every man who curses the cloth would curse the king if he durst, so for matter of that, it's all one and the same thing. Excuse me there, Mr. Sergeant, quoth Partridge, that's a non sequitur. None of your outlandish lingo, answered the sergeant, leaping from his seat. I will not sit still and hear the cloth abused. You mistake me, friend, cries Partridge. I did not mean to abuse the cloth. I only said your conclusion was a non sequitur. You are another, cries the sergeant, and you come to that, no more a sequitur than yourself. You are a pack of rascals, and I'll prove it, for I will fight the best man of you all for £20. This challenge effectually silenced Partridge, whose stomach for drubbing did not so soon return after the hearty meal which he had lately been treated with. But the coachman, whose bones were less sore, and whose appetite for fighting was somewhat sharper, did not so easily brook the affront, of which he conceived some part at least fell to his share. He started therefore from his seat, and advancing to the sergeant, swore he looked on himself to be as good a man as any in the army, and offered to box for a guinea. The military man accepted the combat, but refused the wager, upon which both immediately stripped and engaged, till the driver of horses was so well mauled by the leader of men that he was obliged to exhaust his small remainder of breath in begging for quarter. The young lady was now desirous to depart, and had given orders for her coach to be prepared, but all in vain, for the coachman was disabled for performing his office for that evening. An ancient heathen would perhaps have imputed this disability to the god of drink, no less than to the god of war, for in reality both the combatants had sacrificed as well to the former deity as to the latter. To speak plainly, they were both dead drunk, nor was Partridge in a much better situation. As for my landlord, drinking was his trade, and the liquor had no more effect on him than it had on any other vessel in his house. The mistress of the inn, being summoned to attend Mr. Jones and his companion at their tea, gave a full relation of the latter part of the foregoing scene, and at the same time expressed great concern for the young lady, who, she said, was under the utmost uneasiness at being prevented from pursuing her journey. She is a sweet, pretty creature, added she, and I am certain I have seen her face before. I fancy she is in love, and running away from her friends. Who knows but some young gentleman or other may be expecting her, with a heart as heavy as her own. Jones fetched a heavy sigh at those words, of which, though Mrs. Waters observed it, she took no notice while the landlady continued in the room, but after the departure of that good woman she could not forbear giving our hero certain hints on her suspecting some very dangerous rival in his affections. The awkward behaviour of Mr. Jones on this occasion convinced her of the truth, without his giving her a direct answer to any of her questions, but she was not nice enough in her amours to be greatly concerned at the discovery. The beauty of Jones highly charmed her eye, but as she could not see his heart, she gave herself no concern about it. She could feast heartily at the table of love, without reflecting that some other already had been, or hereafter might be, feasted with the same repast. A sentiment which, if it deals but little in refinement, deals, however, much in substance, and is less capricious, and perhaps less ill-natured and selfish, than the desires of those females who can be contented enough to abstain from the possession of their lovers, provided they are sufficiently satisfied that no one else possesses them. Chapter 7. Concerning a fuller account of Mrs. Waters, and by what means she came into that distressful situation from which she was rescued by Jones. Though nature hath by no means mixed up an equal share either of curiosity or vanity in every human composition, there is perhaps no individual to whom she hath not allotted such a proportion of both as requires much arts and pains to subdue and keep under. A conquest, however, absolutely necessary to every one who would in any degree deserve the characters of wisdom or good breeding. As Jones, therefore, might very justly be called a well-bred man, he had stifled all that curiosity which the extraordinary manner in which he had found Mrs. Waters must be supposed to have occasioned. He had, indeed, at first thrown out some few hints to the lady, but when he perceived her industriously avoiding any explanation, he was contented to remain in ignorance, the rather as he was not without suspicion that there were some circumstances which must have raised her blushes had she related the whole truth. Now, since it is possible that some of our readers may not so easily acquiesce under the same ignorance, and as we are very desirous to satisfy them all, we have taken uncommon pains to inform ourselves of the real fact, with the relation of which we shall conclude this book. This lady, then, had lived some years with one Captain Waters, who was a captain in the same regiment to which Mr. Northerton belonged. She passed for that gentleman's wife, and went by his name, and yet, as the sergeant said, there were some doubts concerning the reality of their marriage, which we shall not at present take upon us to resolve. Mrs. Waters, I am sorry to say, had for some time contracted an intimacy with the above-mentioned ensign, which did no great credit to her reputation. That she had a remarkable fondness for that young fellow is most certain, but whether she indulged this to any very criminal length is not so extremely clear, unless we will suppose that women never grant every favour to a man but one, without granting him that one also. The division in the regiment to which Captain Waters belonged had 2 days preceded the march of that company to which Mr. Northerton was the ensign, so that the former had reached Worcester the very day after the unfortunate re-encounter between Jones and Northerton, which we have before recorded. Now, it had been agreed between Mrs. Waters and the captain that she would accompany him in his march as far as Worcester, where they were to take their leave of each other, and she was thence to return to Bath, where she was to stay till the end of the winter's campaign against the rebels. With this agreement Mr. Northerton was made acquainted. To say the truth, the lady had made him an assignation at this very place, and promised to stay at Worcester till his division came thither, with what view and for what purpose must be left to the reader's divination, for though we are obliged to relate facts, we are not obliged to do a violence to our nature by any comments to the disadvantage of the loveliest part of the creation. Northerton no sooner obtained a release from his captivity, as we have seen, than he hastened away to overtake Mrs. Waters, which, as he was a very active, nimble fellow, he did at the last-mentioned city, some few hours after Captain Waters had left her. At his first arrival he made no scruple of acquainting her with the unfortunate accident, which he made appear very unfortunate 1 to 5, in which the history goes forward about 12 hours. Chapter 1. Containing instructions very necessary to be perused by modern critics. Reader, it is impossible we should know what sort of person thou wilt be, for perhaps thou mayst be as learned in human nature as Shakespeare himself was, and perhaps thou mayst be no wiser than some of his editors. Now, lest this latter should be the case, we think proper, before we go any farther together, to give thee a few wholesome admonitions, that thou mayest not as grossly misunderstand and misrepresent us as some of the said editors have misunderstood and misrepresented their author. Firstly, then, we warn thee not too hastily to condemn any of the incidents in this our history as impertinent and foreign to our main design, because thou dost not immediately conceive in what manner such incident may conduce to that design. This work may indeed be considered as a great creation of our own, and for a little reptile of a critic to presume to find fault with any of its parts without knowing the manner in which the whole is connected, and before he comes to the final catastrophe, is a most presumptuous absurdity. The allusion and metaphor we have here made use of, we must acknowledge to be infinitely too great for our occasion, but there is indeed no other which is at all adequate to express the difference between an author of the first rate and a critic of the lowest. Another caution we would give thee, my good reptile, is that thou dost not find out too near a resemblance between certain characters here introduced, as, for instance, between the landlady who appears in the 7th book and her in the 9th. Thou art to know, friend, that there are certain characteristics in which most individuals of every profession and occupation agree. To be able to preserve these characteristics, and at the same time to diversify their operation, is one talent of a good writer. Again, to mark the nice distinction between two persons actuated by the same vice or folly is another. And as this last talent is found in very few writers, so is the true discernment of it found in as few readers, though I believe the observation of this forms a very principal pleasure in those who are capable of the discovery. Every person, for instance, can distinguish between Sir Epicure Mammon and Sir Fopling Flutter, but to note the difference between Sir Fopling Flutter and Sir Courtly Nice requires a more exquisite judgment, for want of which vulgar spectators of plays very often do great injustice in the theatre, where I have sometimes known a poet in danger of being convicted as a thief, upon much worse evidence than the resemblance of hands hath been held to be in the law. In reality, I apprehend every amorous widow on the stage would run the hazard of being condemned as a servile imitation of Dido, but that happily very few of our playhouse critics understand enough of Latin to read Virgil. In the next place, we must admonish thee, my worthy friend, for perhaps thy heart may be better than thy head, not to condemn a character as a bad one because it is not perfectly a good one. If thou dost delight in these models of perfection, there are books enough written to gratify thy taste, but as we have not, in the course of our conversation, ever happened to meet with any such person, we have not chosen to introduce any such here. To say the truth, I a little question whether mere man ever arrived at this consummate degree of excellence, as well as whether there hath ever existed a monster bad enough to verify that nulla virtute redemptum a vitis, whose vices are not allayed with a single virtue, in Juvenal. Nor do I indeed conceive the good purposes served by inserting characters of such angelic perfection, or such diabolical depravity, in any work of invention, since, from contemplating either, the mind of man is more likely to be overwhelmed with sorrow and shame than to draw any good uses from such patterns. For, in the former instance, he may be both concerned and ashamed to see a pattern of excellence in his nature, which he may reasonably despair of ever arriving at, and in contemplating the latter, he may be no less affected with those uneasy sensations at seeing the nature of which he is a partaker degraded into so odious and detestable a creature. In fact, if there be enough of goodness in a character to engage the admiration and affection of a well-disposed mind, though there should appear some of those little blemishes quas humana parum cavit natura, they will raise our compassion rather than our abhorrence. Indeed, nothing can be of more moral use than the imperfections which are seen in examples of this kind, since such form a kind of surprise, more apt to affect and dwell upon our minds than the faults of very vicious and wicked persons. The foibles and vices of men, in whom there is great mixture of good, become more glaring objects from the virtue which contrast them and show their deformity, And when we find such vices attended with their evil consequence to our favourite characters, we are not only taught to shun them for our own sake, but to hate them for the mischief they have already brought on those we love. And now, my friend, having given you these few admonitions, we will, if you please, once more set forward with our history. Chapter 2, containing the arrival of an Irish gentleman, with very extraordinary adventures which ensued at the inn. Now the little trembling hare, which the dread of all her numerous enemies, and chiefly of that cunning, cruel, carnivorous animal man, had confined all day to her lurking-place, sports wantonly o'er the lawns. Now on some hollow tree the owl, shrill chorister of the night, hoots forth notes which might charm the ears of some modern connoisseurs in music. Now, in the imagination of the half-drunk clown, as he staggers through the churchyard, or rather charnel yard, to his home, fear paints the bloody hobgoblin. Now thieves and ruffians are awake, and honest watchmen fast asleep. In plain English, it was now midnight, and the company at the inn, as well as those who have been already mentioned in this history, as some others who arrived in the evening, were all in bed. Only Susan chambermaid was now stirring, she being obliged to wash the kitchen before she retired to the arms of the fond expecting hostler. In this posture were affairs at the inn, when a gentleman arrived there post. He immediately alighted from his horse, and coming up to Susan, enquired of her, in a very abrupt and confused manner, being almost out of breath with eagerness, whether there was any lady in the house. The hour of night, and the behaviour of the man, who stared very wildly all the time, a little surprised Susan, so that she hesitated before she made any answer. Upon which the gentleman, with redoubled eagerness, begged her to give him a true information, saying he had lost his wife, and was come in pursuit of her. "Upon my soul," cries he, "I have been near catching her already in 2 or 3 places, if I had not found her gone just as I came up with her. If she be in the house, do carry me up in the dark and show her to me, and if she be gone away before me, do tell me which way I shall go after to meet her, and upon my soul I will make you the richest poor woman in the nation." He then pulled out a handful of guineas, a sight which would have bribed persons of much greater consequence than this poor wench to much worse purposes. Susan, from the account she had received of Mrs. Waters, made not the least doubt but that she was the very identical stray whom the right owner pursued. As she concluded, therefore, with great appearance of reason, that she never could get money in an honester way than by restoring her wife to her husband, she made no scruple of assuring the gentleman that the lady he wanted was then in the house, and was presently afterwards prevailed upon, by very liberal promises and some earnest paid into her hands, to conduct him to the bedchamber of Mrs. Waters. It hath been a custom long established in the polite world, and that upon very solid and substantial reasons, that a husband shall never enter his wife's apartment without first knocking at the door. The many excellent uses of this custom need scarce be hinted to a reader who hath any knowledge of the world, for by this means the lady hath time to adjust herself, or to remove any disagreeable object out of the way, for there are some situations in which nice and delicate women would not be discovered by their husbands. To say the truth, there are several ceremonies instituted among the polished part of mankind, which, though they may, to coarser judgments, appear as matters of mere form, are found to have much of substance in them by the more discerning, and lucky would it have been had the custom above mentioned been observed by our gentleman in the present instance. Knock, indeed, he did at the door, but not with one of those gentle raps which is usual on such occasions. On the contrary, when he found the door locked, he flew at it with such violence that the lock immediately gave way, the door burst open, and he fell headlong into the room. He had no sooner recovered his legs than forth from the bed, upon his legs likewise, appeared, with shame and sorrow we are obliged to proceed, our hero himself, who, with a menacing voice, demanded of the gentleman who he was, and what he meant by daring to burst open his chamber in that outrageous manner. The gentleman at first thought he had committed a mistake, and was going to ask pardon and retreat, when, on a sudden, as the sheep just before I went to bed, and he never refuses to cut it up warm when I desire it. Go, remember there's all sorts of mutton and fowls. Go, open the door with, 'Gentlemen, d'ye call?' and if they say nothing, ask what his honour will be pleased to have for supper. Don't forget his honour. Go, if you don't mind all these matters better, you'll never come to anything." Susan departed, and soon returned with an account that the two gentlemen were got both into the same bed. "Two gentlemen," says the landlady, "in the same bed? That's impossible. They are two arrant scrubs, I'll warrant them, and I believe young Squire Allworthy guessed right, that the fellow intended to rob her ladyship, for if he had broke open the lady's door with any of the wicked designs of a gentleman, he would never have sneaked away to another room to save the expense of a supper and a bed to himself. They are certainly thieves, and their searching after a wife is nothing but a pretence." In these censures my landlady did Mr. Fitzpatrick great injustice, for he was really born a gentleman, though not worth a groat, and though perhaps he had some few blemishes in his heart as well as in his head, yet being a sneaking or a niggardly fellow was not one of them. In reality he was so generous a man that, whereas he had received a very handsome fortune with his wife, he had now spent every penny of it, except some little pittance which was settled upon her, and in order to possess himself of this, he had used her with such cruelty that, together with his jealousy, which was of the bitterest kind, it had forced the poor woman to run away from him. This gentleman, then being well tired with his long journey from Chester in one day, with which, and some good dry blows he had received in the scuffle, his bones were so sore, that, added to the soreness of his mind, it had quite deprived him of any appetite for eating. And being now so violently disappointed in the woman, whom, at the maid's instance, he had mistaken for his wife, it never once entered into his head that she might nevertheless be in the house, though he had erred in the first person he had attacked. He therefore yielded to the dissuasions of his friend from searching any farther after her that night, and accepted the kind offer of part of his bed. The footman and postboy were in a different disposition. They were more ready to order than the landlady was to provide. However, after being pretty well satisfied by them of the real truth of the case, and that Mr. Fitzpatrick was no thief, she was at length prevailed on to set some cold meat before them, which they were devouring with great greediness, when Partridge came into the kitchen. He had been first awakened by the hurry which we have before seen, and while he was endeavouring to compose himself again on his pillow, a screech owl had given him such a serenade at his window that he leapt in a most horrible affright from his bed, and huddling on his clothes with great expedition, ran down to the protection of the company, whom he heard talking below in the kitchen. His arrival detained my landlady from returning to her rest, for she was just about to leave the other two guests to the care of Susan, but the friend of young Squire Allworthy was not to be so neglected, especially as he called for a pint of wine to be mulled. She immediately obeyed, by putting the same quantity of perry to the fire, for this readily answered to the name of every kind of wine. The Irish footman was retired to bed, and the postboy was going to follow, but Partridge invited him to stay and partake of his wine, which the lad very thankfully accepted. The schoolmaster was indeed afraid to return to bed by himself, and as he did not know how soon he might lose the company of my landlady, he was resolved to secure that of the boy, in whose presence he apprehended no danger from the devil or any of his adherents. And now arrived another postboy at the gate, upon which Susan, being ordered out, returned, introducing two young women in riding habits, one of which was so very richly laced that Partridge and the postboy instantly started from their chairs, and my landlady fell to her curtsies and her ladyships with great eagerness. The lady in the rich habit said, with a smile of great condescension, "If you will give me leave, madam, I will warm myself a few minutes at your kitchen fire, for it is really very cold, but I must insist on disturbing no one from his seat." This was spoken on account of Partridge, who had retreated to the other end of the room, struck with the utmost awe and astonishment at the splendour of the lady's dress. Indeed, she had a much better title to respect than this, for she was one of the most beautiful creatures in the world. The lady earnestly desired Partridge to return to his seat, but could not prevail. She then pulled off her gloves, and displayed to the fire two hands which had every property of snow in them, except that of melting. Her companion, who was indeed her maid, likewise pulled off her gloves, and discovered what bore an exact resemblance, in cold and colour, to a piece of frozen beef. "I wish, madam," quoth the latter, "your ladyship would not think of going any farther to-night. I am terribly afraid your ladyship will not be able to bear the fatigue." "Why, sure," cries the landlady, "her ladyship's honour can never intend it." "Oh, bless me! Farther to-night, indeed! Let me beseech your ladyship not to think on it. But to be sure your ladyship can't. What will your honour be pleased to have for supper? I have mutton of all kinds, and some nice chicken." "I think, madam," said the lady, "it would be rather breakfast than supper, but I can't eat anything, and, if I stay, shall only lie down for an hour or two. However, if you please, madam, you may get me a little sack whey, made very small and thin." "Yes, madam," cries the mistress of the house, "I have some excellent white wine." "You have no sack, then?" says the lady. "Yes, and please your honour, I have. I may challenge the country for that, but let me beg your ladyship to eat something." "Upon my word, I can't eat a morsel," answered the lady, "and I shall be much obliged to you if you will please to get my apartment ready as soon as possible, for I am resolved to be on horseback again in 3 hours." "Why, Susan," cries the landlady, "is there a fire lit yet in the Wild Goose?" "I am sorry, madam, all my best rooms are full. Several people of the first quality are now in bed. Here is a great young squire, and many other great gentlefolks of quality." Susan answered that the Irish gentlemen were got into the Wild Goose. "Was ever anything like it?" says the mistress. "Why the devil you would not keep some of the best rooms for the quality, when you know scarce a day passes without some galling here. If they be gentlemen, I am certain, when they know it is for her ladyship, they will get up again." "Not upon my account," says the lady. "I will have no person disturbed for me. If you have a room that is commonly decent, it will serve me very well, though it be never so plain. I beg, madam, you will not give yourself so much trouble on my account." "Oh, madam," cries the other, "I have several very good rooms for that matter, but none good enough for your honour's ladyship. However, as you are so condescending to take up with the best I have, do, Susan, get a fire in the Rose this minute. Will your ladyship be pleased to go up now, or stay till the fire is lighted?" "I think I have sufficiently warmed myself," answered the lady, "so if you please I will go now. I am afraid I have kept people, and particularly that gentleman," meaning Partridge, "too long in the cold already. Indeed, I cannot bear to think of keeping any person from the fire this dreadful weather." She then departed with her maid, the landlady marching with 2 lighted candles before her. When that good woman returned, the conversation in the kitchen was all upon the charms of the young lady. There is indeed in perfect beauty a power which none almost can withstand, for my landlady, though she was not pleased at the negative given to the supper, declared she had never seen so lovely a creature. Partridge ran out into the most extravagant encomiums on her face, though he could not refrain from paying some compliments to the gold lace on her habit. The postboy sung forth the praises of her goodness, which were likewise echoed by the other postboy, who was now come in. "She's a true good lady, I warrant her," says he, "for she hath mercy upon dumb creatures, for she asked me every now and then upon the journey if I did not think she should hurt the horses by riding too fast, and when she came in she charged me to give them as much corn as ever they would eat." Such charms are there in affability, and so sure is it to attract the praises of all kinds of people. It may indeed be compared to the celebrated Mrs. Hussey. It is equally sure to set off every female perfection to the highest advantage, and to palliate and conceal every defect. A short reflection, which we could not forbear making in this place, where my reader hath seen the loveliness of an affable deportment, and truth will now oblige us to contrast it by showing the reverse. Chapter 4. Containing infallible nostrums for procuring universal disesteem and hatred. The lady had no sooner laid herself on her pillow than the waiting woman returned to the kitchen to regale with some of those dainties which her mistress had refused. The company, at her entrance, showed her the same respect which they had before paid to her mistress by rising, but she forgot to imitate her by desiring them to sit down again. Indeed, it was scarce possible that they should have done so, for she placed her chair in such a posture as to occupy almost the whole fire. She then ordered a chicken to be broiled that instant, declaring if it was not ready in a quarter of an hour she would not stay for it. Now, though the said chicken was then at roost in the stable, and required the several ceremonies of catching, killing, and picking before it was brought to the gridiron, my landlady would nevertheless have undertaken to do all within the time, but the guest, being unfortunately admitted behind the scenes, must have been witness to the foolery. The poor woman was therefore obliged to confess that she had none in the house. "But, madam," said she, "I can get any kind of mutton in an instant from the butcher's." "Do you think, then," answered the waiting gentlewoman, "that I have the stomach of a horse to eat mutton at this time of night? Sure, you people that keep inns imagine your betters are like yourselves. Indeed, I expected to get nothing at this wretched place. I wondered my lady would stop at it. I suppose none but tradesmen and graziers ever call here." The landlady, fired at this indignity, offered to her house. However, she suppressed her temper, and contented herself with saying, "Very good quality frequented it, she thanked heaven." "Don't tell me," cries the other, "of quality. I believe I know more of people of quality than such as you. But prithee, without troubling me with any of your impertinence, do tell me what I can have for supper, for though I cannot eat horse-flesh, I am really hungry." "Why, truly, madam," answered the landlady, "you could not take me again at such disadvantage, for I must confess I have nothing in the house, unless a cold piece of beef, which indeed a gentleman's footman and the post-boy have almost cleared to the bone." "Woman," said Mrs. Abigail, so for shortness we will call her, "I entreat you not to make me sick. If I had fasted a month, I could not eat what had been touched by the fingers of such fellows. Is there nothing neat or decent to be had in this horrid place?" "What think you of some eggs and bacon, madam?" said the landlady. "Are your eggs new laid? Are you certain they were laid to-day? And let me have the bacon cut very nice and thin, for I can't endure anything that's gross. Prithee try if you can do a little tolerably for once, and I don't think you have a farmer's wife or some of those creatures in the house." The landlady began then to handle her knife, but the other stopped her, saying, "Good woman, I must insist upon your first washing your hands, for I am extremely nice, and have always used from my cradle to have everything in the most elegant manner." The landlady, who governed herself with much difficulty, began now the necessary preparations. For as to Susan, she was utterly rejected, and with such disdain that the poor wench was as hard put to it to restrain her hands from violence as her mistress had been to hold her tongue. This indeed Susan did not entirely, for though she literally kept it within her teeth, yet there it muttered many "marry come ups, as good flesh and blood as yourself," with other such indignant phrases. While the supper was preparing, Mrs. Abigail began to lament she had not ordered a fire in the parlour, but she said that was now too late. "However," said she, "I have novelty to recommend a kitchen, for I do not believe I ever ate in one before." Then, turning to the post-boys, she asked them why they were not in the stable with their horses. "If I must eat my hard fare here, madam," cries she to the landlady, "I beg the kitchen may be kept clear, that I may not be surrounded with all the blackguards in town. As for you, sir," says she to Partridge, "you look somewhat like a gentleman, and may sit still if you please. I don't desire to disturb anybody but mob." "Yes, yes, madam," cries Partridge, "I am a gentleman, I do assure you, and I am not so easily to be disturbed. Non semper vox casualis est verbo nominativus." This Latin she took to be some affront, and answered, "You may be a gentleman, sir, but don't show yourself as one to talk Latin to a woman." Partridge made a gentle reply, and concluded with more Latin, upon which she tossed up her nose, and contented herself by abusing him with the name of a great scholar. The supper being now on the table, Mrs. Abigail ate very heartily for so delicate a person, and while a second course of the same was by her order preparing, she said, "And so, madam, you tell me your house is frequented by people of great quality?" The landlady answered in the affirmative, saying, "There were a great many very good quality and gentlefolks in it now. There's young Squire Allworthy, as that gentleman there knows." "And pray who is this young gentleman of quality, this young Squire Allworthy?" said Abigail. "Who should he be," answered Partridge, "but the son and heir of the great Squire Allworthy of Somersetshire?" "Upon my word," said she, "you tell me strange news, for I know Mr. Allworthy of Somersetshire very well, and I know he hath no son alive." The landlady pricked up her ears at this, and Partridge looked a little confounded. However, after a short hesitation, he answered, "Indeed, Book 10, chapters 6 to 9. Chapter 6, containing, among other things, the ingenuity of Partridge, the madness of Jones, and the folly of Fitzpatrick." It was now past 5 in the morning, and other company began to rise and come to the kitchen, among whom were the sergeant and the coachman, who, being thoroughly reconciled, made a libation, or, in the English phrase, drank a hearty cup together. In this drinking nothing more remarkable happened than the behaviour of Partridge, who, when the sergeant drank a health to King George, repeated only the word "King," nor could he be brought to utter more, for though he was going to fight against his own cause, yet he could not be prevailed upon to drink against it. Mr. Jones, being now returned to his own bed, but from whence he returned we must beg to be excused from relating, summoned Partridge from this agreeable company, who, after a ceremonious preface, having obtained leave to obtain his advice, delivered himself as follows. "It is, sir, an old saying, and a true one, that a wise man may sometimes learn counsel from a fool. I wish, therefore, I might be so bold as to offer you my advice, which is to return home again, and leave these horrida bella, these bloody wars, to fellows who are contented to swallow gunpowder because they have nothing else to eat. Now, everybody knows your honour wants for nothing at home. When that's the case, why should any man travel abroad?" "Partridge," cries Jones, "thou art certainly a coward. I wish, therefore, thou wouldst return home thyself, and trouble me no more." "I ask your honour's pardon," cries Partridge. "I spoke on your account more than my own, for as to me, heaven knows my circumstances are bad enough, and I am so far from being afraid that I value a pistol, or a blunderbuss, or any such thing, no more than a pop-gun. Every man must die once, and what signifies the manner how? Besides, perhaps I may come off with the loss only of an arm or a leg. I assure you, sir, I was never less afraid in my life, and so, if your honour is resolved to go on, I am resolved to follow you. But in that case I wish I might give my opinion. To be sure, it is a scandalous way of travelling for a great gentleman like you to walk afoot. Now here are 2 or 3 good horses in the stable, which the landlord will certainly make no scruple of trusting you with, but if he should, I can easily contrive to take them, and let the worst come to the worst, the king would certainly pardon you, as you are going to fight in his cause." Now, as the honesty of Partridge was equal to his understanding, and both dealt only in small matters, he would never have attempted a roguery of this kind had he not imagined it altogether safe, for he was one of those who have more consideration of the gallows than of the fitness of things. But in reality he thought he might have committed this felony without any danger, for besides that he doubted not but the name of Mr. Allworthy would sufficiently quiet the landlord, he conceived they should be altogether safe, whatever turn might take, as Jones, he imagined, would have friends enough on one side, and as his friends would as well secure him on the other. When Mr. Jones found that Partridge was in earnest in this proposal, he very severely rebuked him, and that in such bitter terms that the other attempted to laugh it off, and presently turned the discourse to other matters, saying he believed they were then in a bawdy house, and that he had with much ado prevented 2 wenches from disturbing his honour in the middle of the night. "Hey day," says he, "I believe they got into your chamber, whether I would or no, for here lies the muff of one of them on the ground." Indeed, as Jones returned to his bed in the dark, he had never perceived the muff on the quilt, and in leaping into his bed he had tumbled it on the floor. This Partridge now took up, and was going to put into his pocket, when Jones desired to see it. The muff was so very remarkable that our hero might possibly have recollected it without the information annexed. But his memory was not put to that hard office, for at the same instant he saw and read the words "Sophia Weston" upon the paper which was pinned to it. His looks now grew frantic in a moment, and he eagerly cried out, "Oh, heavens! How came this muff here?" "I know no more than your honour," cried Partridge, "but I saw it upon the arm of one of the women who would have disturbed you if I would have suffered them." "Where are they?" cries Jones, jumping out of bed and laying hold of his clothes. "Many miles off, I believe, by this time," said Partridge. And now Jones, upon further inquiry, was sufficiently assured that the bearer of this muff was no other than the lovely Sophia herself. The behaviour of Jones on this occasion, His thoughts, his looks, his words, his actions, were such as beggar all description. After many bitter execrations on Partridge, and not fewer on himself, he ordered the poor fellow, who was frightened out of his wits, to run down and hire him horses at any rate, and a very few minutes afterwards, having shuffled on his clothes, he hastened downstairs to execute the orders himself, which he had just before given. But before we proceed to what passed on his arrival in the kitchen, it will be necessary to recur to what had there happened since Partridge had first left it on his master's summons. The sergeant was just marched off with his party when the two Irish gentlemen arose and came downstairs, both complaining that they had been so often waked by the noises in the inn that they had never once been able to close their eyes all night. The coach which had brought the young lady and her maid, and which perhaps the reader may have hitherto concluded was her own, was indeed a returned coach belonging to Mr. King of Bath, one of the worthiest and honestest men that ever dealt in horseflesh, and whose coaches we heartily recommend to all our readers who travel that road. By which means they may perhaps have the pleasure of riding in the very coach, and being driven by the very coachman that is recorded in this history. The coachman, having but 2 passengers, and hearing Mr. Maclaughlan was going to Bath, offered to carry him thither at a very moderate price. He was induced to this by the report of the hostler, who said that the horse which Mr. Maclaughlan had hired from Worcester would be much more pleased with returning to his friends there than to prosecute a long journey, for that the said horse was rather a 2-legged than a 4-legged animal. Mr. Maclaughlan immediately closed with the proposal of the coachman, and at the same time persuaded his friend Fitzpatrick to accept of the 4th place in the coach. This conveyance the soreness of his bones made more agreeable to him than a horse, and being well assured of meeting with his wife at Bath, he thought a little delay would be of no consequence. Maclaughlan, who was much the sharper man of the two, no sooner heard that this lady came from Chester, with the other circumstances which he learned from the hostler, than it came into his head that she might possibly be his friend's wife, and presently acquainted him with this suspicion, which had never once occurred to Fitzpatrick himself. To say the truth, he was one of those compositions which nature makes up in too great a hurry, and forgets to put any brains into their head. Now it happens to this sort of men as to bad hounds, who never hit off a fault themselves, but no sooner doth a dog of sagacity open his mouth than they immediately do the same, and without the guidance of any scent run directly forwards as fast as they are able. In the same manner, the very moment Mr. Maclaughlan had mentioned his apprehension, Mr. Fitzpatrick instantly concurred, and flew directly upstairs, to surprise his wife before he knew where she was, and unluckily, as fortune loves to play tricks with those gentlemen who put themselves entirely under her conduct, ran his head against several doors and posts to no purpose. Much kinder was she to me when she suggested that simile of the hounds just before inserted, since the poor wife may, on these occasions, be so justly compared to a hunted hare. Like that little wretched animal, she pricks up her ears to listen after the voice of her pursuer. Like her, flies away trembling when she hears it, and like her, is generally overtaken and destroyed in the end. This was not, however, the case at present, for after a long fruitless search, Mr. Fitzpatrick returned to the kitchen, where, as if this had been a real chase, entered a gentleman hallooing as hunters do when the hounds are at fault. He was just alighted from his horse, and had many attendants at his heels. Here, reader, it may be necessary to acquaint thee with some matters which, if thou dost know already, thou art wiser than I take thee to be. And this information thou shalt receive in the next chapter. Chapter 7, in which are concluded the adventures that happened at the inn at Upton. In the first place, then, this gentleman just arrived was no other person than Squire Weston himself, who was come hither in pursuit of his daughter. And had he fortunately been 2 hours earlier, he had not only found her, but his niece into the bargain, for such was the wife of Mr. Fitzpatrick, who had run away with her 5 years before, out of the custody of that sage lady, Madam Weston. Now this lady had departed from the inn much about the same time with Sophia, for, having been waked by the voice of her husband, she had sent up for the landlady, and being by her apprised of the matter, had bribed the good woman, at an extravagant price, to furnish her with horses for her escape. Such prevalence had money in this family, and though the mistress would have turned away her maid for a corrupt hussy if she had known as much as the reader, yet she was no more proof against corruption herself than poor Susan had been. Mr. Weston and his nephew were not known to one another, nor indeed would the former have taken any notice of the latter if he had known him, for, this being a stolen match, and consequently an unnatural one in the opinion of the good squire, he had, from the time of her committing it, abandoned the poor young creature, who was then no more than 18, as a monster, and had never since suffered her to be named in his presence. The kitchen was now a scene of universal confusion, Weston inquiring after his daughter, and Fitzpatrick as eagerly after his wife, when Jones entered the room, unfortunately having Sophia's muff in his hand. As soon as Weston saw Jones, he set up the same holler as is used by sportsmen when their game is in view. He then immediately ran up and laid hold of Jones, crying, "We have got the dog, Fox. I warrant the bitch is not far off." The jargon which followed for some minutes, where many spoke different things at the same time, as it would be very difficult to describe, so would it be no less unpleasant to read. Jones having at length shaken Mr. Weston off, and some of the company having interfered between them, our hero protested his innocence as to knowing anything of the lady, when Parson Supple stepped up and said, "It is folly to deny it, for why, the marks of guilt are in thy hands. I will myself asseverate and bind it by an oath, that the muff thou bearest in thy hand belongeth unto Madam Sophia, for I have frequently observed her of later days to bear it about her." "My daughter's muff!" cries the squire in a rage. "Hath he got my daughter's muff? Bear witness the goods are found upon him. I'll have him before a justice of peace this instant. Where is my daughter, villain?" "Sir," said Jones, "I beg you would be pacified. The muff, I acknowledge, is the young lady's, but upon my honour I have never seen her." At these words Weston lost all patience, and grew inarticulate with rage. Some of the servants had acquainted Fitzpatrick who Mr. Weston was. The good Irishman, therefore, thinking he had now an opportunity to do an act of service to his uncle, and by that means might possibly obtain his favour, stepped up to Jones and cried out, "Upon my conscience, sir, you may be ashamed of denying your having seen the gentleman's daughter before my face, when you know I found you there upon the bed together." Then, turning to Weston, he offered to conduct him immediately to the room where his daughter was, which offer being accepted, he, the squire, the parson, and some others, ascended directly to Mrs. Waters's chamber, which they entered with no less violence than Mr. Fitzpatrick had done before. The poor lady started from her sleep with as much amazement as terror, and beheld at her bedside a figure which might very well suppose to have escaped out of Bedlam. Such wildness and confusion were in the looks of Mr. Weston, who no sooner saw the lady than he started back, showing sufficiently by his manner, before he spoke, that this was not the person sought after. So much more tenderly do women value their reputation than their person, that though the latter seemed now in more danger than before, yet as the former was secure, the lady screamed not with such violence as she had done on the other occasion. However, she no sooner found herself alone than she abandoned all thoughts of further repose, and as she had sufficient reason to be dissatisfied with her present lodging, she dressed herself with all possible expedition. Mr. Weston now proceeded to search the whole house, but to as little purpose as he had disturbed poor Mrs. Waters. He then returned disconsolate into the kitchen, where he found Jones in the custody of his servants. This violent uproar had raised all the people in the house, though it was yet scarcely daylight. Among these was a grave gentleman who had the honour to be in the commission of the peace for the county of Worcester, of which Mr. Weston was no sooner informed than he offered to lay his complaint before him. The justice declined executing his office, as he said he had no clerk present, nor no book about justice business, and that he could not carry all the law in his head about stealing away daughters, and such sort of things. Here Mr. Fitzpatrick offered to lend him his assistance, informing the company that he had been himself bred to the law. As indeed he had served 3 years as clerk to an attorney in the north of Ireland, when, choosing a genteeler walk of life, he quitted his master, came over to England, and set up that business which requires no apprenticeship, namely that of a gentleman, in which he had succeeded, as hath been already partly mentioned. Mr. Fitzpatrick declared that the law concerning daughters was out of the present case, that stealing a muff was undoubtedly felony, and the goods being found upon the person were sufficient evidence of the fact. The magistrate, upon the encouragement of so learned a coadjutor, and upon the violent intercession of the squire, was at length prevailed upon to seat himself in the chair of justice, where, being placed, upon viewing the muff which Jones still held in his hand, and upon the parson's swearing it to be the property of Mr. Weston, he desired Mr. Fitzpatrick to draw up a commitment, which he said he would sign. Jones now desired to be heard, which was at last with difficulty granted him. He then produced the evidence of Mr. Partridge as to the finding it, but what was still more, Susan deposed that Sophia herself had delivered the muff to her, and had ordered her to convey it into the chamber where Mr. Jones had found it. Whether a natural love of justice or the extraordinary comeliness of Jones had wrought on Susan to make the discovery, I will not determine, but such were the effects of her evidence that the magistrate, throwing himself back in his chair, declared that the matter was now altogether as clear on the side of the prisoner as it had been before against him, with which the parson concurred, saying the Lord forbid he should be instrumental in committing an innocent person to durance. The justice then arose, acquitted the prisoner, and broke up the court. Mr. Weston now gave everyone present a hearty curse, and immediately ordering his horses, departed in pursuit of his daughter, without taking the least notice of his nephew Fitzpatrick, or returning any answer to his claim of kindred, notwithstanding all the obligations he had just received from that gentleman. In the violence, moreover, of his hurry, and of his passion, he luckily forgot to demand the muff of Jones. I say luckily, for he would have died on the spot rather than have parted with it. Jones, likewise, with his friend Partridge, set forward the moment he had paid his reckoning, in quest of his lovely Sophia, whom he now resolved never more to abandon the pursuit of. Nor could he bring himself even to take leave of Mrs. Waters, of whom he detested the very thoughts, as she had been, though not designedly, the occasion of his missing the happiest interview with Sophia, to whom he now vowed eternal constancy. As for Mrs. Waters, she took the opportunity of the coach which was going to Bath, for which place she set out in company with the 2 Irish gentlemen, the landlady kindly lending her her clothes, in return for which she was contented only to receive about double their value as a recompense for the loan. Upon the road she was perfectly reconciled to Mr. Fitzpatrick, who was a very handsome fellow, and indeed did all she could to console him in the absence of his wife. Thus ended the many odd adventures which Mr. Jones encountered at his inn at Upton, where they talk to this day of the beauty and lovely behaviour of the charming Sophia, by the name of the Somersetshire Angel. Chapter 8, in which the history goes backward. Before we proceed any farther in our history, it may be proper to look a little back, in order to account for the extraordinary appearance of Sophia and her father at the inn at Upton. The reader may be pleased to remember that in the 9th chapter of the 7th book of our history we left Sophia, after a long debate between love and duty, deciding the cause, as it usually, I believe, happens, in favour of the former. This debate had arisen, as we have there shown, from a visit which her father had just before made her, in order to force her consent to a marriage with Blifil, and which he had understood to be fully implied in her acknowledgment that she neither must nor could refuse any absolute command of his. Now, from this visit the squire retired to his evening potation, overjoyed at the success he had gained with his daughter, and as he was of a social disposition, and willing to have partakers in his happiness, the beer was ordered to flow very liberally in the kitchen, so that before 11 in the evening there was not a single person sober in the house, except only Mrs. Weston herself and the charming Sophia. Early in the morning a messenger was dispatched to summon Mr. Blifil, for though the squire imagined that young gentleman had been much less acquainted than he really was with the former aversion of his daughter, as he had not, however, yet received her consent, he longed impatiently to communicate it to him, not doubting but that the intended bride herself would confirm it with her lips. As to the wedding, it had the evening before been fixed, by the male parties, to be celebrated on the next morning, save one. Breakfast was now set forth in the parlour, where Mr. Blifil attended, and where the squire and his sister likewise were assembled, and now Sophia was ordered to be called. "Oh, Shakespeare, had I thy pen! Oh, Hogarth, had I thy pencil! Then I would draw the picture of the poor serving man, who, with pale countenance, staring eyes, chattering teeth, faltering tongue, and trembling lips, in such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtains in the dead of night, as would have told him half his Troy was burned," entered the room, and declared that Madam Sophia was not to be found. "Not to be found!" cries the squire, starting from his chair. "Zounds and damnation! Blood and fury! Where? When? How? What? Not to be found? Where?" "La, bravo!" says Mrs. Weston, with true political coldness. "You are always throwing yourself into such violent passions for nothing. My niece, I suppose, has only walked out into the garden. I protest you are grown so unreasonable that it is impossible to live in the house with you." "Nay, nay," answered the squire, returning as suddenly to himself as he had gone from himself. "If that be all the matter, it signifies not much. But upon my soul, my mind misgave me when the fellow said she was not to be found." He then gave orders for the bell to be rung in the garden, and sat himself contentedly down. No two things could be more the reverse of each other than were the brother and sister in most instances, particularly in this, that as the brother never foresaw anything at a distance, but was most sagacious in immediately seeing everything the moment it had happened, so the sister eternally foresaw at a distance, but was not so quick-sighted to objects before her eyes. Of both these the reader may have observed examples, and indeed both their several talents were excessive, for as the sister often foresaw what never came to pass, so the brother often saw much more than was actually the truth. This was not, however, the case at present. The same report was brought from the garden as before had been brought from the chamber, that Madam Sophia was not to be found. The squire himself now sallied forth, and began to roar forth the name of Sophia as loudly and in as hoarse a voice as whilom did Hercules that of Hylas, and as the poet tells us that the whole shore echoed back the name of that beautiful youth, so did the house, the garden, and all the neighbouring fields resound nothing but the name of Sophia in the hoarse voices of the men and in the shrill pipes of the women, while echo seemed so